I'm going to give you a brief rundown of the first part of tonight's One Step Beyond broadcast. Then I'm going to get into the main body later of the broadcast. We are going to begin for most of the evening this evening an archive series called The Destabilization of the USSR, Prelude to World War III, ? And that will occupy the bulk of the broadcast this evening. I will be continuing that archive series in weeks to come. This is the first installment on the destabilization of the USSR. We're going to begin by taking a look at an article that appeared on the front page of the San Francisco Examiner on today being Sunday, March 3rd of 1991. This deals with the U.S. as the only superpower in the Persian Gulf. We will use that as a point of departure. We're then going to take a look at an article from the Los Angeles Times of February 20th of 1991, talking about Gorbachev's peace initiative vis-a-vis the Middle Eastern War, and I'm going to talk about what I believe that represents what that represented as a political phenomenon. We will also note, right next to that on the same paper, a call for Gorbachev's resignation by Boris Yeltsin, which occurred at right about the same time. Next week, we're going to go into Boris Yeltsin, some of his connections to the American right, and we're going to speculate about just what lay behind the timing of this particular comment by Boris Yeltsin. Following that, we're going to take a look at an article from the San Francisco Chronicle of Wednesday, February 27th of 1991, which discusses something that I had alluded to in broadcasts in recent weeks, namely the connection between the Soviet diplomatic initiative and the fears and operations of the Soviet military, and this will serve as a point of departure for the main theme of tonight's broadcast, which will carry over into next week's broadcast, namely my belief that, among other things, the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East, and there are very firm indications, which we will review next week, that this was deliberately set up in advance, that this represents part of a flanking maneuver against the Soviet Union, which in my opinion is intended to not only destabilize the Soviet Union economically, but perhaps produce a reaction, a military reaction by the Soviet Union, which would serve as a justification for the revival of the Cold War in this country. And following that, we're going to take a look at the effect on Soviet military perception of the striking military success by the U.S. and its allies in the Middle East from the Los Angeles Times of Friday, March 1st of 1991. We're going to take a look at Soviet Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov's views concerning American military success and what he feels this portends for the Soviet Union. Basically, although he does not feel that the Iraqi defeat basically impugns the quality of Soviet arms and tactics, at the same time, the success of U.S. high-tech weaponry, in his opinion, and those of other Soviet military analysts, does indeed indicate that the Soviets have some revisions to do, in particular vis-a-vis their air defense system, and in particular it portends in their minds that the Soviets should not significantly cut back military spending because they have got to stay up with the considerable high-tech developments achieved by the United States. The Soviets obviously are in very sorry shape economically unless they, and also the United States, can cut their defense budgets. The current economic dominance of Japan and Germany would appear to continue, and it is my feeling that the Middle Eastern War, it may very well turn out to be the final spadeful of earth on the economic graves of both the United States and the Soviet Union. That it is my feeling that the U.S. military venture there will have this effect on the Soviets. It will maintain the high levels of Soviet military spending. That is likely to have a devastating effect on the Soviet Union. And my feeling is that events in the Baltics also are going to harden the Soviet attitude and I think produce a Soviet reaction, which will then be used here in the United States for a justification for not only the renewal of the Cold War, but for a continued high level of military spending, which, although our economy is stronger than the Soviets, is going to have a devastating effect on us as well. And for those people who are listening live on this March 3rd, 1991, take note of the fact that this information we'll also incorporate into an upcoming archive series, which I'm going to presage in a talk that I will be giving at Foothill College on April 13th of 1991, a Saturday evening from 7 to 11 p.m. That talk is entitled How the United States Lost the Second World War. That talk and the information in it is going to be evolved into a very important archive series, which will intersect with the archive series I'm doing on the destabilization of the USSR. In addition to promoting higher levels of Soviet military spending with resulting damage to the Soviet economy, it is the view of some observers, and we will go into this in an article from the San Francisco Chronicle of Monday, February 25th of 1991, that the credibility of Soviet arms sales abroad will suffer as a result, and that this also will damage the Soviet economy. By the way, in addition to the article from the LA Times of March 1st of 1991, an article from the New York Times of that same day, March 1st of 1991, will further develop Soviet views concerning the necessity for continued high levels of military spending in order to keep pace with the United States. Following that, we're going to take a look at we're not going to take a look, we are going to go into at considerable length and in considerable detail a very, very important article concerning the meddling in the Baltic states, read destabilization of the Baltic states, in particular Lithuania, by not only the U.S. national security establishment, but specifically residual Third Reich elements, which apparently came into this country under the auspices of the Gehlen spy organization, the Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit, which we have focused on for so many years on this broadcast, and which the late May Brussels focused on for so many years before yours truly. This particular article comes from Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35. That quarterly is number 35. Well, it says 25 here on this page. That's a misprint, obviously. It's number 35, and this is from Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue for the fall of 1990. The article is entitled NED, Meddles in Lithuania. Its formal title, Nurturing Baltic Reaction, by author Philip Bonosky, Bonosky. We will go into this very important and very terrifying article at considerable length that will occupy the bulk of the discussion this evening. After that, we're going to take a look at two articles which appeared in the very same issue of the New York Times, that issue being February 26th of 1991. One of those articles deals with the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. The other article deals with the continuation and strengthening of NATO, possibly including the participation at some point in the future of some of the former Warsaw Pact countries in Eastern Europe, which have left the Soviet orbit. If that happens, and there are people who view that as happening, I think the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact in combination with the perpetuation of NATO may very well represent an eastward march by the NATO countries, which is analogous in certain respects to the manner in which Hitler was allowed to grab territories without a shot prior to the opening shot of World War II. I think there is an ominous and quite deadly parallel, or potentially deadly parallel, between what we are seeing now in Eastern Europe and the Middle East and what transpired in the years prior to the Second World War. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid I'm right. You will be able to evaluate that for yourself after a short musical break as we come back with the main body of tonight's broadcast, the destabilization of the USSR, a prelude to World War III. And we're going to begin by taking a look at some of the outgrowth of the Middle Eastern War. I don't know whether you would call it the Iraqi War, the Kuwaiti War, whatever it is. There are numerous indications, we have talked about them in the past, and we will be reviewing those in the future, that the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait was deliberately induced. It is my opinion that this move was planned for some time. It should be noted, as I have mentioned many times in the past, that when the United States national security establishment, that is to say its military and its intelligence services, decide to move on any given issue, they do so when it will scratch a number of different itches simultaneously at different levels. My feeling is that the move into the Middle East by the United States, and there are substantive indications, as we will look at next week, that this was planned in advance, that it did a number of different things. Among them, obviously, it brought tremendous profits to the oil industry. Oil prices shot up following the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. I wonder to what extent, too, the increase in oil prices served to provoke pro-war sentiment in this country. You raise gas prices at the pump, that raises the temperatures of the average American considerably, and I wonder how much of the yellow ribbons and American flags we're seeing represent a psychological response to the huge increase at the gas station, something I think that we could view as food for thought and grounds for further research. Proposed budget cuts in the military budget, the defense budget in the United States, were forestalled. Although the military budget was reduced, it was not reduced nearly as much as it would have been. The political fortunes of George Bush, obviously, have received an enormous boost, and there are other things as well that were accomplished by the U.S. move into the Middle East. One of the things that benefited George Bush's political fortunes is that this country's perilous economic situation has been eclipsed, at least for the time being, by U.S. military adventure and success in the Middle East. And last, but most assuredly not least, and most importantly for the purposes of the discussion this evening, the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East has placed a large military force on the Soviet Union's southern flank. It remains to be seen how long some of that force remains there. At the very least, the political makeup of the Middle East is going to be fundamentally transformed, and any future U.S. military move into that part of the world figures to be greatly facilitated by the almost certain increased pro-U.S. political sentiment that is going to stem from U.S. Military success in that region. I'm going to talk more about what I feel represents in essence and perhaps in fact a U.S. flanking maneuver against the Soviet Union's southern flank here in just a minute. I'm going to initiate the discussion this evening by reading a short section of an article from the San Francisco Examiner from Sunday, March 3rd of 1991. This particular article appeared on the front page of the San Francisco Sunday Examiner. It's an article by Ray Mosley, M-O-S-E-L-E-Y, of the Chicago Tribune. It's datelined Amman, Jordan, and it's headlined, U.S. Facing Tough Job as a Gulf Power. It reads in part, with its spectacular victory over Iraq, the United States has assumed the burden of dominance in the Middle East. No other nation will have such a pivotal role in the future of the region, certainly not the Soviet Union, which tried and failed to shape the outcome of the war to suit its own interests. The United States is indisputably the only superpower that counts in the Middle East. That, of course, will do a number of things, obviously, in addition to the other goals achieved by the U.S. move in the Middle East. It will facilitate a U.S. military move to protect the oil reserves of that region. It remains to be seen how many U.S. military people remain in that part of the world. Certainly there will be a U.S. military presence there for some time to come. Beyond that, I think it sends a very clear message, in the first place, to third world countries that might attempt in the future to militarily challenge the United States or the other so-called Western democracies. The bombs that fell on Iraq certainly must have had a telling effect on any other country that might think about standing up to the United States militarily in the future, in particular third world countries, but also to a certain extent the Soviet Union, and that is what we're going to be focusing on this evening. One of the things that I think the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East represents is, in essence and perhaps in fact, a flanking maneuver on the USSR's southern flank. Now, to make a long story short, what a flanking maneuver is basically arguably the most basic of all military maneuvers, of all military stratagems. What you do, or what one does with a flanking maneuver, is you turn the enemy's flank. That is to say, you successfully project your forces around the end of the enemy's line of defenses. This allows your forces to move in behind their line of defense defense and begin destroying not only their front line of defense, but also their logistical support system and rear echelon. And this leaves one's enemy with a choice of doing one of two things. Either they sit and allow their rear echelon to be attacked, they allow themselves to be attacked from the rear, or they turn to face the flanking attack, in which case they weaken their front and weaken their potential to repel a frontal assault. This is, as I said, arguably the most basic of all military maneuvers and stratagems. It should be noted that the U.S. successfully used a feint and a flanking maneuver to defeat the Iraqi forces in Kuwait, whereas Iraqi forces were alerted to, or were alarmed about the possibility of a frontal attack by the United States. The United States maneuvered its forces in such a way as to make the Iraqis think that the attack was going to come one place. This allowed a force largely composed of Marines to move around the Iraqi forces and get in behind them. That is a flanking maneuver, and consequently, because of the devastating effects of a successful flanking maneuver, and because of the fact that it is, as I said, arguably the most basic and important of all military stratagems, the huge U.S. military presence on the southern flank of the Soviet Union undoubtedly represents a very disturbing and threatening situation for Soviet political and military thinkers. The success of U.S. high-tech weapons, which we're going to talk about in a second, certainly cannot have been lost on the Soviet Union, and it obviously has to be very disturbing to their military planners, and we're going to take a look at evidence that it in fact is. But it should be noted that with the defeat of Iraq, which had been an ally, a military ally of the Soviet Union, supplied by the Soviet Union for many years, this greatly enhances U.S. political and potentially military fortunes in that part of the world. It should be noted that Israel, the most powerful military force and the only nuclear power in that part of the world, is a staunch U.S. ally and has been very much opposed to the USSR in the past. That obviously cannot make the Soviets feel particularly good, but it should be noted, as this article notes, that now the U.S. is the dominant superpower in the Middle East. Even if the U.S. does not keep a long-term military presence in the Middle East, and it remains to be seen how many U.S. forces remain there and for how long, certainly the improved political climate vis-a-vis U.S. military presence or potential U.S. military presence will make a quick military buildup in that part of the world in the event of a future confrontation with the Soviet Union much, much easier. This cannot make the Soviets feel too good, and I suspect that among the goals of the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East, and that we will look next week at indications that this was planned in advance, is the destabilization of the USSR. We have spoken in the past about the profound Third Reich influence on the U.S. national security establishment. Both the Gehlen spy organization, the Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit headed by General Reinhard Gehlen, which became the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, provided us with all of our intelligence on that part of the world for a couple of decades following the war. That is to say, World War II. It continues to wield a profound effect on the U.S. national security establishment. We looked at that in the archive show that we did concerning Nazis and anti-Semites on George Bush's campaign. And as we will see this evening, the Gehlen legacy is very much with us today, even though we're quite a distance from the Second World War, at least in terms of years. Unfortunately, politically, we are not. Also, the Project Paperclip, the importation of Nazi scientists, many of them war criminals of the First Order and SS people, that also has introduced a profound Third Reich influence on the U.S. national security establishment. It should also be noted that many of America's top industrialists and financiers were pro-fascist and pro-Nazi all along. We took a look at that in the first two Radio Free America shows, Uncle Sam and the Swastika, Uncle Sam and Il Duce, and Radio Free America number 10 as well. It once again should be noted that the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East has now, at least for the time being, placed a huge U.S. military force on the Soviet southern flank, and even if they do not remain there for a long time, and certainly some U.S. forces will be there for quite some time to come, it remains, as I said, to be seen how many and for how long. it will create and is creating a political climate which would facilitate a rapid projection of U.S. military power in a future confrontation with the USSR or anyone else in that region. One of the aspects of the maneuvering and the realpolitik of the Middle East, which was reportedly very, very disturbing to George Bush, was the unsuccessful peace initiative conducted by Soviet President Gorbachev. It is my opinion, and we will see that that is not just my opinion, although I have expressed it for some weeks now, that particular peace initiative was intended to forestall a U.S. presence on the Soviet southern flank and, in essence, to blunt this flanking maneuver. Reading now from the Los Angeles Times of Wednesday, February 20th of 1991, we find an article by James Gertzenzang of the Los Angeles Times. Its headline, Soviet Peace Proposal Falls Short, Bush Says. Its dateline, Washington, it reads in part as follows. President Bush on Tuesday threw cold water on the new Soviet peace plan, saying, quote, it falls well short of what would be required, unquote, to end the Gulf War. Skipping down. Although details of the plan remain secret, the Soviets have described it as, quote, fully in line, unquote, with the United Nations demands for an unconditional Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. But the plan also reportedly offered assurances of no penalties for Iraq or its leadership, along with other controversial points. Well, obviously that plan was not successful. It is my feeling that the U.S. military the projection of U.S. military power into that region, as well as the apparently, because I don't know if we've had all of the truth in this regard. There are indications that the performance of U.S. weapons have been exaggerated, at least to the American public. But I suspect that the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East has had a destabilizing effect on the Soviet Union, and that it represents, in effect, a use of Schrecklichkeit, the Nazi technique of frightfulness, basically to scare the willies out of your opponent. My feeling is that the U.S. military success and the U.S. military presence in that region was intended, among other things, to frighten and provoke the Soviets and to harden the situation of the hardliners, to strengthen the situation of the hardliners in the USSR. It is my belief that, contrary to expressed American opinion, there are very strong elements in this country that would like to see nothing better than a revival of the Cold War. One of the many lessons to be learned from the assassination of President John F. Kennedy is not only that the U.S. military ultimately calls the shots in this country, and I mean that quite literally. If you don't believe it, just ask President Kennedy. But that beyond the military per se, what President Eisenhower referred to as the military-industrial complex, namely the defense industries so closely related to the military per se, that they also wield a profound influence. Kennedy was in the process of withdrawing the United States from Vietnam. That did not sit well with the defense industry, and it did not sit well with the military. They helped get rid of President Kennedy. There was much more than that involved in President Kennedy's assassination, but that was one of the major factors. It is my feeling that the U.S. national security establishment and the military-industrial complex, quote-unquote, do not want to see an end to the Cold War because it means an end to or at least a reduction of the enormous profits that they reaped under the Reagan years and that they have reaped as a result of the Cold War. It is my belief that the U.S. move onto the Soviet southern flank in the Middle East is intended to provoke a hardline reaction by the Soviet national security establishment. This intended to do a couple of things, in my opinion. First of all, to necessitate continued high levels of Soviet military spending, which will undoubtedly have a destabilizing effect on the Soviet Union itself. The Soviets are in very, very sorry shape economically as well as politically. Continued high levels of military spending will be destructive to their economy. It's destructive to our economy as well. My feeling is that our national security establishment and our intelligence agencies and our military-industrial complex, which are interrelated and which have functioned in conjunction with each other very effectively from November 22nd, 1963 onward. Actually, they operated together before that, but on that date in history, they took over the United States, and they've run it ever since to their own benefit. It is my feeling that they would like nothing better to see a hardline reaction in the Soviet Union, because that will continue to bring in the billions and billions of dollars in profits that they have enjoyed in the post-World War II period, in the Cold War period. A hardening of the Soviet line and a breakdown of détente would certainly do that. It is my feeling that the Schrecklichkeit, the psychological warfare aspects of the U.S. move onto the Soviet flank, were intended, along with other things which I will discuss presently, to do exactly that. Provoke a more militaristic sentiment by the Soviet Union, weakening the Soviets by necessitating higher levels of military spending to the detriment of their economy. It will also bring in continued billions of dollars in profits for the U.S. defense industries as well. That is an opinion I've expressed in the past, and it is not my opinion alone. That is to say, the fact that the Soviet Middle East diplomacy represents an attempt by the Soviets to neutralize, at least to a certain extent, the U.S. military projection and political projection into the Middle East. And my feeling is that this attempt by Gorbachev, reportedly an attempt which greatly angered George Bush, was an attempt to blunt the U.S. flanking maneuver in the Middle East. Reading now from the San Francisco Chronicle of Wednesday, February 27th of 1991. This is an article by Barbara Starr, S-T-A-R-R. She is a writer for Jane's Defense Weekly, and it's headlined, Soviet Middle East Diplomacy Linked to Military Unrest. It reads in part as follows. Lurking behind the Soviet diplomatic efforts in the Middle East is a military uncertainty that has Pentagon officials deeply concerned. It's no coincidence, they say, that major Soviet military unrest and high-profile Soviet attempts at diplomacy with Iraq come at the same time. By some estimates, the Soviets have poured $25 billion into the Iraqi war machine in the past decade. Ironically, quote, the current contingency we are facing right now, Iraq, just happens to be an adversary equipped and schooled by the Soviets, says Brigadier General Daniel Christman, C-H-R-I-S-T-M-A-N, the U.S. Army Director of Strategy, Plans and Policy. Since 1958, Soviet masters have tutored Iraqis attending military schools in the Soviet Union or gone to Iraq to teach weapon skills. Saddam Hussein's war machine features Soviet-made top-of-the-line T-72 tanks, the modern MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter jets, some of which are now parked in Iran, the Su-24 Fencer ground attack plane, and the Mi-24 Hind combat helicopter. Other artillery, helicopters, armor, and infantry are used according to Soviet battle doctrine. Specifically, Christman says, Iraq's heavy reliance on indirect fire, quote, has been a highlight of Soviet doctrine for years, unquote. There are other links. An extremely heavy reliance on land-based artillery, centralized command and control, offensive operations with overwhelming numbers of troops and weapons, more than 3-to-1, which is the Western doctrine, and a notion that counterattack is often the best form of defense. As analysts try to decipher the complexities of the Iraqi-Soviet military connection, Soviet military spending continues. The Pentagon is preparing its latest intelligence assessment of Soviet military spending and production trends. The projected 1991 primary military spending plan of 91 billion rubles is likely to actually reach 96 billion rubles in a year in which the Soviet economy is expected to rapidly contract. In 1990, the decline in the Soviet economy was officially registered at 2%, but estimates are it may have actually reached 10%. Funding for conventional ground-based armaments is expected to remain flat or even decline slightly. But there is still no sign of budget cuts in strategic modernization or in the naval arena, say senior Department of Defense officials. Other information on the Soviet military budget remains classified as of mid-February. How the money is used may depend on how the military dice roll in the Soviet Union. Factionalism and factions within the factions inside the Soviet military leadership make it difficult to know how much the military is going its own way on some issues and what leadership elements it supports. Among reform elements are the so-called Far Easterners and the Afghansi, or veterans of the Afghan War. The Supreme Soviet Soyuz group, which battles the reformers, has an old-line, traditional notion of old-style military order. Indeed, a term for the hardliners is the Yazovs, quote-unquote, a reference to longtime Soviet Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov, Y-A-Z-O-V. As a member of the old guard, Yazov has likely urged Gorbachev to be a major player in the Gulf crisis and to position the Soviet Union as a first-line power after the war, analysts say. But many reformers advocate a softer, low-profile role. Well, as I said, I think Gorbachev's unsuccessful peace initiative, and that apparently is the view, at least of some of the people at Jane's Defense Analysis, is specifically was intended to blunt this U.S. flanking maneuver on the Soviet southern flank. We will talk next week about Boris Yeltsin's denunciation of Gorbachev at that time, and Yeltsin's, or the connections of people around Yeltsin to the American far right. I do not know what the effect is going to be on Gorbachev of this peace initiative. It would reportedly displease George Bush greatly, at least initially. Then reportedly Bush and his advisors softened their attitude. However, I don't know if that represents an accurate assessment. It would not surprise me if Gorbachev was assassinated at some point in the future. I will discuss that next week. I am absolutely convinced that Boris Yeltsin is the West's man. We will talk about that next week. But note that Yeltsin attacked Gorbachev and accused him of being a dictator at precisely the time that Gorbachev and his unsuccessful peace initiative were attempting to turn away this U.S. move onto the Soviet southern flank. Now, that particular article, again, was from the San Francisco Chronicle of Wednesday, February 27th of 1991, and it indicates that there is a struggle in the Soviet Union between the hardliners vis-a-vis military policy and reformers who favor a softer line, and it also discusses the Soviet military connection with Iraq. The Iraqis do have some top-line Soviet equipment, a lot of top-line Soviet tanks, some top-line Soviet aircraft. They, at least to a certain extent, have used a number of Soviet tactics and some Soviet military doctrine. It is noted, and we will talk about in a second, the fact that much of the Iraq equipment was several generations behind what the U.S. and its allies used in the Middle East. It should also be noted that Iraqi troops are widely regarded as being well below the level of the Soviet troops, not only in terms of training, but in terms of tactical skill as well. Still, that notwithstanding, it appears that U.S. military success in the Middle Eastern War has caused considerable alarm in Soviet military circles. This figures, although it remains to be absolutely seen for sure, it figures to strengthen the position of the hardliners, the military hardliners, the Yazovs, as that particular article referred to them, and it figures to assure higher levels of Soviet military spending with a resulting destructive effect on the Soviet civilian economy and on Soviet political fortunes as well in the future. Reading now from the Los Angeles Times of Friday, March 1st of 1991. This is an article by Elizabeth Shogren of the LA Times. Shogren is her last name. Its Dateline Moscow headlined, Allied Sweep Jars Soviets Military Chief Subheaded Kremlin. Defense Minister Yazov admits some weak spots, but he cites the older Iraqi weaponry. It reads in part as follows. Tactics used by Allied military forces to pummel Iraq in the Persian Gulf War clearly proved that the Soviet Union's air defense system has weak spots, quote-unquote, Defense Minister Dmitry T. Yazov said Thursday. Top-ranking Soviet military officers who predicted a long and drawn-out war in the Persian Gulf seemed to have been caught off guard by the rapid defeat of the Iraqi forces they had helped arm and train. Answering questions fired at him by national lawmakers, Yazov said the quick success enjoyed by U.S.-led forces in the war points to the need to revamp the Soviet Union's air defenses. Quote, what happened in Kuwait and Iraq necessitates a review of the attitude to Army air at... One more time. What happened in Kuwait and Iraq necessitates a review of the attitude to Army air defense and the country's entire air defense system, unquote, Yazov said. Quoting again, the Soviet military, he said, is analyzing the use of armed forces by the United States and other countries, unquote. The Soviet Marshal's assessment during the Supreme Soviet session was the first official acknowledgement that its military has been pushed to reevaluate its strategies based on what it saw during the Gulf conflict. Well, obviously, and the article goes on to point out that on the balance, the Soviets do not think that the poor performance of Iraqi military forces in the war represents an overall indictment of Soviet military tactics and equipment. They cite correctly that most of the Iraqi equipment, not all of it, but most of it, is a generation or two behind the Allied military equipment. The U.S. used state-of-the-art military equipment in that part of the world. Also points out that ultimately it is the training and performance of the troops which determines performance in wartime, and that the Iraqi troops' level of training is considerably, and tactical skill is considerably below that of the Soviet Union. That notwithstanding, it's also very clear that the performance of U.S. Air Forces in the war has put a scare, so to speak, into the Soviets, and that this is likely to maintain relatively high levels of military spending in the Soviet Union in years to come. We will go into that, by the way, that article once again from the Los Angeles Times of Friday, March 1st of 1991. In the New York Times of that same day, 3/1/91, there was another article which goes into the same information in greater depth. Reading now from the New York Times of March 1st of 1991. This is an article by Serge Schmemann, S-C-H-M-E-M-A-N-N, of the New York Times, datelined Moscow, and it's headlined, "Soviets say their weapons were not Iraqi's weak spot." It reads in part as follows. After witnessing the rout of an Iraqi army largely trained and armed by Moscow, Soviet generals have been quick to insist that they and their weapons are not to blame. In several articles and interviews, the Kremlin's military men have argued that Iraq did not have the latest in equipment, that supplies were limited, and that Soviet weapons used by Syria, for example, worked fine. You must also remember, wrote Major General Sergei A. Bogdanov, B-O-G-D-A-N-O-V, chief of the Center of Operational Strategic Studies of the Soviet General Staff, quote, that in the final reckoning, the outcome of any war is determined not so much by equipment as by the people who use it, unquote. While defending their own arms, the generals also stressed that the Western Allies used state-of-the-art weaponry from stealth bombers to laser-guided bombs. Some references to those weapons included ill-concealed suggestions that cuts in military spending were leaving the Soviet Union behind in military high technology. That last couple of sentences again, because they're critical. While defending their own arms, the generals also stressed that the Western Allies used state-of-the-art weaponry from stealth bombers to laser-guided bombs. Some references to those weapons included ill-concealed suggestions that cuts in military spending were leaving the Soviet Union behind in military high technology. In an interview in Izvestia, General Bogdanov's deputy, Major General Nikolai I. Kutsenko, K-U-T-S-E-N-K-O, was asked whether the Soviet army had weapons similar to those used by the coalition in Iraq. Yes, but not all, he replied, adding, again quoting, "This is something for our military research and development to think about," unquote. Military leaders singled out the superiority that the coalition demonstrated in the air as an area that would require special analysis. Speaking to the Soviet parliament, Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov said that, quote, "What happened in Kuwait and Iraq necessitates a review of the attitudes to Army air defense and the country's entire air defense system," unquote. The point was echoed by Colonel General Rakim S. Akhchurin, A-K-C-H-U-R-I-N, commander of Soviet anti-aircraft forces. Quote, "Today, our anti-air defenses are very capable of repelling the attacks of any air targets," he told TASS, quote, "but what will happen in 2 or 3 years? The echo of missile thunder in the desert must put us on our guard," unquote. Skipping down in the article. As the Izvestia interviewer put it to General Kutsenko, many people, whether we like it or not, perceive the conflict in the Gulf as a clash of American and Soviet military science, their arms and ours, and it is clear which side has the advantage, unquote. Skipping down again in the article. Major General Georgy V. Zhivitsa, Z-H-I-V-I-T-S-A, or Zhivitsa, Z-H-I-V-I-T-S-A, also of the Center for Operational Strategic Studies, told Izvestia that, quote, "The American military, like the military of its allies, succeeded in creating in a limited time in the Gulf a potent, many-echeloned, well-prepared group of its forces." General Zhivitsa likewise lauded the detailed preparations and reconnaissance and the successful selection of targets and time. And again, the articles pointed out that the same Soviet weapons had performed much better in other areas of the Middle East, notably when wielded by Syrian forces believed to be superior to those of the Iraqis. However, it's worth noting several things in this particular article, and again, that's from the New York Times of 3/1/91. It's worth noting that Soviet air defenses apparently are going to undergo a serious review, and it appears that the badly needed cuts in Soviet military spending, badly needed in order to shore up their civilian economy, because military spending is very unproductive vis-a-vis a civilian economy. We're going to go into that at much greater length and in considerable detail next week, but that the badly needed cuts in Soviet military spending are not going to be forthcoming because the Soviets believe, and I certainly cannot blame them for feeling this way, that there is considerable pressure on them to continue their military research and development in order to match the impressive performance of U.S. high-tech weapons, and in particular the performance of U.S. Air Forces and their various arms. Again, it is my feeling that one of the goals of the U.S. adventure into the Middle East, and again, when the U.S. national security establishment moves on any given issue, they only do so when it'll scratch several different issues at several different levels simultaneously, several different itches at several different levels simultaneously, but that this is aimed at provoking and promoting the hard line in the Soviet military. And as we've seen, there is a division in Soviet military thinking between reformers and old-liners, but that this is aimed at provoking the hardliners and the old-timers and necessitating or provoking continued Soviet military spending, in essence a form of psychological warfare, a form of Schrecklichkeit against the Soviets, and that continued high level of military spending is intended to destabilize the Soviets on the one hand by weakening their civilian economy and promoting political unrest in that already highly unstable country. At the same time, that will promote continued high levels of military spending. The adoption of a hard line by the Soviets will in turn necessitate, in the view of the U.S. national security establishment, a harder line by us, reducing projected military cuts by the United States and consequent continued billions of dollars in profits by the U.S. military industries. And that obviously will have a weakening effect on us. The only real winners of something like this are likely to be the Japanese and Germans. We'll talk about that again not only in weeks to come, but in a projected archive show called How the United States Lost the Second World War. It should be noted that the continued high levels of Soviet military spending, and that New York Times article indicated that the Soviets are alarmed by U.S. military performance, and that's likely to affect Soviet military outlays in the future, and in particular that they're worried that cuts in Soviet defense spending might give the U.S. a very significant technological advantage, at least vis-a-vis air forces in the future. It should be noted also that one other aspect of the Soviet economy may very well be affected, at least according to one observer, by the Middle Eastern War. Reading now from the San Francisco Chronicle of Monday, February 25th of 1991, in a column called World Insider by Edward Epstein, there's this particular item headlined, "Soviets Take It on the Chin," and it reads as follows. It hasn't fired a shot in the Iraq War, but the Soviet military has suffered a significant defeat nonetheless. The Soviet Army's tactics and arms have been a mainstay of Saddam Hussein's military establishment, and both were crushed under an American-led onslaught. Some examples. Iraq's Soviet-supplied air defense systems were knocked out in the first hours of the air war last month. The Soviet-built Scud missiles have been a dud militarily, although they have disrupted civilian life in Israel and Saudi Arabia. So far in the ground war, Soviet tanks either aren't a factor or are unable to stop the Allies' superior firepower. All this does not make for much of a sales brochure for Soviet arms exports, a type of trade that in recent years became a major earner of foreign currency for Moscow. That last sentence again because it's critical. All this does not make for much of a sales brochure for Soviet arms exports, a type of trade that in recent years became a major earner of foreign currency for Moscow. Interjecting, the earning of foreign currency has been a major goal of Soviet economic rehabilitation. Continuing, unless there is an international agreement on limiting arms sales to the Middle East after the war, countries in the area are going to be in the market for major infusions of arms. Soviet-made arms won't be their first choice, and the Soviets will be hard-pressed to offer easy financial terms to possible buyers because of their own enormous economic problems at home, experts on the Soviet military points out. So it is within the realm of possibility, although, again, the whole military situation there is more complex. The Allied forces, the American forces, were using state-of-the-art military technology, with the exception of some Iraqi tanks and a few Iraqi aircraft. The Iraqis were using 60s and 70s weapons, several generations, and in the New York Times article by Serge Schmeiman, U.S. military analysts agreed that the Soviets have more advanced weapons than and superior weapons to those used by the Iraqis. Still, the perception abroad that Soviet arms did not perform up to snuff, and certainly the Soviet General Staff itself is worried about the performance of their air defense systems, that perception abroad could reduce the Soviets' foreign military sales, thereby reducing their ability to earn foreign currency, thereby placing increased strain on their economy, thereby weakening their economy, thereby weakening them politically, and continuing to promote domestic unrest. This, I feel, was a major goal of the U.S. move into the Middle East. Once again, I think this represents something of a flanking maneuver, not necessarily to begin a military attack against the Soviet Union, although certainly, regardless of how many U.S. forces remain in the Middle East and for how long, the more favorable pro-American climate created by the U.S. move into that part of the world will make a quick military buildup in that part of the world much easier in the event of a future confrontation with the USSR. It is my belief that this was intended to help destabilize the Soviet Union by strengthening the hand of the hardliners, the Yazovs, so to speak, thereby maximizing Soviet defense spending in years to come, thereby weakening the Soviet civilian economy and weakening the Soviet Union politically as well. We will go into that at much greater length next week as we go into the destabilization of the USSR at considerable length. We're going to take a short break now, and we're going to come back with a devastating article from the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. We're going to talk about the Baltics and in activity that I feel is directly related to the U.S. move into the Middle East, a move onto the Soviet southern flank. It is my feeling that the massive program of U.S. interference in the Baltics, and we're going to take a look at that after a break, represents a potential move onto the Soviets' northern flank, and that too is intended to produce a Soviet hardline reaction, reviving the Cold War, maximizing Soviet military spending, and also maximizing U.S. military spending with the resulting billions of dollars in profits to the defense industries, to the detriment of our civilian economy as well. That information to follow after a musical break. We're now going to proceed with a very, very important article from the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. That issue is issue number 35, and that is the Covert Action Information Bulletin is a quarterly. This is their issue for the fall of 1990. For those of you who would like to subscribe to Covert Action or at least obtain this issue, the address for Covert Action Information Bulletin is P.O. Box 34583, Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. Once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. Now, one of the things that I believe is going on at the present time, in addition to what I have described about the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East as, in essence, a flanking maneuver against the Soviet Union. This has projected U.S. military power onto the Soviet southern flank, and even if it does not remain there, and it's certainly going to remain there in some form for some time, it will, because of the political changes made there, make it easier for the U.S. to effect a similar rapid military buildup in the future in the event of a confrontation, a military confrontation with the Soviet Union. My feeling is that the U.S. meddling in and destabilization of the Baltic states, and we're going to go into that right now, represents a similar maneuver on the Soviets' northern flank. Now, it should be noted that the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and we're going to talk about Lithuania, which is the center for the independence movements for the various dissident Soviet republics, that the Baltic states represent an absolutely critical military area for the Soviet Union. The Baltic states basically give the Soviets their only warm water ports, and the loss of the Baltic states through independence, even if the Baltic states were not hostile to the Soviets, and as we're going to see, there's indication that would be the case, the loss of the Baltics would be very devastating to the Soviet strategic position because it would enable NATO naval forces to operate with relative impunity in the Baltic Sea and on the Soviets' northern flank. Not only the very powerful air forces of the U.S., very powerful naval air forces of the U.S. carrier fleet, but also the cruise missiles, the Tomahawk missiles, which can carry nuclear warheads, which are carried by a number of American surface ships, not to mention U.S. submarines, would be able to operate with much greater effectiveness on the Soviets' northern flank than they otherwise would be. That would obviously greatly compromise the Soviets' military and strategic position. Because of that, the Soviets can be figured not to lose the Baltics, quote-unquote, under any circumstances. It should be noted that the Baltic states were obtained by the Soviet Union as a result of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, which the U.S. has never recognized. The Hitler-Stalin Pact, which has been widely criticized, is not, in my opinion, it may have been, it certainly was tough politically on some people, but it was a relatively intelligent military maneuver by Stalin. His failure to anticipate the German military invasion, the German attack, Operation Barbarossa in 1941, was a major failing of Stalin's as a military leader without even attempting to assess him as a political figure. Certainly, he was not exactly what one would term a social director. I think a lot of the things Stalin did, he really did not have a whole lot of choice in doing, but he certainly is not my model for a political leader. Nonetheless, I think, at least in certain respects, he has received a bad rap, and I think one of the things that he has received a bad rap about was his alliance with Hitler. To make a long story short, when Stalin was unable to put together an anti-Nazi coalition, he was trying to form alliances with various states to block Hitler's eastward expansion. When he was unable to do that, he signed a pact with Hitler, and in exchange for the non-aggression pact, he not only got a guarantee of Soviet hegemony in the Baltic states, which gave him, which strengthened the Soviets' northern flank, he also was ceded the eastern part of Poland, and also the province of Bessarabia, now known as Moldavia. This basically strengthened the Soviets' defensive position, and inasmuch as ultimately the German armies wound up being stalled on the outskirts of Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow, the Soviets' three largest cities, and most military analysts agree that had those three cities fallen, the Soviets would have lost the Second World War. The Hitler-Stalin Pact, from a pure military defensive standpoint, makes a considerable amount of sense. The U.S. has not ever recognized that, and there are indications that they're attempting to undo that particular alliance at the moment. It should be noted that with the erosion of virtual elimination of Soviet military influence in Eastern Europe, the loss of their cordon sanitaire, their buffer zone with the West, and with the increased U.S. political and military presence on the Soviet southern flank, the potential loss of the Baltics and quite possibly the breakup of the Soviet Union is certainly going to be deeply terrifying to the Soviet political and military leadership, and the Soviet military has also indicated, and the KGB have also indicated, they will not stand by and allow the Soviet Union to be broken up. It is a safe bet because of the enormously compromised strategic situation that the loss of the Baltics would place the Soviets in. They will not stand for the loss of the Baltics. It is my belief that U.S. meddling in Lithuania, which has become the center for independence agitation within not only the Baltic states, but also other potentially secessionist Soviet republics, it is my belief that the U.S. meddling, which we're going to look at here, and specifically the resurgence of fascist forces in Lithuania with U.S. sponsorship, that this is intended, like the U.S. move into the Middle East on the Soviet southern flank, to destabilize the Soviet Union by by basically threatening the compromising of their northern flank and the critical compromising of their strategic situation. Soviet naval forces would be greatly hampered by the loss of the Baltics. I believe that what we're about to go into as well represents an attempt by the U.S. to, again, provoke a hardline reaction by the USSR in order to assure continued high levels of Soviet military spending with resulting economic and political destabilization of the Soviet Union, also continued high levels of U.S. military spending with the attendant billions of dollars in profits that our post-World War II defense industries have grown accustomed to. I would even go so far as to say addicted to. We're now going to go into a very important and very terrifying article that once again is carried in Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35 from the fall of 1990. This is an article entitled NED, Meddles in Lithuania. That's subtitled NED, that stands for the National Endowment for Democracy, a very inappropriately named organization, as we shall see, but NED, Meddles in Lithuania. Its full title is Nurturing Baltic Reaction. The author is Philip Bonosky, B-O-N-O-S-K-Y. The bio information on Bonosky is as follows. Philip Bonosky was born of Lithuanian immigrant parents and has made frequent trips to Lithuania. He recorded some of his impressions in the book Beyond the Borders of Myth, New York, Praxis Publishers, 1970. And in this particular article, Philip Bonosky goes into not only the very obvious and apparently ongoing U.S. involvement with the Lithuanian independence movement, and it should be noted that it was a recent Soviet military crackdown in the Baltic states, but beyond that it points out the enormous residual Third Reich political activity inside Lithuania under U.S. sponsorship. The main vehicle for residual Third Reich activity inside of Lithuania are two closely linked organizations, the New York-based Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, LCRA, and the Lithuanian Information Center, or LIC. The LCRA and the LIC are very closely linked here. They, in turn, have received heavy funding from the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, an inappropriately named organization which has basically been used by U.S. intelligence and the military to interfere in the affairs of foreign countries for quite some time. We're going to begin reading this particular article, once again subheaded NED, Meddles in Lithuania, Nurturing Baltic Reaction by Philip Bonosky. It reads, we're not going to read absolutely all of the article, but the vast bulk of it. In the first section here, some history of Lithuania is gone into, and in particular, the descriptions of those two organizations, LCRA and LIC, are laid out. In April of 1990, the Soviet Republic of Lithuania startled the world by declaring itself independent of the USSR. The U.S. has not yet recognized Lithuania as independent, and Bush's political remarks have been moderate. But beneath this facade of calm statecraft, there runs a familiar current of silent U.S. involvement in the political affairs of another country. The most visible intervention has been via the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, which has supplied funds, equipment, and advice to the principal nationalist opposition party, Sąjūdis, spelled S-A-G-U-D-I-S. I would interrupt here. There are a number of Lithuanian names here that I'm going to be reading. My Lithuanian is non-existent. I may be mispronouncing some of these names. The listeners will bear with me. I'm going to do the best I can, but I've never heard most of these words spoken aloud, so I'm going to basically shoot from the hip if I incorrectly mispronounce many of these names, and I'd be willing to bet I do. Well, don't shoot the piano player. He's doing the best he can, so I'm going to improvise on the pronunciation of these Lithuanian names. Continuing. NED has chosen to funnel its Lithuanian aid through one organization, the New York-based Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, or LCRA, and its propaganda arm, the Lithuanian Information Center, or LIC. These two organizations are run by arch-conservative Catholic clergy. The founder, current board chair, and the man who has, quote, presided over the steady growth and increasing effectiveness, unquote, of LCRA, Bishop Vincentis Burgis, and his name is spelled V-I-N-C-E-N-T-A-S, and Burgis, and I'm not sure how that's pronounced, is B-R-I-Z-G-Y-S, was allegedly a Nazi collaborator during World War II. One more time. The founder, current board chair, and the man who has, quote, presided over the steady growth and increasing effectiveness of LCRA, Bishop Vincentus Burgess, was allegedly a Nazi collaborator during World War II. Burgess vehemently denies the charge. Sejudas itself is linked in a variety of ways to the symbols and sentiments of the fascist and Nazi periods in Baltic history. And we're now going to go into, in the next section, those Nazi and fascist periods. Lithuania lies on the eastern shore of the Baltic Sea, bordered on the south by Poland, on the north by the Latvian SSR, and on the east by the Belarusian SSR. It is the westernmost extent of the Soviet Union, with a population, as of 1980, of just over 3 million. In the 14th century, invading Germans conquered the area and imposed the Catholic faith. In the modern era, Lithuania has been repeatedly buffeted by the shifting political and military map of Europe. Lithuania declared independence from Tsarist Russia in 1918, but in 1926, the Nationalist Party took power through a military coup. Declaring himself president, Augustus Voldemaris, Augustus Voldemares, and his premier, Antanas Smetona, Antanas Smetona, shaped Lithuania into Europe's second fascist state, based explicitly on the example of Mussolini's Italy. That last sentence again. Declaring himself, let me read those last two sentences again. Lithuania declared independence from Tsarist Russia in 1918, but in 1926, the Nationalist Party took power through a military coup. Declaring himself president, Augustus Voldemaris and his premier, Antanas Smetona, shaped Lithuania into Europe's second fascist state, based explicitly on the example of Mussolini's Italy. Lithuania remained a dictatorship until 1939, when Smetona fled to the U.S., and a new parliament voted unanimously to become a constituent republic of the USSR. With the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, Lithuania's nationalists returned briefly to power and assisted the Nazis in the swift, systematic slaughter of more than 130,000 Lithuanian Jews, communists, and other, quote, undesirables, unquote. Let's sum up this particular section, because it's important that we understand this before we proceed into the rest of the article. First of all, the main vehicles, and they are interrelated, for the U.S. covert action inside Lithuania are the Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, or LCRA, and the Lithuanian Information Center, or LIC, they in turn being used by the National Endowment for Democracy. It should be noted here, perhaps in this context, that in Radio Free America number 17, we went into the long-standing pattern of cooperation between elements of the Catholic Church, the Vatican, and fascism. This is not meant as an impugnment of the Catholic faith. As I pointed out extensively in that particular broadcast, one should not equate the Vatican with Catholicism any more than you should equate the White House with the United States as a whole. But it's worth noting in this context. It's worth noting again that the Lithuania had been part of the Russian Empire for many years. It declared its independence in 1918 when the Bolshevik Revolution occurred. In 1926, the Nationalist Party, about which we will say more in a minute, took power, and that the Nationalist Party specifically shaped Lithuania into the second European fascist state, specifically modeled on the example of Mussolini's Italy. By the way, we went into Mussolini's fascist state, the corporate state, in Uncle Sam and Il Duce, subtitled American Support for Mussolini and the Mythology of the Corporate State. So mainly we want to bear in mind here Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid and the Lithuanian Information Center, their support from the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, and bear in mind Lithuania's explicitly fascist past, path actually appropriate, because as we're going to see, Lithuania's past and Lithuania's present are converging in a very disturbing fashion. Continuing with the description of how NED has become involved in Lithuania. In April of 1990, a 34-year-old American, William J.H. Huff, H-O-U-G-H III, was very busy in Lithuania. Huff was sent to Lithuania, although he doesn't speak Lithuanian, as legal advisor to Vytautas Landsbergis, the leader of the Nationalist Party. By the way, the leader's name is Vytautas Landsbergis. That last sentence again. In April of 1990, a 34-year-old American, William J.H. Huff III, was very busy in Lithuania. Huff was sent to Lithuania, although he doesn't speak Lithuanian, as legal advisor to Vytautas Landsbergis, the leader of the Nationalist Party. He was recommended by LCRA-LIC, which the U.S. press has cited as very enthusiastic about his work. Cooperating closely with Huff, LCRA-LIC has supplied Sejudas with paper, photocopy machines, computers, laser printers, fax machines, and video cameras. With additional political and technical expertise, Vilnius quickly became a communications hub for secessionist forces in Lithuania and other Soviet republics. And I would note in that context on the back of this issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, there is a photograph of members of the Ukrainian Nationalist Organization arriving in Vilnius to voice their support for independence. The OUN-UPA we went into in Radio Free America shows 1. We went back into it in 14 and 15, as well as in the miscellaneous archive show Nazis and Anti-Semites on George Bush's campaign. That was a major organization which cooperated first with the Third Reich and later with the Gehlen Organization, CIA, and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Continuing with Bonosky's article about nurturing Baltic reaction, talking about William J.H. Huff. Professionally, Huff is a lawyer. He was also an editor of the New York Law School Journal of International and Comparative Law, which published in its winter 1985 issue his book-length article entitled, quote, "The Annexation of the Baltic States and Its Effect on the Development of Law Prohibiting Forcible Seizure of Territory." Huff describes the interwar period of Lithuanian history as one of, quote, "political and constitutional stability," unquote, and again quoting, "progress toward the restoration of full democracy." Just how ludicrous that interwar period of Lithuanian history, or that description of Lithuanian interwar history. I think it's, in light of the fact that this was a fascist state modeled on Mussolini's Italy, I think it's pretty clear that Huff has some very serious biases. Just how serious those biases are, we are about to see. For that last sentence again, Huff describes the interwar period of Lithuanian history as one of, quote, "political and constitutional stability," unquote, and again quoting, "progress toward the restoration of full democracy," unquote. He fails to mention the collaboration of nationalists and Nazis. In his public justifications of secession, Landsbergis has frequently referred to Huff's interpretation of Lithuanian history. Huff's history of Lithuania must be reassuring to NED's ideologues and their Lithuanian clients, some of whom share a past they might reasonably prefer to forget. Interesting footnote to that passage about Huff and some of his past associations. Huff worked from 1986 to 1987 as law clerk to then New Hampshire Supreme Court Justice David Souter, recently confirmed as Bush's first appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court. I don't know how significant that association is, but it certainly doesn't make me feel very good about David Souter, the unknown who's now an associate Supreme Court justice. So again, in this particular period, we're looking in this particular section here before we move on. William J.H. Huff is the individual who is operating on behalf of NED and LCRA/LIC in Vilnius, Lithuania, political advisor to Landsbergis, the head of Sejudas, and a person who describes fascist Lithuania as, quote, its period as political and constitutional stability and, quote, progress toward the restoration of full democracy. Just how ludicrous that is, we will see presently. Continuing with Bonosky's article, during the past 2 years, NED has granted $70,000 to LCRA-LIC. They are not obviously democratic organizations. Interjecting that is something of an understatement, as we shall see. Founded in 1961 to, quote, provide the church under the Soviet oppression with spiritual and material assistance, unquote, LCRA's parent organization was the Lithuanian Roman Catholic Priests League. The quiet obscurity of this group belies the welcome they receive in the halls of power. LCRA Executive Director Father Kazimir Pujepshis and that's spelled Pugevicius, served in 1983 on an advisory committee to Senator Charles Percy, Republican of Illinois, then a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was also welcomed in the Reagan White House in 1986. According to LCRA-LIC, its 1990 grant application to NED requested $618,300 and outlined its ambitious proposal as follows. 5 separate pro-democratic organizations would receive technical and material aid. The first, a coalition of democratic parties enjoying broad support in Lithuania and capable of assuming leading roles in the new legislature, would receive computer and audio-visual equipment. Communications and video equipment will also be transported to the Sejudis Information Agency. According to NED, funds went only to Sejudis. That's an interjection by the author. Continuing, the second part of the project would ensure a continuous supply of much-needed paper for independent publishers and organizations. The dramatic increase in the number of democratic groups in Lithuania in the past year has caused severe shortages in the very limited pool of resources. Because of the greater degree of liberalization in Lithuania, this republic has emerged as the publishing center for the independent groups throughout the Soviet Union. Then continuing with Bonosky's text here. Within weeks of the arrival of these goods, traditional sources of information in Lithuania were suppressed or taken over by Sejudis. Nationalist sympathizers cut off broadcast programming from Moscow, and Lithuania was soon flooded with secessionist propaganda. In the ensuing election, Sejudis managed to dominate the scene by riding the crest of a wave of nationalist sentiment. It won a majority in the Seim, S-E-I-M, or Parliament. In March, a hastily convened session of Parliament voted for secession 91-38 in a matter of hours. Laws were passed curbing opposition newspapers and changing the flag and national anthem, reverting to versions in use during the nationalist period. As to whether or what of real substance had changed, Sejudis remained silent. Those last couple of sentences again. Laws were passed curbing opposition newspapers and changing the flag and national anthem, reverting to versions in use during the nationalist period. And a couple of pages later, there's a picture of the current Lithuanian emblem, and it shows a white knight on a red field, and it's captioned, under Sejudis, Lithuania has replaced hammer and sickle with the white knight on a red field used by the Svandorii during the nationalist and fascist period of the 20s and 30s. We'll go into the Svandorii, spelled S-A-V-A-N-D-O-R-I-A-I. In just a second. They were the fascist militia during the nationalist/fascist period. They then, many of them anyway, jumped enthusiastically to the Third Reich and became Third Reich proxies during the Nazi occupation of the Baltics. So, summing up what we've seen in that particular section, again, the expansion of NED activity in Lithuania under the auspices of LCRA/LIC is paramount. It's worth noting that Sejudis was the main beneficiary, obviously, of this activity in as much as William Huff was the chief advisor to Landsbergis, that they not only cut off broadcast programming from Moscow. Obviously, that's something which is going to greatly provoke Moscow. They voted for secession, and they advocated secession, but that they curbed opposition newspapers. That is anything but democratic. And they also changed the flag and the national anthem to those used during the fascist and nationalist period. Anything but democratic, and as we shall see, that is apparently symptomatic of exactly the kinds of forces being promoted in Lithuania. Continuing with Bonosky's article. To Lithuanians old enough to remember the Second World War, the energetic activities of Sejudis, LCRA, and LIC must seem vaguely familiar. Landsbergis' father was a member of the Svandorii, or nationalist militia, who fought the Russians in 1918 and 19, helped enforce the successive dictatorships of Valdemarsky and Smetona, and collaborated with the German occupation. The last sentence again. Landsbergis' father was a member of the Svandorii, or nationalist militia, who fought the Russians in 1918 and 19, helped enforce the successive dictatorships of Valdemarsky and Smetona, and collaborated with the German occupation. A reporter for Der Spiegel wrote in April of 1990 that, quote, "Everybody fears Sejudas. Anyone who attacks Sejudas is declared an enemy of the people by Landsbergis, and that happens very quickly," unquote. In addition, the Spandorii, illegal under Soviet law, have been revived under the leadership of retired army officers. And again here, I think it's worth noting that Landsbergis' father was a member of the Spandorii. In addition to banning opposition newspapers and advocating secession, the Spandorii were revived. The national anthem and flag were changed back to those that were in use during the fascist and nationalist period. And as we shall see, the Spandorii collaborated enthusiastically with the Third Reich during the German occupation of Lithuania. Continuing with Bonosky's article. Prior to the German invasion in June of 1944, a Berlin-based Lithuanian Information Bureau, unquote, the propaganda arm of the Lithuanian Activist Front, a nationalist exile organization, sent the following message into Lithuania. Quote, "Liberation is close at hand. Uprisings must be started in the cities, towns, and villages of Lithuania. Communists and other traitors must be arrested at once. The traitor will be pardoned only provided he proves beyond doubt that he has killed one Jew at least." In the book Blowback, Christopher Simpson crisply summarizes part of the, quote, "liberation," unquote, that followed. Municipal killing squads employing Lithuanian Nazi collaborators eliminated 46,692 Jews in fewer than 3 months, according to their own reports, mainly by combining clock-like liquidation of 500 Jews per day in the capital city of Vilnius with mobile, quote, "cleanup," unquote, sweeps through the surrounding countryside. Such squads were consistently used by the Nazis for their dirty work that even the SS believed to be beneath the dignity of the German soldier. On August 4th, 1941, the Lithuanian Activist Front, installed as a provisional government, taking care to cooperate fully with the... one more time. On August 4th, the Lithuanian Activist Front, installed as a provisional government, taking care to... this is a misprint. On August 4th, 1941, the Lithuanian Activist Front was installed as a provisional government, taking care to cooperate fully with the Nazis. The invaders let President Juozas Ambrazevicius, I'm going to call it, that name is Juozas, Ambrazevicius, Ambrazevicius, I'll call it. One more time. The invaders let President Juozas Ambrazevicius' government stand for 3 months, during which time the worst of the killings occurred. After the war, Ambrazevicius fled to the U.S., where he changed his name to Brazaitis, Brazaitis. The crimes which prompted the post-war flight of many Lithuanian nationalists were starkly documented in the Jaeger report, an unofficial count by the SS officer who supervised the massacres, and that's quoted here. Einsatzkommando 3, Kovno, December 1st, 1941, secret state document. Summary of all executions carried out in the sphere of action of Einsatzkommando 3 up to December 1st, 1941. Einsatzkommando 3 took over its duties as security police in Lithuania on the 2nd day of July, 1941. In compliance with my directives and on my order, the Lithuanian partisans have carried out the following executions. And then returning to Bonosky's text, what followed was a chronological accounting of the activities of the killing squads. Victims were neatly categorized: Jewish men, Jewish women, Jewish children, Poles, Lithuanian communists, Russian communists, intellectual Jews, lunatics, gypsies, political instructors, Armenians. After the first 3,000 deaths, Jaeger apparently decided that the Lithuanian nationalists alone were not equal to the task. Again, quoting from the Third Reich document, the Jaeger report, by the way, an SS report, after organizing a mobile unit under SS Obersturmführer Hamann, Hamann, and 8 to 10 tried men of EK3, the following actions were carried out in cooperation with the Lithuanian partisans. Before the EK3 assumed security duties, the partisans themselves killed 4,000 Jews through pogroms and executions. I can state today that the goal of solving the Jewish problem in Lithuania has been reached by EK3. There are no Jews in Lithuania anymore except the work Jews and their families. The goal to clear Lithuania of Jews could be achieved only thanks to men who adopted my goal without any reservations and managed to secure the cooperation of the Lithuanian partisans and the respective civil offices. One more time, quoting the last couple of sentences, the goal to clear Lithuania of Jews could only be achieved thanks to men who adopted my goal without any reservations and managed to secure the cooperation of the Lithuanian partisans and the respective civil offices. The final tally of those killed was 137,346. As the report clearly indicates, the Nazis were assisted by both the paramilitary bands associated with the nationalists and by those in positions of authority, including members of the Catholic clergy. Well, summing up what we looked at in that particular section of the article, we have looked at what happened in Lithuania under the Third Reich occupation, and it should be noted that, again, Landsbergis, the head of Sejudis, aided by NED and LCRA-LIC, Landsbergis' father was a member of the Svandorii, the fascist/nationalist militia, which collaborated enthusiastically with the Third Reich. Recall that Sejudis and Landsbergis changed the Lithuanian flag and national anthem to those in use during the fascist and nationalist period. It should be noted also that the Svandorii, illegal under Soviet law, were revived by Landsbergis and Sejudis, and this is an organization which collaborated enthusiastically with the Third Reich in their brutal excesses in Lithuania during the Second World War. It should also be noted here that Archbishop Marcinkus, we looked at in connection with the Vatican banking scandals and with the P2 machinations inside the Vatican, is also Lithuanian, also from the Chicago area, and as we're going to see, Bishop Burgess, if that's the correct pronunciation of the name, is also from that area. Note also, before we move on, that the fellow Jusas Ambrazevskis, I'm going to call it Ambrazevicius, again, fled to the United States, which has proved such a very safe haven for so many fascists and Nazis over the years. Continuing with the next section here of Bonosky's article, as auxiliary bishop of Kaunas, or Kovno, Kaunas, or Kovno, during the German occupation, Bishop Vincentus Burgess, founder of LCRA-LIC, lent his spiritual authority to fascism. When the Nazis retreated, so did he. First to Germany, then to Chicago, where he has lived, worked, and carried the nationalist banner for 25 years. Bear in mind, this is the fellow who founded LCRA-LIC, the organization being used by NED and the U.S. national security establishment to interfere in the affairs of Lithuania. The clergy hated socialism for very clear reasons. The socialist government which came to power in 1939 had separated church and state. Church property was confiscated, including large farms where peasants labored under semi-feudal conditions eliminated elsewhere in Europe centuries before. Clergy were removed from government and the educational system, two institutions where they had long wielded powerful influence. Archbishop Schwereckas, I'm going to call it Skvirecks, Burgess Superior, documented the bishop's collaborationist activities with evident satisfaction. The Archbishop's diary for July 1st, 1941, reveals that Burgess made contact, quote, with the representative of the German government for the Baltic states, Dr. Gruffe, Groffe, formerly head of Gestapo in East Prussia, who proposed that he, Burgess, should make an appeal to the people to behave quietly and pursue their daily business with confidence without any fear that they might be harmed. One more time, Archbishop Schwereckas, Burgess Superior, documented the bishop's collaborationist activities with evident satisfaction. The Archbishop's diary for July 1st, 1941, reveals that Burgess made contact, quote, with the representative of the German government for the Baltic states, Dr. Gruffe, formerly head of Gestapo in East Prussia, who proposed that he, Burgess, should make an appeal to the people to behave quietly and pursue their daily business with confidence without any fear that they might be harmed, unquote. Bear in mind, once again, the fellow that Archbishop Schwereckas is referring to is his immediate subordinate, Burgess, who is the head and founder or was the founder, I should say, of LCRA-LIC, the main U.S. vehicle for involvement in Lithuania. Continuing here with the article. On June 30th of 1941, the Archbishop had written, quote, "The ideas in Mein Kampf on the question of the Bolshevik Jewish contagion are splendid. They prove that Hitler is not only an enemy of the Jews, but generally speaking, has the right ideas." One more time, this is the fellow who founded LCRA-LIC, Archbishop Vincentus Burgess. On June 30th, 1941, the Archbishop had written, quote, "The ideas in Mein Kampf on the question of the Bolshevik Jewish contagion are splendid. They prove that Hitler is not only an enemy of the Jews, but generally speaking has the right ideas," unquote. An appeal to welcome the Nazis was broadcast by radio, then published in a major Communist newspaper signed by Schwerekas, Burgess, and Vicar General Saulus. That's S-A-U-L-Y-S. Their signatures were also on a formal telegram of thanks to Hitler for, quote, "Lithuania's liberation," sent in the middle of July of 1941. That telegram and those obnoxious views, again, coming from Burgess. Continuing with Bonosky's text, as the Nazis and their collaborators implemented the diabolical logic of Mein Kampf, Burgess, quote, "set an example for the entire population by forbidding the clergy to aid the Jews in any way," unquote. He also urged from his pulpit and via radio and newspaper that Lithuanians cooperate with the Nazis. When the Soviet army, led by its 16th Lithuanian Division, drove the Nazis out in 1944, Burgess fled to safety in Germany and then to the U.S. Sent to the Archdiocese of Chicago, he helped launch Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid in 1961 and served as LCRA president until 1986. He is now chair of the board of directors. Well, that passage tragically and disgustingly speaks very clearly for itself. Archbishop Burgess obviously was an enthusiastic Third Reich proxy and worked hand in glove with the Third Reich, and not only was it a practical consideration, he obviously was in agreement with the goals of the Third Reich. Another interesting connection here is discussed by, and it's also worth noting again that he fled first to Germany, then to the U.S., and settled in Chicago, which is where Archbishop Marcinkus also comes from, himself a Lithuanian, and in light of the pro-fascist and pro-U.S. intelligence activities of the P2, founded by Licio Gelli, himself an Oberleutnant in the SS, Archbishop Marcinkus' situation and possible connection to Archbishop Burgess and the events and elements we're talking about here are to be borne in mind. Continuing here with the very last section of this article that I'm going to read, a couple of other interesting connections here of LCRA, LIC. Director of Special Projects for LCRA-LIC is Raza Razgaitis, R-A-Z-G-A-I-T-I-S, stepdaughter of accused war criminal Jurgis Juodis, J-U-R-G-I-S, J-U-O-D-I-S. Because of his involvement as a nationalist military officer in the massacres of 1941, Juodis became the subject of a Justice Department Office of Special Investigations, or OSI, inquiry in 1981. In addition to her work with LCRA, Razgaitis is head of, quote, Americans for Due Process, unquote, an organization, quote, formed solely to challenge the activities of the Justice Department's War Crimes Unit, unquote. She is also a friend of Patrick Buchanan, through whom she gained access to the Reagan White House when Buchanan was communications director. Just as Landsbergis, the head of Sejudis' father, was a member of the Svandorii, the fascist militia, and just as he revived not only the fascist national anthem and flag in Lithuania, and revived the Svandorii, the enthusiastic collaborators with the Nazis in the excesses I've described here, so this other key member of LCRA, the director of special projects, is the daughter of another accused war criminal, also tight with Patrick Buchanan. Continuing here. AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland is a longtime member of the Cold Warrior clique Committee on the Present Danger and supports CIA manipulation of labor movements around the globe. Kirkland has welcomed Landsbergis as a friend during his U.S. visits. Kirkland's name was on an open letter to President Bush published in the April 22, 1990 New York Times, calling for immediate recognition of Lithuanian independence. Kirkland is on the NED board. It's interesting here that we find AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland working with these same sorts of individuals. I have spoken for many years about the coming of fascism to America. The use by the CIA and the U.S. national security establishment of the AFL-CIO and other labor organizations to promote political reaction and fascism around the world, I think indicates, to a certain extent at least, the extent to which the United States is becoming national socialist. We have labor basically being bent to do the will of the fascists and essentially becoming an extension of fascism and the U.S. national security establishment. Not all of labor, obviously, but key elements of it, in this case, Lane Kirkland. Well, obviously, this is a disturbing article. I'm going to take a very short musical break, come back, and I'm going to discuss the implications of this article and read the last couple of articles that I'm going to have in tonight's prepared portion. And that will sum up the first installment of this very important archive show, The Destabilization of the USSR, Prelude to World War III, ? Well, good evening. Welcome back once again. I think it's pretty apparent that the U.S. projection of political involvement, and who knows, ultimately perhaps military involvement, in Lithuania is anything but independent, anything but democratic, I should say. Lithuania may become independent, although, again, the Soviet military has indicated flat out that they will not stand for the breakup of the Soviet Union. There is, I think, a distinct possibility of civil war inside the USSR, which could ultimately result in a nuclear incident. We will talk about that more next week. Who knows just what ripple effect a nuclear incident inside the Soviet Union might have. Could precipitate World War III. It's one of the things that I'm afraid of, at least as a possibility. May be unlikely, but we will find out. I think it's very apparent, though, that the Lithuanian independence movement is anything but democratic. If that's democracy, I would hate to see fascism. One of the things that I think is going on is an attempt by the United States and the elements it's using in Lithuania, NED, LCRA, and LIC, with its obvious fascist and Nazi antecedents and activities and sentiments, is I think this is an attempt to deliberately provoke a Soviet reaction. There has already been such a reaction, and my feeling is that this was intended. It is my belief that the goal of the United States, as I said, is a destabilization of the USSR by forcing a hard line with resulting high Soviet military spending, with resulting economic and political destabilization of the Soviet Union. The political destabilization because of the economic destabilization. My feeling is that the fascist elements being elevated by the U.S. and its allies in Lithuania are intended to provoke a reaction. I think ultimately Sejudas and Landsbergis and people like that are intended as sacrificial lambs. Certainly with the legacy of World War II under their belt, the Soviet national security establishment is not likely to take it is certainly likely to take a very dim view of these kind of things and is not likely to tolerate them. And again, I do not think that the Soviets are going to tolerate a loss of the Baltics, so to speak, and I believe that the covert action we have just described, with its obvious use of residual Nazi and fascist elements, with ties obviously going back to the Gehlen organization, that represents basically a move onto the Soviets' northern flank. And bear in mind what I said about the Baltics. They are an absolutely critical area for the Soviets, strategically speaking, because that allows them access to the Baltic Sea so that they can project their naval forces into the Baltic Sea and at least attempt to neutralize NATO naval forces that might operate in that area. The destabilization of the Soviet northern flank with the U.S. thrust onto the Soviet southern flank in the Middle East represents, I think, not only at least from an overview standpoint, a flanking maneuver against the Soviets, but an attempt, as I said, to destabilize them, provoke a hard line with the resulting effect, and we will go into this next week at much greater length, the resulting economic and consequent destabilization of the Soviet Union. The last two articles that I'm going to read this evening both come from the New York Times of Tuesday, February 26th, of 1991. At the bottom of the front page of that particular edition of the New York Times, we find the following article: Warsaw Pact agrees to dissolve its military alliance by March 31st. It's by Celestine Bohlen, B-O-H-L-E-N. Dateline Budapest. It reads in part as follows. Fatally stricken by the collapse of Soviet power in Eastern Europe, the Warsaw Pact today signed its own obituary with an agreement to dissolve the 36-year-old military alliance by March 31st. The future of the treaty's political links will be decided at another meeting in Prague in June, but spokesmen for the new democracies in Eastern Europe today made clear that it is a matter of time and formalities before all traces of the old Soviet-dominated alliance disappear. Quote, "When you deprive the Warsaw Treaty of its military essence, it becomes more or less an empty shell," unquote, said the Polish Foreign Minister Krzysztof Szubieski, Skubzewski, at a news conference where representatives of the Soviet Union were notably absent. As the Warsaw Pact dissolves, and obviously that has to make the Soviet military planners and political planners that much edgier, we find on page A5 of the same edition of the New York Times, this being February 26th of 1991, the following story by Michael Wines of the New York Times, WINES, headlined, "Americans say new uncertainties are putting new life into NATO." Dateline Washington, it reads in part as follows. Just as the demise of the Warsaw Pact appeared ready to deal a symbolic blow to NATO's role as defender of Europe, the Persian Gulf War and the erosion of Soviet reforms have joined to pump new vigor into the aging Western military alliance, Bush administration officials say. The Soviet crisis, capped by an army crackdown in the Baltic republics, dashed hopes that Europe could finally safely dismiss Moscow's military threat, the officials said. Meanwhile, Iraq's seizure of Kuwait's oil industry awakened Europeans to the fact that the Soviets were not the sole danger to their collective security. As a result, those and other officials say NATO's dominant role in European military issues is unlikely to ebb soon, even though the alliance faces wrenching political strains. NATO may even grow a bit. Some of the officials add, as nations of the old communist bloc seek to tie themselves to NATO's security policies as a counterweight to the Soviets' unpredictability. Well, again, what we're seeing here, according to the Bush people, is a strengthening, or at least a perpetuation and new life, quote-unquote, into NATO, even as the Warsaw Pact is fading completely, it's being dissolved. This obviously has to make the Soviets that much edgier, with the resulting promotion of a hard line for reasons I've already indicated. Beyond that, it's to be noted that one of the forces doing this is the Soviet army crackdown in the Baltic republics. Well, as we've seen, what's happening in the Baltic republics is anything but democratic, and it is my feeling that the deliberate projection of Third Reich elements into the political scene in Lithuania and the other Baltic states, bear in mind that Lithuania has become a center for secessionist activity in other Soviet republics, and we'll look at that in weeks to come. I do not think that could be expected to do anything but provoke a Soviet crackdown. I think ultimately the Baltics and Sejudas and Landsbergis are intended by the U.S. national security establishment as a sacrificial lamb, much the way the Hungarian independence movement was deliberately sacrificed in 1956. I think that this again represents a destabilization attempt at the Soviet Union, intended to revive the Cold War, provoke continued high levels of Soviet military spending in order to destabilize the Soviet Union economically. We will be going into this at considerable length next week. I think also that the tying of old communist nations of Eastern Europe to NATO is likely to further aggravate the Soviet situation, making further instability probable. And obviously, again, this is not going to make Soviet military and strategic planners feel very secure about what's going to happen. All of these things will be reviewed next week, and we will go into other information as we move into the series about the destabilization of the USSR at greater length. I think ultimately, although we were being told that the removal of Soviet influence in Eastern Europe represented a triumph for democracy, etc., and that it harbored a new era of world peace, again, what we're seeing in Lithuania is anything but democracy. There are disturbing indications that similar events are underway to a certain extent in other Eastern European countries. We will be going into that in weeks to come. I think ultimately the erosion of Soviet influence in Eastern Eastern Europe may turn out to be a process analogous to the way Hitler was able to acquire territories such as Czechoslovakia, the Rhineland, and other areas without a shot being fired. The Anschluss of Austria, this may prove to be a peaceful prelude to a very violent and bloody period. We will talk about that again in weeks to come. If this is democracy, I'd hate to see fascism, what's going on in Lithuania. And bearing in mind one of my favorite quotes, this coming from author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead and buried. It isn't even past." I want to apologize for my attempts at the Lithuanian names. My Lithuanian is not existent, and it's not a language which is very hospitable to the American linguistic palate, so please bear with me, and as I'm sure I mispronounced many of those Lithuanian names. We will be going into we will be reviewing this material next week and going into the destabilization of the Soviet Union at much greater length, and in particular the effects of the Reagan military buildup on the Soviet national security establishment and their economy. Well, good evening. Welcome back once again to One Step Beyond. I'm going to give you a rundown now of what we're going to be talking about in tonight's second installment of an ongoing archive series entitled The Destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. And we're going to begin by taking a look at an editorial that appeared in or part of an editorial, I really should say, that appeared in the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle on February 24th of this year. This is the rumination of an individual I'm not particularly fond of, William Randolph Hearst, whose political opinions basically fall somewhere to the right of those of Ivan the Terrible. He, however, has some interesting things to say here, and I think it reflects quite accurately the viewpoint of the American right on not only on the future of American and Soviet relations, but also on the recent abortive peace initiative by President Mikhail Gorbachev. He made an unsuccessful attempt to forestall the ground attack in Kuwait, and his peace initiative failed. And in the opinion of William Randolph Hearst, that represented an unsuccessful attempt by Gorbachev to defend the Soviet Union's southern flank, and that is exactly how I view the situation. So we will peruse some of the views of William Randolph Hearst Jr., and by doing so we will get an idea, I think, of just how the right sees what's going on. And in case people had not noticed, the far right, literally fascist elements, are firmly in control in these United States, and if that seems incredible or fantastic, well, stick around, because reality is the best of all educators, in my opinion. From that very same San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle, we will be viewing another analysis article which develops further how the right sees the unsuccessful Gorbachev peace initiative and what this portends both for the Soviet Union and for U.S.-Soviet relations. This particular article basically forecasts that those relations may very well be suffering. It is my opinion that those relations have been intended to suffer, and that what has been forecast as the end of the Cold War is not the end of the Cold War at all, but rather a period which could be compared in certain respects with the land grab that Hitler acquired prior to the Second World War. Recall that Hitler was able to acquire first the Rhineland, then the Sudetenland, first the Rhineland, and then Austria, then the Sudetenland, and then all of Czechoslovakia without firing a shot. I think the forces of political reaction in this in the West, have been able to do something very similar with the so-called coming of democracy to Eastern Europe. It is non-socialist, all right, but as we will be seeing, what is happening in Eastern Europe is not democratic by any stretch of the imagination. Not to say that there are not democratic elements there, but they are not in ascendancy, and I think basically history will show that what is happening now in Eastern Europe is not the return of democracy, although really Eastern Europe was never democratic, not even before the Soviets put Eastern Europe under their thumb, but rather what we are seeing is the return of fascism to Eastern Europe. In many of the countries which had previously been in the Warsaw Pact, which is in the process of dissolving, it has been formally set to dissolve for later this year. Countries, notably Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria all fought on the side of the Axis in the Second World War. East Germany, of course, was part of the Third Reich. Poland was basically a fascist country prior to the Second World War, although because it lay in between the USSR and Germany, and because the Poles themselves were too nationalistic to allow the Germans to acquire their territory peacefully, as they did in Czechoslovakia, Poland wound up being the first and in many ways the most brutalized, well, with the exception of the USSR, the most brutalized of all of Hitler's victims. Poland, however, was an anti-Semitic dictatorship under a fellow named Marshal Pilsudski, and then when Pilsudski died in 1935, one of his flunkies, whose name I forget offhand, took over and essentially continued the same policies, fiercely anti-labor, fiercely anti-Semitic, and basically fascistic. What is going on in Eastern Europe, I suspect, may very well at some point lead to a Third World War. It depends on whether or not the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and beyond that the Soviet military, agree to go peacefully and quietly under the weight of the destabilization now going on. That may happen, but I would not bet on it personally, and one of the problems with politics and with war, and as von Clausewitz, the Prussian military theoretician, observed, war is a continuation of policy by other means. Often things go wrong. Friction, von Clausewitz spoke about, and things may go wrong in the planned and ongoing destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe. If they do, I think we may very well have a Third World War, as incredible as that might seem at the moment. We will then take a look, after looking at those two pieces of information from the Examiner Chronicle from 2/24/91, we will look at an article from the San Jose Mercury News of Thursday, February 21st of 1991, talking about how irritated George Bush was with Gorbachev's peace efforts, and I myself would not be terribly surprised to see Gorbachev assassinated. There might be a lot of different, I think there are a lot of different elements in the Soviet Union that could be used to assassinate Gorbachev. I suspect that many of those elements can and perhaps are being controlled by elements of the U.S. intelligence community. My feeling is, I think there's a distinct possibility, I won't say that it will happen, but I think it's possible that by attempting to protect the Soviet southern flank, Gorbachev may have signed his own death warrant. It may be that Gorbachev's assassination has been intended for some time. My own feeling is that he, in many ways, could be compared with Lee Harvey Oswald. He has been used. I think he now realizes he has been used. He may be attempting to reverse some of what has happened, and if he attempts to reverse what has happened to any significant extent, I would be willing to bet that he gets assassinated, or that he will die of a, quote, natural death, unquote. Natural, of course, in quotes, and those of you who have listened to this program know what I mean by that. Gorbachev himself, in an article that we will be looking at from the Mercury of Wednesday, February 27th of 1991, warned that Chile-U.S.-Soviet relations might result from a rejection of the peace initiative. Well, that peace initiative, of course, was rejected. We will see what happens. Following that, we will take a musical break, and then I'm going to read another article from a very, very important issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. This particular issue is Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35. Its theme is Friendly Enemies, the CIA in Eastern Europe. And for those of you who would like to subscribe to Covert Action Information Bulletin or obtain issue number 35 from the fall of 1990, CAIB as a quarterly, you can contact Covert Action Information Bulletin. Their address is P.O. Box 34583, Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., 20043. Once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. It's a very worthwhile publication, and this is an extremely important issue, arguably their most important issue. We're going to be looking at a very important article in this issue, which will serve as, I couldn't say the in many ways the foundation for the rest of this archive series. This particular article by Sean Gervasi, Gervasi, is entitled, appropriately enough, A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union. And I think this article is a very important and very incisive article, and will shed a lot of very important light, a lot of It will clarify in many ways just what was going on vis-a-vis Ronald Reagan's national security policy. Many people thought Ronald Reagan intended a nuclear war. Actually, I think Gervasi makes an excellent point that the Soviets were made to think that same thing, and that was used to put pressure on the Soviet Union. This particular article talks about destabilization involving two basic things. One, pressure from the outside, external pressure, and the other, disruption and internal pressure. On the broadcast this evening, we will be looking primarily at external pressure. Last week we began by looking at the manifestation of internal pressure, the National Endowment for Democracy, an oxymoron if ever there was one. That particular, let's say a misnomer, not necessarily an oxymoron, a misnomer if ever there was one. That organization is anything but democratic and is not promoting democracy. Quite the contrary. It basically promotes fascism. That institution has been utilized to re-inject fascist elements into Lithuania. The two main vehicles for that being the Lithuanian Catholic Relief, LCRA, Lithuanian Catholic Relief Aid, and the other is the LIC, the Lithuanian Information Center. It's Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, and the other is the Lithuanian Information Center. The two are inextricably linked, being used by NED to basically re-inject fascist elements into Lithuania or to resurrect fascist elements into Lithuania. I expressed the opinion last week, and I think facts will bear me out, and the events will bear me out, that with the U.S. conducting a huge and very successful military adventure on the Soviet Union's southern flank, that the destabilization of the Baltics, which are now moving in the direction of independence, represents an attempt to outflank the Soviets, or represents a flanking maneuver on their northern flank. I do not think that the Soviet national security establishment is going to tolerate the loss of the Baltics, because it would permit NATO naval forces, including U.S. carrier air fleets and Tomahawk missiles, to operate with virtual impunity right off of the Soviets' coast. And if you take some of the weaponry that was used in Iraq and move it right up close to the Soviet Union and equip it with nuclear warheads, well, you have something that I don't think the Soviets are going to tolerate. I expressed the belief last week that eventually the sort of crackdown which we already have seen in Lithuania will be used to restart the Cold War. It is already being used to justify the continuation of NATO, even though the Warsaw Pact has dissolved, and beyond that, some of the former Warsaw Pact nations are talking about forming ties with NATO. We read that into the archives last week. That also, I think, will help to destabilize the Soviet Union. It certainly is not going to make the Soviet political and military leadership feel any more secure, and it is my fear that ultimately we may see, I would be willing to bet there will be a nuclear incident of some kind. There might even be a third world war. Something I want to cover in weeks to come. I'm going to try and contact Lanny Simkin, formerly Director of Litigation for the Christic Institute. He has now left the Christics, but in a phone conversation with Lanny some time ago, he mentioned that there had been a report out of the Soviet Union that some nuclear weapons had been, quote, compromised, unquote. Be interesting to see if civil war does, in fact, ensue in the Soviet Union, and if the predictions that will happen are accurate, whether we have a nuclear incident in the Soviet Union. Not a very appetizing prospect, particularly for the Soviets, but given the fact that A, radiation would be spread all over the world, just like it was with Chernobyl, and B, that might trigger a third world war, it's not something I think we should feel very good about either. Following this very, very important article, once again, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union by Sean Gervasi, we will take a look at an article in today's San Jose Mercury News, today being Sunday, March 10th of 1991, a very important article by Jeffrey Klein. Jeffrey Klein is a fellow who has written a book called The Black Hole Affair, and he talks basically about the Gulf War, quote, mother of Star Wars, and how the Strategic Defense Initiative is being retailored as a result of the success of the Patriot missiles. We're going to be taking a look at that, and I will be discussing this in the context of the pressure that this will no doubt put on the Soviet national security establishment to continue high levels of military spending in order to assure a rough military parity or something approximating that. That, of course, will place still more strain on the already badly sagging Soviet economy. That also, in turn, figures to heat up the tempers of the Soviet people, already badly inflamed, and that figures to further destabilize the Soviet Union. It is my opinion, and I think the facts argue very strongly in this regard, that the war in the Middle East had been planned for some time, and that the United States had baited Saddam Hussein into invading Kuwait, and that this entire operation was planned well in advance. Not only was this not, in my opinion, and those of quite a few other people, not only was this not a spontaneous reaction to an act of aggression, an unanticipated act of aggression, on the contrary, this is something which had been planned for some time, and I'm going to read into the archives this evening a very, very important article that I have read before. I have not placed it in the archives. This comes from the London Sunday Observer of October 21st of 1990. It's titled "U.S. Oil Plot Fueled Saddam," and I will read almost the entire article into the archives this evening. Following that, we're going to look at a piece of an editorial by Walter Lacker in the Los Angeles Times from this past Friday being March 8th of 1991, and it talks about a return or a projected rise of the Soviet hardliners and a return to the Cold War. And this is exactly, in my opinion, what elements in this country and probably Germany and Japan as well have in mind. We will discuss that and what it portends for the future. I am not, to say the least, optimistic. We will talk about Walter Lacker and some views with which I agree. From what I've seen here, I do not agree with what Walter Lacker generally has to say, but I do. Well, it comes from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which we will be talking about, a very important right-wing think tank with very close ties to the Reagan and Bush administrations and the national security establishment in general. But I think Walter Lacker, just like William Randolph Hearst, has some thinking here which we would do well to observe, because I think it reflects not only the views of the fascist elements in ascendance in this country at the moment, but also it portends for, I think, very accurately and ominously for the future. We're then going to take a look at two articles. I'm really only going to read the headlines, and this is by way of looking ahead to some of the information we're going to be talking about next week. Next week, we're going to be talking about internal interference in the Soviet Union. We began by looking at that last week, specifically the NED using LCRA and LIC to re-inject fascist elements into Lithuania. And next week, we're going to be taking a look at people like Paul Weyrich and the so-called and, inappropriately named Free Congress Foundation, and their blatant interference in Soviet affairs, and ties between the American far right and, of all people, Boris Yeltsin. Boris Yeltsin has intensified his attack on President Gorbachev, and we will be taking a look at Yeltsin and by way of looking ahead to next week. We're going to read, or actually just look at the headline from an article from the San Jose Mercury News of Monday, March 4th, and we will also be taking a look at an article from today's San Jose Mercury, today being March 10th of 1991, that Yeltsin intensifies heat on Gorbachev, and just exactly why he did that and why he attacked Gorbachev and accused him of plotting a dictatorship just as Gorbachev was launching this peace initiative. Well, we will ruminate about that a bit this evening, and we will go into it in much greater length next week. I'm going to take another musical break, and then we're going to come back with the main body of tonight's archive show, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. At any rate, we will now proceed with the main body of tonight's archive show, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. And we will begin by taking a look at an individual with whose politics I disagree fiercely, but I think precisely for that reason, the fact that he is of the same sorts of views as the people who have been running this country for quite some time. I think his thoughts vis-a-vis President Gorbachev's unsuccessful Middle Eastern peace initiative are worth going into here. I'm going to read you now a section of an editorial from the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle. This from Sunday, February 24th of 1991. This is by the editor of that paper, William Randolph Hearst, Jr. It's entitled A Fateful Weekend, and I'm going to read you a short section of it. There is reason to believe he acted, he here, by the way, is Gorbachev. There is reason to believe he acted primarily in the interest of preserving his political power and military support in the Soviet Union. He has been under strong pressure from the Soviet military high command to stop the Allied attacks on Iraq and prevent the United States from becoming the dominant superpower in the Middle East. Iraq was the Soviet Union's main ally in that region, and it purchased most of its weapons. It purchased most of its weapons and heavy military equipment from the Soviet Union. The Soviet leader is under constant pressure from moderate parliamentarians, communist hardliners, and disillusioned hungry people to step down. His chief political opponent, Russian Republic President Boris Yeltsin, has accused him of planning to establish a dictatorship. In a television interview broadcast across the Soviet Union this week, Yeltsin called for Gorbachev's immediate resignation. Gorbachev obviously hopes to mollify the military and restore his public popularity by becoming the man of peace and major influence in the Middle East, thus protecting the southern flank of the Soviet Union. The danger is that his betrayal of Western and Allied Arab interests in the Iraq crisis may bring about a return of the Cold War. These last two paragraphs again because they're critical. Gorbachev obviously hoped to mollify the military and restore his public popularity by becoming the man of peace and major influence in the Middle East, thus protecting the southern flank of the Soviet Union. The danger is that his betrayal of Western and Allied Arab interests in the Iraq crisis may bring about a return of the Cold War. Well, it is my belief, and I've stated that before, that that is exactly what the powers that be in this country have in mind. I think they would like to restore the Cold War for a variety of reasons, and it's not just the powers that be in this country. The Germans have a phrase, Interessengemeinschaft, which means community of interests, and there are a number of elements in this community of interests that I think would like to see a return to the Cold War, and for a variety of different reasons. In the first place, the U.S. national security establishment, the military, and the inextricably related defense industries would like to see a return to the Cold War because that will mean increased U.S. military spending and a return to the billions of dollars, the record profits that were raked in by these industries and individuals during the Reagan years. Beyond that, I think the multinational corporations, and it should be never be forgotten that fascism was a direct outgrowth of the multinational corporations, as we looked at in a number of archive shows, Uncle Sam and the Swastika, the first two Radio Free America shows, Radio Free America number 10, Uncle Sam and Il Duce, and Japanese Fascism, Its History and Significance for Contemporary Americans. Multinational corporate capitalism, industrial capitalism in general, and fascism are inextricably linked. To make a very long story very short, fascism represented a militant, armed response to the appearance of the first socialist country in the world, namely the Soviet Union, and the strong affinity between socialist movements around the world, at least for a time, and the Soviet Union. We will be repeating Uncle Sam and the Swastika once again this coming Memorial Day weekend. Those of you who are not familiar with this would do well to acquire those archive shows. They in many ways represent the foundation for the rest of the discussion that I engage in and have engaged in for so many years here on One Step Beyond. It is my opinion that the multinational corporations would like to see a return to the Cold War, at least for the time being, in order to ensure a couple of things. First of all, the eventual total demise not only of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, even though there has been democratization in the Soviet Union, and even though there has been a proposed entry or a proposed market economy for the Soviet Union, the fact of the matter is that as badly destabilized as it is, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is still the single most important power element, and the multinational corporations do not want socialism, Marxist socialism in particular, of any form anywhere in the world, and they would like to see, in my opinion, and I think history and facts will bear this out, the complete elimination of the Soviet Communist Party. The destabilization of the Soviet Union and a return to the Cold War will be very destabilizing to the Soviet Union, as we shall see. A return to the Cold War would further weaken the Soviet Union and discredit the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. I think the multinationals would like to do that. Now, the underlying reason that they would like to do that basically is the R word, resources. Not only do the multinationals wish to proceed unchallenged in areas of the third world or any place where they wish to exploit the resources and also the population, but in particular the Soviet Union is an enormous reservoir of minerals, petroleum, and a number of different items which the multinationals have long sought to exploit. The conflict between countries like England, Germany, the United States, and Russia predates the appearance of socialism. Basically, the enormous booty, the mineral resources of Russia have long been sought by Americans, Britons, Germans, Japanese, Frenchmen, and people who are in a position to exploit and profit from those resources that predated the Soviet Union. But then when the Soviet Union came into being and became socialist, that greatly magnified and amplified the desire to conquer that country or destroy it politically, so that this huge reservoir of natural resources could then become available to the multinational corporations. And the multinational corporations are the dominant power in the world today. I think that the Japanese and Germans would very much like to see a return to the Cold War. Now that Germany is reunited, and now that the Soviet troops will be on their way out one way or another, probably pretty soon, the Japanese and Germans would like to see a return to the Cold War for a couple of different reasons. In the first place, the United States will be economically weakened by a continuation of the Cold War. The continued channeling of so much of our national, not only our capital, but our research and development brains into military production will weaken us competitively. That will benefit the Japanese and Germans. And beyond that, a continued weakening of the Soviet Union will see to it that the Soviet Union could never at any point become an economic power to rival Japan or Germany. As ludicrous as that might seem, assuming, just for the sake of argument, that the Soviet Union was able to make a transition ultimately to parliamentary democracy and a free market economy with their enormous resources and with an excellent educational system, that it is within the realm of possibility that at some point in the future, probably not for quite some time, but at some point in the future, the Soviets also might be in a position, well, at that point it probably would not be the Soviets, but whatever the country would be called if it ceased to become socialist, that country could rival Japan and Germany. It's huge, has a lot of resources, and if they could get away from the catastrophic military spending, which has cannibalized so much of their national wealth, it is within the realm of possibility that sometime in the next century they also might be in a position to challenge the emerging economic hegemony of the Japanese and Germans, the economic dominance of those two quote former unquote Axis nations in the world today. The United States has basically been channeling its capital into tanks rather than bulldozers. To make a long story short, there's a dynamic which I refer to from time to time called the tank versus the bulldozer, and it basically illustrates how military spending and civilian spending contrast. Basically, to make a long story short, and this is something of an oversimplification, if capitalism is going to succeed, capital must be invested in such a way as to generate more capital. Civilian spending is much better in this regard. Just consider if you spend your money on a tank, what happens? And consider if you spend that same money on a bulldozer, what happens? Well, first of all, the tank is government issue. It is paid for by the U.S. government. It is fueled, and tanks burn a lot of fuel, by the U.S. government, and the U.S. government, of course, means you and I, the U.S. taxpayer. It goes on maneuvers, paid for by the U.S. government. It shoots machine gun bullets and shells, paid for by the U.S. government. It uses spare parts, paid for by the U.S. government, i.e. the U.S. taxpayer, in other words, you and I. Its crew people and its service people are paid for by the taxpayer. All of this serves, obviously, to add to the federal deficit. It serves to drain capital, and beyond the initial outlay for the contracts for the tanks, there is very little capital generated, or not nearly as much capital generated. On the other hand, if you take that same money and you sink it into a bulldozer, well, the bulldozer is paid for out of the private sector. Its fuel is paid for out of the private sector. The person who operates it is paid for out of the private sector. Its spare parts are paid for out of the private sector. That does not drain the federal treasury. That does not add to the federal deficit. And beyond that, and even more importantly, the bulldozer creates apartment buildings, it creates factories, it creates movie theaters, it creates shopping centers, it creates houses, and each of those things generate more capital. If you build a shopping center, people are going to go there. They're going to spend money. People are going to be employed there. They, in turn, will be spending money. If you build a movie theater, same thing. People spend money there. People are employed there. The people who are employees spend money. All of that generates more capital. You build a factory, same thing. That factory produces. It produces for the civilian economy. It employs people. Those people have discretionary income. They spend that. That generates more capital. That's what it's all about in a nutshell. The tank versus the bulldozer. Well, in the Reagan-Bush years, we have been spending our money on tanks rather than bulldozers, and that is one of the reasons why we are so rapidly losing our competitive edge in the world economy, to the great delight and enormous profit of the Japanese and the Germans. It is my feeling that they would like nothing better than to see a return to the Cold War, because it will further weaken us, and it will see to it that the Soviets don't ever become an economic rival. As far off in the future as that might seem to be, it is not outside of the realm of possibility. With their educational system, with a very heavy industrial base, and with their enormous resources, it is not outside of the realm of possibility that sometime in the next century, with successful reform and economic regeneration, the Soviets themselves might challenge the Japanese or Germans. Well, not bloody likely, at least under the present circumstances. And again, it should be borne in mind that the United States is run by its military and its defense industries. The defense industries wield an enormous influence in this country. One of the reasons why it is so important to look into to investigate this country's political assassinations, the assassination of President Kennedy in particular, is that it reveals just exactly how powerful and how deadly the defense industries are, and the extent to which they are in a position to turn the national agenda and bend it to their will if they so desire. One of the main reasons why President Kennedy was killed was that he was seeking to end the Cold War and to remove the United States from Vietnam. The defense industries, and obviously the military as well, did not like that. Generals don't get promoted in peacetime for digging latrines. They get promoted in wartime for fighting battles and hopefully winning them. Peacetime is not beneficial to the defense industry, and it's not beneficial to the military. War, cold or otherwise, is, and President Kennedy found that out the hard way, or really he found out just exactly what they were willing to do. That is to say, President Kennedy was in the process of threatening those profits unsuccessfully and to his own obvious eventual demise. In many ways, echo those of William Randolph Hearst in that editorial that I just looked at were set forth, really, in an analytical article which appeared in that very same edition of the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle. Once again, this is from the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle of February 24th of 1991, as was that previous Randolph Hearst editorial. This is an analysis article by A.S. Ross of the Examiner staff. It's headlined, "Gorbachev Loses His Touch as Bid for Peace Fails," subheaded, "Bush Circle Suspects His Withdrawal Plan as Attempt to Save Ex-USSR Client." And it reads in part as follows. "This attempt to stop the U.S. achieving all of its goals in the Gulf War is likely to prompt a reassessment in government circles of the Soviet partnership," said John Hanna, H-A-N-N-A-H, of the Washington Institute for Near East Studies. Again quoting, "The heroic age of U.S.-Soviet relations, as short as it was, is gone. Now we're in for a period of damage control," unquote. Most analysts say that damage control was, in fact, the prime motivation of Gorbachev's initiative. That, once again, was Gorbachev's unsuccessful Middle East peace initiative, an attempt to forestall the Iraqi military defeat. Beginning again, most analysts say that damage control was, in fact, the prime motivation of Gorbachev's initiative. Already incensed by what they regard as the giveaway of Eastern Europe, powerful elements in the military and the Communist Party were voicing growing outrage at a similar abdication of Soviet power in the Middle East as Moscow quietly acquiesced in the U.S.-led campaign against Iraq. Quote, "The terms of U.S.-Soviet cooperation are becoming increasingly controversial in Moscow," said George Breslauer, B-R-E-S-L-A-U-E-R, a Soviet studies expert at UC Berkeley. Quote, "Gorbachev was already being accused of not just cutting losses, but cutting bone. Now they have to watch as a former client gets creamed," unquote. In addition, the Soviets have legitimate concerns. Fighting is taking place just 500 miles from their southern border, near the already restive Soviet Muslim population. And recall last week I said that I felt that among the many goals for the U.S. moving into the Middle East, and as I've said so many times and will repeat once again, when the U.S. national security establishment, that is to say its military and intelligence services, move on any major item, they do so when that will scratch a number of different itches at different levels simultaneously. And the biggest itch that is being scratched in the Middle East with this Middle East adventure, in my opinion, was to put pressure on the Soviet Union as part of a destabilization effort, an ongoing destabilization effort against the Soviet Union, with the U.S. having a huge military force rapidly deployed and successfully deployed on their southern flank, and with the results of that being an obvious an obvious increase in U.S. influence in that part of the world. The governments there and the situation there figures to be much more favorable to the United States for some time to come, regardless of how long the U.S. keeps substantial military forces in that part of the world. It'll be much easier for the U.S. to project a large military force into that part of the world in the future, even easier than it was this time, and they certainly did it quickly and successfully. The putting together of a very impressive military force, albeit one whose success has been overblown by the American media. Still, the impressive performance of some elements of the U.S. high-tech weaponry has not been lost on the Soviets, and as we looked at last week in the first installment, this has caused some serious reassessment by the Soviet General Staff. In particular, they have reassessed their air defense capabilities, and it is no secret in the Soviet national security establishment that they feel that the reduced military spending by the Soviets, as badly needed as it is for their civilian economy, will place them in a few years at a serious disadvantage vis-a-vis the United States, and in particular vis-a-vis high-tech weaponry. I mentioned last week that the U.S. move onto the Soviet southern flank with the destabilization of the Baltics, a critical area strategically for the Soviet Union, represents an attempt to squeeze the Soviets, in my opinion, and I think the projection through the National Endowment for Democracy and its organizations, its organs, its tools in Lithuania, namely the LCRA, Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, and the Lithuanian Information Center, by projecting fascist elements into, or reintroducing fascist elements into Lithuania, they are deliberately seeking to provoke the sort of military response which we saw a short time ago, in which a number of people were killed by tanks and Soviet troops. And as we looked at last week, the Soviet crackdown on the Baltics has been seen by the NATO nations as proof that you can't trust the Soviets and that we've got to stay strong. We closed out the first installment of this archive show, this archive series, with an article which discussed that. Even as the Warsaw Pact is dissolving, NATO is proceeding apace, and beyond that, some of the former Warsaw Pact countries may very well be joining NATO, or at least seeking ties to NATO. That figures to have a similar effect on the Soviets. It's got to make them edgier, and it figures to ultimately bring about the ascendance of hardliners and the military in the Soviet Union, and that figures to restart the Cold War with some of the results that I've already spoken about. And again, I should repeat something that I mentioned last week. Arguably the most basic military maneuver in military strategy is what is known as a flanking maneuver. Basically, you get your forces around the edge of your enemy's forces. This basically permits one or both of two things. Either you can attack the enemy from the rear, thereby destroying them, or else the enemy has to redeploy forces to face the threat from the rear, and this weakens his line of defense to a frontal assault. It is, again, arguably the most basic of all and fundamental of all military maneuvers. We saw a very successful flanking maneuver in Iraq, where a feint was used to basically keep Iraqi forces facing the front, while a large Allied military force went around their flank and proceeded to tear up their rear. And it is my opinion, as I said, that the destabilization of the Baltics and the U.S. pressure, the U.S. military adventure in the Middle East, represent, in essence, flanking maneuvers, and I think this is intended to intimidate the Soviets, frighten them into basically returning to a hard line. It is intended, I think, to provoke the Soviet military, and this provoked Soviet military, the projected Soviet crackdown, obviously we've seen something of a crackdown already in the Baltics, will be used to restart the Cold War for reasons that I have already discussed. George Bush was reportedly very annoyed, although later articles said that he calmed down or that his opinion was moderated somewhat. George Bush was very angered by Gorbachev's peace initiative in the Middle East. Reading now from the San Jose Mercury News of Thursday, February 21st of 1991. Once again, the first two articles from the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle from 2/24/91. This is an LA Times story, datelined, Washington headlined, Gorbachev's peace efforts sap goodwill with the U.S. Just reading the beginning of it. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev has jeopardized his warm relations with the United States by pushing a last-ditch Persian Gulf peace proposal to win greater Soviet influence in the Arab world at the expense of Allied goals, U.S. government analysts said Wednesday. Bush is, quote, biting his lip, unquote, to contain his unhappiness with Gorbachev's diplomatic efforts, according to one analyst who said the Soviet president, quote, has done more to harm himself in Washington in the past 72 hours than he did by all the head-knocking in the Baltics, unquote. It'll be interesting to see just exactly what the response is. The late, great Mae Brussel, the foremost political researcher in this country in recent years, used to refer to George Bush as Killer Bush, and that's an appropriate title. Just how apt was Mae's title, I think, has become clear in recent years. Bush has been in office a little over 2 years, and so far he's averaging a war a year. It should never be forgotten that Bush is the former director of the CIA. You don't ever become CIA director and leave. And so far he has performed as the organ of the national security establishment that he quite obviously is and has always been. It'll be interesting to see what happens now that Gorbachev has crossed Killer Bush instead of giving him everything he wants. One of the things that we have gone into and we will be reviewing in weeks to come is how the Gehlen spy organization, the Nazi Eastern Front intelligence organization, which was imported into the United States at the end of World War II, became our Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, or the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, became the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and finally became the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the BND, the West German intelligence service. Oh, I shouldn't say West German. That's no longer applicable. The German intelligence service, which it is to this day. The Gehlen organization also has very strong historical ties to the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a very important organization and key element of the World Anti-Communist League. That has now been renamed, and I must say I have not learned its new name. It's as inappropriate as the National Endowment for Democracy. It's something like the World League for the Promotion of Freedom or Democracy, which is ludicrous. It is antithetical to both freedom and democracy. It's one of the reasons why I haven't bothered to relearn its name. The anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations is inextricably linked with the Gehlen organization, and as we looked at in a miscellaneous archive show entitled Nazis and Anti-Semites on George Bush's campaign, it maintains very close ties, that is to say the ABN, with the Republican Party, and specifically the Ethnic Heritage Council of the Republican Party. We will be reviewing some of that in weeks to come as well, and looking at some other information about the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and its ongoing activities inside the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. It should be noted that just as George Bush was very annoyed with Gorbachev, Gorbachev has sounded a few chill notes as well, bearing in mind the profound influence of the U.S. national security establishment and the inextricable relationship of that national security establishment with the Gehlen organization and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Don't be surprised if dissident Soviet nationals wind up assassinating Gorbachev at some point. One of the important historical lessons to be learned, again, from the assassination of President Kennedy, or studying the truth about that particular event, is just how great the influence is of the U.S. intelligence system with elements of dissident Soviet nationalities. Those Soviet nationalities or elements thereof were used to help assassinate President Kennedy. Do not be too surprised if they wind up assassinating President Gorbachev as well, now that Gorbachev has dared to cross Killer Bush. It is my feeling that Gorbachev may very well actually be the West's man, or may have been. One of the unfortunate pieces of one of the unfortunate aspects of the legacy of the Gehlen organization is having looked at the USSR literally through Hitler's eyes, and we will be reviewing in weeks to come just how profound the influence of the Gehlen organization on our perceptions of the world and the USSR in particular has been. That also, by the way, will be a major element of the archive series that I do on how the United States lost the Second World War. Again, that will be the subject of a talk I will be giving for those of you listening live here on March 10th. On April 13th, I will be discussing this in part at Foothill College. Now, one of the tragic aspects of the legacy of the Gehlen organization is that it's easier for an American to say what the Soviet Union isn't than what it is. It is not the world-gobbling monster we've been told. Beyond that, it is difficult for me to figure out exactly what goes through the Soviets' minds. If anything, they look awfully naive to me. I'll be talking about that in weeks to come. I don't know what Gorbachev has been thinking as he allows organizations like the Unification Church, people like Paul Weyrich, to operate inside the Soviet Union and very effectively. It occurs to me that the Soviets, that Gorbachev might even be the West's man, or was for a time. But he may just be a fool. I don't know. That's my own view. As optimistic as people were, and I share that optimism for a time, Gorbachev seems to have allowed an almost suicidal, at least from the well-being of the Soviet Union, an almost suicidal entry of not only people like Reverend Moon, but people like Jimmy Swaggart, Reverend Schuler from Southern California have been allowed to operate and broadcast into the Soviet Union. Those elements have been very destructive, in my opinion, in this country, and you really got to wonder what goes through their mind. The KGB, likewise, is not the insidious world-gobbling force that we've been told. My own impression of the KGB is one basically of incompetence. That may be wrong. Again, it's easier to say what they aren't than what they are, because our whole view of that part of the world has been so distorted as a result of looking at things through the eyes of Hitler's minion, Reinhard Gehlen. But you really got to wonder what Gorbachev is doing when he allows people like Reverend Moon to operate in the Soviet Union. We shouldn't be allowing him to operate in this country. But anyway, he has done that, and I wonder to what extent Gorbachev could actually be compared with Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was a U.S. intelligence agent who was given a left cover and then infiltrated into various leftist organizations and obviously was assassinated before he could defend himself. He was wrongly accused of being the assassin of President Kennedy. He didn't kill anybody. There's no evidence whatsoever that he did. And he stated that. He said he was a patsy and he could prove it. He did not have the opportunity, obviously. There has been a lot of discussion in this country by right-wing elements, people associated with Lyndon LaRouche, among others, of the Soviets running large numbers of American politicians. The LaRouche organization and associated elements basically use a technique called mirror imaging. What mirror imaging basically involves is turning things around 180 degrees. Many of the things discussed in LaRouche literature are accurate scenarios, but they are switched at 180-degree political polarity. Things which the United States does are basically blamed on the Soviets. Real scams, but things which we're doing, and they're being portrayed as Soviet scams. I wonder, we can't say for sure, but I wonder to what extent the United States, in fact, controls elements of the Soviet political leadership, or perhaps Western intelligence, notably the Gehlen organization. This, again, is a question. It's not a statement I'm making. It's a question I'm asking. But you really got to wonder what goes through some of those people's minds. What in the world the Soviets think they're doing when they allow someone like Reverend Moon to operate inside the Soviet Union, and we'll be talking about that in weeks to come. It's beyond me. We shouldn't be allowing him to operate in this country, in my opinion, but it's obviously way too late for that. But anyway, I wonder if Gorbachev has actually been used as a tool by the United States. I certainly think he has been duped by the United States. It may be that he's starting to wake up and he's starting to realize what is actually going on. And Gorbachev has basically warned of brittle relations in the United States with the United States. Reading now from the San Jose Mercury News of Wednesday, February 27th of 1991. This is an article by Steve Goldstein, Goldstein, of the Knight Ridder News Service. Its headline: Gorbachev warns U.S. of chilly Soviet reaction if ceasefire is rejected. It reads in part as follows. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev warned Tuesday that improved U.S.-Soviet relations could be jeopardized if the White House did not soon accept a ceasefire in the war with Iraq. It was the first suggestion by the Kremlin that the warmer relationship between Moscow and Washington could be chilled by U.S. determination to continue the fight. The U.S.-Soviet relationship is still very brittle, quote-unquote, Gorbachev said. That has to, I think, get an award for understatement. Just how brittle it is, I think Gorbachev and a lot of other people are going to be finding out probably the hard way in the not-too-distant future. The sarcastic tone in my voice notwithstanding, I am very disturbed by what I see going on. I think there is a very distinct possibility that the destabilization of the Soviet Union, which we will be talking about after a musical break, could ultimately result in a Third World War. If the Soviets decide to go quietly and just give up the ghost politically and strategically, well, then there will not be a Third World War. We'll have, I don't know what the Soviet Union will be renamed when it's no longer socialist, but we will have a capitalist Russia of one kind or another. But if the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet National Security Establishment in particular decide not to go quietly, if they decide not to just roll over and go belly up, there might be a Third World War. Probably more as a result of miscalculation, but who knows? Who knows what the boys in Washington are actually thinking, and beyond that, the boys in Bonn and Tokyo. We shall see, but I am frankly very frightened by the prospects for the human race in the immediate future. We will now take a musical break, and then we will come back with more of tonight's archive show, a very, very important article which will serve as the foundation for much of the rest of this archive series, and which will help to tie together a lot of what we have spoken about to date. Music, and then more of One Step Beyond. We are now going to proceed with a very, very important article from the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. Specifically, this article is from Covert Action Information Bulletin, issue number 35. That is the issue from the fall of 1990. Covert Action, as I said earlier in the broadcast, is a quarterly, and this particular issue is one of the most important, in my opinion. Once again, I will give the address for Covert Action Information Bulletin. Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., 20043. That is the address for CAIB, for those of you who might like to order this very, very important issue. In last week's first installment of this archive series, I read almost all of an article called Nurturing Baltic Reaction by Philip Bonosky. And now I'm going to read all of an article called A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union. This is by Sean Gervasi, Gervasi, and he is described here in the bio note as an American economist. He has written a very, very important article, and I think quite correctly, Mr. Gervasi has analyzed the Reagan military buildup and a hard line toward the Soviet Union as a tool, and apparently a very effective tool, of economic warfare in the apparently ongoing destabilization of the Soviet Union. This article reads as follows. I'm going to read the whole article. It speaks very eloquently for itself. Now, what we're going to be looking at this evening is the external pressure being brought to bear on the Soviet Union, and as I have explained, I think both the injection of fascist elements into the Baltics, or Lithuania in particular, as well as the U.S. military adventure into the Middle East on the Soviet southern flank, represents pressure being exerted against the Soviet Union, in essence, a flanking maneuver both on their southern and northern flank, and I think that is intended to bring about further destabilization of the Soviet Union by promoting and necessitating a hard line and even further military crackdowns. This will be used to justify the Cold War. That will be used to further strain the already badly shaken Soviet economy by necessitating continued high levels of military spending. I will read now A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union by Sean Gervasi. During the early months of the first Reagan administration, it became abundantly clear that the U.S. was embarking on a policy of confrontation with the Soviet Union. Political observers had begun talking about a new Cold War. By 1982, relations with the Soviet Union were becoming tense, as were relations with some NATO allies. In the U.S. and in Europe, the bellicosity of the Reagan administration gave rise to a growing fear of nuclear conflict. Yet if the U.S. seemed intent upon confrontation, even upon playing nuclear chicken, quote-unquote, with the Soviet Union, it was not at all clear what it expected to achieve by doing so. The Reagan administration's policies were clear, but the objectives of those policies were not. Many observers began to fear, especially in Europe, that some members of the new U.S. administration might actually want a nuclear war, believing that the United States might somehow prevail, quote unquote. In fact, the Reagan administration was not driving towards nuclear war. Its extremely aggressive policies were not meant to lead to war, but to change and upheaval inside the Soviet Union. These policies were part of a strategy aimed at forcing the Soviet Union to retreat from the world stage and to adopt reforms which would carry it towards a regulated market economy, quote unquote, that is, towards the dismantling of socialism. Continuing, a few analysts had seen what was happening. In 1982, Joseph Fromm made it clear that there was something, quote, behind the shift to a harder line in foreign policy, quote unquote. By the way, that individual's name, Joseph Fromm, is spelled F-R-O-M-M. That might not be the correct pronunciation. Once again, repeating that last sentence, or last couple of sentences, a few analysts had seen what was happening. In 1982, Joseph Fromm made it clear that there was something, quote, behind the shift to a harder line in foreign policy, unquote. The U.S. was, in fact, waging limited economic warfare. The U.S. was, in fact, quote, waging limited economic warfare against Russia to force the Soviets to reform their political system, unquote. Fromm quoted an unnamed U.S. official as saying that, again quoting, the Soviet Union is in deep, deep economic and financial trouble. By squeezing wherever we can, our purpose is to induce the Soviets to reform their system. I think we will see results over the next several years, unquote. Unfortunately, such reports were few and far between at the time, and those that were published appeared to have been forgotten. Observers in the West and in the socialist bloc have on the whole seriously misunderstood the foreign and military policies pursued by the U.S. during the last decade. These have been depicted as uneven and reckless because most analyses have These have been depicted as uneven and reckless because most analyses have focused on surface phenomena such as the expansion of military forces or efforts to deny the Soviet Union new technologies rather than on the strategy behind such policies. This strategy now needs to be examined and debated for two reasons. Firstly, it appears to have achieved a considerable measure of success. This is not generally recognized, particularly among critics of the Reagan administration from the center to the left. Conservatives, however, are openly arguing that the Reagan administration set in motion the policies which led to, quote, the defeat of communism, unquote. The editor of Policy Review, the flagship publication of the Heritage Foundation, wrote recently that the West had, quote, won, unquote, the Cold War because of the foreign policies pursued by conservative governments in every major country of the Western world. David Rubenstein, R-U-B-I-N-S-T-E-I-N, a sociologist at the University of Illinois, was more specific. Quote, the key difference in Soviet policy between the 1970s and the 1980s, he wrote, again quoting, is to be explained not by further deterioration of the Soviet economy, but in changes in U.S. foreign policy, unquote. Interrupting, as we shall see, the changes in the Soviet economy and the changes in U.S. foreign policy appear to be directly related. That is, in many ways, the theme of what Sean Gervasi is talking about here. Secondly, continuing with his text, secondly, there is substantial evidence that having succeeded in aggravating the crisis in the Soviet Union, the U.S. and its allies are now engaged in building internal pressures there for further reforms. They are engaged in open, large-scale interference in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union. Conservative analysts are open about this. Rubenstein, for instance, expressed his concern that, quote, if the current sense of crisis is eased, the motivation for further reform may be lost, unquote. And he concluded that, again quoting, if internal pressure was a key factor in motivating this policy of reform, pressure may be required to keep it moving forward, unquote. Well, the key element of this section here, and this in many ways lays out the theme for the rest of Gervasi's article, is that pressure on the Soviet Union, both the military buildup under the Reagan years, designed to intimidate the Soviets into trying to match the U.S. military buildup with resulting disastrous effects on the Soviet economy and consequent destabilization and increased social strife inside the country, that this is being pursued by the Reagan and now Bush administrations and accompanied by direct interference in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union. And as we shall see in another article from CAIB that we'll go into next week, the Heritage Foundation and its founder, Paul Weyrich, are directly connected to some of this interference, and that pressure is believed to be needed here to keep the policy of reform proceeding forward. Reform, I think, should be taken in quotes. We saw last week about some of the, quote, reform, unquote, quote, elements that are being projected into Lithuania, courtesy of LCRA, LIC, and NED. If that's reform, I'd sure hate to see fascism. Continuing now with Sean Gervasi's article. One of the first public indications of the existence of a secret strategy to apply pressure against the Soviet Union came in March of 1981. Richard Pipes, P-I-P-E-S, a senior national security official in charge of Soviet affairs, gave a press interview which caused some controversy. Pipes, a Soviet expert on leave from Harvard University, told a Reuters correspondent that, quote, nothing was left of détente, unquote. Furthermore, he said the new administration might soon pursue a foreign policy, quote, as radical as the new president's economic program, unquote. The Reagan administration, he told the interviewer, was moving towards a strategy of confrontation with the Soviet Union and with radical and socialist regimes in the Third World. The purpose of the strategy, Pipes indicated, was to change the world balance of forces in favor of the U.S. and its allies. The key sentence in the Pipes interview was, quote, Soviet leaders would have to choose between peacefully changing their communist system in the direction followed by the West and going to war. One more time. The key sentence in the Pipes interview was, quote, Soviet leaders would have to choose between peacefully changing their communist system in the direction followed by the West and going to war, unquote. And the New York Times describes Pipes as saying that, quote, there was no alternative to war with the Soviet Union if the Russians did not abandon communism, unquote. Repeating that sentence again. And the New York Times described Pipes as saying that, quote, there was no alternative to war with the Soviet Union if the Russians did not abandon communism, unquote. These words did not come from a middle-level government official. They came from the senior National Security Council officer in charge of Soviet affairs, and they were, for that reason, exactly seen as indicating a dangerous aggressiveness on the part of the Reagan administration. The Pipes interview rang alarm bells around the world. The White House immediately disavowed the interview, claiming that Pipes' remarks did, quote, not represent the views of the administration, unquote. Even so, U.S. allies protested vigorously. The Financial Times of London warned that the U.S. allies would be angered by any attempt to play what it called, quote, a dangerous game of chicken, unquote. Then the storm fell as suddenly as it had arisen, and nothing more was heard of the matter. In retrospect, it seems likely that Pipes was being used deliberately to alarm the Soviets so that they would try to match the U.S. military expansion then underway, particularly in the nuclear field. The Pipes leak, quote unquote, is entirely consistent with a strategy of spending them into bankruptcy, again quoting and unquoting, or weakening Russia's economy, again quote unquote. The last sentences again. The Pipes leak is entirely consistent with a strategy of spending them into bankruptcy or weakening Russia's economy. The strategy itself, however, involved much more than the threat of nuclear war. A large number of studies by the Rand Corporation carried out in the early 1980s shed considerable light on the wider strategy and made it clear that the Reagan administration was not preparing for war but mounting a sophisticated attack on the Soviet economy. The Rand Corporation is a California think tank which carries out a great deal of classified research, especially for the military. Its experts move in and out of government, and it is routinely asked to analyze and comment upon military and intelligence planning documents which are not accessible to an ordinary congressman. Rand, like a number of similar organizations, is in effect a part of the military intelligence complex. Many of the Rand studies in question were commissioned by the Department of Defense, and the published papers were often sanitized, quote-unquote, versions of classified studies. The titles of the papers themselves were suggestive. They included Economic Leverage on the Soviet Union, The Costs of the Soviet Empire, Sitting on Bayonets, The Soviet Defense Burden and Moscow's Economic Dilemma, unquote. Taken together, these papers were essentially concerned with two issues. The first was economic stringency, quote-unquote, in the Soviet Union, especially from the late 1970s. The second was what measures NATO countries could use to make that economic stringency more acute. These papers, moreover, developed a clear analytical line of argument which may be summarized as follows. Economic growth in the Soviet Union had begun to slow in the late 1970s, increasing the difficulties of meeting the various claims on its resources. At the same time, the Soviet Union was entering a leadership crisis, quote-unquote, as leadership of the Communist Party was being passed to a younger generation. The United States and its allies could take various actions which would force the Soviet Union to increase its defense spending and its economic and military assistance to allies and friends. They could also take measures to deny the Soviet Union access to credits, key imports, and modern technology, which is especially important for increasing productivity and accelerating growth. Such measures would either reduce the overall volume of resources available to the Soviet Union, hold back the growth of productivity, or force resources to be shifted from domestic consumption and investment. Each of these effects would aggravate the difficulties confronting the Soviet leadership in a stagnant economy. A combination of measures, quote, to impose costs, unquote, on the Soviet Union might be expected to lead to a fall in investment and or living standards. A combination of such measures, consequently, might generate pressures within the Soviet Union for withdrawing from the world stage and for political and economic reforms. Thus, the RAND studies seem to be preparing the groundwork for a kind of hot Cold War aimed at weakening and possibly even breaking the back of the Soviet economy. In the 1980s, after a decade of détente, this was remarkable enough in itself. It is clear, however, that analysts believe the ultimate aim of this strategy should be to force change upon the Soviet Union. Thus, the Reagan, this quoting here from Abraham Becker, Economic Relations with the USSR, thus the Reagan administration sees Soviet economic troubles as an opportunity to complicate further their resource allocation dilemma in the hope that additional pressure would result in a reallocation of resources away from defense or would push the economy in the direction of economic and political reforms, unquote. Well, this article, and it's very well written, so far I think speaks quite clearly for itself, and I think his analysis is right on the money, and we will continue with the theme he has sounded here. We're going to finish the article, where we'll be carrying this line of discussion forward into what has just transpired in the Middle East and what I think is going to be transpiring in the Soviet Union and elsewhere in the not-too-distant future. To make a long story short, the Reagan military buildup was not intended to fight a nuclear war. It may, I'm afraid, wind up doing just that as a result of miscalculation, but it really was intended to destabilize the Soviet Union by straining the Soviet economy to the breaking point and thereby obliging the Soviets to abandon socialism. I think it's worth noting here in this regard that the discussion which I undertook in Radio Free America program number 3 and resumed again in Radio Free America number 30, dealing with the profound relationship between a woman named Helena von Dahm and Ronald Reagan. Helena von Dahm, to make a long story short, was Ronald Reagan's appointment secretary when he was governor of California. She drew up the lists of all of the people from which Ronald Reagan made his appointments when he was governor of California. She functioned in a similar capacity when Reagan became president of the United States. Helena von Dahm had a relationship with Otto von Bolschwing, a key SS man, and for a time a member of the Gehlen organization that we've spoken about, and then later head of a parallel organization to Gehlen's in North America. According to one report, von Bolschwing was head of Gehlen's North American operation. Helena von Dahm had a long-standing relationship with Otto von Bolschwing, which she now denies. She admitted to knowing him socially, was an investor in his company, and had translated some documents for Helena von Dahm. The late Mae Brussel maintains that, in fact, when she was speaking with reporter Pete Carey of the San Jose Mercury News, who eventually won a Pulitzer Prize for his work on the Marcos flight capital, that Helena von Dahm was in fact the protege of Otto von Bolschwing. That has never appeared in print, but May said that had been absolutely confirmed. I do not have that information in my immediate possession, but May wasn't wrong, and that I can recall, and her unnerving and frankly accurate forecasts have tragically come true. The relationship between Helena von Dahm and Otto von Bolschwing should be borne in mind as we examine this policy of destabilization of the Soviet Union by forcing them to match our military buildup, thereby straining their economy to the breaking point. One of the things that I have spoken about over the years is the Nazi concept of Schrecklichkeit, or frightfulness. Basically, to make a long story short, although they were certainly not the first people by any means to use terror in a strategic way, the Nazis raised the use of terror to a science and formalized it in a way that had not been used before. They basically utilized what they called Schrecklichkeit, or frightfulness, to intimidate their opponents into doing what they wanted. And I think the destabilization policy, the expressed willingness to fight a nuclear war, represents a direct manifestation of Schrecklichkeit and is indicative not only of the Gehlen and German influence on our national security establishment, but in particular of the von Bolschwing-von Dahm influence on the Reagan administration. Another of the important lessons to be learned from studying the real facts about the assassination of President Kennedy as opposed to the fertilizer contained in the Warren Report is that on the 22nd day of November in 1963, explicitly fascist and Nazi elements came into ascendance in this country, where we went into Nazi connections to President Kennedy's assassination in The Guns of November Part 4 and came back to them in Radio Free America shows 11, 12, 13, and 15, as well as a miscellaneous archive show called Lee Harvey Oswald, Edwin Walker, and the Fourth Reich. All of those available from Archives on Audio. We see in Richard Pipe's statements that the Soviets must be prepared to give up communism or go to war a direct manifestation of Schrecklichkeit, and Schrecklichkeit is basically what has been used here in order to destabilize the Soviet economy by forcing them to attempt to match our military buildup. Continuing now with Sean Gervasi's article. The next section is entitled The Reagan Doctrine, a Full Court Press, quote unquote. The fact that the Rand Corporation and other think tanks were in the early years of the last decade studying the possibilities of the strategy in question does not prove that the Reagan administration ever adopted such a strategy. However, in mid-1982, evidence began to emerge that the Reagan administration had actually adopted precisely the kind of policy which Rand had been studying and which Pipes had referred to. In May of 1982, a second White House official, a consultant to the National Security Council, met with a small group of reporters to give a background briefing. The subject was U.S. policy towards the Soviet Union. According to one reporter, the White House official outlined an extremely aggressive policy, and his remarks actually alarmed some of those present. Helen Thomas, the UPI White House correspondent, sent a dispatch about the meeting, which contained the following passage, quote, "A senior White House official said Reagan approved an 8-page national security document that undertakes a campaign aimed at internal reform in the Soviet Union and the shrinking of the Soviet Empire. He affirmed that it could be called a full-court press, quote-unquote, against the Soviet Union. In basketball, a full-court press is a strategy of maximum pressure against one's adversary in every part of the court. It is an onslaught." A little more than a week later, documents relating to this strategy were being referred to and quoted in the press. On May 30th, Richard Halloran, Halloran, of the New York Times, published a report on the Reagan administration's policy for fighting a nuclear war. He had obtained a copy of the, quote, fiscal year 1984 through 88 defense guidance, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger's controversial document on, quote, prevailing, unquote, in a prolonged nuclear war. The Secretary's guidance document recommended a major escalation in the nuclear arms race. Quite apart from that, it indicated that many other measures were being taken to impose costs, quote-unquote, on the Soviet Union. Halloran wrote, quote, "As a peacetime complement to military strategy, the guidance document asserts that the United States and its allies should, in effect, declare economic and technical war on the Soviet Union," unquote. Halloran also quoted the document directly as saying that the United States should develop weapons that, quote, are difficult for the Soviets to counter, impose disproportionate costs, open up new areas of major military competition, and obsolesce previous Soviet investments, unquote. According to Halloran, the documents also stated that the Western trade policies should, quote, put as much pressure as possible on a Soviet economy already burdened with military spending, unquote. I would interject, they've done a damn good job of doing that to our economy as well, to the great delight and ongoing well-being and profits of the Japanese and Germans. Continuing. Thus, Halloran's article made it clear that many elements of a full-court press, quote-unquote, had been incorporated into the 1984-1988 defense guidance. William Clark, then Reagan's national security advisor, hinted at the existence of a full-court press at the time that, William Clark, then Reagan's national security advisor, hinted at the existence of a full-court press at the time that the defense guidance document was leaked to the New York Times. Speaking at Georgetown University on May 20th, 1982, he described emerging U.S. strategy as including, quote, diplomatic, economic, and informational components built on a foundation of military strength, unquote. Clark was saying that Cold War rhetoric, policies towards East-West trade, public diplomacy, rearmament, etc. were all connected, all part of an overall plan. And he indicated that this strategy had a new purpose. Quote, we must force our principal adversary, the Soviet Union, to bear the brunt of its economic shortcomings, unquote. By mid-1982, a number of studies, press reports, government documents, and official speeches had revealed the existence of a clear, coherent strategy towards the Soviet Union. This strategy went well beyond the traditional policies of containment. The Reagan administration was seeking not to oppose Soviet policies in the world, but to destabilize the Soviet Union itself. Despite Clark's remarks about the various components of U.S. strategy, it was still difficult to tell precisely what that strategy was. No one had identified its constituent elements except in the most general terms, so the outlines of the full-court press were only faintly visible. And the purpose of the strategy, internal reform, quote-unquote, in the Soviet Union, was not at all clear. The Reagan administration's new strategy did not actually come into clear focus until the spring of 1985. It was then that Gene Kirkpatrick provided a fuller description of the full-court press, interrupting, of course, Kirkpatrick was Reagan's ambassador to the United Nations. In a speech before members of the Heritage Foundation on May 10, 1985, Kirkpatrick described what she called the Reagan Doctrine, which was in fact a doctrine setting out the general lines of U.S. strategy towards the Soviet Union. What I shall term Reagan Doctrine, Kirkpatrick said, focuses on U.S. relations with the Soviet Union and its associated states. Kirkpatrick was careful not to reveal too much about the aim of the full-court press. She described the principal aims of the Reagan Doctrine as being, quote, to redress the correlation of forces, stop Soviet expansion, clarify the nature of the contest, unquote. She did not mention internal reform, quote-unquote, as an objective of U.S. policy, but did emphasize the need to pursue these objectives simultaneously. In the body of her speech, Kirkpatrick described the various components of the Reagan Doctrine in some detail, something which no one had done previously. And in so doing, she made it clear that they were all part of a coordinated plan, as William Clark had suggested 3 years earlier. According to Kirkpatrick, the Reagan Doctrine included the following important components: rebuilding defenses, that is, expansion of U.S. military forces, developing new defenses, including the Strategic Defense Initiative, development and deployment of advanced weapons in the U.S. and Europe, withholding, quote, from our adversaries advanced technology of military importance, unquote, support for freedom fighters, unquote, that is, low-intensity war and proxy war, propaganda, or what Kirkpatrick called a response at the ideological level to semantic infiltration and moral disarmament, unquote. A foreign assistance program that would utilize aid to expand and preserve freedom, unquote. And I would note a couple of things here. Development and deployment of advanced weapons in the U.S. and Europe, developing new defenses, including the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars. We're going to be coming back to that. Also, notice low-intensity war and proxy war. Once again, it should be noted, as I said in the first part of the broadcast, that in many ways the U.S. Military adventure in the Middle East was seen as a proxy war, and the effect of U.S. high-tech weapons was not lost on the Soviet military high command, and in turn is leading to pressure to not slash military defense, and military spending, I should say, because that is seen by elements of the Soviet General Staff as placing them at a disadvantage vis-a-vis Western military and high-tech developments. That, again, is proxy war, and it should be seen here, in my opinion, as a continuation of the Reagan Doctrine expressed here by Gene Kirkpatrick. Interestingly enough, she was making this point in a speech to the Heritage Foundation. We will look at the Heritage Foundation, its connections to elements currently operating inside the Soviet Union, including elements connected to the milieu of Boris Yeltsin. Continuing here with Sean Gervasi's article, Kirkpatrick left out of her account a number of components or policies which were clearly a part of the effort, quote, to redress the correlation of forces, unquote, and to stop Soviet expansion, unquote. These included such policies as the destabilization of Eastern Europe, the broad policy of economic as distinct from technical denial, and the continuation of arms control negotiations to moderate the Soviet response to the U.S. military buildup. Overall, Kirkpatrick's is the best single description of the Reagan Doctrine on the public record. It provides some insight into the general purpose of U.S. strategy while holding back from giving away too much. It should be clear that the Reagan Doctrine is the full-court press, quote-unquote, which some reporters had briefly seen 3 years earlier behind the buzzing, blooming confusion of the shift to a harder line in foreign policy, quote-unquote. I would also note here, before we proceed, that arms control negotiations were seen here as a strategy to moderate the Soviet response to the U.S. military buildup. As I said earlier, I think in many ways, the, quote, end of the Cold War, unquote, and things like the intermediate range missile agreement in Europe could be seen as analogous to the way in which Adolf Hitler was able to peacefully acquire a lot of territory before he finally had to fire the first shots in Poland. And it should not be forgotten that the, quote, sellout at Munich, in which Neville Chamberlain was portrayed as being duped by Hitler, appears to have been something more than that. Neville Chamberlain was the political protege, as we looked at in Radio Free America #1, of Sir Montague Norman, who was not only head of the Bank of England, but an enthusiastic supporter of Adolf Hitler, and an individual who actually funded Hitler directly from the Bank of England. It should also be noted that Neville Chamberlain himself was a key stockholder in Imperial Chemicals, which had a cartel agreement with IG Farben, the Nazi chemical firm, which was so intricate that during the Battle of Britain, the Royal Air Force actually had to pay royalties to IG Farben for the high-octane aviation fuel it was using to shoot down the Luftwaffe. So the sellout at Munich and Chamberlain's having been duped, quote-unquote, by Hitler appears to have been considerably more than that, in my opinion, and in that of many other people. What was basically happening was that Hitler was being deliberately walked up to the doorstep of the Soviet Union, and I think, at least in certain respects, the arms control negotiations and what have been portrayed in the press as steps towards peace, progress towards peace, to a certain extent at least, could be compared with Hitler's acquisition of first the Rhineland, then Austria, then the Sudetenland, and ultimately all of Czechoslovakia without firing a shot. And it remains to be seen exactly what happens in Eastern Europe, but we will be looking into events in Eastern Europe, and it appears that to term the demise of Soviet influence in that part of the world as the rise of democracy is at best premature, and quite possibly the exact opposite of what is really going on. Continuing here with Sean Gervasi's article. The typical campaign of destabilization has involved two elements. The first is external pressure, the second is internal manipulation. The attacker is bent on creating disruption and turmoil in the target country, but that is only its first objective. The ultimate purpose is to produce a political change, typically a change of government, a coup d'etat, or even a revolution. There can be no assurance, however, that disruption and turmoil will produce the desired political results. Reading this paragraph again because it's key. The typical campaign of destabilization has involved two elements. The first is external pressure, the second is internal manipulation. The attacker is bent on creating disruption and turmoil in the target country, but that is only its first objective. The ultimate purpose is to produce political change, typically a change of government, a coup d'etat, or even a revolution. There can be no assurance, however, that disruption and turmoil will produce the desired political results. Therefore, in most cases, the attacking power also intervenes in the internal political process in the target country. It does so in order to ensure that things move in the direction it wants. This intervention is usually covert, and it involves two steps. The first is the identification of, support for, strengthening, and even creation of political assets. These are influential individuals, civic groups, trade unions, youth groups, cultural organizations, and media organizations which are in conflict with or hostile to the government of the target country. These assets are then manipulated and used to further the political purposes of the attacker. This is what the United States and other Western countries have been doing inside the countries of the socialist bloc, and they have been intervening in the Soviet Union in an increasingly open fashion. In mid-1982, at the very moment that it was starting a full-court press against the Soviet Union, the Reagan administration was also preparing a large-scale intervention in the internal affairs of that country. At that time, the administration launched a remarkable initiative which was described as a quasi-governmental program aimed at promoting democracy in developing countries and, where possible, in communist nations, unquote. Democracy here belongs in quotes if ever anything did. The Reagan administration has never promoted democracy anywhere, least of all in the United States. Continuing here with Gervasi's account, according to U.S. officials, the project was intended, quote, to place political aid to developing countries on the same level as military and economic aid, unquote. Essentially, the promotion of democratic forces overseas was to be achieved through open financing of political parties, labor unions, and newspapers, and the provision of technical assistance. One more time. Essentially, quote, the promotion of democratic forces overseas, unquote, was to be achieved, quote, through open financing of political parties, labor unions, and newspapers, unquote, and the provision of technical assistance. Previously, operations of this nature had been the exclusive province of intelligence agencies. They were generally viewed when detected as interventionist and illegitimate. This new Project Democracy, quote-unquote, was no less interventionist, but it was well camouflaged. It proclaimed the indisputable desirability of democracy and so cloaked itself in virtue. A quasi-governmental institution, unquote, the National Endowment for Democracy, would later be created to administer the project. And the press dutifully reported that its launching, quote, would avoid the appearance that it is a United States government undertaking, unquote. Interrupting, of course, it was the National Endowment for Democracy, an inappropriately named organization, if ever there was one, which, through LCRA and LIC, as we looked at last week, is projecting fascist elements into Lithuania. Continuing here. The really controversial issue, of course, was whether the project would be used to promote democracy, quote-unquote, in communist countries. The Reagan administration was determined to use it for that purpose. In the spring of 1982, then Secretary of State Alexander Haig said, quote, just as the Soviet Union gives active support to Marxist-Leninist forces in the West and the South, we must give vigorous support to democratic forces wherever they are located, including countries which are now communist. We should not hesitate to promote our own values, knowing that the freedom and dignity of man are the ideals that motivate the quest for social justice. A free press, free trade unions, free political parties, freedom to travel, and freedom to create are the ingredients of the democratic revolution of the future, not the status quo of a failed past. There is no doubt that the phrases a failed past, quote-unquote, and the democratic revolution of the future, quote-unquote, were intended to refer to the present situation in the socialist countries and its hoped-for resolution. Subsequently, the Reagan administration harnessed many forces to promote democracy, quote-unquote, in the Soviet Union and other countries east of the Oder. These included the AFL-CIO, U.S. business, private sector organizations, some of which were intelligence agency fronts, the National Endowment for Democracy, political parties, and foundations in NATO countries, and the Republican and Democratic parties. By 1984, the program was well underway, especially in Poland and the Soviet Union. It was in 1984 that Richard Pipes re-emerged to call attention to the possibilities in U.S. policy towards the Soviet Union. In an article in Foreign Affairs, Pipes explained how the growing crisis in the Soviet Union could and should be resolved. In Pipes' view, the Soviet Union was in a, quote, revolutionary situation, unquote, and he quoted Lenin on the subject. However, what was lacking at the time, he said, was, quote, the subjective element, the ability and will of social groups and social parties to transform the revolutionary situation, quote unquote, into a revolution. That last paragraph again. In Pipes' view, the Soviet Union was in a revolutionary situation, and he quoted Lenin on the subject. However, what was lacking at the time, he said, was the subjective element, the ability and will of social groups and social parties to transform the revolutionary situation into a revolution. Again quoting, but a way could be found around even this obstacle, as events in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Poland have shown. The only real way out of the crisis for the Soviet elite was by reform, and Pipes noted that in the past they had, quote, consented to make changes only under duress caused either by humiliations abroad or upheavals at home. That last sentence again. And Pipes noted that in the past they had, quote, consented to make changes only under duress caused either by humiliations abroad or upheavals at home. Unquote. Consider in this regard the program last week, the humiliation abroad, Iraq, and the upheaval at home, Lithuania, the, in essence, flanking maneuver, both on the northern and southern flanks of the Soviets, that I put forth last week. Continuing. At the time Pipes was writing, the full-court press, quote-unquote, had long been underway, and it had begun to produce greater economic difficulties in the Soviet Union as well as humiliations abroad, quote-unquote. In Pipes' view, the Soviet elite had to be made to understand that reforms, quote-unquote, were, again quoting, the price it must pay for its survival, unquote. Pipes, of course, had a clear idea of exactly what the Reagan administration was doing and planning to do to threaten that survival. Again quoting, The key to peace, therefore, lies in an internal transformation of the Soviet system in the direction of legality, economic decentralization, greater scope for contractual and free enterprise, and national self-determination, unquote. In short, Pipes was calling for the dismantling of socialism in the Soviet Union. As he had indicated in 1981, the Soviet Union would either have to, quote, move in the direction of the West, unquote, or face the prospect of continuing humiliations abroad, quote unquote, unsustainable costs, and greatly intensified pressure. Finally, years before the crisis in the socialist countries assumed its present dimensions, Pipes called for exactly the kind of intervention which was being set in motion under the banner of promoting democracy, quote unquote. The West, he said, would be well advised to do all in its power to assist the indigenous forces making for change in the USSR and its client states. And that is just what the United States and other countries have been doing. It is not possible here to examine the many means which the West has used to manipulate the internal situation in socialist countries over the last 8 years. It is not possible here to examine the many means which the West has used to manipulate the internal situation in the socialist countries over the last 8 years, but they have been numerous. Obviously, throughout this period, intelligence agencies in the West have been highly active inside the socialist countries, although very little has been written or reported on the subject. So it is difficult to know what effect covert actions have had on the situation. What is striking today, however, is that so many public agencies and private organizations are doing exactly what intelligence agencies have done in the past. Government agencies, foundations, business groups, media organizations, human rights groups, trade unions, and others are all supporting and aiding opposition groups, particularly in the Soviet Union. They are openly aiding and guiding forces hostile to the socialist governments. They are, in short, actively working to produce that internal transformation, quote unquote, of which Pipes spoke 6 years ago. One has only to read the documents of the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, the Department of State, and the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy to understand the scale of this intervention. What is equally striking is that this intervention is now openly talked about without the slightest criticism or protest from the Congress, the mass media, or opposition political groups in our own country. In January of 1990, at a meeting of the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy, Lawrence Eagleburger, the Deputy Secretary of State, called for an expanded role for U.S. agencies in assisting anti-communist groups in Eastern Europe. One of the things we need to do, and President Bush is clearly on that road with regard to Poland and Hungary, is to establish a mechanism within the government that helps provide the opportunity for the private sector to engage itself directly in the Polish experiment, the Hungarian experiment, or other experiments that are about to take place in Eastern Europe, unquote. Speaking at the same meeting, Karl Gershman, Gershman, the president of the NED, told his audience that the endowment was already, quote, deeply engaged, unquote, in the election process in Czechoslovakia. And now Mr. Gervasi's conclusion in the last section of this article. The fact that the Reagan administration set out to destabilize the Soviet Union in the early 1980s is startling in itself. The ambitiousness and scope of the full-court press have no historical precedent in modern U.S. foreign policy. That last sentence again. The ambitiousness and scope of the full-court press have no historical precedent in modern U.S. foreign policy. At the same time, it is difficult to know exactly how to assess the effects of these U.S. policies on the Soviet Union. Obviously, a number of factors have contributed to the present chaos in the Soviet Union and to the effort to reintroduce capitalism there. Thus, the internal situation in the Soviet Union might well have led to a deepening crisis over the years, even without U.S. pressure and manipulation. However, change might not have gone as far as it has, or gone so rapidly. And it might be that the new Soviet leadership would have chosen to remain within the bounds of socialism, something which it now appears to have rejected. Rubinstein may be overstating the case when he says that, quote, the key difference in Soviet policy is to be explained not by further deterioration of the Soviet economy, but in changes in U.S. foreign policy, unquote. But he may not be far off the mark. U.S. policies have undoubtedly helped to move things very far, very fast in the Soviet Union, particularly in recent years when aid to the anti-communist opposition has involved annual expenditures in the tens of millions of dollars. There needs to be further investigation of the facts before we can properly weigh the importance of U.S. policy in bringing about, quote, the end of the Cold War, unquote. As this article indicates, there is some question about whether the Cold War is indeed over. Once that issue has been settled, if it can be, a host of additional facts deserve consideration, not the least of which is the fact that the cost of the full-court press, quote-unquote, undoubtedly helped to create economic chaos in our own country. Well, again, that article, I think, speaks clearly for itself. It's well written, and I think it is absolutely right on the money. We have been talking, with the exception of the discussion of NED in Lithuania, about the external pressure being applied to the Soviet Union. We are going to continue during the last part of tonight's archive show with discussion of the external pressure on the Soviet Union. We will begin next week, or we will resume, really, I should say, next week, with a discussion of the internal pressure on the Soviet Union as we take a look at the obvious interference in Soviet political affairs by our national security establishment using various fronts. And we will proceed with from our discussion of the events currently going on in Lithuania, and we will talk about similar activities underway elsewhere in the Soviet Union. In weeks to come, we will talk about similar things going on in Eastern Europe as well. One of the most important aspects of this article is one of the most important sentences is the sentence where he observes that things can go wrong during destabilization operations. That's why you want to interfere in your opponent's political affairs. Things may very well go wrong, and who can say just what is going to go wrong, but interfering in the affairs of a nuclear superpower is a dangerous business. Interfering in the affairs of a nuclear superpower is a dangerous business. A couple of things that I think need to be researched in connection with the destabilization of the Soviet Union. One is the Chernobyl incident. A fellow called up KGO AM, a major AM radio station here in the Bay Area, and claimed to have been involved in the team that blew up Chernobyl. Of course, that further strained the Soviet economy. It placed a lot of strain on not only the Soviet economy directly, but on their food production. The Ukraine, in which Chernobyl happened, is a major food-producing area of the Soviet Union. The possible involvement of the intelligence agencies and military of this country in Chernobyl, and a fellow actually called up to say that he had been involved in blowing up Chernobyl, and he called to say that he had sunk a ship and killed people who had been involved in blowing up Chernobyl because they had become badly irradiated in so doing, and it was deemed by the national security establishment to be dangerous to allow them to return. Obviously, I cannot speak for his verifiability and for his credibility. He also has appeared, that same individual, on some FM stations with the same tale. Mae Brussel claimed that Chernobyl, in fact, was deliberately instigated and set off by the United States. That is something I think that needs to be looked at in connection with the destabilization of the Soviet Union. And as crazy as it may seem to some people, the U.S. national security establishment has for some time projected that earthquakes, among other natural disasters, would be utilized as weapons of war in the 21st century. The Armenian earthquake of December 7th of 1988 coincided with a top-secret military mission of the space shuttle. It had devastating effects on the Soviet Union and particularly its economy. It gave the United States a chance to assess the Soviet civil defense capability, which had been as it turns out, greatly overrated. It also placed further economic strain on the Soviet Union. It curtailed Gorbachev's goodwill mission to the United States. It also gave the United States a lot of medical data on the Soviet Union and now allowed the United States to project a lot of people inside the Soviet Union, as Chernobyl did. And it also allowed, according to Soviet authorities, the shipment of a lot of weapons which came into Armenia under the auspices of relief aid. And as crazy as it will sound to some people, I have seen indications that this projected earthquake technology might actually be under development. The top-secret missions of the space shuttle, I think, need to be looked at in this regard. And the utilization of the so-called piezoelectric effect. Many minerals change shape when subjected to an electric current. That's basically the principle involved in the crystal in your watch vibrating. I think the possibility, and I'm not saying this is the case, it's a question I'm asking, not a statement I'm making, but that the space shuttle, which was on a top-secret military mission over the Soviet Union, supposedly putting a satellite into orbit, a surveillance satellite, that may have been connected to the Armenian earthquake, which further destabilized the Soviets, is something that I think needs to be researched. We're only 9 years from the 21st century at this point, and they have been earthquakes, that is, have been projected as weapons of war in that century. with the huge and largely secret military buildup under the Reagan administration and now the Bush administrations, I think we need to consider that possibility. It should also be noted that on the back page of the front section of the New York Times, at least the Western edition, for December 7th of 1988, there was an ad by the Armenian Americans Association accusing Gorbachev of having committed genocide against the Armenian people. That type of media display is often an indicator of covert action and a component of covert action. I refer listeners in this regard to the work of Fred Landis, who has done a lot of work on CIA manipulation of media in countries that are undergoing destabilization, and in particular the book Death in Washington by Donald Freed and Fred Landis, which talks about Operation Centaur, the destabilization of the Allende regime in Chile. Again, vis-a-vis the Armenian quake, it's not a statement I'm making, it's a question I'm asking, but I don't think we should rule that out under the circumstances, and I think it's something that needs to be researched. We're now going to proceed with the last aspect, the last section, I should say, of tonight's archive broadcast. What we're going to be talking about is, again, the Middle East War and aspects of it as a continuation of the Reagan doctrine, as a continuation of the full court press. Now, next week we are going to be going into another article from this issue of the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, talking about interference in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union as part of this destabilization, but in a continuation of the discussion from that excellent article and very well-written article by Sean Gervasi of the external pressure being applied to the Soviet Union. And again, I want to consider the Gulf War as a flanking maneuver, as part of the Reagan full court press intended to intimidate the Soviets, to spur continued high levels of military spending in the Soviet Union, with the resulting A, disastrous effect on the Soviet economy, and B, in turn, the destabilizing effect that the economic hardship will have on the Soviet people and the pressure to, quote, reform, unquote. Reading now from a very important article that appeared in today's San Jose Mercury News, today being Sunday, March 10th of 1991. This is an article by Jeffrey Klein, and it's entitled Gulf War, Mother of Star Wars, subtitled How SDI is Being Retailored to Be with War's Lasting Legacy. And it reads in part as follows. Before the debris from the first intercepted Scud fell to Earth, the Bush administration was ready to relaunch Star Wars, quote-unquote. Within a week, the Pentagon proudly announced the first successful in-space test of the 7-year-old $24 billion Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, program. The same evening, in his State of the Union address, President Bush called for more Star Wars money to pursue narrower objectives, quote, providing protection from limited ballistic missile strikes, unquote. The day he scorned Saddam Hussein's first withdrawal failure, the president roused workers at the Patriot plant with a speech obliquely warning Congress that Americans would gladly pay for the next generation of high-tech weapons and that elected leaders who resisted this risked political death. When all the Desert Storm sand settles, space-based weaponry will be seen as the war's main legacy. This administration cares more about Star Wars than any other military or domestic program. In the early 1980s, then Vice President Bush, along with Senator Dan Quayle and Representative Dick Cheney, were among SDI's earliest and staunchest supporters. Last fall, when the Pentagon privately concluded that the Patriot would fare well against the Scud, the administration quietly began retailoring its marketing strategy for Star Wars. In the name of a ground-based defensive system akin to the Patriot, they'll be asking Congress for expanded R&D funds. Post-war, this administration expects America will buy back into manifest destiny. Let our military fulfill its natural urge to control space. The decision to deploy weapons outside the atmosphere can wait for President Quayle. And the next section is called Space Test Discloses Underlying Ambitions. SDI's underlying ambitions were disclosed at the February 1st Defense Department briefing describing the program's first space interception, a $426 million project run by Sunnyvale's Lockheed Missiles and Space Company. An ICBM with a dummy warhead was fired from Vandenberg Air Force Base. 21 minutes later and 4,200 miles away, the Exo-Atmospheric Reentry Vehicle Interceptor System, or ERIS, E-R-I-S, was launched from the Kwajalein Atoll. It rose through the atmosphere and intercepted the warhead some 160 miles in space. Because the stakes are so high during development, every R&D dollar can represent as much as $10 if a production contract is won. The unqualified success, quote-unquote, the Defense Department reported should be suspect. For example, the day before the briefing, a New York Times exclusive illustrated the Aris's supercooled infrared sensors singling out the warhead amidst a shower of 13 decoys. The leak-proof SDI umbrella promised by President Reagan came to mind. But in fact, the Aris found its undisguised target on a known trajectory amid two balloons. Well, the point here, again, and recall the Sean Gervasi article and the Gene Kirkpatrick statement that the SDI was a key component of the full court press. One of the questions that I have concerning the Gulf War and the Son of Star Wars program here, the rejuvenated push for Star Wars, is to what extent this had actually been anticipated. It is a matter of fact that the U.S. military has it doesn't just do things on the spur of the moment. They have a long-term strategy, and it is my opinion that the resuscitation of SDI under the illusion of the success of the Patriot missiles. Incidentally, the Patriot missiles have been reported to be considerably less successful than most of the American media have reported them as being. There was an article in the San Jose Metro which indicated that, in fact, a lot more Patriots had been fired and the interceptions were not nearly as successful as we have been told. But the perception of the success of the Patriot is now being used to sell Star Wars. And one of the questions I have is whether the resuscitation of Star Wars will be used to continue the pressure on the Soviet Union and continue to spur them to high levels of military spending. It has been observed by many people that Star Wars would actually, in all probability, not be useful against a Soviet first strike, as unlikely as that would appear at this time, but rather would be much more successful against a Soviet retaliatory strike after much of their retaliatory capability had been wiped out by the United States. As the U.S. military or potential U.S. military and NATO move closer to the Soviet Union's borders, bear in mind the articles with which we closed the first installment of this series, indicating that not only is NATO now resuscitated as a result of the crackdown in Lithuania, and who the people are that are being cracked down there, we took a look at in the first installment, but beyond that some of the former Warsaw Pact nations, and that pact is dissolving, are seeking to tie themselves to NATO as well in order to prevent the Soviets from moving back into that part of the world. Beyond that, as I said, the U.S. adventure in the Gulf places a huge military force, at least for the time being, on the Soviet southern flank. It has put a scare into the Soviet General Staff concerning their air defense capabilities. It has spurred a call among the Soviet General Staff for continued high levels of military spending to avoid falling behind U.S. high-tech weaponry. It also is rearranging things politically in that part of the world that would make which will benefit U.S. interests and make a future U.S. military buildup that much easier. One of the questions that I have here, and it is my opinion that this is the case, is whether the resuscitation of Star Wars has long been planned, and the Patriot missiles' projected success against the Scud, obviously, is the rationale under which this is being done. I suspect that this is another aspect of the Gulf War, which in turn represents a continuation of the Reagan doctrine, now under George Bush, the full court press, of which Sean Gervasi wrote so eloquently in that article that we looked at. There are indications that the Gulf War had been planned for a long time, and beyond that Saddam Hussein was literally baited into moving into Kuwait. Of course, the United States has long supported Saddam Hussein in the war with Iran, and as I indicated in the various discussions that I have had here on this program vis-a-vis the Middle Eastern War, the Gulf War, when the U.S. national security establishment decides to move on any given issue, they do so when that move will scratch a number of different itches at different levels simultaneously. The Gulf War obviously has taken people's mind, at least for the time being, off the sorry state of the U.S. economy, which figures to get sorrier if we have to continue to spend all of this money on defense. Tanks versus bulldozers, as I said. It certainly has dramatically reversed the political fortunes of George Bush, who was being accused of waffling after his reneging on the pledge not to raise taxes. It has brought in tremendous profits for the oil industry, and George Bush is an oil man. It has averted, for the time being, some of the projected cuts in the defense budget, and obviously now is being used as a rationale for pushing the continuation of Star Wars. It obviously has put the United States on the Soviet Union's southern flank. It is in the process of rearranging the Middle East to suit U.S. interests, and those are just some of the things that appear to have been accomplished by the Middle East War, by the Gulf War. There are indications that, again, Saddam Hussein was deliberately baited into doing what he did, and I think this should be considered against the background of the destabilization of the Soviet Union, the full court press. I'm going to read a very important article now, which appeared in the London Sunday Observer of October 21st of 1990. This is an article by Helga Graham, Graham, and it's headlined, U.S. Oil Plot Fueled Saddam, subheaded, Bushman's secret New York meeting urged price hike and set the stage for Iraqi dictator's seizure of Kuwait. And that's a very important article. I'm going to read the whole thing into the record. The U.S. administration actively encouraged President Saddam Hussein to pursue an aggressive policy of higher oil prices 7 months before the invasion of Kuwait. According to high-level U.S. sources, it was discreetly suggested at a New York meeting in January that Iraq should engineer a big oil price rise in the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC. Leaked transcripts of discussions between U.S. diplomats and Saddam Hussein in the days around the invasion confirmed the Bush administration's support for Saddam's attempt, backed by his army, to kickstart his oil price rise. The U.S. administration helped this oil strategy by instigating a meeting between an American former ambassador, who was a member of the Foreign Relations Council and still used by Bush on foreign policy missions, and one of Saddam's top ministers and closest associates. The timing of the U.S. move was significant. In January, Saddam Hussein was not the regional colossus of popular legend, but a bankrupt dictator fighting for survival. Iraq, as a result of the long Gulf War and Saddam's boundless armaments appetite, was broke. I would interject that we may find ourselves in a similar situation as the Soviets as well. Continuing, oil income of $12 to $13 billion was insufficient to cover basic needs. Civilian imports will exceed $11 billion this year, of which about $3 billion is for food. Military imports will exceed $7 billion, and other foreign expenditure is estimated at about $1 billion, so an extra $7 billion was needed to cover current expenditure alone. Iraq's foreign debt, about $1 billion in 1979, had risen to $100 billion. At the same time, Saddam had an army of 700,000 to demobilize with no jobs to go to and a mutinous officer corps plotting against him. On January 6th, a military coup only just failed to kill him. Skipping down in the article, in these critical circumstances, the former American ambassador put to the Iraqi minister a proposition to raise oil revenue, thereby throwing Saddam a financial and political lifeline. In January, the oil price was $21 a barrel, but analysts expected that in the second quarter of the year, prices would fall to about $15, as they did. Saddam could expect to be in even deeper financial trouble by the summer. To meet the danger to himself, Saddam was advised to develop an aggressive oil policy by commissioning a study from the Washington Center for Strategic and International Studies, a foundation with links to Iraq. I would interrupt, that also has very strong links not only to the Reagan and Bush administrations, but also to the U.S. national security establishment as well. Continuing. Details of the report have been kept secret, but a reflection of it appears in an interview given by Henry Schuler, Schuler, the Center's Energy Security Program Director, on March 1st to the Arab Oil and Gas Journal. In the article called "The Oil Exporters Are Leaving Money on the Table," unquote, Schuler advocates an aggressive oil price policy for Arab oil producers. He foreshadows precisely the strategy adopted by Saddam. Asked whether the U.S. presence in the Gulf should be reinforced to make up for force reduction in Central Europe, Schuler says that the internal stability of the governments in the region is his main concern, quote unquote, but that the U.S. was powerless in this respect. How about the relation of this concern to oil? Schuler responds that Arab oil producers could get $24 or $25 a barrel without consumers searching for alternative sources. Arabs were not following their self-interest. Why leave money on the table for American consumers and the government to pick up? Criticizing those who did so could be a popular course, he observed, in what reads like a warning to Gulf governments. This could be achieved by a change of policy in one or more of the key exporting Gulf states, quote, one with the power to force all the states of the Gulf to follow suit, unquote, Schuler explains. Last couple of paragraphs again because they're critical here. Schuler responds that Arab oil producers could get $24 or $25 a barrel without consumers searching for alternative sources. Arabs were not following their self-interest. Why leave money on the table for American consumers and the government to pick up? Criticizing those who did so could be a popular course, he observed, in what reads like a warning to Gulf governments. This could be achieved by a change of policy in one or more of the key exporting Gulf states, quote, one with the power to force all the states of the Gulf to follow suit, unquote, Schuler explains. The easiest way would be by, quote, some change in leadership, unquote. In the second quarter of this year, OPEC was already producing 2.1 million barrels a day more than was needed. Based on its quota, Kuwait's overproduction at this time was 18% of OPEC's total estimated excess, while that of Iraq and Iran, calculated on a similar basis, was 10%. In the third week of June, the oil price fell to $13.54 a barrel. The market could not support a price increase to anything like $25 at that point, and cutting production to the quota would have raised prices by under $2 a barrel, according to one estimate. The only solution left, if Iraq was to benefit, was the deliberate change in policy pressed for by Schuler under the leadership of The only solution left, if Iraq was to benefit, was the deliberate change in policy pressed for by Schuler under the leadership of the one producer who could force it on the others, Iraq. Backing from the U.S. for such a bizarre policy seems odd for a country which does not traditionally favor high oil prices, but there were other considerations. Both President George Bush and Secretary of State James Baker are oil men, and the U.S. oil states Louisiana, Arizona, Alaska, and even Texas were in dire financial trouble. The U.S. produces half the oil it consumes, so higher prices were essential as an incentive for continued U.S. production. In 1986, the U.S. had already acted to raise prices. Then oil prices had collapsed to $8.90 and production declined. As Vice President, Bush traveled to Saudi Arabia to persuade King Fahd to pressure OPEC to raise prices. Fahd agreed. OPEC went back to its quota allowances and prices rose to $18. Saudi oil minister Sheikh Yamani, who had favored lower prices to obtain an increased share for OPEC, was fired. Further, there was U.S. unease at becoming overly dependent on Middle Eastern oil. An increase in oil prices was also a means of coping with security, not just for Iraq, but in the Gulf generally, including Saudi Arabia. The Bush administration's connivance with Saddam's attempt to raise oil prices can be tied down more directly. First, it is significant that when Sadoun Hamadi, Hammadi, Iraq's vice prime minister, began to parade Iraq's new views on oil prices around the Gulf states in early July, he demanded Schuler's $25 a barrel. This precise figure also reappears in two transcripts of U.S.-Iraqi diplomatic exchanges embarrassingly leaked by Saddam to U.S. TV. Following the invasion of Kuwait, Saddam is talking to the U.S. chargé d'affaires in Baghdad, Joseph Wilson. Wilson, I think the U.S. situation is dangerous to the world. Saddam, why? Because there is unrest in world markets. Saddam, you did this. We accepted $25 per barrel. And in parentheses, that is the observer's italics. Saddam is saying here that the $25 formula was an American one supported by Iraq. Further confirmation of Iraqi-U.S. concurrence on the oil price appears in the records of Saddam's meeting with the U.S. ambassador in Baghdad, April Glaspie, Glaspie, after Iraq's mobilization against Kuwait in support of its claim for higher oil prices and money. Confronted by a dangerous military buildup, Glaspie says, quote, "I have a directive from the president personally that I should work to expand and deepen relations with Iraq." She apologizes for the condemnation of Saddam's regime as a dictatorship by a journalist of the U.S. Information Agency. Glaspie observes that the U.S. does not wish high oil prices. Saddam agrees, but maintains that $25 is not high. The U.S. ambassador in effect concurs by rejoining that there are many Americans from oil states who wish for prices higher than $25. She adds that she admires his efforts for reconstruction and understands his need for money. So far as oil is concerned, quote, "My own estimate after 25 years of service in the area is that your aims should receive strong support from your brother Arabs," unquote. Glaspie then makes a crucial remark, again quoting, What we don't have an opinion on are inter-Arab disputes such as are your border dispute with Kuwait, and James Baker has directed our official spokesman to reiterate this stand. One more time. Quoting April Glaspie, U.S. ambassador to Iraq, "What we don't have an opinion on are inter-Arab disputes such as are your border dispute with Kuwait, and James Baker has directed our official spokesman to reiterate this stand." American neutrality, quote-unquote, must have done much to encourage Saddam, for in the previous months there had been any number of warnings of the violence of his ambitions, none of which had elicited any U.S. reproof. In February, Saddam used verbal violence to prepare the ground for the later campaign to raise oil prices. He took out of mothballs the 1960s anti-imperialist radical Arab nationalist rhetoric historically linked to the Arab sense of injustice at Israeli aggression towards Palestinians and an oil price deemed unfair to Arabs. The momentum slowly built up. In February, Saddam proposed that the U.S. fleet leave the Gulf. Later, that Arabs remove their savings to Eastern Europe, about as damaging to the U.S. as proposing Arabs transfer their funds to Mars. In April and May, Israel got a rhetorical drubbing. At the Baghdad Arab League summit on May 28th, the price of oil was mentioned for the first time as Saddam accused the Gulf states of waging economic war on Iraq. In February, other crucial events occurred. At the Arab Cooperation Council meeting in Amman, according to top Arab sources, Saddam brutally told King Hussein of Jordan and President Hosni Mubarak of Egypt to make their friends in the Gulf disgorge $30 billion. Quote, "If they will not give it to me, I will know how to get it," unquote. King Hussein flew to Saudi Arabia 2 days later to inform King Fahd, F-A-H-D. Around the same time, Iraq started army maneuvers in the neutral territory on the Kuwaiti border. In March, the Kuwaiti foreign minister visiting Baghdad was given a letter abrogating all border agreements between the two countries. U.S.-Iraqi complicity in these months went far beyond an oil price understanding. In February, according to U.S. press reports at the time, James Baker was attempting to have a State Department human rights report critical of Saddam's regime, albeit moderately, suppressed. Huge credits to Iraq were continued despite congressional sanctions waived by the president. Senator Robert Dole, visiting Baghdad 2 weeks later, apparently to denounce Iraqi weapons acquisitions, was abjectly appeasing in private. Saddam released the transcript of their conversations. Dole even apologized for a Voice of America editorial denouncing Saddam's human rights record. The journalist, he said, wrongly, had been dismissed. That article also speaks for itself. There are obviously firm indications that the U.S. deliberately baited Saddam into doing what he did. Certainly, indications were given, obviously incorrect, that the U.S. would not intervene if Saddam invaded Kuwait. And the study commissioned by the Washington, it used to be Georgetown University, but a couple of years ago Georgetown severed its connection with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The Center for Strategic and International Studies is a think tank with very strong connections to the national security establishment and also, obviously, to the Reagan and Bush administrations. That very same center has an individual named Walter Laqueur, L-A-Q-U, EUR. And this individual, returning again to the theme of the destabilization of the Soviet Union, and I went into that particular article because one of the things that I think needs to be examined here, as I like to say so often, food for thought and grounds for further research, is whether or not this entire move into the Middle East was planned a long time ago. And in addition to some of the short-term political gains at home, as well as oil profits, and some of the other things I mentioned, the use of the Gulf War as, in essence, a flanking maneuver on the Soviet southern flank, while we, under the auspices of NED and in turn LCRA-LIC, inject fascist elements into Lithuania, in my opinion, to provoke a Soviet crackdown. I think the Lithuanians are going to be sacrificial lambs, and that we want exactly that. I think those fascist elements there are intended to provoke a Soviet response. I think we need to consider the Gulf War as part of Reagan's full-court press against the Soviet Union. Obviously, George Bush is president now, but he was an enthusiastic supporter of this policy and an apparent collaborator in it. Reading now from the Los Angeles Times of Friday, March 8th of 1991, there is an op-ed column by Walter Lacker who is chairman of the International Research Council of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. That, of course, is the same group that drew up that study, that secret study, advising the Arab oil-producing states to raise the price to $25 a barrel. This particular column by Walter Lacker is headed, Saviors Plot a Return to the Past. It's called, also titled Perspective on the Soviet Union, and subheaded, Military Hardliners Would Dismantle Perestroika in Creeping Counter-Revolution, Not an Outright Coup. Skipping down in the article, talking here about the National Salvation Committees and the hardliners, and in particular people associated with the national security establishment of the Soviet Union, and the overall theme here is that basically they're going to come to power. They will undo perestroika gradually with resultant hardline towards the West and high levels, and this is important here, the most important point, high levels of military spending, which obviously will continue the economic pressure on the Soviet Union. I think that we are deliberately provoking the Soviets for that reason. Reading now part of this column. In their public speeches, the proponents of national salvation reject the idea of a military coup. They accept the advice given to them by their well-wishers in government and party that creeping counter-revolution is greatly preferable to a violent, bloody coup. So far, the strategy has worked. The main liberals in the leadership have been forced to resign. Political liberty and freedom of speech are more and more curtailed. Economic reform is virtually discontinued. In foreign policy, the Soviet Union is distancing itself more and more from the West. All this without great fanfare. In fact, the process is only dimly realized in the West, preoccupied as it is with the Gulf crisis. But some of the main tasks have yet to be achieved. The ouster of Boris Yeltsin and his supporters at the helm of the Russian Federation, the dissolution of the liberal Moscow and Leningrad city Soviets, the suppression of the nationalist forces in the non-Russian republics. Some of these aims might be achieved more or less peacefully, albeit illegally. In other cases, the application of violence, perhaps on a massive scale, will be inevitable. The honeymoon with the West and the hope for massive economic help will come to an end. Last couple of sentences again. Some of these aims might be achieved more or less peacefully, albeit illegally. In other cases, the application of violence, perhaps on a massive scale, will be inevitable. The honeymoon with the West and the hope for massive economic help will come to an end. In his classic study, The Man on Horseback, The Role of the Military in Politics, the British historian S.E. Finer, F-I-N-E-R, noted many years ago that the armed forces have three great political advantages over civilian organizations, a marked superiority in organization, a highly emotionalized symbolic status, and a monopoly of arms. But he also states that they lack moral authority and that they must either rule through civilian cabinets or pretend to be something other than they are. The Russian colonels agree on keeping the army strong, meaning a higher military budget, and are opposed to the disintegration of the Soviet Union. They want to turn the clock back as far as political freedom is concerned. Well, it is my opinion that U.S. policy, both in the Gulf and in the Baltics, and the full-court press, which we will go into more next week as we focus on internal intervention of the Soviet Union, is aimed at doing exactly that. This is aimed at destabilizing the Soviets for the reasons that I have indicated, eliminating for once and for all socialism from that country so that there will not be a large Soviet socialist country in Europe, even though the Soviets have proposed a return, an entry into a market economy. And again, our military, our defense industries will enjoy this. And last but most assuredly not least, the Japanese and Germans will enjoy this because that will keep us from being competitive as well. 2 articles looking ahead to next week's program. I'm not going to read the articles, just the headlines. We'll talk about it more. And I believe this is also indicative of the ongoing destabilization of the Soviet Union. And I think this could result in a Third World War, conceivably. Depends on whether the Soviets decide to go peaceably or whether somebody perhaps in a moment of desperation decides to fire off a missile or two, SDI notwithstanding. Reading from the San Jose Mercury News of Monday, March 4th of 1991, an article by Peter Slevin, SLE or Slavin, SLEVIN of the Night Raider News Service, datelined Tallinn, USSR, headline, Estonia and Latvia cast big votes for independence. I do not think the Soviet military will stand for that for reasons I've explained. They're not going to want the U.S. fleet operating with impunity in the Baltic. They will not lose, I don't think, without a struggle, the key naval bases on the Baltic Sea. And I think that ultimately this is intended to produce a crackdown for reasons that I have outlined. Reading now from the San Jose Mercury News from today, Sunday, March 10th of 1991. A story from the LA Times, dateline Moscow, headlined, Yeltsin intensifies heat on Gorbachev. We will talk about Boris Yeltsin, his connections to elements of the American far right next week as we continue with this ongoing archive series, The Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. We are now going to speak with Lanny Simkin, who has graced our airwaves before. Lanny, for 5 years, was in charge of, was director of litigation for the Christic Institute, the nonprofit law firm, which is pursuing some of the key people involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. He has now left the Christic and is working on a book, and he is now going to join us live from Washington, D.C. to talk about a couple of things which will kick off our discussion concerning the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. This will begin the third installment of this ongoing archive series. And good evening, Lanny. Are you with us?
I am indeed.
Well, first of all, welcome back once again to the KFJC airwaves. It's a pleasure to have you.
It's good to be here.
There are a couple of things that you mentioned to me, Lanny, in a talk we had a couple of months ago, or actually one thing in particular that piqued my interest and frankly scared the expletive deleted out of me. You have developed some information, you have gleaned some information from a number of sources about the possibility of the compromising of a Soviet nuclear device. Could you tell us more about that?
Well, during the early stages of the Middle East War, I was making an effort to perceive what the covert scenarios might be at work within the Middle East that would have prompted this war.
By the way, there was an extensive op-ed column by Lanny Simkin in the San Jose Mercury News. I don't remember the exact date of that, Lanny, but people, right around the time that the war began, I think it was either January 12th or 13th. It was on a Monday. No, it was on a Tuesday. There was a huge op-ed column by Lanny outlining some of his views in that regard for people that would like to pursue it in the libraries. Excuse me for jumping in, Dan. Lanny, go ahead.
That's quite all right. In looking at the situation, I saw one piece I was looking for was I knew that the most likely thing Iraq would do once they were in Kuwait would be to dig in. Mm-hmm. And the question would be, would the United States then attack, or if they were going to attack, how would they proceed to attack? I watched as they went to the United Nations. There was always the possibility the United Nations might say no. The Bush administration went to Congress. There was the possibility they might say no. And knowing historically that covert action often involves, the term is false sponsor. You create an event, you attribute it to someone else, and you use that event as the rationale for taking action.
Right.
So I was looking for potential false sponsors, ways that this war could be started that would be blamed on Iraq when in fact it had been the United States that had set up the event. I knew that there had been significant unrest in the Soviet Union in various republics, and that there had been reports in the media of unrest in republics where nuclear weapons were on Soviet bases. The newspapers said that the Soviet authorities claimed that no nuclear weapons were in any way endangered, or loss of control was in no way threatened. Then one day I was watching a made-for-television movie, and it was a fictional movie, but at the end of the movie they ran a trailer. And on the trailer it said that, in fact, in early 1990, in a Soviet republic, a southern Soviet republic, during ethnic unrest, U.S. intelligence sources had picked up information that a Soviet nuclear weapon had been compromised. That was the word used in the trailer, and it didn't say much more. So I applied those various pieces and started thinking about what that might mean. I knew that ever since the Soviet Revolution, we had had a great interest in influencing the Soviet Union and its future. We'd had numerous agents inside the Soviet Union. We had agents outside working with the group known as the Captive Nations Exiles. We'd had a lot of connections with them, and there were a lot of very right-wing fascist groups that were associated with the United States intelligence services. I knew that after World War II, Reinhard Gehlen's network had been plugged into the Central Intelligence Agency, so that we had agents throughout Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union that were part of the Nazi network and the old Tsarist network. So we had the capability of both fomenting, exacerbating the unrest in the Soviet Union in order to destabilize the Soviet Union, and perhaps the capability of snatching a nuclear weapon from one of those disrupted republics. And if that was what was going on, my next thought was, well, how would we move that weapon into the theater of war in the Middle East and possibly use it as a false initiator? And I'd reached that point in my speculations and my analysis when the report came out about the 6 Iraqi helicopters defecting. You may remember that one.
Right. That was later denied.
It appeared, and then it was denied. I've read a number of accounts about it. They actually named the air base. They named the commander. The base was put on alert. They described the helicopters, the type they were, and it said that 6 of them came through. 2 of them dropped into the desert. The other 4 went on to a military base, and all of the fighters that had been scrambled because these helicopters had shown up followed the 4 back to the military base. So it occurred to me that the 2 that dropped into the desert would be a perfect way to plant such a device in the desert and save it in reserves. It was right near the Saudi Arabian-Kuwaiti border, so that if you planted a nuclear device in that area and saved it for detonation later, you could blame it on Saddam Hussein. There had been a great deal of talk by the Bush administration about Saddam Hussein's nuclear capabilities. It was distilled down during the course of the war to the possibility that he could construct one crude nuclear device and deliver it by ship or over land, but he didn't have an air capability of delivery. Mm-hmm. Well, that fit right in with burying something in the desert near the border. So I grew increasingly concerned that we may well have set up such an initiator event. And I wrote both the op-ed that you mentioned that went to various papers around the country and a paper that I delivered to Congress, which included that potential scenario in it, and asked certain members of Congress to see if they could contact William Webster, the head of the CIA, or contact the military commander in the area and find out what those helicopters really were, what the real story was. I never did get any feedback on that. I still think it's a possibility that's what was going on. Of course, the Bush administration got the approval from the UN and got the approval from Congress and proceeded to launch the war without a need for any kind of false initiator.
It may also be that what we were looking at were helicopters used to ferry special forces personnel or commandos inside of Kuwait, and we now know that those special operatives were in fact very active inside there. So it may be that what was spotted and perceived as defecting Iraqi helicopters were actually presumably Soviet-made helicopters with Iraqi markings that were being used to transfer commandos for various black ops inside of Kuwait.
Well, my assumption in the scenario was that the 6 helicopters were, in fact, a Delta Force mission.
Mm-hmm.
And that when the 4 landed at the airbase, they simply told the commander at the airbase that they were Delta Force and that any knowledge of their mission should be denied.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the story disappeared. There was a great deal of confusion, with Saudi Arabian sources both confirming and denying, U.S. Pentagon sources confirming with lots of detail and then not sure. I think there was something happened there.
Mm-hmm.
And it made sense to me that a Delta Force mission that had to be denied would cause just such confusion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Obviously, at least to date, we have not seen any sort of Iraqi nuclear terrorist incident, Iraqi here belonging in quotes. One of the things, if in fact that intelligence trailer, and have you learned any more about where they got that, Lanny, or is that sort of a free-floating item at this time?
It's a free-floating item out there. I have to really go back and construct who made that movie and see if I can get back to where they got their report.
It would be interesting. It should also be noted, too, that one of the techniques our national security establishment uses is they will float an impending scenario using fiction, either a movie, a television production, or a book, and use that to direct people's thinking in a particular direction so that when the actual event happens, they go, oh, yeah, that's just like thus and such.
That's right.
I wonder if perhaps that's what we were looking at. One of the things that...
Actually, there's one other element here that I hadn't put in the analysis that occurred to me later.
Mm-hmm.
That if that device was detonated, it might be blamed on Saddam Hussein, but if it was in fact a Soviet device, later analysis might have led to blaming the Soviet Union providing the device.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is something that occurred to me as well. Another possibility that I think we should prepare ourselves for or examine is that if, in fact, civil war breaks out in the Soviet Union. By the way, Lanny, I have not had a chance to hear the news today. I've been preparing my broadcast, and I was at work earlier in the day. Have you heard the results of the Soviet referendum? Have they been made public?
No, I'm working on a book, and I spent the whole day working on it. I haven't heard the news either.
So we both had our noses buried in our travails here. One of the things that occurs to me, and I've been developing a scenario over the past several weeks, that among the motivations for the U.S. adventure into the Middle East, and it should be noted that when our national security establishment decides to move in a particular direction, make a major move, they do so and it'll scratch a number of different itches at different levels simultaneously. And one of the things that I think the U.S. Gulf War represents is not only a psychological warfare device against the Soviet Union. It is reported that the Soviet high command and hardliners are reevaluating their reductions in defense spending because they're concerned that their air defenses may now be vulnerable to U.S. air attack. That obviously would place further strain on the already badly overburdened Soviet economy, which will add to the unrest in the Soviet Union. I also mentioned the Sean Gervasi article in the current issue, or the most recent issue, of Covert Action Information Bulletin, in which he talks about the Reagan military buildup and the scary, pro-nuclear war rhetoric as actually a means of scaring the Soviets into trying to match our military buildup, thereby bankrupting themselves. And I think his analysis is right on the money. One of the things that a compromised nuclear device might serve to do would be to further trash the Soviet Union. If, in fact, the Soviets disintegrate into a state of civil war, as some people have predicted, and as you noted, with the legacy of the Gehlen Organization, the Captive Nations Committee, the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, our national security establishment has no shortage of means of projecting forces into the Soviet Union and operating in that regard. It might very well be that a device could be used to do two things. One, further trash the Soviet Union, either eliminate a major city or contaminate a major part of the Soviet Union. This would not only do extreme damage to the country along the lines of what Chernobyl did. And by the way, on the West Coast here, I don't think he's had any exposure in the East. A fellow has appeared on a number of talk shows, primarily on commercial stations, and he has discussed the fact that he sank a ship. I've forgotten his name. He sank a ship, he claims, in the North Atlantic, which was taking out a group of U.S. operatives who had blown up Chernobyl. He actually claimed that the people, he said, had become badly contaminated in blowing up Chernobyl, but that it was feared that because they were badly contaminated and were going to die, that they would blow the whistle on what they had done if they began feeling guilty and decided to make their peace with the Lord before the inevitable happened. So he claims that he was part of a secret team which sank the ship and killed them all before they could possibly spill the beans. So there is actually
at least... I hadn't heard that one.
Well, it is. He's appeared on a number of talk shows, not as a guest, but via phone-in on the West Coast, and obviously that cannot be confirmed, but I know Mae Brussel, among others, analyzed the Chernobyl event and said this was something that was deliberately induced. Interestingly enough, and this obviously is not conclusive, it's what I like to call food for thought and grounds for further research, but Mama Danilov's baby boy Nick, the journalist who was held by the Soviets in '86, had written an article for U.S. News and World Report shortly before the Chernobyl incident, indicating that Soviet nuclear facilities were far below the safety standards of those in the West and that they could have a nuclear accident. He, incidentally, was the son of an Okhrana officer, the Tsarist secret police, and there was a lot of interesting maneuvering around Danilov. Reagan had said that he would not have any serious arms control agreements. He did not feel that at the summit conference there would be any need for serious arms control negotiations. And all of a sudden, right after the Danilov situation, he hot-footed it to Reykjavik and was hobnobbing with Gorbachev and had some very interesting tentative proposals to begin limiting nuclear arms. I wonder whether perhaps Danilov might be a spy journalist. Interestingly enough, Danilov was the source to which a spurious account, which almost got the House Select Committee on Assassinations taken out of business. The account, I've forgotten exactly what it was offhand, but it resulted in an uproar which almost got the House Select Committee on Assassinations dissolved. That was attributed to him. And I think it's called Codename Zero, the book by Mark Lane and Dick Gregory, neither of whom I think a whole lot of, talks about that. But I wonder whether perhaps Danilov was one of these journalist spies which the CIA has utilized over the years, and whether perhaps that U.S. News and World Report scenario may have represented something along the lines of what I fear that television movie might be, namely a foreshadowing of an impending event so that we would see it in the way that we were intended to see it. But I wonder whether we're going to see something along those lines if a Soviet civil war should ensue.
Well, I have two reactions to that. The first is how sad it is that our government, the United States of America, supposedly founded as a democracy with all the high ideals that that concept represents, that people like us, who I think of as loyal to that vision, have come to the point where we would basically attribute any such act to our government because we've seen enough evidence to know that it's happening all the time.
What I would be talking about here would be something like a nuclear Lepenka.
Yes. The second thing is, I think if in my analysis of the Middle East war, I projected that what we were trying to do was disrupt Middle East oil supplies in order to make room for the Soviet oil supply. We know that the Soviet Union has drastically reduced production of oil. Many people don't realize that the Soviet export of oil that was going on before the war was primarily Iraqi oil that they were trading for military weapons. So the Soviets would give the Iraqi military weapons, the Iraqis would give them oil, the Soviets would then sell the oil for hard currency on the international market.
That is fascinating because with the disruption of the Iraqi oil production capability, that would eliminate the Soviets, one of their devices for obtaining badly needed hard currency.
Well, the sanctions cut them off immediately. And when the sanctions went on Iraq from the United Nations, they couldn't sell their oil. The Soviet Union obeyed the sanctions and couldn't get the oil. So right away, the Soviet Union had a tremendous drop in their ability to export oil. The Soviet domestic production capacity is also deteriorated, and there have been a number of reports. The Washington Post on January 31st, of this year, talked about Soviet oil exports were declining, and the fall in exports was so precipitous that the Soviet Union might even plunge into a debt spiral, according to an official of the Soviet Ministry of External Economic Relations, and that they needed sizable investments, including significant contribution of Western expertise and technology. to prevent the Soviet oil industry's continued decline. On February 10th, they did a follow-up report where they talked about these fields that are being discovered in the Soviet Union, which they referred to as elephants, giant oil fields that pump hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil a day for years and years and years, and they call them elephants, and they were referring to the new oil explorers from the Western multinationals as great white hunters, and that the size of these fields is equivalent to Saudi Arabia, and that with that much oil coming under the wing of United States and other Western multinational corporations, they would need a way of marketing that oil, and they knew full well that if Saddam Hussein was pushed, he was going to destroy the Kuwaiti oil fields. We could destroy the Iraqi oil fields. You take Kuwait and Iraq out of oil production for a significant period of time, and you make room then for the Soviet oil production to come online. I think that was an integral part of the whole scenario in the Middle East War. I also think that getting control of the Soviet oil through the multinational corporations was the best way they could see of penetrating the Soviet Union's economic life and getting at all of the resources that the Soviet Union has and putting them at the disposal of the multinationals. That this disruption of Soviet political and economic life, making it almost impossible for the government to deliver goods and services to their people, would force them to turn to the U.S. multinationals. The U.S. multinationals would in turn bring in their economic investment and their technology, but the price would be Soviet resources. Mm-hmm. They would go in and develop the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union's resources would then be at their disposal.
Which is something which Western companies and Western entrepreneurs have undertaken to do even before the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union. This was a major goal of Western entrepreneurs but during the period of the Tsar. We're going to be running short of time here, Lanny, because I have a lot of other things to talk about. So I wanted to run a couple of other things by you in this connection. And by the way, we will be speaking in weeks to come at some length so that we can explore some of your views on the macroeconomic and macro-political aspects of the Middle East War at the length that they really deserve. But tonight, since I'm doing a program specifically about the destabilization of the USSR, I want to focus the discussion for the time being on a couple of other things, because we're going to have to take our leave here. Again, in weeks to come, I hope to have you on and we can really stretch out at some length and explore this. But if a Soviet nuclear device is compromised, and whether or not it goes off, it could very easily serve as a pretext for, among other things, the continued development of Star Wars. Now, with the alleged success of the Patriot missiles, I guess success, but it remains to be seen whether what we were really told the truth about how effective they were. But George Bush seized on this in order to come up with sort of Son of Star Wars, I guess you could say, or Star Wars 2, a limited Star Wars. And with the instability in the Soviet Union, and there are very serious indications that we are promoting that as hard as we can, that is to say, the U.S. national security establishment, whether or not it goes off, the compromising of the Soviet nuclear weapon could very easily serve as a pretext for continued Star Wars funding, which would be appropriated under the rationale of seeing to it that we have a limited shield so that we can protect against, a Soviet nuclear lone nut, a general or colonel who might decide to fire a missile on his own, or some wild-eyed fanatics who might decide to pull something on their own. What is your opinion of that?
Well, that I think is the kind of uncertainty they'd like to create to justify Star Wars. Of course, the Patriot missile had nothing to do with the Star Wars program. It was developed independent of the Star Wars program, but they've attempted to link the two. And secondly, I think their ultimate objectives in the Soviet Union are either to provoke a new wave of Stalinism, to have the hardliners move in and take over again so they can restore the Cold War and all that it means to them.
Which, by the way, Lanny, is exactly the scenario that I have been developing over the past several weeks. Go ahead.
And the alternative is disintegration of the Soviet Union into a third world series of countries that would all be dependent on Western technology and investment for their very survival, as Eastern Europe has become.
Which is the scenario you have been developing here this evening.
Right. And I think, too, Congressman Henry Hyde recently said that with this tremendous success in Iraq, we should push on to continue forcing the Soviet Union down the road we want them to go, making noises about encouraging the separation of various republics and all of that, the hard right wing is determined to dismember the Soviet Union if they can, and that kind of pressure is exactly the kind of pressure that would bring on a Stalinist reaction to prevent disintegration of the Union.
And the Soviet national security establishment, the military and the KGB, have already stated in no uncertain terms that they will not stand by and see the breakup of the Soviet Union.
That's right. That's right. And I think we're at a very critical time now. Boris Yeltsin is playing a very important role that needs to be very carefully watched.
And Boris Yeltsin, by the way, is as testified to in the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, is very heavily involved with some of the same American far-right forces that have boosted Reagan and Bush so successfully.
Well, it's ironic to see Boris Yeltsin talking about democracy. He was one of the most heavy-handed warlords in the Soviet Union under the old regime.
Well, democracy in the twisted political lexicon, the newspeak of the Reagan and Bush administrations, really could be seen as Orwellian newspeak for fascism. Because that's really, when they talk about democracy, and when they talk about freedom, when they talk about people being free, they basically mean they don't want to have to pay them any wages, you know?
Well, that's part of what it means. I also think they have a sophisticated plan of introducing democratic process and then bringing in the computers to control it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, we've certainly seen what they think of American democracy, and the work of the Christic Institute, which you were so instrumental in helping to forward, is one of the very few things standing up against martial law scenarios. And I, by the way, just before we had you on the air here, was talking about my fear that among the things Iraqi uranium or perhaps a compromised Soviet nuclear device could be used for is a nuclear provocation in this country, the mother of all provocations, so to speak.
Oh, certainly it would be, yes. And if I might, Dave, for people that are interested in the analysis that you mentioned that was in the San Jose Mercury News, I have a complete paper and a series of papers on the Middle East.
Where can people obtain that, Lanny?
They can write to me at LANNYSINKIN. I'm Post Office Box 29492, Washington, D.C. 20017-9492. For the whole series, a contribution of $10 would be greatly appreciated. All
righty. Why don't you repeat that one more time, Lanny, for the benefit of people that are not taping, although I will also remind listeners that this discussion with Lanny will be on permanent file with archives on audio as part of the archive series about the destabilization of the USSR. But go ahead, Lanny. We have a lot of people who listen casually, and some of them may have been scribbling furiously. Why don't you run by once more?
If had a chance to get a pencil and paper, it's Post Office Box 29492, Washington, D.C., 20017-9492.
Okay. Well, it remains to be seen whether Dr. Jekyll and Henry Hyde scenario is put forward, but it's important and it's terrifying, and we will see. As President Eisenhower said, the future lies ahead.
Indeed, it does.
And sometimes I wish it didn't, because I'm frankly terrified about what the future holds.
Well, I have a great deal of confidence in the people of this country. You know, they can seize our government with a national security apparatus and manipulate our policies and all of that, but they're dealing with a population that has been exposed to the democratic vision. The civics class that we all took, which I think they're probably not offering anymore because look what it did to us, taught us that the government is supposed to serve the people, the power resides in the people, the government's supposed to be responsive to the people. I think the New World Order, trying to impose the New World Order in a country like this is going to be a very difficult undertaking.
Well, I hope you're right, Lanny. They've been reasonably successful so far, but on the other hand, there are individuals like yourself who have thrown their weight against it, and hopefully with the proliferation of the kind of consciousness which you exemplify, we can stem the tide.
Okay, I hope so.
Okay, well, listen, Lanny, as I said, we're going to move along because I have a lot of material to do on the USSR and Eastern Europe this evening. I will be working on this series at least one more week, possibly two, but within the next several weeks I would like to have you on at some length, and then we can really stretch out and explore these scenarios that you have outlined for us briefly this evening.
That'd be my pleasure.
Okay, well, once again, it's been both a pleasure and an honor to have you gracing the KFJC airwaves, and once again, these airwaves will always be open to you should you want to communicate with this audience.
All right, thank you, Dave.
Okay, thank you, Lanny.
Good night.
Good night now. Alrighty, well that obviously concludes our discussion with Lanny Simkin for this evening, and as I said, I will have him back in weeks to come. I'm now going to take a musical break, and this discussion represents the initiation of tonight's archive program, The Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III, and this is the third installment, music, and then the bulk of tonight's archive show. We are now going to begin we're going to continue with the third installment of the ongoing archive series, which I may very well install as Radio Free America 36 when it is completed. It's called The Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a Prelude to World War III, ? And I'm going to read an article here which falls in line with what I discussed last week. One of the points that I touched on last week was that, and as we touched on in the discussion just concluded with Lanny Simkin, one of the points that I made last week was that the success of the Patriot missiles in the Middle East War, in the Gulf War, has been used by George Bush to push for Star Wars, and a slightly scaled-back version of Star Wars. And in the Sean Gervasi article that we looked at last week from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, that article is entitled Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union. Gervasi made the point, and he, by the way, is an economist, last name Gervasi. Gervasi made the point that in his opinion, and I think he makes an excellent case, the huge military buildup under the Reagan administration and the very alarming rhetoric about fighting and winning a nuclear war, and perhaps even Reagan's little quip about we start bombing in 5 minutes, that this basically was intended to frighten the Soviets into trying to match our military buildup, thus straining the Soviet economy to the breaking point. One of the things mentioned in some studies done by the Rand Corporation, which appear to have been directly attendant on this policy that was pursued by Reagan, involved the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, a missile defense system which would be used to protect the United States, an anti-missile system used to protect the United States against a theoretical Soviet first strike. An article in the San Francisco Chronicle that appeared on Thursday, March 14th of 1991, sheds further light on what we're seeing with the new push for Star Wars. And as I theorized last week, the new push for Star Wars, in my opinion, may very well represent a continuation of that policy, a challenge to the Soviets to match our military buildup, thereby straining their economy and further entangling the already considerable social unrest in the Soviet Union, which might even become the ex-Soviet Union if the United States gets its way. Reading again from the San Francisco Chronicle of Thursday, March 14th of 1991. This is an article by Donna Cassata, C-A-S-S-A-T-A, of the Associated Press at State Line, Washington, and headline, GOP urges treaty change to permit Star Wars testing, and it reads in part as follows. A leading Senate Republican, in an attempt to bolster the Star Wars program, yesterday challenged the U.S.-Soviet treaty restricting testing of anti-ballistic missile systems. With the backing of the Bush administration, Senator John Warner of Virginia introduced a measure urging the president to negotiate with the Soviet Union on, quote, reasonable adjustments, unquote, to the 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty. Well, if in fact those adjustments are made, or if we decide to chuck the 1972 ABM treaty, that would open the way for Star Wars testing, and that obviously would, if the Soviets decide to match it, and their military strategic thinkers probably will attempt to do something, it certainly will increase the pressure on the Soviets to avoid military cutbacks, thereby, as I said, increasing the military spending and thereby further burdening their economy and destabilizing their society. If this treaty is thrown out, it will obviously permit the United States to go ahead with Star Wars much more easily. And again, I mentioned that in addition to many other things, the Gulf War appears to me to be, in essence, a flanking maneuver aimed at the Soviets, and also a good example of the Nazi technique of Schrecklichkeit, or frightfulness. Not only is the United States now on the Soviet southern flank in a big way, they have had devastating military success against some largely dated but some contemporary Soviet air defense systems. And this apparently has caused some serious alarm, at least vis-a-vis their air defense systems and possible reductions in military spending in the Soviet military elite. I read last week into the record an article in the London Observer of October 21st of 1990 that indicates that the United States may very well have baited Saddam Hussein into invading Iraq. There are a number of indications that may be the case. Most significantly, a study commissioned for the Arab oil-producing nations, in Iraq in particular, by the very conservative and Reagan and Bush allied Washington Center for Strategic and International Studies, that encouraged an Arab nation with the ability to do so, quote unquote, to put military pressure on and diplomatic pressure on its neighbors to raise the price of crude. Also, a number of diplomatic signals were sent to Saddam Hussein, including, most notably, a conversation that U.S. Ambassador to Iraq April Glaspie had with Saddam Hussein, indicating that Arab border disputes were of no interest to the United States. To what extent the refurbishing of the Star Wars program, which itself I see as, among other things, in addition to providing new buckaroos for the defense industries, is an element of what I see as a continuation of the full court press destabilization policy against the USSR that I outlined last week. In that Sean Gervasi article, another element in the destabilization of the USSR, the full court press that was discussed, was the use of proxy war. And I have discussed in the first installment how the Gulf War represented at least a perception of the superiority of U.S. arms over Soviet arms, and at least to a certain extent, it has caused serious alarm in Soviet military circles about the possible reduction of military spending, which they feel might place them at a future disadvantage vis-a-vis the United States. Bearing in mind, again, the phrase proxy war, which was in the Sean Gervasi article that I read into the record last week, this headline, and I'm only going to read the headline from the Los Angeles Times of Wednesday, February 20th of 1991. This is an article by Robert C. Toth, or Toth, T-O-T-H, of the L.A. Times, Dateline, Washington. Headline, Proxy War, U.S. facing Soviet tactics and weapons, and subheaded, Combatants, Analysts see a laboratory for hypothetical East-West conflict. It may be that articles like this are intended to shape the Soviet thinking along the lines of the way we want them to think, namely seeing the Gulf War as a potential triumph or as an actual triumph of American military technology over Soviet military technology in order to spur them to avoid reductions in military spending with the effects that I have already outlined. Obviously, we cannot say that for sure, but as I like to say, food for thought and grounds for further research. Something else arising out of the Gulf War, and whether this was planned, such as perhaps the Star Wars, the new Star Wars push was, and again, I can't say that for sure, but I suspect that may be the case, FFT, GFFR, and something else which has grown out of the Gulf War, and which certainly has to alarm Soviet strategic and military planners, is the fact that the Germans, who obviously have a history of aggression against the Soviet Union, and of whom the Soviets are rightfully afraid, the Germans are now discussing a wider military role for their armed forces. Reading now from the Los Angeles Times of Thursday, March 14th of 1991. This same article was excerpted both in the Chronicle and the San Jose Mercury News of that same day. This is an article by Tyler Marshall of the LA Times, dateline Berlin, and headlined, Kohl discusses a wider role for German military. It reads in part as follows. In a major speech, Chancellor Helmut Kohl on Wednesday moved closer to formally endorsing a wider role for the German military forces. Kohl told the opening session of a two-day conference on the future of Germany and Europe that the country should reject a limited constitutional change allowing its armed forces or Bundeswehr to participate only in token UN peacekeeping forces and instead consider broader options. Skipping down. While such a wider role for German military forces has been discussed informally as part of a debate about a possible constitutional amendment, Kohl's remarks were the first in such a formal setting and seemed to set the government's position. A proposal to amend the Constitution is expected later this year. Quote, the idea that German forces should operate outside Europe or within larger, integrated European units has not been put forward like this before, unquote, said Eckhard Ehrenberg, E-C-K-E-H-A-R-D-T, E-H-R-E-N-B-E-R-G, director of the Research Institute for Security Policy and International Development in Bonn. Again quoting, "It's new," unquote. Cole's comments and the debate about the military role of a united Germany are a direct result of the Persian Gulf War. Although Germany provided about $10 billion to support the Allied force financially, constitutional wording was interpreted as forbidding the deployment of German forces outside the North Atlantic Treaty Organization area. Well, if, in fact, this proposal goes forward, it will broaden the possibility for German military action, and if we see a resumption of the Cold War, and as I have theorized, and apparently Lanny Simkin also has theorized, the U.S. either wants to see a new Cold War by forcing the return of a repressive Stalinist-type regime, a hardline regime, in order to counteract the disintegration of the Soviets, or else the disintegration of the Soviet Union into a bunch of little third-world countries that would then be at the beck and call of Western multinational corporations for development. Certainly, the possibility of an expanded German military role, now a united Germany, with the loss of the cordon sanitaire in Eastern Europe that the Soviets used to have. The Warsaw Pact has now dissolved. The NATO is going strong. And as we looked at in the first installment of this series, the Soviet crackdown in the Baltics is seen as a justification for the perpetuation and revitalization of NATO. It should be understood that the Soviets will be greatly frightened by the possibility of future confrontation, not only with the United States, but with a united Germany. That's a road they've been down before, and I think this particular development also, whether or not it was intended, certainly has to contribute to the pressure on the Soviet political and military thinkers to continue to maintain high levels of military spending. It should be noted that in yesterday's papers, although I'm not going to read it into the record, virtually all of the major newspapers yesterday being March 16th of 1991, discussed the fact that the Soviets and the Americans have reached an impasse on arms negotiations. Apparently the concurrence that has characterized recent Soviet-American relations is now coming to a halt. The Soviets don't want any more arms reductions, at least not of the type the United States is proposing. It should also be recalled that in the Sean Gervasi article that we looked at last week, one of the stratagems of the full court press was to use arms negotiations to keep the Soviets from matching the U.S. military buildup. And obviously the fact that they have been limited in some ways through arms negotiations has to again scare the living expletive deleted out of Soviet military thinkers. They now no longer have the Pershing missiles facing them in Europe, but they no longer have their own considerably powerful intermediate-range nuclear missiles either. I suspect that at least part of the new Soviet reluctance to limit arms may very well be due to the fact that what I perceive as the continued full court press strategy is in fact bearing fruit. Whether or not it was intended, the Gulf War also now is spurring perhaps a wider German military role, and that also, it seems to me, will fit very nicely in, whether or not it was intended, fits very nicely into the full court press scenario developed by Gervasi that I feel the Middle East War, among other things, is helping to further. Can't say that for sure, but once again, FFT, GFFR, food for thought and grounds for further research. I noted here that this fellow Eckhart Ehrenberg says, although the proposals have been put forward before, it's new. Well, let me tell you, it is not new. It may be something we haven't seen in a while, but expanded German militarism is not new. As William Faulkner, the novelist, said, the past is never dead and buried. It isn't even past. We're now going to proceed with one of the most important articles in the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. And once again, this is Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35 from the fall of 1990. And I will give the address once again for Covert Action Information Bulletin. Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., zip code 20043. This is an absolutely essential issue, and there's a very, very important article, most of which I'm going to read into the record this evening, the rest of which I will read into the record in a future installment, probably next week. This is an article by journalists Russ Bellant, last name Bellant, and Lewis Wolf, who is one of the co-editors of Covert Action Information Bulletin, incidentally. And this is an excerpt from Bellant's publication, The Coors Connection, How Coors Family Philanthropy Undermines Democratic Pluralism, which came out in 1990, published by Political Research Associates, 678 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 205, Cambridge, Mass. 02139. Now, this article is called The Free Congress Foundation Goes East, once again, co-authored by Russ Bellant and Lewis Wolf. It reads in part as follows. With the rapid pace of political change sweeping Eastern Europe and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, many opportunities have emerged for Western interests to intervene in the politics of that region. In some cases, such a vacuum has been created that virtual strangers to the area several years ago are now able to actively participate in changing those societies from within. These interventions are not only being practiced by mainstream organizations, the involvement of the United States far right brings with it the potential revival of fascist organizations in the East. One U.S. group, the Free Congress Foundation, has been playing a role in Eastern European and Soviet politics and has ties to Boris Yeltsin and the Interregional Deputies Group, or IRG, in the USSR. Now, once again, this is the most important single element in this article on the subject of it, the Free Congress Foundation, and we should bear in mind for future discussion that they are tied directly to Boris Yeltsin, as we shall see. Continuing here with Bellant and Wolf's article, the Free Congress Foundation, or FCF, was founded in 1974 by Paul Weyrich, W-E-Y-R-I-C-H, as the Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress. Weyrich, who had started the Heritage Foundation the year before, was heavily funded by the Coors family for both organizations. I would interrupt that Paul Weyrich is one of the major strategic planners and one of the major figures in the so-called New Right. Why I call it so-called, I will outline here later. He is one of the individuals credited with the political action committees and direct mail techniques which helped boost Ronald Reagan and later George Bush into their present situations. Although, as I've looked at in these archive shows, the stage was set for the Reagan and Bush ascendancy by political assassination, not Paul Weyrich. Continuing here, but it should be noted that in addition to the Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress, now the Free Congress Foundation, Weyrich founded the Heritage Foundation, an absolutely pivotal right-wing think tank, which again is very close to both the Reagan and Bush administrations. Continuing here, and bear in mind that this organization, as we shall see, is heavily involved in the Soviet Union, specifically with elements around Boris Yeltsin. Continuing with the article, Weyrich has kept one foot in the right wing of the Republican Party while dallying with the racist right and the extreme Christian right. In 1976, for instance, he and a handful of other new rightists, William Rusher, Morton Blackwell, and Richard Viguerie, attempted to take over the segregationist American Independent Party, or AIP, formed by George Wallace in 1968. The AIP was an amalgam of Ku Klux Klan and John Birch Society elements. In 1982, Weyrich published an essay in which he stated, quote, "Culturally destructive government policies, racial hiring quotas, and busing come to mind as examples, are to the new right more immediately important in the realm of action since the damage they can do is enormous and practically irremediable," unquote. This apparent defense of, quote, white culture, unquote, is dangerously close to theories advocated by white supremacists today. FCF's direct involvement in Eastern Europe began about a year ago at the urging of one of its directors, Robert Kriebel, K-R-I-E-B-L-E, a retired Connecticut businessman. His Kriebel Foundation backed efforts in late 1989 to send Weyrich and 4 associates to Hungary and the Soviet Union, including Estonia, to help train right-wing leaders in ideological and electoral matters. I would interject here, Estonia is now one of the Baltic republics pushing for independence. Weyrich stated upon his return that his visit to Moscow was, quote, "the most incredible experience of our lives," unquote. There he worked with the IRG of the Supreme Soviet, a leadership body of the Communist Party. He says that they were unequivocally in favor of private property, a market economy, and the restoration of religion. The IRG was established by Andrei Sakharov, Boris Yeltsin, and others in the summer of 1989. By the end of that year, a training school had been established for candidates to put forward the IRG program. Their electoral success this year propelled Yeltsin to the leadership of the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic. he immediately began forging collaborative relationships with the deeply reactionary leaders of the Lithuanian Sąjūdis party. The IRG has also served as a source of right-wing pressure on Gorbachev to dismantle socialism and the Soviet Union itself. Now recall, in the very first installment of this archive series, I analyzed another very important article. I read into the record another very important article dealing with Sąjūdis and the restoration of fascism in Lithuania, because Sąjūdis is inextricably linked with the history of Lithuanian fascism. And it's interesting to see Boris Yeltsin now hooking up with Sąjūdis, an ironic name perhaps. Instead of S-A-J-U-D-I-S, it should be spelled S-A-J-U-D-A-S, because it looks like that's basically where they're at, Sąjūdis. And it should be noted here, as before we proceed into this particular article, that in the Sean Gervasi article that I read into the record last week, the destabilization paradigm involves two basic elements. The first is external pressure, and I have spoken about that in the first two installments. The second is internal manipulation, and I'm going to reread a short section of the Sean Gervasi article. Again, this is called The Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union by Sean Gervasi. And a section of it reads, "The typical campaign of destabilization has involved two elements. The first is external pressure. The second is internal manipulation. The attacker is bent on creating disruption and turmoil in the target country, but that is only its first objective. The ultimate purpose is to produce political change, typically a change of government, a coup d'etat, or even a revolution. There can be no assurance, however, that disruption and turmoil will produce the desired political results. Therefore, in most cases, the attacking power also intervenes in the internal political process in the target country." And that brings us again to the article which I'm going to resume with, The Free Congress Foundation Goes East. We've looked at external pressure, including, in my opinion, the resuscitation of Star Wars and perhaps the resuscitation of wider German military involvement. And we are now going to proceed with the Free Congress Foundation and its activities with IRG and Boris Yeltsin. And this is one of the vehicles that appears to be being used for internal political manipulation in the Soviet Union, the second of the two pincers described in the Sean Gervasi destabilization paradigm. Continuing with this article. One of the key dangers in this agenda is the political vacuum it creates, allowing ultra-nationalist forces in a number of republics to increase their influence and possibly take power. Now, by the way, I should read the last couple of sentences again. The IRG has also served as a source of right-wing pressure on Gorbachev to dismantle socialism and the Soviet Union itself. One of the key dangers in this agenda is the political vacuum it creates, allowing ultra-nationalist forces in a number of republics to increase their influence and possibly take power. Such nationalist and fascist elements are already evident in Lithuania and the Ukraine. In the latter republic, the pro-Nazi Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, has gained influence in several parties and has mobilized large demonstrations that honor OUN leaders who abetted Hitler's war on the Eastern Front. Similarly, several Sąjūdis deputies served in German-supported military units in 1944, and Sąjūdis has made declarations against ethnic Russians living in Lithuania. According to some reports, Poles have also been denigrated. It should also be noted that radical reformer, quote-unquote, Boris Yeltsin has dallied with Pamyat, P-A-M-Y-A-T, the foremost Russian fascist group to emerge in the last several years. Pamyat's virulent anti-Semitism compares to the crude propaganda of the early German Nazi Party in the 1920s. Interrupting, we will take a look at Pamyat later on in this installment. Continuing. The FCF is not entirely disconnected from the history of the OUN. The treasurer of the FCF board is George Washington University professor Charles Moser, M-O-S-E-R. Moser also serves on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly, published by the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, a group dominated by the OUN. The Ukrainian Quarterly has praised military units of the German SS and otherwise justified the OUN alliance with the Third Reich, which reflects the fact that the OUN was politically and militarily allied with Hitler and the Nazi occupation of the Ukraine. The OUN, an international semi-secret cadre organization headquartered in Bavaria, has received financial assistance from the late Franz Josef Strauss, the rightist head of the Bavarian state. Strauss also had a working relationship with Weyrich. Weyrich fed speeches by Strauss attacking Germany's détente with the USSR to U.S. senators who would then insert them into the congressional record. When Strauss came to Washington, Weyrich was the person who helped set up his itinerary. Another indicator of the anti-democratic character of the FCF's foreign policy is its co-sponsorship of Freedom Fighter newsletter. Freedom Fighter, edited by Charles Moser, is published from FCF offices in conjunction with Jack Wheeler's Freedom Research Foundation. It reports on and supports the military operations of RENAMO, R-E-N-A-M-O, in Mozambique, UNITA in Angola, the Nicaraguan Contras, and similar groups in Southeast Asia, Northern Africa, and Afghanistan. Particularly telling is their support of the South African-sponsored RENAMO operation, which even the State Department has denounced for its scorched earth terror and murder of more than 100,000 Mozambicans. Pausing at this point, we should look here again at the affiliation between Charles Moser, described as the treasurer of the FCF board, and the elements grouped around the OUN. In Radio Free America number 1 and Radio Free America shows 14 and 15, we took a look at the OUN, its work with the Third Reich, its work with the Gehlen Organization, and its work with not only the Central Intelligence Agency when the Gehlen Group became part of the CIA, but also we took a look at it as a major element in the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, or ABN. We're going to take a look at ABN later on in this particular article. The Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations is an organization, as we shall see, which goes back to 1943, literally a link with the Third Reich, and it is one of the major elements in the World Anti-Communist League, a major vehicle of both a major fount of foreign policy inspiration and a major vehicle for covert action in the Reagan and Bush administrations. We also took a look at OUN-UPA and the ABN in a miscellaneous archive show entitled Nazis and Anti-Semites on the George Bush campaign that was aired in November of 1988. That also, by the way, based in considerable measure on work done by Russ Bellant, the co-author of this article. And again, the involvement of OUN-UPA, which incidentally is also an organization along with the ABN, which has links going to the assassination of President Kennedy, as we looked at in Radio Free America 15. This is an organization directly connected, or linked, I should say, to Charles Moser, and Moser involved, as we see here, very much with FCF. Continuing with this article. Despite his long associations with anti-democratic elements, Weyrich has been able to get money from the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, the congressionally funded agency designed to intervene openly in the politics of other countries. Most recently, he was granted $40,000 to pass along to the Initiatives Foundation in Moscow, which is a non-profit affiliate of the IRG. The money is intended to assist in the purchase of communications hardware, including facsimile machines, duplicators, computers, desktop publishers, video cameras, and VCRs and supplies. In a recent fundraising appeal sent to select potential donors, Weyrich claimed that in every election except Romania, every group they trained won the elections. In a videotape accompanying the letter, he says that FCF trained Boris Yeltsin's campaign manager. Those last two sentences again. In a recent fundraising appeal sent to select potential donors, Weyrich claimed that in every election except Romania, every group they trained won the elections. In a videotape accompanying the letter, he says that FCF trained Boris Yeltsin's campaign manager. Continuing. Paul Weyrich has voiced skepticism about the intent of Ronald Reagan's White House heir to perpetuate the ultra-conservative agenda. Quote, whether George Bush will rise to the occasion is another question, unquote. I would interject that he apparently has. Continuing, with this distrust of his party's leaders and the government's program in Eastern Europe, Weyrich decided in 1989 to join forces with his closest allies in establishing FCF's newest center, quote unquote, the Center for Freedom and Democracy. This center will work full-time on Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union to train, quote, train opposition leaders in the principles and mechanics of democracy, unquote. Well, as we've seen, just like the inappropriately named National Endowment for Democracy, this particular organization, the Center for Freedom and Democracy, would appear to be concerned with anything but freedom and democracy. Links to people like and institutions like the OUN and Sajudis would indicate that. And I think really here when they talk about freedom, they're talking about getting people to work for free. Continuing here. Another objective of the Center's programs is, quote, teaching free market principles. The foundation is helping to create economic opportunities for American companies, unquote. The budget of the center is approximately $450,000. Now, there's a list here of various operations that the Free Congress Foundation has engaged in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. I'm simply going to read the ones dealing with the Soviet Union this evening. We will come to others dealing with other Eastern European nations, formerly in the Soviet bloc, in a forthcoming broadcast, probably next week or maybe the week after that. Among the FCF-conducted training programs, Bellant and Wolf list, Moscow, Soviet Union, November of 1989. Over 4.5 days in training sessions co-sponsored by FCF and the Academy of National Economy under the Soviet Council of Ministers, some 80 Soviets, 1/4 of whom were members of the Supreme Soviet or the House of Deputies and members of the key opposition force, IRG, were given intensive indoctrination in, quote, levels of political thinking, development of tactics, strategy, goals, and decision-making in a campaign, unquote. The participants were trained in, quote, the political techniques of recruitment of volunteers, organization of volunteers, identification and turnout of volunteers, election day activities, the building of coalitions, and methods of communicating with the voters, unquote. FCF says unabashedly, again quoting, we trained the Yeltsin Group in its effort to win control of the Russian Republic. That last sentence again, FCF says unabashedly, quote, we trained the Yeltsin Group in its effort to win control of the Russian Republic, unquote. We're going to come back to this particular section of the article later on. Another of the FCF training programs listed here by Bellant and Wolf, Tallinn, Estonia, November of 1989. Tallinn is Tallinn. Over a 4-day period, FCF trainers met with some 70 members of opposition groups whose main agenda is independence from the USSR. FCF set forth information on, quote, political strategy and organizational politics, unquote. The Estonian Heritage Society, the Estonian National Independence Party, the Popular Front in Tallinn, and the Estonia Citizens Committee provided the trainees. And skipping down, then there are others, as I said, listed here in various other areas of Eastern Europe. Moscow, Leningrad, and Sverdlovsk, Soviet Union, April 1990. Sverdlovsk, by the way, is Sverdlovsk. Building on the close working relations that had developed between the Free Congress Foundation and the Interregional Group, some 60 people in Moscow were divided into small groups and taught through role-playing exercises. These exercises focused on governing at the executive, legislative, and judicial levels of local, regional, and national government. In Sverdlovsk, 235 persons performed similar role-playing exercises. In Leningrad, 45 people attended the FCF personnel. In Leningrad, 45 people attended with the FCF personnel playing the role of the judiciary. In these meetings, participants were lectured about, quote, how free enterprise operates, unquote. And skipping down, those are the FCF training sessions. Most recently, a delegation of 6 senior Soviet political and economic opposition figures and officials met in Washington, D.C., with senior-level U.S. officials at a conference entitled, quote, The Coming Russian-American Alliance in the Post-Communist Era, unquote. The October 2nd through 4th conference, co-sponsored by FCF and Independence University, were closed to the media. The delegates were treated to a 1-hour meeting with Vice President Dan Quayle. The Soviet participants included Arkady Murashev, who has been schooled by FCF in Moscow. Murashev is M-U-R-A-S-H-E-V, Arkady A-R-K-A-D-Y. Continuing, Murashev is the executive secretary of Yeltsin's IRG. Also in attendance were Yeltsin's Chief of Staff, Gennady Burbulis, Gennady Burbulis, National Security Commission Chair and former Soviet Navy Lieutenant Commander Vladimir Lopatin, Vladimirlopatin, Minister of Publishing and Information Mikhail Poltoranin, Poltoranin, People's Deputy and Head of the Siberia Legislative District, Stanislav Seleznev, Seleznev, and Commission on Economic Reform Chairman S. Sulakshin, Sulakshin. These are the people who were in attendance at this conference in Washington, D.C., along with Arkady Murashev, the Executive Secretary of Yeltsin's IRG, very closely allied with and trained by, obviously, the Free Congress Foundation of Paul Weyrich, Charles Moser, etc. Continuing. Boris Yeltsin, recently injured in an automobile accident, sent a letter to the combined delegates stressing his political program. Quote, "We seek to create an economic system based upon universal market mechanisms and the sacred right of every person to property. The entrepreneur will become the chief actor in our economy," unquote. Those in attendance from the U.S. included Housing and Urban Development Secretary Jack Kemp, Assistant Secretary of State John Bolton, Bolton, Deputy Energy Secretary Henson Moore, Assistant Commerce Secretary for International Economic Policy Tom Duesterberg, Duesterberg, former Assistant Secretary at the Pentagon Richard Pearl, former Assistant Attorney General William Bradford Reynolds, Burton Yale Pines of the Heritage Foundation, former Governor of Delaware Pete DuPont, and two longtime Cold War advocates from local academia, Charles Moser and Peter Reddaway, Reddaway. Notably, CAIB has learned that Free Congress Foundation coordinated the arrangements for the Soviets' visas directly with Dan Quayle's office rather than through the State Department. Recall once again that Charles Moser is the fellow linked with the Ukrainian Quarterly and connected with elements grouped around the OUN. Continuing with the article. Arkady Murashev has visited FCF's Washington office 3 times during visits to the U.S. Further, Weyrich has noted that leaders of the newly formed Russian Christian Democratic Party came to FCF offices in July. They told the FCF their party platform and their belief that, quote, only a religious and moral rebirth will open the pathways to beneficial transformations, unquote. President Zhelev Zelev of Bulgaria was also received at FCF in September. That man's name is Zhelyv and Zhelev. Continuing. Those seeking guidance from the FCF for a, quote, religious and moral rebirth, unquote, would be well advised to consider the company that FCF keeps. The Free Congress Foundation is generally identified with the secular New Right rather than the religious New Right, but in fact, it melds both currents of rightist activity. Although structurally one organization, FCF could be seen as a dozen semi-independent groups housed in one office complex and with one boss. The FCF divides many of its activities into centers, quote-unquote. There are centers for government and politics, law and democracy, cultural conservatism, state policy, conservative governance, child and family policy, foreign policy, transportation policy, Catholic policy, and the new freedom and democracy. In the FCF's 1988 annual report, the Center for Catholic Policy states, quote, the public policy influence and activity of the Catholic Church in America often runs counter to the interests of Catholic laity. The Center for Catholic Policy seeks to instruct conservative Catholic laity how to become influential in shaping public policy stands taken by the Church, unquote. The FCF report says that a, quote, network of some 40 national Catholic organizations, institutions, and publications which share a generally conservative viewpoint, unquote, was formed by FCF in January 1988 and called the Siena Group, capital S-I-E-N-A. According to the FCF, again quoting, among the top priorities of the Siena Group in 1988 was mobilizing opposition to a U.S. Catholic Conference statement on AIDS policy which was favorable to the objectives of the gay and lesbian rights movement. Siena Group participants convinced the bishops to set aside the AIDS document. This last section of the article is a very important one. Well, the whole article is very important, and I'm going to analyze it in just a couple of minutes. The person that we're going to be focusing on here is an individual we spoke about in the aforementioned miscellaneous archive show, Nazis and Anti-Semites on the George Bush Campaign, that aired in September of 1988. This individual is named Laszlo Pastor, Laszlo Pasztor, and he is an individual who not only stems from fascist Hungary. It should be recalled that in addition to Germany, Italy, and Japan, the Axis also involved Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary. All of those countries were fascist and fought alongside the Third Reich against the Soviet Union and also the United States. Laszlo Pastor goes back. He was a Hungarian fascist. He also was heavily involved with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, that key and most reactionary element of WACL that I spoke about earlier. Speaking about his connection here to Free Congress Foundation, the inappropriately named Free Congress Foundation. Finally, FCF's, now we're continuing here with Bellant and Wolf's article, finally, FCF's insinuation into the politics of the East must be judged by their selection of Laszlo Pastor to head their Liberation Support Alliance, quote, which seeks to liberate peoples in Central and Eastern European nations, unquote. Pastor's involvement in East European politics began in World War II when he joined the youth organization of the Arrow Cross, the Nazi Party of Hungary. When the Arrow Cross was installed in power by a German commando operation, Pastor was sent to Berlin to help facilitate the liaison between the Arrow Cross and Hitler. Pastor was tried and served 2 years in jail for his Arrow Cross activities after an anti-communist government was elected in Hungary in 1945. He eventually came to the U.S. and established the ethnic arm of the Republican National Committee for Richard Nixon. He brought other Nazi collaborators from the Eastern Front into the GOP. Some were later found to have participated in mass murder during the war. I would interrupt. That is the organization, the Republican Ethnic Heritage Council, that we spoke about in the aforementioned miscellaneous archive show, Nazis and Anti-Semites in the George Bush Campaign. Continuing here with Bellant and Wolf's article. The dormant Arrow Cross has surfaced again in Hungary, where there have been attempts to lift the ban on the Nazi organization. Pastor spent several months in Hungary. When Paul Weyrich later conducted training there, he was provided a list of Pastor's contacts inside the country. Weyrich reports that he conducted training for the recently formed and now governing party, New Democratic Forum. Pastor claims to have assisted some of his friends in Hungary in getting NED funds through his advisory position with NED. Recall that NED is the organization which, through LCRA, Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, and the closely allied Lithuanian Information Center, is re-injecting fascist elements into Lithuania under Sejudis. We looked at that in the first installment of this archive series. Continuing with the article, Pastor seems to have assisted some of his friends in Hungary in getting NED funding through his advisory position with NED. In 1989, he spoke at the Heritage Foundation under the sponsorship of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, a multinational umbrella organization of émigré fascists and Nazis founded in alliance with Hitler in 1943. It is led by the OUN. Pastor spoke for the, quote, Hungarian organization, unquote, of ABN, which is the Arrow Cross. And now, Bellant's conclusion here. Those leaders and cadre trained over the last year by Free Congress Foundation's traveling tutors were led by Paul Weyrich and company to believe in themselves and the goals set before them. However, they aren't on Weyrich's mailing list of key opinion shapers, so they aren't aware of his real assessment of them. Quote, but of course, communists will behave as communists, and they are going to try to undercut democratic forces whenever they can. Democratic leaders such as Havel, Zhelev, or Landsbergis are not entirely prepared to cope with such situations. In fact, former communists such as Boris Yeltsin appear to be more capable of producing real change than those Eastern European leaders are, mainly because as communists they learned how to use power. There are only a few non-communists like Arkady Murashev who know how to do things right, unquote. FCF's involvement in Eastern Europe has begun as a result of their expertise in electing U.S. conservatives to office. This campaign expertise has enhanced their reputation in national politics. But their ties, which suggest an ultimately anti-democratic agenda, including their émigré fascist and Christian fascist involvement, have gone unexamined. Free Congress Foundation's advocacy of a narrow range of social conformity and literal repression of nonconformists in the U.S. can be found in their detailed literature on the subject. It is reasonable to expect that those in the East seeking aid for the new arena of electoral activity may not know FCF's deeper agenda. It is up to Americans to communicate that warning and to challenge NED tax dollars to FCF that certainly legitimize it in the eyes of some political groups in the East. And that is something of an understatement. I don't know how effectively people could communicate with people in the East, but we will now take a musical break, and then I'm going to come back. We will continue with tonight's archive show, and specifically I'm going to recap and analyze the major points of this very important and very well-written article by Russ Bellant and Lewis Wolf. As I said, we are now looking at some of the vehicles for the internal intervention in the Soviet Union, and my guess is that ultimately the Soviet hardliners and their military will crack down rather than see people like this fragment the Soviet Union. Now, it remains to be seen, but they have already stated that they will not stand for the breakup of the USSR. We shall see what happens. A musical break and then a continuation of tonight's archive show. I'm going to analyze and sum up some of the major points of this very important article. By the way, there are some connections of the Free Congress Foundation to other Eastern European countries, which I will be talking about in a future installment of this archive series, probably next week. Basically, after having looked at in the first two installments the external pressure being applied on the Soviet Union, that's part of the binary paradigm put forward by Sean Gervasi vis-a-vis destabilization. We did look at internal interference in Lithuania in our first installment. That is part of what I see as, in essence, a flanking maneuver, both on the Soviet southern flank with the Gulf War and on the northern flank with an attempt to destabilize and split away from the USSR the Baltic republics, a key strategic area for the USSR. Now, this evening, with this article, we're taking a look at internal manipulation of Soviet politics. One of the main vehicles for this is the Free Congress Foundation, founded by Paul Weyrich, one of the individuals credited with the political organization that helped boost Ronald Reagan and George Bush to power, also an individual who founded the Heritage Foundation, a key right-wing think tank with very strong links to the Bush and Reagan administrations. One of the key people on the FCF board is George Moser, a George Washington University professor, who is on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly and closely linked with elements grouped around the OUN. That is a Ukrainian nationalist and fascist organization that we've looked at in past archive shows. And it's quite obvious that the Free Congress Foundation is not a democratically inclined organization, at least not from the information we see here. The NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, has been working with the FCF, and the key element for us to remember here is that the Free Congress Foundation is very close to Boris Yeltsin, and we should bear in mind that the Free Congress Foundation is a direct outgrowth of the American far right, and so we now see Boris Yeltsin and his organization directly connected to the American far right. And it should be noted also, in addition to the successes that the Free Congress Foundation has enjoyed in the USSR, that an individual that they have boosted into to head their Liberation Support Alliance is a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, who, as I said earlier, is a Hungarian fascist, an individual connected to the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, and an individual that we looked at, and again, just like Paul Weyrich, he's not only connected with politics in the Eastern Europe, that he's also very closely connected with politics in the United States, as we looked at in that miscellaneous archive show. And it should be noted, too, that Laszlo Pastor is connected with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. One of the key elements of that is the OUN, as we looked at in this particular article. We've looked at the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations in Radio Free America shows 14 and 15, as well as the miscellaneous archive show that I alluded to, Nazis and Anti-Semites on the George Bush campaign. And we also took a look at the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations in the Guns of November Part 4. When Lee Harvey Oswald returned to the United States, he was met not by the FBI or CIA, but by Spaz Rakin of the Friends of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. We came back to those connections in a big way in Radio Free America 15. It should be noted that the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, as indicated here, was founded in alliance with Adolf Hitler in 1943. The ABN, an element very close to the Reagan and Bush administrations, represents a direct link between the fascism of contemporary America and what appears to be going on in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and the fascism of World War II. It is, as William Faulkner said, the past is never dead and buried. It isn't even past. We will be coming back to the ABN and Laszlo Pastor in weeks to come in this particular archive series. Again, I have theorized that the United States is attempting to provoke a new Cold War in order to further destabilize the Soviet Union, or else it is going to attempt to split the Soviet Union up into its constituent republics, which would then be exploited by Western multinational corporations. I think that the hard-line crackdown, the return to a Cold War, is the most probable scenario. I can't say for sure. I've made mistakes in the past, but I cannot somehow see the Soviet national security establishment sitting by and tolerating the dismemberment of the Soviet Union. They have already stated, that is to say, the Soviet military and KGB have stated publicly that they will not stand for that. Now, in the first installment of this archive show, I spoke about Mikhail Gorbachev's unsuccessful peace initiative vis-a-vis the Gulf War as an attempt to stave off this, in essence, American flanking maneuver on the Soviet southern flank. I read a short section of an article from the Los Angeles Times of Wednesday, February 20th of 1991. I will reread that section of the article. This is an article headline, Soviet Peace Proposal Falls Short, Bush Says. And it's subheaded Diplomacy. President is critical of the plan, but officials say it has not been rejected. Iraq's response to initiative calling for pullout is expected today. It's by James Gerstenzang, Gerstenzang, Gerstenzang of the LA Times, Dateline, Washington. It reads in part as follows. President Bush on Tuesday threw cold water on the new Soviet peace plan, saying, quote, it falls well short of what would be required, unquote, to end the Gulf War. Skipping down, although details of the plan remain secret, the Soviets have described it as, quote, fully in line, unquote, with the United Nations demands for an unconditional Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. But the plan also reportedly offered assurances of no penalties for Iraq or its leadership, along with other controversial points. This came out the day after. This particular edition is the day after this proposal was put forward. It should be noted that the day after Gorbachev put this peace initiative forward, we find the following. Gorbachev must go, Yeltsin says. It's by John Thor Dahlberg, D-A-H-L-B-U-R-G, of the LA Times. It's headlined Dateline Moscow, and it reads in part, exploding a political bombshell on live nationwide television, Boris N. Yeltsin issued an unprecedented call Tuesday night for Soviet President Mikhail S. Gorbachev's immediate resignation, charging that Gorbachev's reform drive has degenerated into a quest for boundless dictatorial powers. It is interesting that we find, as we've seen in that excellent article by Bellant and Wolf, that Boris Yeltsin and the IRG are very closely connected with the Free Congress Foundation, a direct outgrowth of the American far right, with explicit fascist elements included in it. And it is interesting to see Yeltsin issue this blistering attack the day after Gorbachev issued the peace proposal, and my analysis also incidentally that of the William Randolph Hearst Jr., of the San Francisco Examiner, an individual with whom I have very little in common. He also saw the Gorbachev peace initiative as an attempt to protect his southern flank. It's interesting that we see Yeltsin, himself obviously directly connected to the forces of reaction in this country, attacking Gorbachev. I suspect, I cannot prove obviously, but I suspect that those two things are directly connected. It should be borne in mind, too, that the Free Congress Foundation has been heavily involved in teaching techniques of political organization to the organizations that it has taken under its wing. Reading again from this Covert Action Information Bulletin article. By the way, this is, once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, issue number 35, from the fall of 1990. The address, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, P.O. Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., 20043. Once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C. 20043. And going back again to a short section of the Free Congress Foundation article by Bellant and Wolf, in one of the training sessions by FCF in Moscow in November of 1989, the participants were trained, quote, in the political techniques of recruitment of volunteers, organization of volunteers, identification and turnout of volunteers, election day activities, the building of coalitions, and methods of communicating with the voters. And it's worth assessing that as we watch Yeltsin and his machinations, and in particular as we see these huge demonstrations against Gorbachev taking place in the Soviet Union. It should be noted that Secretary of State James Baker is dallying in his meeting with people from the dissident Soviet republics. This obviously constitutes a blatant interference by the United States in the internal affairs of another country. It'd be interesting to see how the United States would react if Soviet leaders began meeting with dissident American political activists and making the sorts of demands on us that we make on the Soviets. But an article or an op-ed column, which I think portends very badly for the future, appeared in the New York Times of Wednesday, March 13th of 1991. This is an op-ed column on foreign affairs by Leslie H. Gelb, G-E-L-B, the New York Times. I believe he's their military affairs specialist, but I may be wrong. Maybe he's a diplomatic affairs specialist. It's called Bomblet in Moscow, and it reads in part as follows. Secretary of State Baker may have a bomblet to drop Friday in Moscow, his meeting with leaders from 12 Soviet republics, including Boris Yeltsin, Mikhail Gorbachev's blood rival. Mr. Baker also planned separate talks with leaders of the rebellious Baltic republics. These as yet unannounced contacts in the heart of Mother Russia are scheduled to occur only days before Sunday's nationwide referendum on the preservation of the Soviet Empire and in the face of mounting demands for Mr. Gorbachev's resignation. Skipping down, speaking of a huge rally that took place in Moscow demanding that Gorbachev step down, this happened a few days ago. Until last Sunday, the idea of revolution seemed remote to most administration experts. Then, with upwards of 500,000 Muscovites swamping the streets and calling for Mr. Gorbachev's resignation, the alarms went off. Soviet experts in the administration began thinking about the R word, quote-unquote. The size and discipline of that rally gave off the scent of revolution, of Soviet reformers demonstrating street power, quote-unquote, and people power, quote-unquote, like their successful soul brothers in Eastern Europe. Reformers knew their chances of taking charge through elections and legislative means are very slim. They are not nearly as well organized nationwide as the Communist Party. The Moscow rally, however, may have convinced many opposition leaders that they can carry off a winning revolution. Their strategy could be to overwhelm the hardline forces by staging another mass demonstration in Moscow, letting it spontaneously overflow into government buildings, and hoping it will trigger uprisings in other republics. That prospect does not trouble some administration officials who believe, with the Soviet reformers, that Mr. Gorbachev has permanently sold out to the hardliners, and that revolution may be the only way to eliminate them both. Well, it is doubtful that the KGB and the Soviet military are going to stand for that, but it's worth noting, and again I suspect that will provoke a hardline regime and a return to the Cold War. I suspect that is one of the options that the United States seeks. There's more to that than just the United States. I will talk about that when I get into the archive series about how the United States lost the Second World War. But the return to a Cold War that would be precipitated by the reintroduction of Stalinist techniques in the Soviet Union is something which figures to result from this. Again, it's possible that the Soviets will simply sit by and let their country be dismembered, but I wouldn't bet on it. And this kind of dabbling by James Baker, meeting with leaders of the rebellious Baltic republics, and we've taken a look at Landsbergis and Šežudis in the first installment of this broadcast, and meeting with Boris Yeltsin, directly connected to the Free Congress Foundation. This is something which figures to provoke the Soviets, and it's not something that I think we can view as a positive development. One of the things mentioned in this particular article, once again, the Free Congress Foundation goes east, is that Boris Yeltsin has had connections with Pamyat, what is described in this article as the leading Soviet fascist organization. And rereading this section again of the Bellant-Wolf article, it should also be noted that radical reformer, quote-unquote, Boris Yeltsin has dallied with Pamyat, P-A-M-Y-A-T, the foremost Russian fascist group to emerge in the last several years. Pamyat's virulent anti-Semitism compares to the crude propaganda of the early German Nazi Party in the 1920s. A good description of Pamyat's activities is contained in an article which is the cover story of Newsweek magazine from May 7th of 1990. This article is called The Long Shadow, and it's subheaded, "The Collapse of Communism Has Allowed Old Hatreds to Resurface Throughout Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. 5 decades after the Holocaust began, anti-Semitism is returning on the fringes of political life. The challenge is to keep it on the fringes." It's worth noting again that Yeltsin has apparently dallied, as they put it, with this group. And one wonders, too, about the extent of American intelligence involvement in the Soviet Union as well as in Eastern Europe. We've seen some of the explicitly fascist and Hitler-allied elements that are involved with the Free Congress Foundation, Paul Weyrich, etc. And it's worth noting now some of the things that are re-emerging in the Soviet Union. Talking about Pamyat and anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, this article, once again, The Long Shadow, from Newsweek of May 7th, 1990, this article reads in part as follows. In a dingy Moscow apartment, Alexander Sveshnikov, S-V-E-S-H-N-I-K-O-V, a member of Pamyat's National Orthodox movement, sits in the gloom considering the dignity of Russia. A yellow and black banner emblazoned with the emblem of St. George covers his television set. May 5th, the date for the pogrom that has worried Jews for months, happens to be the feast day of St. George, a hero to Russian Christians. This alludes to an earlier rumor that there would be a huge pogrom in the Soviet Union. Pamyat people believe that the Jews killed Christ and Tsar Nicholas II. They say Jews organized the Bolshevik Revolution and masterminded Stalin's terror. They see glasnost and perestroika as a conspiracy to allow Jewish capitalists to regain control of the country. Quote, "The liberation of mankind will start in Russia," unquote, predicts Alexander Kulakov, K-U-L-A-K-O-V, one of Sveshnikov's followers. Again quoting, "It was prophesied that Russia would be the one to eliminate world evil," unquote. Pamyat has developed a sharp sense of paranoia and a fierce longing for revenge. Last winter, Igor Shafarevich, S-H-A-F-A-R-E-V-I-C-H, one of its theorists, published an article called Russophobia in the journal Nash Sovremennik, Our Contemporary, that's N-A-S-H-S-O-V-R-E-M-E-N-N-I-K, once again, N-A-S-H-S-O-V-R-E-M-E-N-N-I-K, translated Our Contemporary. Once again, last winter, Igor Shafarevich, one of its theorists, published an article called Russophobia in the journal Nash Sovremennik. He complained that novelists depict Russians as ignorant fools who deserve and get all they have coming to them. The Leningrad branch of the Writers' Union split when 24 anti-Semitic writers demanded editorial control over a new magazine. The Central Union in Moscow divided over the issue of which Leningrad faction to support. In January, Pamyat operatives burst into Moscow's Central House of Writers yelling, "Kill the Yids," quote-unquote. The dispute gives an ugly turn to the long-standing battle between Slavophiles and Westernizers over the country's identity and destiny. Quote, "In Russia, this is an old and noble question," unquote, says Andrei Vozhnensky, the poet, but it has been twisted to revolve around only one issue: are you pro or anti-Jew? Well, that last couple, by the way, that last name is V-O-Z-N-E-S-E-N-S-K-Y. Once again, in Russia, this is an old and noble question, says Andrei Vozhnensky, the poet, but it has been twisted to revolve around only one issue: are you pro or anti-Jew? Matters of ego and ideology have split Pamyat into 7 splinters. Igor Sychov, S-Y-C-H-O-V, who works in an office crammed with portraits of the czars and maps of old Moscow, says mildly that he is only trying to reinstill Russians with a love for their traditional culture. Quote, Americans are good patriots who stand up when they see their flag, unquote, he says. But here, people don't do that, unquote. Farther rightward, Dmitry Vasilyev's group wears black shirts, pants, and black jackboots. His name, by the way, is Vasilyev. Vasilyev gives interviews to Germans, but nobody else in the Western press. Even farther on, the Smirnov Ostashvili faction practices a more comprehensive style of anti-Semitism. That name, Smirnov-Ostashvili. That last sentence again. Even farther on, the Smirnov Ostashvili faction practices a more comprehensive style of anti-Semitism. Smirnov's assistant, Ali Marabat, capital M-A-R-A capital B-A-T, an alias, welcomes visitors to his apartment, dangling his one-year-old grandchild and saying, quote, isn't he lovely? He's a little anti-Semite, unquote. Smirnov believes that the United States has fallen under the control of Jewish capitalists, along with the media of the entire world. He opposes Jewish emigration, arguing that Jews should be kept and tried for their crimes, quote, unquote. Continuing with the article, like all ultra-rightists in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, he blames Jews for the rise of communism and for its fall. Smirnov's argument runs like this. First, Jewish Marxists brought about the Russian Revolution. Then, Jewish Bolsheviks such as Leon Trotsky, Yakov Sverdlov, Lev Kamenev, and Grigory Zinoviev led Stalin into purging the peasantry during collectivization and imposing his terror upon the entire country. Skipping down, Pomiat's true believers campaigned hard against liberal candidates in last winter's elections. They distributed handbills featuring Mother Russia caught in a Star of David, held aloft by a hairy man with a giant nose. They did poorly. Deputies sympathetic to their influence won only 10 seats in Moscow's 468-member city council. But they are playing for influence beyond their numbers. Pursuing allies among disgruntled soldiers and workers, they have cultivated the Soviet Army and the United Workers' Front, a right-wing labor group. Skipping down once again, to say that these signals have alarmed Soviet Jews would be an understatement. Quote, they are panicked, unquote, says one leader of the American Jewish community. The pressure has been building for 2 years. Every Jew could feel the difference, says Yuri Levy, L-E-V-Y, who left for Israel 6 months ago. Neighbors in my building, people I considered my friends, started referring to me in sentences that began, you Jews, quote unquote. Nobody threatened me physically, nobody fired me from my job, but all of a sudden I became the Jew, quote unquote. Levy left before conditions could get much worse. Jews in Baku, Kiev, Odessa, Leningrad, and Dushanbe are also frightened. That's D-U-S-H-A-N-B-E. There have been unsubstantiated rumors that some Pomiat factions require new members to submit the names and addresses of 4 Jews. If Gorbachev falls, the Soviet Union's frenzied ethnic minorities could plunge the country into a bloodbath. At such times, Jews become targets of opportunity. If the stories are true, Pomiat would know just where to find them. So far, Gorbachev seems to be playing a double game with Pomiat. Given the full extent of his economic and political problems, he would win moral points but no political advantage by helping the Jews. He has cultivated the far right while trying to reassure the West. Among other things, he has named to his 15-member presidential council the writer Valentin Rasputin and the labor organizer Veniamin Yarin, 2 men who have openly dallied with anti-Semitism. Those men's last names, by the way, Rasputin is R-A-S-P-U-T-I-N, and Yarin is Y-A-R-I-N. Skipping down once again. That basically concludes this section of the article. We will talk about other goings-on in Eastern Europe later on. Well, again, anti-Semitism has long been present in first Russia and then the Soviet Union. However, this resurgence of anti-Semitism and this explicitly fascist and Nazi-style agenda is something that bears watching. As the Soviet Union disintegrates, the old process of scapegoating seems to be something that we should keep an eye out for. And one of the questions that I have, obviously I don't have an answer, but to what extent the resurgence of anti-Semitism and the activities of organizations like Pamyat. And we should bear in mind that although Gorbachev has played a double game with them, Yeltsin apparently has also hooked up with them, and we've seen Yeltsin hooked up with the Free Congress Foundation, Paul Weyrich, and some of the explicit fascist elements that he has incorporated into his organization, notably people like Laszlo Pastor, people connected to the OUN, etc. One wonders to what extent the activities of individuals of the Laszlo Pastor stripe is responsible for the kinds of things we're seeing vis-a-vis Pamyat. As I like to say, food for thought and grounds for further research. The last article that we're going to look at, the last element in tonight's installment of the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, concerns one of the most bizarre elements currently operating inside the Soviet Union. One of the things I mentioned last week is that having looked at the USSR and Eastern Europe through the eyes of the Gehlen Organization, the Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit that was brought in at the end of World War II, in which then became the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, also later became the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and then the former West German intelligence service, the Bundesnachrichtendienst. That is now the German intelligence service, because there's no more East and West Germany anymore. It is united. One of the things that's difficult to figure out is exactly what the Soviet Union is or what the Russians are. It's easier to say for an American what they aren't. They're not the world-gobbling monster we've been told. They seem, to a certain extent at least, to be naive, if you ask me, maybe even stupid. Either that or they're badly compromised. It's difficult to say past a point. But an article which bears witness to that appeared in the Los Angeles Times of Monday, March 4th of 1991. This article, by the way, also appears in the Sunday Punch section of today's Sunday Examiner and Chronicle, a somewhat edited down version of it. This article is by Elizabeth Shogren of the LA Times, Shogren. It's dateline Moscow, and it's headlined Moonies in the USSR. Subheaded, The Reverend Moon and his church are reaching out to disenchanted young people. Some are seeking new meaning in their lives, others just want a chance to escape, and it reads in part as follows. Moon is making a big advance into the Soviet Union, where the moral and ethical structure of society is collapsing after being propped up for 4 generations by communist ideology. Soviet young people are tired of endless talk about reforms that do not improve their lifestyles or give them any security for the future. Disaffected with their own country and searching widely for meaning for their lives, they are susceptible to the message of Moon's missionaries. The last sentence again. Disaffected with their own country and searching widely for meaning for their lives, they are susceptible to the message of Moon's missionaries. Like many of the new Soviet converts, Komarov, Komarov, who's a Soviet Moon affiliate, had been studying philosophy and religion on his own before he was introduced to the principle, quote-unquote, which suggests that Moon, a charismatic religious leader, ardent anti-communist and business magnate, is the second Messiah. Skipping down. Since last summer, 1,400 students from the most elite universities and institutes in Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, and Tashkent have traveled to the United States as Moon's guests. A total of 1,600 more will go before the end of the year. About 800 are pursuing studies in Moon's theology, and hundreds more have participated in advanced seminars, according to Myra Stanecki, Stanecki, a San Francisco Bay Area native who works as a missionary in Moscow for CARP, C-A-R-P, Moon's college ministry. The Soviet Union has rapidly become the new frontier for CARP, the Collegiate Association of the Research of the Principle, which claims members in 70 countries. Quote, the Soviet Union is now our main focus, that's for sure, unquote, Stanecki said. Moon's followers have offices in Leningrad and Moscow and plan to open offices in Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, and Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan. During a meeting last April with Soviet President Mikhail S. Gorbachev, Moon declared his commitment to finance exchange programs for Soviet and foreign students and to invest in new industrial ventures to help the collapsing Soviet economy. Moon's movement has been given almost free rein despite his long battle against communism. Skipping down in the article, Soviet universities have welcomed the missionaries and given them classrooms to teach about the movement, which has been criticized in many countries as a cult that allegedly brainwashes young people. Until now, only English speakers have been able to join the classes because none of the dozen or so missionaries who have been teaching in the Soviet Union speak Russian. But fledgling converts like Komarov want to change that. Again, skipping down. The Russian Ministry of Higher Education, Leningrad City Council, and Novosti, N-O-V-O-S-T-I, the President's official information agency, are among the powerful organizations that have co-sponsored the trips abroad for students to study Moon's theology. Quote, Soviet organizations do it because they want to send young people abroad, not because they want to help Moon, unquote, said Igor Drobyshev, D-R-O-B-Y-S-H-E-V, a Novosti official who accompanied the students on one trip to America. Again quoting, Novosti thinks there's nothing about it that would be harmful to Soviet students. If someone offers a trip to a Soviet student, he will go. So what if it has a religious basis? Going abroad is the sweetest candy for a Soviet person. Well, again, one wonders just what the Soviets are. Are they stupid? Are they naive? Or are certain Soviet leaders and institutions, in fact, compromised by Western political and intelligence elements? Not a question I can answer definitively, although it is a fact that the U.S., through the Gehlen Organization and on its own, has been able to operate inside the Soviet Union for some time. One really wonders to what extent they may have co-opted certain elements of the Soviet leadership. Elements of the American far right, notably those around Lyndon LaRouche, have long charged that the Soviets have co-opted elements of American political leadership. Those groups, those institutions like the LaRouche Organization, engage in what is known as mirror imaging. They portray real scenarios, but turn around the political polarity 180 degrees, so that what America and Western nations are doing are portrayed as Soviet conspiracies. I wonder if perhaps there are large elements of the Soviet political leadership, aside from the ones that we know about, such as Boris Yeltsin with his Free Congress Foundation connections, that are in fact co-opted for and working for U.S. intelligence. With Gorbachev attempting to associate it with people like Pamyat, and with the Soviets allowing organizations like the Unification Church to operate inside the Soviet Union, you've really got to wonder what goes through their minds. In my opinion, we shouldn't allow the Unification Church to operate in this country. And last, most assuredly not least, we should bear in mind that as we looked at first in Radio Free America number 7, and then again when we recap that material as part of Radio Free America 14, dealing with the World Anti-Communist League, the Unification Church is very much involved with the World Anti-Communist League. The recent book Inside the League by John Lee and Scott Anderson talks about that. And it should be noted again that not only is Moon, quote, anti-communist, unquote, but that many of the elements of the Unification Church have their origins in the Korean period of history when Korea was a colony of imperial and fascist Japan, and many of the officials in Moon's organization began their careers in government service as functionaries either with the colonial government of fascist and imperial Japan or with the military of fascist and imperial Japan. And again, for the Radio Free America shows 7 dealing with cults and number 14 dealing with the Unification Church as an element of the World Anti-Communist League go into this organization in considerable depth. In the next week or two, we will be moving from the USSR and the destabilization of same. And again, you have to wonder not only what goes through the Soviets' minds, but beyond that, the effects of allowing people like Reverend Moon, also, although I'm not going to go into it here, certain Christian evangelists, people like Jimmy Swaggart and their ilk, have also been allowed to broadcast into the Soviet Union. It seems to me this can only be destabilizing to the Soviet Union. God knows it's been destabilizing enough to the United States. And again, going back to the overall scenario that I'm looking at, we are looking at internal manipulation of Soviet politics here, both with the Moonification Church, the Unification Church of Reverend Moon, and with the Free Congress Foundation and its allied elements. And one wonders how long the Soviet national security establishment is going to sit by and let explicitly fascist and anti-Soviet elements operate with impunity. I suspect, again, the scenario that we discussed with Lanny Simkin, either provoking a Stalinist regime and a return to the Cold War, or the dismemberment of the Soviet Union, which has been the goal, by the way, of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, is what they're aiming at here. The anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations not only intended to roll back communism, quote-unquote, by driving it out of Eastern Europe, which has now happened, but they intended to actually break up the Soviet Union itself. We went into that both in Radio Free America shows 14 and 15. And again, I think that the destabilization of the USSR is likely to be very destructive because it is either going to provoke a new Cold War, which will be very destructive to this country as well as to the USSR, but it could also ultimately lead to a Third World War. One wonders just how long. Again, I can't see the Soviet Union just simply going belly up. Maybe it'll happen, but I wouldn't bet on it, and it's within the realm of possibility that something could go wrong. As von Clausewitz, the Prussian military theoretician, said, in war one has to expect friction, and that is to say things go wrong, things go other than the way they have been intended. We can't say for sure, but if we continue to dally with Soviet internal politics this way and continue to inject fascist elements there, it is within the realm of possibility that it will produce a response that we have not foreseen. It is within the realm of possibility that we could see a Third World War at some point. As unappetizing as that prospect is, I wouldn't rule that out if something goes wrong with this destabilization policy at some point in the future. Well, welcome back once again. I'm now going to give a rundown of what it is that we're going to be listening to in tonight's fourth installment of Radio Free America 36. I have done this in a series of installments. The fifth and final installment will be next week. This program, as I said, this is going to be included as the 36th Radio Free America show. It is entitled The Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a Prelude to World War III. And what we're going to begin with is reviewing a couple of sections of a very important article that I read into the archives last week. This is called The Free Congress Foundation Goes East, and I will be rereading a couple of sections of that particular article, those dealing with both the OUN, UPA, and connections between that fascist organization and the people associated with the Free Congress Foundation. And I will also read about the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, which will be a major focus of tonight's program, specifically a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, a key functionary with the Free Congress Foundation, a misnomer if ever there was one, is also heavily involved with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, and that in turn is heavily involved with the OUN. The anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations is a key element of what was known as the World Anti-Communist League. I still call it by that name. I guess I should probably learn its new name, but the new name is something altogether preposterous, something like the World League for Freedom and Democracy. If there are any two things that the former World Anti-Communist League is not supportive of, it is freedom and democracy. It isn't a fascist organization by any account, and that is probably the reason why I have not bothered to learn its inappropriate new name. In any event, the former WACL, involving institutions like the ABN and the OUN-UPA, is an organization which we have looked at in the past. It covers a wide historical turf, a very long chain of events stretching from the Third Reich and the Second World War through the assassination of President Kennedy, the depredations of our own intelligence system and the military, and right on up through the current activities going on in the Soviet Union. We're going to begin, as I said, by rereading a couple of sections from the article that I read into the archives almost in its entirety last week, and that I will be rereading, that I will be reading sections of next week, the sections dealing with Eastern Europe. That will comprise the first two sections of tonight's archive show. Following that, I'm going to deal, well, I guess we'll look at one section of that to begin with. Then we're going to delve back into the archives, and we're going to hear a section of Radio Free America program number 1 dealing with the guerrilla warfare that went on in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union for a good 7 years or so after the formal conclusion of World War II. This guerrilla warfare, in effect, represented a continuation of the combat of World War II with former Axis forces, or forces put together under Axis sponsorship, jumping to the Central Intelligence Agency, courtesy of the Gehlen spy organization, something we've spoken about a great deal in the past, and we'll be speaking about once again, not only tonight, but in weeks and months to come. We will be reviewing specifically how the Third Reich set up guerrilla groups to harass the Red Army in its rear, including utilizing various nationalities inside and adjacent to the Soviet Union who did not wish to either be part of the Soviet Union or who simply were fascist by persuasion. We will be taking a look at, specifically, among others, the OUN-UPA, the organization whose guiding light was a fellow named Stefan Bandera, a person we will be also looking at in weeks to come. And this section, as well as a section of Radio Free America 14 that we will be looking at, is by way of reviewing the long-standing history of the policy of the so-called Western democracies of attempting to break the Soviet Union up into its constituent republics. This is something which has been the stated aim of a number of American reactionaries, and that is something which I personally do not think that the Soviet national security establishment is likely to tolerate. That is to say, the KGB and the Soviet military have stated in no uncertain terms that they will not tolerate the breakup of the Soviet Union, something that many of the dissident nationalities contemplate in no uncertain terms. So there is basically an impending collision between the fabled irresistible force and the immovable object, and that collision, I'm afraid, may result in a miscalculation, which in turn at some point could conceivably lead to a third world war, something theoretically or hopefully nobody plans, but who knows just how far some of the minds in Washington and Bonn and elsewhere, who knows what's going on inside of those minds, who knows just exactly how far some of those people are prepared to go. After listening to a section of Radio Free America program number 1, we will jump back once again to the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, and we will review not only one of the key organizations involved with the OUN, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, but connections between a key functionary of the ABN, namely the aforementioned Laszlo Pastor, and people involved with and the Free Congress Foundation. It should be borne in mind that the Free Congress Foundation is one of the major vehicles for the American far right to dabble in and affect the politics of the Soviet Union, and the single most important connection is the very profound connection between the Free Congress Foundation and not only Boris Yeltsin, Gorbachev's main opponent at this time, but also the IRG, an organization put together not only by Yeltsin but also by the late Andrei Sakharov in 1989. Following that, we're going to listen to a section of Radio Free America 14 dealing with the World Anti-Communist League, and we will begin by hearing about the Prometheus organization, and that basically was described by some researchers who turned me on to that as a pre-Wackle-Wackle, and we will take a look once again at the history of attempts by fascist elements, and then those same fascist elements operating under American and British auspices, to foment dissidence among the various nationalities of the Soviet Union in an attempt to break the Soviet Union up into its constituent republics. This is something that has been contemplated for quite some time, and it represents a major focus of ongoing Western intelligence activity and political activity inside the Soviet Union today. That is what we will be looking at in tonight's fourth installment of Radio Free America 36, short musical break, and then the bulk of tonight's archive show. We're now going to begin the fourth installment of what is going to be included in the archives as Radio Free America program number 36, The Destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. What we're going to be doing in this fourth installment is not only dipping back into the archives to review some information about attempts to not only destabilize the Soviet Union, but specifically to encourage the breakup of the Soviet Union into its constituent republics. We are going to be taking a look at connections between two organizations, the OUN-UPA, a Ukrainian fascist and nationalist organization, and its connections with the inappropriately named Free Congress Foundation, and we are also going to be taking a look at connections between the same Free Congress Foundation and an organization of which the OUN-UPA is a key part, namely the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations itself, a key element of the World Anti-Communist League, or the former World Anti-Communist League, a major organ of not only domestic policy but international policy under the Reagan and now Bush administrations. Something on which we have been relying heavily in Radio Free America number 36 is the current issue or most recent issue of Covert Action Information Bulletins, specifically Covert Action Information Bulletins issue number 35. This is their fall of 1990 issue, and I will read once again the address where people can obtain this very, very important issue, arguably the most important they have ever done. You can obtain this very important issue, which once again we will be excerpting this evening and which we will excerpt again next week. Covert Action Information Bulletin can be obtained by writing to Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, P.O. Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., 20043. Once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C., 20043. And in this current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, there is, among other excellent articles, an article that we read most of last week, and we're going to review a section of this week. We will read more of it next week, parts that you have not heard yet. This particular article is called The Free Congress Foundation Goes East. That is co-authored by Russ Bellant, Bellant, and Lewis Wolf. Lewis Wolf is one of the editors of Covert Action Information Bulletin. Now, the main elements here are the Free Congress Foundation, founded by Paul Weyrich, last name Weyrich. He is one of the prime movers of the American far right, an individual who founded, in addition to the Free Congress Foundation, the Heritage Foundation, a major right-wing think tank and fount of inspiration and policy for the Reagan and Bush administrations. Paul Weyrich, a kingpin of the American far right, has been very involved through the Free Congress Foundation with political activities inside the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The Free Congress Foundation's most important connection, as we looked at last week, is with not only Boris Yeltsin, the chief political opponent of Gorbachev and the president of the Russian Republic, but also with the Yeltsin and Andrei Sakharov-inspired IRG, an organ of the Communist Party there, which basically, I guess, could be considered communist in name only. It appears to have become, at least to a certain extent, a vehicle for the free market principles espoused by, among others, Paul Weyrich. Now, we are going to be looking at this evening two of the most important connections of the Free Congress Foundation, connections between that organization, connecting links between that organization and the OUN, a Ukrainian nationalist and fascist organization whose history, as I said earlier, winds through not only the Second World War, but also the assassination of President Kennedy and other events. And we will be taking a look also at the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, another organization with a similar history, of which the OUN-UPA is a key part. We will be returning to some of these same elements next week as well. Now, the section that I'm going to reread of the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, or the first section, I should say, that I'm going to reread, is the section dealing with connections between a fellow named Charles Moser, M-O-S-E-R, who is the treasurer of the Free Congress Foundation Board, and the OUN. And it should be remembered that the National Endowment for Democracy, through organizations like the Free Congress Foundation, as well as Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid and the closely allied Lithuanian Information Center, has been very active in promoting nationalist and fascist sentiment in some of the dissident Soviet republics. And we are going to review some of that and reread a section of this article right now. Skipping down into this article. Such nationalist and fascist elements are already evident in Lithuania and the Ukraine. In the latter republic, the pro-Nazi Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, has gained influence in several parties and has mobilized large demonstrations that honor OUN leaders who abetted Hitler's war on the Eastern Front. Similarly, several Sajudis deputies, S-A-J-U-D-I-S, interrupting that, of course, is the Lithuanian Nationalist Party, itself with very obvious fascist antecedents, beginning again. Similarly, several Sajudis deputies served in German-supported military units in 1944, and Sajudis has made declarations against ethnic Russians living in Lithuania. According to some reports, Poles have also been denigrated. It should also be noted that radical reformer, quote-unquote, Boris Yeltsin has dallied with Pamyat, P-A-M-Y-A-T, the foremost Russian fascist group to emerge in the last several years. Pamyat's virulent anti-Semitism compares to the crude propaganda of the early German Nazi Party in the 1920s. The FCF is not entirely disconnected from the history of the OUN. The treasurer of the FCF board is George Washington University professor Charles Moser, M-O-S-E-R. Moser also serves on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly, published by the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, a group dominated by the OUN. The Ukrainian Quarterly has praised military units of the German SS and otherwise justified the OUN alliance with the Third Reich, which reflects the fact that the OUN was politically and militarily allied with Hitler and the Nazi occupation of the Ukraine. So the main connection between Charles Moser and the OUN, once again, is his position on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly, published by the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, in turn dominated by the OUN. More about some of these connections. The OUN, an international semi-secret cadre organization headquartered in Bavaria, has received financial assistance from the late Franz Joseph Strauss, S-T-R-A-U-S-S, the rightist head of the Bavarian state. Strauss also had a working relationship with Weyrich. Weyrich fed speeches by Strauss attacking Germany's détente with the USSR to U.S. senators who would then insert them into the congressional record. When Strauss came to Washington, Weyrich was the person who helped set up his itinerary. So bearing in mind the activities of the Free Congress Foundation, a major force within the politics of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe today, allied with IRG and Yeltsin, as well as other elements in Eastern Europe, an organization with very strong ties to the OUN, and in turn to the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a major component of which is the ABN. We will be coming to those connections later on in the program. What we're going to be looking at in the broadcast right now is a section from Radio Free America program number 1. We are going to be talking now about how dissident Soviet nationalities and others in Eastern Europe were utilized by first the Third Reich and then under the auspices of the Gehlen spy organization, the CIA, to not only foment guerrilla warfare inside the Soviet Union, but to ultimately perhaps effect the independence of some of these organizations. Obviously, they are not independent yet, but what we are looking at now in the Soviet Union is a continuation of a long-standing trend which goes back to and before the Second World War. Those of you who are taping, hopefully you are taping, we are now going to review a section of Radio Free America program number 1 called Looking Back from 1984, The Hidden History of the Cold War, Part 1. And this particular broadcast was originally aired in April of 1984. Specifically, in fact, I think it was April 13th of 1984, and you will also, in addition to my own voice, hear the voice of my former co-partner, Nip Tuck, who assisted me with the on-air duties. Well, now, just as we saw the British Army actually take up arms against their nominal allies, the Greek partisans, by the same token, there was a division of loyalties with regard to the Allies and the Axis in Eastern Europe, which basically resulted in World War II not actually coming to an end until almost 1952. One of the elements of history, very important elements of history, which has not been recorded, is the fact that the shooting war in Eastern Europe, and I'm talking about World War II, did not end in 1945 with VE Day. Basically, as the Nazis retreated on the Eastern Front in World War II, they set up guerrilla groups in the rear of the Red Army to harass the Red Army, and these combined with various domestic fascist and nationalist groups, and also with German troops cut off, to wage a fierce guerrilla warfare in the rear of the Red Army, and this lasted until 1952, or 1950 by some accounts. I'm going to be reading you now a passage from a book called Gehlen, Spy of the Century. Gehlen is G-E-H-L-E-N. It's authored by a man named E.H. Cookridge, last name C-O-O-K-R-I-D-G-E, a former British intelligence agent. And Gehlen, Spy of the Century was copyrighted in 1971, and it was published in hardcover by Random House in that same year. Now, Reinhard Gehlen, was Adolf Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Eastern Front in World War II. We're going to talk about him more in just a second. Reading now from E.H. Cookridge's Gehlen, Spy of the Century, 1971 Random House edition. Inside the Soviet Union and Poland, large scattered groups of the whites, unquote, meaning anti-reds, had remained and were putting up a desperate fight. In southwest Ukraine and eastern Poland, bands of the nationalist UPA, many still with their German SS officers, harassed the Red Army, the Polish militia of the communist-dominated Warsaw government, and the local authorities set up in the liberated territories. At various times between November 1945 and the spring of 1947, these counter-revolutionary bandits, unquote, were in effective control of many villages and rural districts. Trained in guerrilla warfare by the Germans, they ambushed Soviet road convoys, used hit-and-run tactics, and carried out innumerable sabotage actions. Indeed, some of the Ukrainian insurgents held out in the forests of the Carpathian Mountains until 1952. The Soviet authorities also encountered trouble in the former Baltic states. After 4 years of Nazi occupation, many German soldiers, particularly of the Kurland Army, C-U-R-L-A-N-D, which had been cut off during the winter of 1944, had remained there. Together with Latvian and Estonian patriots, they now turned upon the Red Liberators, unquote. The Russians used ruthless methods to suppress the rebels, resorting to wholesale deportations of the indigenous populations. In Moscow's eyes, the insurgents were traitors who had been armed by the Nazis to fight against their own country. Today, this attitude might appear cruel, especially when taken with the atrocities the Soviet police are known to have committed against often innocent people. Yet it must be remembered that the French resistance members treated Nazi collaborators hardly more gently, and that even the British executed traitors after the war for perhaps lesser crimes, such as broadcasting anti-British propaganda from Berlin. Although the Soviet government announced that by the spring of 1947, quote, all counter-revolutionary fascist bands under German command had been annihilated, unquote, in fact, this was not so. For years, the communists kept silent about the extent of the fighting, which in many areas amounted to a minor civil war. Okay, remember that sentence. In many areas, it amounted to a minor civil war. It was not until 1959 that a Polish military writer published some staggering details about the widespread sabotage carried out by anti-communist bands and the heavy casualties suffered on both sides. And in a footnote to that passage, Cookridge quotes that Polish military writer, a man named General Ignacy Blum, B-L-U-M. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the Polish name of the history that he wrote that in, but anyway, this following footnote to that passage by Cookridge. Report by General Ignacy Blum, Warsaw, 1959. He mentioned a figure of 12,556 killed and estimated the number of sabotage acts carried out in Poland by the anti-communist bands and werewolves, remember that name, werewolves, at 29,970. So we don't know what this raw figure is here. 12,556 killed, whether those represent Red Army casualties in this guerrilla warfare or just what it is that they represent. But note that here he's talking about 13,000 people being killed. And keep in mind that, as Cookridge said, this guerrilla warfare in Eastern Europe, which, and again, these guerrilla groups, many of them were set up by the Nazis and coordinated by the OKW, German Military High Command, and that basically this guerrilla warfare raged in Eastern Europe until 1952. Now, keep in mind the name werewolves, because that's something Nip Tuck's going to tell you about in a second.
Okay, now bear in mind also that similarly to the Greek situation, similar to the Greek situation we just described to you, where before hostilities between the Axis and the Allied powers had formally ended in VE Day, the British were already, in essence, having a shooting war with the partisans, the anti-fascist partisans in Greece. Then, in effect, the British had already begun firing on the very people who had allowed them to, quote-unquote, liberate Greece. At the same time, roughly, we already see the United States beginning to make contacts with the very self-same Nazis that they are fighting on the Western Front as they drive toward Berlin, to make contact with them for the same purpose, notably to overthrow any incipient anti-fascist, specifically leftist or Soviet-supporting governments that might come into power in Eastern Europe. So the plan on the part of the Americans, with the help of the obviously unrepentant Nazis, is to prevent the kind of thing happening in Eastern Europe that the British successfully managed to overcome in Greece, namely the partisan forces coming to power, as most of the populace doubtlessly wanted them to do.
Remember Article 12 from the Treaty of Versailles to ending World War I, which established a pattern of Allied German cooperation against Soviet Russia or against communism, even as Germany was being defeated.
Now, this section, this stuff that we're talking about here, in some ways is one of the most critical things toward an understanding, or at least an expanded understanding, of the Cold War. Now, as we have mentioned, and we mentioned at the beginning of the show, and we should mention again, by no means is this the entire story. However, what part of the story this is the part that you are least likely to hear. Not just if you're having lunch down at the Reagan Ranch, but virtually anywhere within the political science departments of our universities or anywhere. Not because it didn't happen, but because it's inconvenient and has been inconvenient for a long time. One of the main things that people say, and we're not going to try and convince you necessarily of anything, we'll let you make your own judgments, but one of the main things that people say these days is, well, if the Russians were such nifty people, if they weren't a bunch of creeps and murderers and killers, why did they take over Eastern Europe? Well, bear in mind the position of the Russian armies, where they have lost probably 20 million people plus during World War II as a direct result of having been invaded by the Nazis. They're doing their best as they drive on Berlin to try and dismantle the fascist organizations all along their borders, some of which had been operating against the Soviet Union since the end of World War I. Some of these self-same organizations in one shape or another in the same areas. Oh, yes, go ahead.
And keep in mind, again, the point can't be made too strong or too often that the shooting war in Eastern Europe did not end when we were told it ended, that instead of main force units operating along fixed battle lines, we had a de-acceleration of combat into small guerrilla units. But as Kirkridge noted, that in many areas this amounted to a minor civil war, and the guerrillas ranged far and wide and had effective control of many areas.
So while on one hand, the Americans and the British and the French rolled in and found themselves able to occupy Germany and start to send the boys home again, put them on ships and send them back to the United States, except for small occupation forces. The Russians, on the other hand, against who themselves felt that in many ways World War II had been directed, that the Nazis had been directly built up as a hitman against the Soviet Union, for which there is some historical evidence. The Russians, on the other hand, found their entire army strung out through Eastern Europe, literally thousands of miles away from Moscow, with civil wars, fascist-led, fascist-supported, Nazi-led, Nazi-supported, and later on American-led and American-supported civil war going on all around them. Anyway, back to a book called The General Was a Spy, also about Reinhard Gehlen. This book is by Heinz Herne, and this was copyright by Hermann. This is by Heinz Herne, and Hermann Zolling, Zolling, and Herne is spelled Hohne. Copyright 1971 by Coward McCann, and I'm not even going to try that one. Geoghegan Incorporated, New York, a hardcover. Anyway, they're talking about Gehlen and the RSHA, which is the Sicherheitshauptamt, which is the Reich Secret Security Bureau. And it says, Gehlen ultimately became so close an ally of the RSHA that during the death throes of Adolf Hitler's regime, he, together with SS officers Skorzeny and Prutzmann, was charged with military direction of that macabre partisan and resistance organization known as Werewolf, intended to spread panic among the enemy. And an order dated November 12th, 1944, dealing with, quote, battle in the rear of the enemy, this is the Red Army, the Army General Staff Operations Section laid down that foreign armies east from the Heere Ost will be responsible for cooperation with the RSHA on all matters concerning forward intelligence units. On February 6, 1945, the strategic group of the General Staff urged Army groups to support Werewolf energetically, saying, quote, all units in whose vicinity Werewolf groups are located will take measures for the supply and welfare of the Werewolf groups concerned. Anyone so determined to continue to the bitter end could be sure of the approbation of his superiors. Gehlen climbed several rungs of the ladder. He was promoted to Major General. He became Deputy Chief of the Strategic Group of the General Staff. He was even entrusted with a General Staff security. In the event of catastrophe, he was to arrange for the staff's immediate evacuation. Now, this is interesting in light of some stuff Dave is going to tell you about Reinhard Gehlen, detailing where exactly the remains of the German General Staff and the Nazi High Command were, in fact, immediately evacuated to at the end of World War II, and most of them were into the safe and loving arms of the Western intelligence forces.
Okay, now take note of the fact in that passage that this fellow Reinhard Gehlen was very close to the RSHA, the Reichssicherheitshauptamt. That basically, the RSHA was the SS security department. It incorporated something called the SD, the SS intelligence service, and the Gestapo. Okay, so the RSHA was basically perhaps the single most infamous institution of the Third Reich. The final solution was the extermination of European Jewry was accomplished under RSHA auspices. The RSHA main facility at Wannsee was where the final solution was drawn up. And so note the close cooperation between Gehlen and the RSHA. That means Gehlen was very, very close operationally and of necessity ideologically with the SS. And take note of the fact that the werewolf guerrilla groups, which Gehlen set up with an SS man named Otto Skorzeny, were, like the other guerrilla groups in Eastern Europe, under the nominal command of OKW, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, the German military high command. Now, Reinhard Gehlen was basically in reference to an organization called FHO. FHO is Fremde Heere Ost, or Foreign Armies East. That was Adolf Hitler's Eastern Front intelligence organization. It handled all of Hitler's Eastern Front intelligence. Gehlen was in charge of Fremde Heere Ost. He was Hitler's chief intelligence officer against the Soviet Union. Now, 3 months after VE Day in Europe, 3 months after the war officially ended, and as we've seen, it did not end at that time, it officially ended, Reinhard Gehlen was flown into the United States in the uniform of a four-star general, and basically Gehlen and his entire Eastern Front intelligence organization, which was still in place at the end of World War II, were then grafted onto the fledgling CIA. And Gehlen and his entire organization, the former Fremde Heere Ost, Hitler's Eastern Front intelligence apparatus, complete and intact, and incorporating a great many of the White Russians who had initially opposed the Bolsheviks and then fled into Germany, leaving behind them an intelligence service. This organization, FHO, jumped to the fledgling CIA, became the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, the exclusive purveyors of intelligence on the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe for more than a decade after World War II. It then became the official NATO intelligence organization, providing NATO with up to 70% of its intelligence on Russia and Eastern Europe. And then it became the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the BND, the West German Intelligence Service, which it is for this day. And two very important details to remember about Gehlen. Number one is the fact that the Gehlen organization paved the way for more than 4,000 SS and Gestapo men to move up into the U.S. intelligence system, where many of them remain to this day. The second fact to remember is the fact that Reinhard Gehlen not only set up many of these guerrilla groups which waged war until the early 50s in the Ukraine and Poland and Eastern Europe, but Gehlen was in radio contact with many of these groups throughout the closing days of the Third Reich and clean on up into his tenure with the CIA. And not only that, but Gehlen and his CIA sponsors were shipping weapons and liaison officers to these guerrilla groups while they were fighting against our wartime allies, the Soviet Union. So that basically the Eastern Front guerrillas simply jumped to the United States with Gehlen. In essence, they continued to wage war throughout the closing days of the Third Reich and simply jumped uniforms. Basically, we picked up Hitler's tab in Eastern Europe.
All right, this is a very important thing. Once again, trying to point out the forest to people who are knee-deep in shrubbery again. A key point to realize, and one of the thesis points of this entire broadcast, again, not purporting to tell the entire story of the Cold War, but perhaps one of the most important sections of the story of the Cold War, which is virtually unknown and unrecognized in the United States. And that is, not only was World War II to a large extent brought about because of the Western nations rearming Germany to continue their war against the Soviet Union for no other particular reason at that time than the Soviet Union being a Bolshevist, a Marxist government, or purportedly a Marxist government. Not only did they rearm Germany, but then after Germany had contributed or had participated in the worst atrocities in the history of warfare on this planet, many of which were perpetrated against the Soviet Union, then before the war was even over, the United States in particular was taking the German high command, and especially the German Eastern Front intelligence services and all of the fascist groups working for them, grafting them right onto their own intelligence service and sending them the weapons to continue on with what they were doing and the support. Okay? So in essence, one has to say, regardless of what other faults Stalin may have had, you certainly cannot call the man paranoid for feeling that he was getting a raw deal at the hands of the Allies.
And again, keep in mind the analogy with Central America today, where the hated Somocistas, almost as soon as they had been effectively defeated by the Sandinistas, were then rearmed, re-equipped, and sent back into the fray, so to speak, by the United States. Because keep in mind how despised the Nazis, in particular those Soviets who collaborated with the Nazis, they were the most despised people possible. And by putting these people to work, or putting these people right back to war, in essence, underwriting the continued guerrilla warfare that began under Third Reich auspices and proceeded under CIA auspices, we were obviously waving the red flag at the bull, so to speak. Keep in mind also that everything we heard about the Soviet Union for more than 10 years after the end of the war came from Hitler's intelligence people.
Indeed. All right, this next segment, which will indeed expand this idea a little bit, is from a book entitled The Belarus Secret, Belarus, Belarus, by John Loftus. And this book was published by Alfred A. Knopf, or Knopf, in New York in 1982 in hardback. This is a book we discussed some. Mr. Loftus is a former Justice Department attorney, worked for the Office of Special Investigations there, and he himself got involved with the search for the trail of several Byelorussian Nazi collaborators who seemed to be winding up in important positions in the U.S. Intelligence and security forces after World War II, despite the fact that they had committed numerous war crimes. Anyway, he talks in part about the Gehlen organization and its early connections with the OSS and other groups of that type. I think the CIC, I think it was at that time.
CIC is the Counterintelligence Corps.
Right, I don't know if that's mentioned here, but this was pre-CIA, of course, because the Gehlen organization joined the CIA almost at its inception, so the early contacts were predated the existence of the CIA.
Much of you also hear reference to something called the Office of Policy Coordination, which was a body of the U.S. national security apparatus through which the CIA and Gehlen organization received much of their funding.
And that organization was, I think, under the direction of Frank Wisner. Right?
Frank Wisner, a CIA official who Nip's going to tell you about in a second.
Indeed. So you'll hear Wisner's name, and that is him, the Office of Policy. At the end of the last war, Loftus writes, many members of the OUN, which is a Ukrainian fascist anti-Soviet group, came to Western Europe to avoid capture by the advancing Soviets. The OUN reformed in Western Europe with its headquarters in Munich. It first came to the attention of American authorities when the Russians demanded extradition of Bandera and many other anti-Soviet Ukrainian nationalists as war criminals. Luckily, the attempt to locate these anti-Soviet Ukrainians was sabotaged by a few far-sighted Americans who warned the persons concerned to go into hiding. Now, this is, by the way, I should mention this particular passage is from a letter by Frank Wisner. This is not the author saying, luckily, a few far-sighted Americans warned these Ukrainian war criminals. Frank Wisner is. Wisner's letter continues. From 1945 to 1948, members of OUN and of UPA, another similar group, arrived from the Soviet Ukraine to Western Germany on foot. The messages they and returning German prisoners of war brought conclusively confirmed that the OUN and the UPA were continuing the fight against the Soviets with the weapons and ammunition which the retreating German armies had left behind. Over 35,000 members of the Russian secret police, the MVD and the MKGB, this again according to Wisner's letter, have been killed by OUN UPA since the end of the last war. In other words, the main activities of the OUN in the Ukraine cannot be considered detrimental to the United States.
Now, keep in mind that casualty figure. The Polish military writer quoted by E.H. Cookridge cited just a raw figure of 12,556 killed. Didn't say whether those were Red Army casualties or overall casualties or whatever. But here in Wisner's letter, he cites the figure of 35,000 Soviet security forces killed just in the Ukraine, just in the period 1945 to 1947. Now, while he was lobbying for the employment of this group and might have exaggerated the figures accordingly, keep in mind that we're talking about a continuation of World War II. We're not talking about a sniper or two here.
Indeed. Wisner's letter, John Loftus, the author, writes, must have caused a commotion at the INS, that's the Bureau of Immigration and Naturalization. It was as close as he dared come to disclosing that he was using CIA money and CIA cover to provide, quote, left behind arms and ammunition to underground assassination teams inside Eastern Europe. But that was not all. The letter conclusively established that Wisner lied to the INS. It fraudulently claimed that the OUN was not a Nazi-sponsored organization and that its members had never collaborated with the Germans. At the end of several paragraphs of fictional history, Wisner stated, quote, in simple terms, the Germans wanted from the Ukrainians only food and supplies for their armies and forced labor for their factories. The Germans used all means necessary to force the cooperation which the Ukrainians were unwilling to give. Thus, by summer 1941, a battle raged on Ukrainian soil between two ruthless exploiters and persecutors of the Ukrainian people, the Third Reich and Soviet Russia. The OUN and the partisan army it created in late 1942, UPA, fought bitterly against both the Germans and the Soviet Russians. Okay, now before I go on to continue with Loftus's analysis, let me point out there's a little double whammy in there that you may not have picked up. Okay, so Wisner is writing to the Bureau of Immigration and Naturalization that they should let these people in because not only have they killed 35,000 members of the Russian secret police, according to him, but that in effect that anything bad that they did during World War II, they were forced to do by the Germans, and hence they were not bad people themselves, but just forced to by the bad Germans. Now, the double whammy here is not only is he lying about that fact, because as we're going to find out, Loftus is going to point out what eager collaborators they were, but in effect, Wisner and the rest of the people at OPS and the rest of the people in OSS and the other groups had already begun bringing the Germans in. So they had no objection to the Germans, and they're just using that as a way of holding up the Ukrainians as being somehow not to blame. They're going to blame it on the Germans, and they're just keeping it entirely secret, their collaborations with Gehlen and such other Germans of note as Klaus Barbie and others that we've talked about on this station before. Anyway, Loftus goes on to say of this claim, this was a complete fabrication. The CIC had an agent who photographed 11 volumes of the secret internal files of OUN Bandera. That's the Ukrainian group. These files clearly show how most of its members worked for the Gestapo or SS as policemen, executioners, partisan hunters, and municipal officials. The OUN contribution to the German war effort was significant, including the raising of volunteers for several SS divisions. It was precisely because of its work with the Nazis that Wisner wanted to hire the OUN for his special forces. The Ukrainian letter succeeded in fooling the immigration officials, however, and OUN Bandera was subsequently taken off the inimical list. In other words, they were made available for permission to immigrate. By the time the DP Act expired in 1952, 400,000 immigrants had come to the United States. Among them were important Nazi collaborators from Byelorussia, the Ukraine, the Baltic states, and the Balkans, including the nucleus of Wisner's special forces. We're going to get to that next show. During the same 4-year period, Wisner's OPC enjoyed virtually unlimited freedom of action and had grown to the point that it was consuming more than half the CIA's annual budget. Wisner's private army had launched an undeclared war against the Soviet Union. Does that sound familiar? He had defied the congressional ban on smuggling Nazis. He had misappropriated government funds to buy arms for ex-Nazi terrorists, and he had obstructed justice by sheltering fugitive war criminals who had been denounced by the Nuremberg Tribunal, the United Nations, and the Congress of the United States. So once again, we have to draw this parallel here, this unbroken line of policy dating from practically the very moment that the Bolshevists in Russia took over the imperial palace and moved into the government. We see an almost unbroken policy of fear and loathing on the part of the Western nations, the United States. We see Herbert Hoover and Charles Evans Hughes and others carrying on an undeclared war against the Soviet Union. We see this undeclared war continuing on through the 30s and through the offices of various industrialists supporting the fascists to stomp out any moves towards Sovietism in Europe. We see it right through World War II, where even during the course of the battle, the partisans who are the anti-fascist partisans are thrown out of power, and power is handed promptly back to the fascists under the control of the Allies. And we see it at the end of World War II, where the entire German Eastern European intelligence force is grafted onto the CIA, and the collaboration and the support of fascist guerrilla groups in Eastern Europe and a continuous civil war against the Soviet Union before they've even reached Berlin is carried on as official American policy through Reinhard Gehlen right up through 1952.
Good. And again, just remember that these guerrillas were set up by the Third Reich, then were jumped to the CIA while maintaining a continuous state of warfare, and received weapons and liaison officers from CIA. And this undeclared war that Wisner was waging really represented a continuation of the combat of World War II. A point which it's such an important point that I'd like to stress that again. Keep it in mind, because you never hear any of this talk about the guerrilla warfare in Eastern Europe. Okay, a couple of other interesting details about that guerrilla warfare. I'm going to read you a footnote from a book called Farewell America. Farewell America is about the assassination of President Kennedy. It is listed under the name of James Hepburn, last name Hepburn. There's no such person as James Hepburn. As it turned out, James Hepburn is the pen name for the French Overseas Intelligence Service, SDECE. And this book, Farewell America, was in fact put out by the French Intelligence Service, and it was published by an organization called Frontiers Publishing Incorporated and copyrighted 1968. Frontiers Publishing is from Liechtenstein. Okay? So this book is actually about the assassination of President Kennedy. Was brought into the United States by a French intelligence agent named Hervé Lamarre, L-A-M-A-R-R. And Lamarre made contact with a Bay Area assassination researcher and former FBI agent named William W. Turner, who we've talked about on other programs on this station. And basically he brought in this book called Farewell America, ostensibly written by James Hepburn, actually written by the French Intelligence Service. Now, in a chapter of Farewell America concerning the U.S. intelligence apparatus, there's some discussion of Gehlen, and specifically some discussion of the guerrilla warfare in Eastern Europe that basically went from the Third Reich and then was the sponsorship of which was assumed by Gehlen and his CIA sponsors. And an interesting story here about one of the casualties in this guerrilla warfare in Eastern Europe. Again, from Farewell America, ostensibly authored by James Hepburn, actually authored by the French Intelligence Service, SDECE. Gehlen, who had conceived the idea of the Vlasov Army, Russian anti-communist troops, was given the responsibility for the underground that continued to operate behind communist lines until 1950. Again, from Farewell America, ostensibly authored by James Hepburn, actually authored by the French Intelligence Service, SDECE. Gehlen, who had conceived the idea of the Vlasov Army, Russian anti-communist troops, was given the responsibility for the underground that continued to operate behind communist lines until 1950. In Poland, Gehlen's guerrillas on March 28, 1947, murdered General Karol Świerczynski, Swierczynski, Vice Minister of Defense, who, under the name of Walter, had commanded the 14th International Brigade in Spain and who served as the model for one of the characters in Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Okay, so next time you see Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman in that famous major motion picture version of For Whom the Bell Tolls, and you see Gary Cooper shooting and spitting his defiance at the fascists at the end, keep in mind that Gehlen dispatched one of the members of their group in actual combat, not on the movie screen, during this guerrilla warfare we're talking about in Eastern Europe. A couple of other things concerning that guerrilla warfare. Now, the last two quotes I'm going to read you here concerning that guerrilla warfare come from a book called The Borman Brotherhood. The Borman Brotherhood was authored by another former British intelligence agent named William Stevenson, last name Stevenson. Now, this William Stevenson is not to be confused with another British intelligence agent named William Stevenson, who's Stephenson. That William Stevenson was known as Intrepid. He was in charge of all British intelligence in the Americas during World War II. This is a different William Stevenson, who also writes about World War II intelligence. He wrote about the Third Reich and also was a British intelligence agent. Different spelling. Now, William Stevenson's The Borman Brotherhood was published in hardcover by Harcourt Brace Jovanovich in 1973 and in softcover by Bantam Books in 1974. Now, I'd like to read you an interesting detail here from the softcover Bantam edition of William Stevenson's The Borman Brotherhood. Now, recall that one of the guerrilla groups that Nip Tuck was reading you about that Gehlen set up to harass the Red Army in its rear, and which carried on this guerrilla warfare, as also was alluded to in that quote, in that passage quoted from a Polish military writer. One of these guerrilla groups was called the Werewolves. Now, the Werewolves were comprised primarily of Hitler Youth. Now, the interesting thing is that the Werewolves had an interesting battle cry, which was broadcast by Joseph Goebbels' propaganda ministry during the closing days of the Third Reich. And it's a battle cry that will be pretty familiar to the bunch of you, I think. Of the battle cry of the werewolf guerrillas who were set up by Gehlen and carried on guerrilla warfare in Eastern Europe after World War II. Officials who helped the enemy had to be publicly punished. It was the symbolism, as always, that counted. Radio Werewolf hammered the theme, "Better dead than red," a phrase that lived long after. Bolshevism was the real enemy. The Nazis had always resisted the Bolsheviks. Therefore, any German who helped the enemies of Nazism was helping the Bolsheviks and was a traitor. A climate was being created that would favor the concealment of wanted men. So again, the cry of Radio Werewolf, their battle cry, better dead than red, and that is where the phrase better dead than red comes from. And of course, that is one of the mainstays of sort of rabid that phrase is one of the watchwords of rabid anti-communism today. Now, interestingly enough, the closing days of the Third Reich also saw the concoction, the genesis of the phrase Iron Curtain. Now, most people believe that Winston Churchill concocted the phrase Iron Curtain. Churchill publicized the phrase Iron Curtain, but in point of fact, he actually borrowed it from a man named Count Lutz Schwerin von Krosigk, last name Krosigk. Now, von Krosigk was Hitler's last finance minister, succeeding Hjalmar Schacht, and in a propaganda broadcast during the closing days of the Third Reich, Count Schwerin von Krosigk coined the phrase Iron Curtain. Winston Churchill borrowed it from him. Reading once again from The Borman Brotherhood by William Stevenson. The threat of war between the Western Allies and Russia had been promoted for years by the Nazis. Their vision of ultimate conflict with, quote, barbaric Bolshevism, unquote, produced the first reference to an Iron Curtain. It was uttered by Hitler's former finance minister, Count Schwerin von Krosigk, on May 2nd, 1945, when he was desperately trying to win Allied recognition for the government of Admiral Dönitz. Schwerin von Krosigk was an unctuous figure who had never forgotten Hesse's saying before his departure that the two Germanic nations, Britain and Germany, were fighting each other to the enormous satisfaction of the Bolsheviks. The Count, a former Rhodes Scholar who seems to have learned nothing about the English during his time at Oxford, calculated that Hesse had made some impression on his British hosts. "The Iron Curtain moves closer," he declared in a broadcast. "People caught in the mighty hands of the Bolsheviks are being destroyed," unquote. The term was picked up from the German broadcast. Churchill used it when he cabled President Harry Truman on May 12th. That's 10 days after von Krosigk used it in the broadcast. Quote, "An iron curtain is drawn upon their front. We do not know what is going on behind," unquote. A year later, he dropped it into a speech in the United States. It demonstrates the infectious nature of the fears deliberately released by Hitler's followers in order to win Western sympathy. And so the phrases "better dead than red" and "Iron Curtain" have their geniture in the closing days of the Third Reich. Worth noting in passing that the phrase "guns versus butter" was coined by Hermann Goering, the Reichsmarshal, when he said Germany needs guns, not butter. All of which, I guess, is to say that these phrases "better dead than red," "Iron Curtain," "guns versus butter" are being kicked around quite a bit these days. When you hear them, remember where they come from, because I guess you could say the lexicon of 20th century American anti-communism is the lexicon of the Third Reich.
That's right. Not only in words, but in deeds also.
That was a section from Radio Free America program number 1, looking back from 1984, the hidden history of the Cold War, part 1. And the main elements there to understand is the use of the OUN, which is closely allied with the UPA. It's used first by the Third Reich and then later by the CIA under the Office of Policy Coordination and Frank Wisner to foment guerrilla warfare behind the Soviet lines, first during World War II and then all the way up on through the early 1950s. It's worth noting that guerrilla warfare went on in the Ukraine and the Baltic republics and parts of Poland. Those are major areas of Soviet ethnic dissidence today. And as we looked at first in the article about Lithuanian fascism being projected by the National Endowment for Democracy through Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid and the Lithuanian Information Center. And then as we looked at in connection with the Free Congress Foundation, elements of which are closely allied with the OUN, similar activities are going on today, although at least to date overt violence has yet to take place. The elements, though, are the same, and my hypothesis has been is that one of the intentions, the goal basically is either to break the Soviet Union up into its constituent republics, which would then be utilized by the multinational corporations for their own ends, or else to provoke a return to the Cold War by utilizing some of these same elements to produce a militant reaction by Soviet hardliners, something which I think, at least to a certain extent, is predictable if elements like the OUN, Sejudas, and others are allowed to run free and continue to receive the support they have from the United States. Sooner or later, the KGB and the Soviet military are going to respond to those elements which obviously represent salt in the wounds to a nation which suffered so heavily during the Second World War. It's worth noting, too, that the OUN is very closely allied with an organization called the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, and that's an organization that we're going to take a look at in the next tape segment that we're going to be looking at, coming from Radio Free America 14. Before that, though, I want to review once again a section of the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, the article from which we reviewed a section a short time ago, and most of which we read into the archives in the third installment of Radio Free America 36 that I put into the archives last week. Now, the main element to talk about here is, once again, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, a key element of which is the OUN that we've already looked at, first in connection with the Free Congress Foundation, and then in connection with the Office of Policy Coordination and the Third Reich. Oh, by the way, a slight correction. I failed to note that when I did the broadcast at the time. The Reichssicherheitshauptamt does not mean Secret Bureau of Reich Security. It means Sicherheit means security, not secret. The RSHA literally means High Bureau of Reich Security, not secret. Secret in German is Geheime. That's where the phrase Gestapo or the term Gestapo comes from. Gestapo is a contraction of Geheime Staatspolizei, or secret state police. Okay, so Sicherheit means security, not secret. Minor correction there, but the record should go corrected under the circumstances. Now, Returning once again to the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, or a section thereof, once again co-authored by Russ, Bellant, Bellant, and Lewis Wolf. This once again from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35. Now, the key person here that we're going to be talking about is a man named Laszlo Pastor, P-L-A-S-Z-L-O, capital P-A-S-Z-T-O-R. He's a Hungarian fascist who is very closely allied with the ABN. One of the main organizations of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations is the aforementioned OUN. It should be noted that in the Third Reich, or in the Axis nations, in addition to the Third Reich and Japan and Mussolini, Italy rather, under Mussolini, there were also Hungary and Bulgaria and Romania. All of those countries fought for the Axis and against the USSR and the United States during the Second World War. Laszlo Pastor was a member of the Arrow Cross, the key Hungarian fascist organization which led Hungary into the Second World War on behalf of the Axis. Reading now about the connections between Laszlo Pastor and the Free Congress Foundation, and we should bear in mind that Laszlo Pastor is closely allied with the ABN. Finally, FCF's insinuation into the politics of the East must be judged by their selection of Laszlo Pastor to head their Liberation Support Alliance, quote, which seeks to liberate peoples in Central and Eastern European nations. Pastor's involvement in East European politics began in World War II when he joined the youth organization of the Arrow Cross, the Nazi Party of Hungary. When the Arrow Cross was installed in power by a German commando operation, Pastor was sent to Berlin to help facilitate the liaison between the Arrow Cross and Hitler. Pastor was tried and served 2 years in jail for his Arrow Cross activities after an anti-communist government was elected in Hungary in 1945. He eventually came to the U.S. and established the ethnic arm of the Republican National Committee for Richard Nixon. He brought other Nazi collaborators from the Eastern Front into the GOP. Some were later found to have participated in mass murder during the war. The dormant Arrow Cross has surfaced again in Hungary, where there have been attempts to lift the ban on the Nazi organization. Pastor spent several months in Hungary. When Weyrich later conducted training there, he was provided a list of Pastor's contacts inside the country. Weyrich reports that he conducted training for the recently formed and now governing party, New Democratic Forum. Pastor claims to have assisted some of his friends in Hungary in getting NED funding through his advisory positions with NED. In 1989, he spoke at the Heritage Foundation under the sponsorship of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, a multinational umbrella organization of émigré fascists and Nazis founded in alliance with Hitler in 1943. It is led by the OUN. Pastor spoke for the Hungarian organization, quote-unquote, of ABN, which is the Arrow Cross. Note here the element of historical continuity vis-a-vis the ABN, beginning with Adolf Hitler in 1943 and going all the way up through active participation not only in the U.S. national security establishment, but also the Republican Party. And by the way, we talked about the ABN in addition to Radio Free America 14, part of which we're going to hear now, and part of Radio Free America 15. We also came back to it in the miscellaneous archive show, Nazis and Anti-Semites, on George Bush's campaign. We also featured a section of that in another miscellaneous archive show called The Political Resume of George Bush. Now, it's worth noting that the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations has long maintained that the, quote, rollback of communism, which has been advocated by the Western nations and also by our national security establishment, should not just include the ousting of the Soviets from the Eastern European countries, which has now happened under Gorbachev and Glasnost/Perestroika, but beyond that, they advocated that rollback actually involved the breakup of the Soviet Union into its constituent republics and different nationalities. The further rollback, the accelerated rollback advocated by ABN, appears to be one of the two alternative goals of what I see as the ongoing destabilization of the Soviet Union. It seems to me that, and I have hypothesized in this Radio Free America broadcast, in this series I'm doing, that our national security establishment either aims at breaking up the Soviet Union into its constituent republics, the goal of the ABN, or else provoking a return to the Cold War, which would be not only an excuse for our military and related industries to keep raking in the billions they raked in under the Reagan and Bush administrations, but it also would serve as a vehicle for the further destabilization of the Soviet Union by placing further strain on the already badly shaken Soviet economy. That in turn would lead to further social dislocation. I believe that either one or the other is the goal of our national security establishment and the ongoing destabilization of the Soviet Union. Now, what we're going to do now is take a look at a section from Radio Free America 14. This is the first Radio Free America show in a two-part Radio Free America series dealing with what was then known as the World Anti-Communist League. This program was originally aired in January of 1986, a little over 5 years ago, and what we're going to be hearing about specifically is the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a key element of which is the OUN, and it should also be noted that the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations is an organization which is carrying on an old policy which predates the Second World War. We're going to begin by looking at an organization called the Prometheus Organization, which could be conceived of as a pre-Wackle, and their attempts to foment not only Turkish nationalism inside the Soviet Union, but also the Ukrainian nationalism as well. After taking a look at the Prometheus Organization, we're going to take a look at the OUN and its participation in the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and its work for the Third Reich during the Second World War, a section of which we already looked at in Radio Free America number 1. By the way, speaking of the OUN, recall too that Vilnius in Lithuania, and Lithuania as a whole under Sąjūdis, the organization with many fascist antecedents and participants, that has become the headquarters for activism by dissident Soviet nationalities on the back of Covert Action Information Bulletin, issue number 35. In the first installment of Radio Free America 36, this series I'm doing, we took a look at a picture that is on the back of Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35. And there is a picture, and the caption is, members of the Ukrainian Nationalist Organization arrive in Vilnius, Lithuania to voice their support for independence March 23rd of 1990. So Lithuania apparently is serving as an epicenter for dissident Soviet nationalities, their connections with Western intelligence, and their fascist antecedents as well. We're now going to hear about more of the ongoing policy, and it predates World War II, to break up the Soviet Union into its constituent nationalities. Once again, this is a section from Radio Free America program number 14. This was originally broadcast in January of 1986. Now, for the rest of the broadcast, we're going to be taking a look at the European and Eurasian branch of WACL, and specifically, we're going to be taking a look at the anti-Bolshevik nations, the ABN. Now, in a nutshell, the Soviet Union is descended from the old Russian Empire. Basically, the Tsar conquered a bunch of different territories, and when the subjects of the Russian Empire revolted, what we wound up with, or what the world wound up with, basically was a headless empire, a bunch of states which had been joined artificially through military conquest, and which then found themselves in a sort of a spontaneous political union. And obviously many of the member peoples had nationalistic aspirations of their own. The Ukrainians, many Asian Middle Eastern peoples in not only the Asian part of the Soviet Union, but also those parts of it that could be considered Eurasian or Middle Eastern. Many of the peoples in the Soviet Union are of Turkic extraction and are very similar to the kinds of ethnic peoples found in the Middle East. We're going to be taking a look at some of the Ukrainians and Ukrainian nationalism, some of the pan-Turkists and some of the Turkic-speaking peoples in the Soviet Union, and how these groups come together in the anti-Bolshevik nations, the ABN. The key name there is Lev Dobryansky, Ronald Reagan's ambassador to the Bahamas. Now, by way of introducing the anti-Bolshevik nations, which is going to occupy the rest of the broadcast this evening, we're going to read from a superb manuscript, unpublished, unfortunately, called The Dallas Conspiracy. The Dallas Conspiracy was authored by Peter Dale Scott, who's a professor at the University of California at Berkeley. An unpublished manuscript which is available from Tom Davis Books. We'll give you that address at the end of the program. About the ABN, Peter Dale Scott writes as follows in The Dallas Conspiracy. The anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, or ABN, with its American lobby, the AF-ABN, the American Friends of the Anti-Bolshevik Nations, was similar to, but slightly to the right of, the CIA-supported Assembly of Captive European Nations, or ACEN, with its U.S. CIA front, the American Friends of the Captive Nations, headed by Christopher Emmett. Whereas the ACEM lobbied for the liberation of Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the rest of the area between the Iron Curtain and the USSR, the ABN looked also for the liberation of the Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, Cossakia, Azerbaijan, Idel-Ural, Turkestan, and of other ethnic nationalities inside the 1939 borders of the Soviet Union. And again, the Soviet Union is an amalgam of a wide variety of different peoples, many of whom had independent nationalistic aspirations. These sometimes merged with a doctrinaire anti-communism and became fascism. It's sort of a mixed bag, and however, after the war, this mixed bag became, and during the war and after the war, World War II that is, this mixed bag became essentially fascist. Continuing with Scott's narrative, at the heart of the ABN alliance were the resources of two actual post-war underground movements, the Hungarian freedom fighters and the Ukrainian OUNer underground army. We're interrupting briefly. Recall that Hungary fought on the side of the Axis in World War II as well. Continuing. By 1960, however, the ABN had come to concentrate on psychological and political warfare. Thus, it competed with Russian emigre organizations such as the NTS, or Solidarists, to be discussed shortly, for places in U.S.-supported Psy-war activities like Radio Liberation, later renamed Radio Liberty, in Munich. Recall, that's a Gehlen operation. And interjecting very briefly here, the Ukrainian nationalists and the ABN in general are inseparable from the Gehlen organization. They are a major element of it and simply can't be separated at any point from the Gehlen organization. Referring to ABN and Radio Liberty, he had also participated in planning for a grand world alliance of world anti-communist forces to be called the World Anti-Communist Congress for Freedom and Liberation, or WACCFL, whose composition is indicated by the 15-man steering committee elected at a preparatory conference in Mexico City in March of 1958. Recall, we read some of that list in the beginning of the broadcast. The Mexico City Conference was itself called in response to the Taipei Statement of an international group meeting in October of 1957 in Taiwan. Chiang Kai-shek of Taiwan, Syngman Rhee of South Korea, and Diem of South Vietnam were each represented in this steering committee by a top figure in their respective party apparatus. German veterans of Hitler's frustrated anti-Comintern and Ostpolitik programs were included, notably Fritz Kramer, spelled C-R-A-M-E-R, of the CIAS, Committee for Information and Social Activity, a former officer of the Abwehr, that's German military intelligence, in Riga and Lisbon from 1939 to 45. Alfred Gehlen, spelled G-I-E-L-E-N, CIAS Secretary General and former Nazi publicist for Goebbels' anti-Comintern, became the WACCFL Steering Committee's Regional Secretary for Europe. And interestingly enough, in a footnote to the passage I just read you, Peter Dale Scott adds about Fritz Kramer, spelled C-R-A-M-E-R, in the 1950s, Kramer was also president of Eberhard Taubert's Volksbund für Frieden und Freiheit, or VFF, an industry-financed private vigilante group to ferret out and maintain files on German leftists. Now, of course, that's very similar to the American Security Council, so it's interesting that a key member of the WACCFL, the steering committee which was to give birth, act as the midwife for Wackel in 1966, Fritz Kramer, C-R-A-M-E-R, former Nazi intelligence officer, ran just such an organization in combination with a man named Eberhard Taubert. Okay, so a similar kind of organization to the American Security Council. And interestingly enough, Taubert, the man he worked with here, is also interesting. Taubert, the head of, and again, returning to the footnote here, Taubert, the head of Division Pro 2 in Goebbels' propaganda ministry, had, quote, prided himself on being the wire puller behind the anti-Comintern propaganda organization. That from Kurt Tauber's Beyond Eagle and Swastika, Middletown, Connecticut, Wesleyan University Press, 67. So, interestingly enough, now, again, Fritz Kramer, a member of the WACCFL Steering Committee, key Wackel member here, not only a former Nazi intelligencer, but a co-head of a private intelligence group which basically provided industry with files on political activists. Also worth noting that the person Eberhard Taubert, who was co-head of this VFF group with Fritz Kramer, was a former participant in Goebbels' propaganda ministry in the anti-Comintern effort. Significant because the American Security Council, similar to function to VFF, also, of course, through the Young organization, had links with Goebbels' anti-Comintern effort. Again, looking at Wackel as the second anti-Comintern. Continuing here with Peter Dale Scott's account. The American representatives were veteran China lobbyist Charles Edison of the John Birch Society and American Security Council, and Lev Dobryansky, a Ukrainian-American Army Reserve officer and professor at Georgetown University with close links to Army intelligence circles. The ABN had two of the 15 seats on the World Committee, one less than Latin America. Its representatives were Yaroslav Stetsko, S-T-E-T-Z-K-O, briefly a premier of the short-lived Ukrainian Republic at the time of the 1941 German invasion, and Ferenc Farkas, F-A-R-K-A-S, the ABN military chief, who commanded the army of Arrow Cross chief Ferenc Salazi, executed as a war criminal against the Russians in World War II. So, again, the explicitly fascist and pro-Third Reich orientation of many of the component members of ABN has been touched on here, and we're going to develop here as we go.
Okay, and we've got coming up here some other stuff. We're going to be getting into some other remnants and some other parts of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. But again, we have to stress that the makeup of the group and the fact that basically nothing has changed. They've only become more respectable because their leaders are now connected to our current administration. And we've been focusing on some of the Bolshevist groups, the anti-Bolshevist groups from Eastern Europe specifically, and we're going to be probably talking about them more before the broadcast ends. We're coming up on some things having to do with the Middle East, but before we get to that, we have to talk about some of the situations that perhaps even going back a little further than we've been going in the show, talk about some of the situations that led to this particular formation, actually even back before the 30s and before the Nazis came to power, and clear back to the early days of the struggle between Russia, the early Soviet Socialist Republic, and Poland.
Okay, now one of the things to remember about Poland, in fact about all political movements, is that they're not homogeneous. Poland was basically a fascist country, even though it was conquered by Nazi Germany and perhaps suffered worse than any other nation, with perhaps the exception of USSR, under Nazi rule. The Poles were just devastated by the 6 years of Nazi rule, or 5 years of Nazi rule. However, it's important to remember that that Poland, under Marshal Pilsudski, was, for all intents and purposes, a fascist country. It was explicitly anti-labor and anti-Semitic and anti-Soviet, very imperialistic in its aspirations. And, however, Pilsudski simply, the Poles were extremely nationalistic, still are, but in that period, whereas Poland had been a major power in previous centuries, because Poland had been a major power in previous centuries, there was a sort of nostalgia on the part of many Polish leaders for a return to a large imperial Poland. Marshal Pilsudski shared these aspirations, and because of this was unable to fit into the sort of fascist coalition that Mussolini and also Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria were able to fit into.
Again, a couple of things, Mussolini being a good example. This was, of course, much the same reason that Mussolini was able to bring the people of Italy behind fascism, was because of the fact that it had been so long since Italy had been a major player. In fact, in the case of Italy, it had been roughly 2,000 years since Italy had been any kind of force on the world political scene. And Mussolini was able to inspire his countrymen with the memories of the legions of Rome and the days that the world quaked to the boots or the sandals of the legions of Rome, or whatever his phrase was that he used, and was able to inspire, just as, again, we mentioned Yoshio Kodama and his idea about combining militarism and nationalism with this sort of samurai ideal of medieval Japan. We notice these things happening very often, these kinds of emotional appeals to a nationalism that is, in many cases, not only ridiculously unpractical, but several thousand years out of date. So this is how Pilsudski was able to appeal to the Polish people and was able to, among other things, to romanticize what was basically, as Dave put it, a fascist country. Again, the other point that needs to be stressed for people who are not familiar with history and have had their fascism and their capitalism and communism packaged for them in TV and movies and things, as Dave said, there were numerous people in Germany who were anti-Hitler and were still pro-Nazi. In the same way, the fascists of Poland, especially by the end of the war, were distinctly anti-Nazi, most of them, while nonetheless giving up none of their own pro-fascist mentality. So that's a keen and key important point to remember, that because you are anti-Nazi, you are not necessarily anti-fascist and vice versa.
Also recall that in Radio Free America #1, we talked about Polish attempts to reobtain parts of the Ukraine. So Polish nationalism and the resulting conflicts with the Soviet Union is something that we've touched on in the past and that has been going on for a long time. Again, Herbert Hoover's efforts aiding the Russo-Polish War of 1921, we talked about in Radio Free America #1. Okay, now, touching back on a comment that Nip Tuck made, one of the groups, which, one of the peoples in the 20th century who have been affected by an irredentist movement, so to speak, by basically a longing for bygone days of empire, are the Turks. Of course, the Ottoman Turks built a very, very powerful empire encompassing much of Europe during the Middle Ages and just before. And the Turks, although in the 20th century their power was largely eclipsed, there remained among the Turkish people not only a strong longing on the parts of certain people for empire, but also because many, many ethnic Turks lie outside of modern Turkey, there was a strong nationalist movement among the so-called outside Turks, people of Turkish extraction who live outside the borders of modern Turkey. Now, this pan-Turkish movement has been very, very strong in the 20th century, and because many of the Turkic-speaking peoples lie inside the boundaries of the modern Soviet Union, Pan-Turkism took a largely anti-Soviet character in its attempt to unite all Turkic-speaking peoples under into one national entity. The Pan-Turkist movement has sought the return of many of the Turkic-speaking areas of the Soviet Union as part of a greater Turkey. And this Pan-Turkist movement is one of the things that we're going to be looking at in its incorporation into the ABN. This will be cropping up later in future broadcasts, in particular in the background of the shooting of the Pope. We're not going to look at that specifically this evening, but we are going to look at the Pan-Turkist movement as part of German fascism and even before, and we're going to see how that became incorporated into the ABN. Now, recalling again fascist Poland under Marshal Pilsudski and its aspirations to regain part of the Soviet Union, one of the things that Marshal Pilsudski set up was something called the Prometheus Organization, okay, the name for the Greek god who brought fire to man, supposedly, the Greek Titan, I should say. And the Prometheus Organization was basically, as the researcher, by the way, credit for all of the information on the Pan-Turkist movement here, including the Prometheus Organization, goes to a fabulous researcher in the East. And when these people were actually two researchers, and when they were explaining this to me, they characterized the Prometheus movement as sort of a pre-Wackel-Wackel, at least with regard to its European and Eurasian components. It basically was just that. It was sort of an anti-Soviet group which was composed largely of various nationalist groups inside the Soviet Union and sought to break up the Soviet Union and defeat the Soviet government in that way. It was not only anti-Soviet, but anti-communist and explicitly fascist in its outlook, although many of the people involved with it were nationalists, and the anti-communism and fascism were secondary if they were of any importance at all to them. However, the organization itself, as we're going to see, began cooperating with the Third Reich, which made good use of Pan-Turkist elements. Following information about the Prometheus network, this pre-Wackel-Wackel based in Pilsudski's Poland, which involved Pan-Turkist elements to a considerable extent. Information on this comes from a book called Pan-Turkism in Turkey, subtitled A Study of Irredentism, was authored by Jacob Landau, Landau, published in London by C. Hurst & Company. I don't know the date offhand. And Landau writes of the Prometheus network as follows. Speaking of the period just before World War II, during this period, several periodicals of Pan-Turk character were published in Europe. Most were issued regularly, probably because of the expenses involved, but there were two exceptions. Turan Mekumasi, published in Budapest, and Promethei, an anti-Soviet journal originating in Poland. And Promethei is skipping down, Landau writes, and talking here about something which we needn't concern ourselves with, which is pan-Turanic journals here and so forth. It was evident that it's not important to pay attention to that, but leading into discussion of the Prometheus network, it was evident that the Turan Society and its publications constituted an expression of the isolation felt by the Hungarians in what appeared to them as a hostile environment, as well as a manifestation of their search for potential allies. To a great extent, this was also the feeling of those Polish circles which published the other long-term interwar periodical, Promethei. This was the organ of the Promethean League, a semi-clandestine, anti-Soviet association established and sponsored by President Pilsudski, the Polish Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and the General Staff as an umbrella organization to provide financial assistance and political coordination for anti-communist governments in exile. All those who had suffered at the hands of the Soviets were considered as their natural allies against the Soviet peril. Among these, the outside Turks held a prominent position. The association's bulletin, Prométhée, Organe de défense des nationales des peuples du Caucase et de l'Ukraine, was published monthly in Paris from November of 1926 to April of 1938. Note here that in addition to the outside Turks, Ukrainian nationalists were very prominent in Prometheus. Continuing. Turkestan was subsequently added to its masthead, and the publication was ultimately named Prométhée, Organe de défense des nationales des peuples opprimés of the USSR. Well-known pan-Turkists such as Wezul Zad, Mirza Bala, and others contributed articles about the strong sentiments for independence and for a pan-Turk union in Azerbaijan, the Caucasus, and Turkestan. Polish financial aid to pan-Turkist organizations may well have continued even during the Second World War. This subject, however, lies beyond the scope of our immediate concern. What does not lie outside of the scope of our immediate concern, though, is that the anti-Soviet aspirations of the pan-Turkists and other elements, the Ukrainians of the Promethean League, were to find expression in the Third Reich.
Now, this next section is from a book called Turkism and the Soviets, and the book is by Charles Warren Hostler, Colonel, U.S. Air Force, and it's published 1957 by George Allen and Unwin Limited of London.
It's also worth noting that some of the people who helped, this guy was an Air Force colonel who did a lot of research on this stuff, and there's an interesting note there.
And as we get into this, the segment we're reading itself, you'll notice a kind of a slightly interesting tone to some of the comments the man makes about these Turkish connections to the Third Reich. And one of the things, you may remember a name from the first article that we read. He talks about Hostler in his foreword mentions how does he put it? Okay, here, returning from Turkey in 1950, I was assigned to the U.S. Air Force's far-sighted graduate training program at Georgetown University. Okay. In this period, I had the good fortune to become associated with Dr. Stefan T. Passani, who guided me in writing a shorter study, The Pan-Turanian Appeal, etc., etc. And he thanks Passani again at the end. Now, Passani, again, is a figure of the far right affiliated with WACL, as we mentioned in the first article.
And a member of the WACCFL steering committee that we just looked at with Messrs. Kramer and Gehlen.
And a bigwig at our own local Hoover institution, as well as his affiliation with Georgetown. Georgetown, of course, we've talked about a great deal because of its involvement in a whole variety of right-wing politics, and it's basically, among other things, it's a journalist factory for the right wing, and we talked about Claire Sterling, Michael Ledeen, Arno de Borgerov, etc., etc. Claire Sterling, Michael Ledeen, again, particularly interesting because of the fact that, as Dave mentioned, the pan-Turkist movement comes in very strongly into the assassination attempt on the Pope. And here we have this other connection to Georgetown, to Passani, and things like that, of people writing about these same groups also, and also being affiliated with the World Anti-Communist League. So that's something we'll probably get into at a later point. Anyway, I'm going to read a little bit from Turkism and the Soviets by Charles Warren Hostler, USAF and Georgetown graduate. The pan-Turkist irredentists regarded as inevitable the defeat of the USSR and considered possible the creation of a confederation of all the Turkish peoples of Soviet Russia and Chinese Turkestan under the Turkish Republic's leadership. In general, Soviet sources are in accord with the Western ones on this question. And Miller, in his Ocherki Noveshi Istori Turci, begins the story of German-Turkish collaboration with the period preceding the outbreak of the German-Soviet War. 4 days prior to the German attack on the Soviets on July 18, 1941, the Turkish-German Pact of Friendship and Non-Aggression was signed. In the interval from 1941 to 1942, the Turkish press openly assailed the Soviets. There were indications of increased Turkish preparation to take part in events and to arrange Caucasian and other Turkish areas independently or with German concurrence. In the autumn of 1942, The Turks concentrated troops at the Caucasian border, anticipating the fall of Stalingrad. The anti-Soviet campaign of the Turkish press had then reached its zenith. One may conclude that highly placed persons in the Turkish state had plans ready to exploit all the possibilities the German-Soviet war and a collapse of the USSR could furnish for the realization of pan-Turkish ideals. The outbreak of the war in June 1941 aroused great hopes among the Turco-Tatar leaders scattered in the West and in Turkey. Nearly all of these leaders approached the Germans and supplied them with various aid memoirs, documents, etc. The Germans also sought contacts and the exchange of opinions. Veli Kajum Khan, one of the chief followers of Mustafa Chokai, also Kokayo or Chokayev, a leader of the Turkestanis, we'll just call him Mustafa Chokai, a leader of the Turkestanis, was in touch with the Germans and had given them pertinent facts on Turkestan. He insisted that Turkestan should not become part of any future Russian Federation. Mehmet Emin Rezulzadeh, the head of the Azerbaijan Musavat Party, went to Bucharest after the occupation of Poland in 1939. He sent an exhaustive report to the Germans and subsequently went to Berlin. The Promethean leaders, who were living in Warsaw during the German occupation, also supplied the Germans with material.
Noting there a continuation of anti-Soviet policy from the Promethean organization, originally under Polish sponsorship, a continuity of action to the Third Reich.
Ayas Ishaki and Said Shamil, leaders of the Kazan Tatars and North Caucasians respectively, also went to Berlin. The Crimean Turks were represented in Berlin by Mustagib Fazil and Edige Kirimal, mentioned above in the letter from General, well, we don't care about that, and several Turkish politicians and unofficial representatives, including ex-General Erkilet, traveled there, several Turkish politicians and unofficial representatives, including ex-General Erkilet, traveled there or visited the front lines. Edige Kirimal and other Turco-Tatar leaders were permitted by the Germans to visit the occupied portions of the Turco-Tatar regions of the Soviet Union, namely Crimea and the Northern Caucasus. A most important political and military aspect of World War II pan-Turkist activity involved the national military units formed of Turks from the Soviet Union, who fought in the German armed forces against the Soviets. The idea of forming these units originated with two prominent Turks, Mustafa Chokai and Veli Kajum Khan. Mustafa Chokai died in December 1941, but German-educated Kajum Khan became commissioner for Turkestan, together with the other commissioners for Azerbaijan, Volga-Ural, Caucasus, and Crimea, who were appointed by the German Ostministerium, Ministry for Occupied Eastern Territories. The idea of using the Turks of the USSR in the fight against the Soviets must have been readily accepted by the German High Command, whose approach to such problems were purely utilitarian. There was probably no serious Nazi political opposition to this idea, as the territories inhabited by the Turks of the USSR lay in general outside the limits of planned direct expansion of the Reich.
I would interrupt that this is wishful thinking on his part. In fact, one of the key people that we're going to look at, Theodor Oberland, now this is sort of an aside, who was actually imprisoned in a concentration camp for a short time for proposing the use of these various Turkic nationalities as allies of the Third Reich. After a while, the German losses forced a reconsideration of that position, but initially they were pure Aryans, and so they were actually scornful. Although they would use them, they would not grant them equal ally status, and so that's actually sort of not an accurate statement on his part here.
The Germans needed military security and combat replacements. The receptiveness of the Turkish prisoners of war to the proposal stemmed in part from their political and religious convictions. The Wehrmacht was aware of their propaganda influence on other Soviet troops of Turk background, and also of their political potential of diminishing enemy resistance, achieving speedy pacification of occupied territory, and making allies out of these populations. The overwhelming majority of the Turk volunteers were recruited from among Soviet prisoners of war captured by the Germans. The 162nd Infantry Division, commanded by General Oskar von Niedermeyer, a well-known German specialist in Middle Eastern affairs, was assigned the task of organizing them into combat battalions. This activity was implemented by Army Group South, which was largely in the central Ukraine area. A top-secret memoir by Rosenberg, that's Albert Rosenberg, concerning his discussion with Hitler on December 14, 1941, indicates by that date, partial Turkization of these units was completed, and the experience was judged successful. On December 30th, 1941, the High Command of the Wehrmacht was directed to establish a Turkestan Legion consisting of members of the following nationalities: Turkmens, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Kyrgyzs, Karakalpaks, and Tajiks. B. Caucasian Mohammedan Legion, composed of Azerbaijanis, Dagestanis, Ingushes, Lezhins, and Chechens. C. A Georgian Legion, and D. An Armenian Legion.
By the way, Armenia is one of these territories which has sort of got bisected during the imperial period. Half of it's in Russia, half of it's in Turkey, like Azerbaijan, another area in the Soviet Union, is half in Soviet and half in Iran. By the way, Armenia is one of these territories which has sort of got bisected during the imperial period. Half of it's in Russia, half of it's in Turkey, like Azerbaijan, another area in the Soviet Union, is half in Soviet and half in Iran.
A Volga-Tatar Legion and a North Caucasian Legion were formed in 1942. These legions were training centers where national units were organized and indoctrinated. For each of them, a corresponding national committee existed. The commanding officers of these legions had the disciplinary authority of a commander of an independent battalion. They were subordinate to the commander of the 162nd Infantry Division. The legions received prisoners of war from collecting camps and were charged with training them into future combat battalions. Each legion headquarters had a permanent cadre of German military personnel and the necessary number of Turks selected by the legion commander. After completing of their training and political indoctrination, the combat battalions left the 167th Infantry Division for attachment to different active German divisions. During the subsequent war years, the Turks, the Germans grouped the Georgians, Armenians, etc. under this term as well, furnished the rank and file elements of 19 unattached battalions and 24 companies. Among other duties, these units were used for frontline action and for fighting partisans. As early as May 1942, Turk Battalion No. 450 fought valiantly against partisans near Jampol in the Ukraine and dispersed the enemy after suffering 28 casualties. There were only 2 German officers and 2 non-commissioned officers attached to this battalion. The post of General der Osttruppen was established in December 1942. It was occupied first by General Helmich and then by General Kestring. As a result of the activities of the Turkestan National Committee, the East Turkish Waffen-Verband, a Waffen-SS unit, was formed in 1944 of 4 regiments of 2 battalions each, one composed of Turks from Turkestan, another of Azerbaijanis, a third one of Volga-Ural Turks, and the fourth of Crimean Tatars. Now, one thing to notice here, just for future reference, because we're not going to need to deal with it too much tonight, but notice the fact, again, as so often happens in these groups with whatever their particular gripe was to begin with, getting involved in coming into the Nazi sphere of influence, and then not only having that initial movement in that direction, but then going through official training and indoctrination. And believe me, folks, it seems to stick, and we're going to be talking about that in future broadcasts.
Okay, and again, note the continuity of policy from the various anti-Soviet groups who combined under the Promethean banner in Pilsudski's Poland. Then Prometheus gives assistance during the German occupation to the Nazis. The Pan-Turkists seize upon the Nazis as basically their vehicle for the partitioning of the Soviet Union and the adding of the Turkic-speaking peoples to a greater Turkey. And note in particular the use of various Turkic minorities in German military units to fight against the USSR. Now again, the anti-Bolshevik nations, or the peoples involved with the anti-Bolshevik nations, became one of the key elements of the Gehlen spy organization, both during World War II and afterward when it jumped to the U.S. Now recall the various Turkic minorities working for the Germans in their military units. Reading a short section now from a book called Gehlen, Spy of the Century, published in hardcover by Random House, copyright 1971, and authored by a man named E.H. Cookridge. Gehlen, by the way, was the head of Foreign Armies East. He was Hitler's chief intelligence officer for the Eastern Front, in charge of all intelligence activities in that theater. After the war, he jumped to the United States and then NATO, and finally to West Germany, with not only his whole organization but with his files intact. So a continuity of intelligence functions from the Third Reich to the United States to NATO to modern Germany, and again, all under this man, Reinhard Gehlen. Now, of some of the activities of Reinhard Gehlen's Foreign Armies East, and specifically the use of Turkic peoples in military units on the Eastern Front, we're going to encounter a name here who's a key person with regard to the World Anti-Communist League, and we're going to be coming back to him. Reading from Gehlen's Spy of the Century. From such Caucasian defectors was recruited a battalion, codenamed Bergmann, or Minor, which grew to comprise 3 Georgian, 1 Azerbaijani, and 1 Armenian company under the command of Captain Theodor Oberlander. Some of these men went into action in October of 1942 at Terek and Mozdok, collecting 1,600 defectors from a Soviet division whose political commissar was Mikhail Suslov. So again, Theodor Oberlander, a key member of Wackel, as we're going to look at shortly, was commanding a battalion composed of Turkic defectors fighting now against the USSR. Now, it's worth noting that the nation of Turkey essentially remained neutral, although they were quite sympathetic to the Axis. They remained neutral until the very end of the war, when they came in on the side of the Allies. Now, the pan-Turkist activists were very, very bitter towards the Turkish government. Obviously, they wanted to bring the Turkish nation in on the side of the Axis as a means for assisting the German victory and for partitioning the Eurasian parts of the Soviet Union. Now, the Turkish government was a little more far-sighted than these individuals, and they basically held the rein in on the pan-Turkists because they were afraid that the pan-Turkists might eventually bring them into the war against the Soviet Union. Not that they were particularly enamored of the USSR, but they were afraid of it, and they felt that remaining neutral would be a better path for them to pursue in case, as it turned out to be, the USSR won the war. Then they would not have an enemy, a huge and powerful enemy on its borders. So because of this reason, because they didn't want to alienate the USSR, and as it turned out that was a far-sighted decision, the Turkish government reins in the pan-Turkists in Turkey because the pan-Turkists want to bring Turkey into the war on the side of the Axis. And in 1944, as the military fortunes were turning very obviously against the Germans, and the pan-Turkists felt that their time was running out, a series of demonstrations broke out in Turkey to attempt to prevail the Turks to come in on the side of the Axis. They were put down, and a key name for our purposes crops up in connection with these demonstrations.
And we're going to be reading from Jacob Landau's book, Pan-Turkism in Turkey, and the name comes up at the very end, so there'll be a lot of other names before then. Reading from Landau's book, open conflict between pan-Turkists and the government was thus inevitable. Again, Dave just explained why there's conflict between the government and the pan-Turkists. The government wishing to remain neutral, the pan-Turkists not wishing to remain neutral. On the February 20th and March 21st, 1944, respectively, Aziz published 2 open letters to Premier Mehmet Şükrü Sarıkoglu in his monthly Orhun, denouncing subversive activities in Turkey, chiefly those of communists, and demanding more active Turkist, and by inference pan-Turkist, policy. Several issues of Orhun were confiscated, and the periodical was subsequently closed down. The pan-Turkists then took to the streets, crossing the critical threshold between ideological propaganda and political action. On May 3, 1944, in defiance of martial law regulations, large anti-communist demonstrations took place in both Istanbul and Ankara to protest against what the demonstrators considered the penetration of communism into Turkey's government bureaucracy and educational system. Pan-Turk slogans were also in evidence, probably inspired by growing anxiety over the fate of Turkic groups in the Soviet Union. The deportation of Tatars and others was then being planned and was in fact carried out a few days later. Such notable pan-Turkists as Aziz, Turkan, and others were involved, as well as a young captain, Alparslan Turkesh, who was yet to make his mark in Turkish politics. Now, Alparslan Turkesh, along with a lot of other students and folks, were involved in Alparslan Turkesh is a man whose name we are going to hear a lot more of.
Okay, now Alparslan Turkesh is head of the National Action Party, which although it is pan-Turkist, it is also extremely fascist and racist in its outlook. The National Action Party is a dominant force in Turkey today, very closely allied with many NATO elements, and of course its youth wing, and it's explicitly fascist now, although it is pan-Turkist. This marriage of pan-Turkism and Nazism during the war here is what led to this outlook. Basically, the youth wing of the National Action Party are the Grey Wolves, of which Mehmet Ali Aja is probably the best-known member. Now, returning again to Theodor Oberlander, key member of Wackel, and a fellow who was commanding a battalion composed of Turkic nationals who had been captured by the Germans and reformed into a unit fighting against the Soviet Union. Definitely, Theodor Oberlander had envisioned the use of the various ethnic nationalities of the Soviet Union as weapons against the Soviet Union and envisioned granting them equal ally status. This was something that most of the Germans did not want to do, and so it actually led to Oberlander's falling out of favor. But Oberlander had keyed the strategy, and this was used by Gehlen, of utilizing the various ethnic nationalities in the Soviet Union specifically as political allies and to be used in order to break up the USSR and defeat it militarily. I mention this because this is a key element of various aspects of the ABN today, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the nationalist aspirations of the various ethnic nationalities were to be utilized by Oberlander. Reading from a book called Against Stalin and Hitler, written by a man named Wilfried Strickfeld, and that man is a key Gehlen aide, by the way. This book was copyright 1970, published in hardcover by the John Day Company. It's sort of a distorted book. It maintains that the Vlasov army, which fought with Gehlen against Hitler, was basically also anti-Hitler. It wasn't. Although they weren't enamored of Hitler, they weren't fighting against him. They were fighting against the USSR, so he takes a little bit of leeway here with historical reality. However, the important part here is he describes Oberlander and his philosophy. A proposal of Zeitzler, approved by Hitler, ran, quote, "Locally raised formations are not to be of more than battalion strength. Remuneration should be of some kind or other in money or promises." But at the very moment when Hitler ruled out units of more than one battalion strength, there had come into being the Cossack division under General von Ponwitz, the Russian Defense Corps in Serbia under the emigre General Stefan, and other large formations as well. Professor Oberlander was commanding the so-called Mountaineers Regiment, composed of Caucasians which had served with distinction in the Southern Army Group. This I learned from a memorandum of Oberlander's, a copy of which reached me from the OKW, that's German Military High Command. Oberlander pressed for the setting up of Russian and Ukrainian liberation armies with the status of allies. We've already seen Oberlander working with Turkic nationals and nationalities from the Soviet Union. Now we're going to take a look at Oberlander working with Ukrainians as well.
Okay, this is from a Village Voice article, May 14th, 1985, headlined Reagan and the War Crimes Lobby. The article is by Joe Conason. He also wrote the first article, along with Murray Wass, that we read tonight on the broadcast. A leading figure among the rightist emigres they're talking again about the rightist emigres who are specifically, in this case, trying to smash the Office of Special Investigations, which is investigating World War II war criminals in the United States, many of whom are Eastern European emigres, many of whom are strongly affiliated with the Reagan administration, as we've been talking about tonight. Among their supporters, not only Ronald Reagan, but his communications director, Pat Buchanan. A leading figure among the rightist emigres is Dr. Lev Dobryansky, Reagan's ambassador to the Bahamas and chairman of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, the UCCA, and the Captive Nations Committee, Incorporated. Dobryansky, whose daughter Paula serves on the staff of the National Security Council, is also board chairman of a leading emigre publication, the Ukrainian Quarterly. Another is Yaroslav Stetsko, chairman of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, the ABN. We've been talking about them a lot tonight. And for a brief period in the summer of 1941, premier of the Independent Republic of the Ukraine. Stetsko, an elder statesman of the international far right, was received at the White House in July 1983 by the President and Vice President George Bush. He and Dobryansky also helped to create the World Anti-Communist League, the organizational haven for neo-Nazis, fascists, and anti-Semitic extremists from 24 countries, formerly headed by racial theorist Roger Pearson. The spotty history of wartime Ukrainian nationalism is useful in understanding the anti-OSI campaign. OSI, of course, Office of Special Investigations, the people who are trying to deport these war criminals. It's useful in understanding the anti-OSI campaign in which Dobryansky, Stetsko, and their compatriots are implicated. For centuries, the believers in a separate Ukrainian state were frustrated by rulers from without, Polish, German, and Russian, and irritated by the presence on their soil of non-Ukrainians, principally Poles and Jews. These sentiments found expression in a variety of nationalist organizations, but the most important role during the war was played by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, a fascistic outfit that freely employed terror and murder in its quest for a racially pure Ukrainian state. By 1940, after Hitler and Stalin divided the Ukraine between them, the OUN had split into two factions. The more active and radical, the OUN-B, was identified by the last name of its would-be Führer, Stepan Bandera. His most trusted lieutenant was a young nationalist named Yaroslav Stetsko. Hitler's plan to invade the Soviet Union involved a campaign through the Ukraine, with the promised assistance of the OUN Bandera, whose chief patron in the Nazi regime was the real Führer's racial mentor Alfred Rosenberg. But there was disagreement among the top Nazi leaders on the, quote, Ukrainian question. Heinrich Himmler and Martin Bormann, for example, insisted that Slavs were Untermenschen, lesser peoples whose only purpose on earth was to serve Aryan masters. To them, no Ukrainian state was tolerable. Rosenberg, himself a Baltic German, was more accommodating, and furthermore saw himself as the satrap of an eastern realm in a, quote, new Europe. OUN Bandera held its first and second congresses under Nazi auspices, and among its resolutions in 1941 was the following. Quote, the Jews in the Soviet Union are the most dependable underpinning of the ruling Bolshevist regime and an avant-garde of Muscovite imperialism in the Ukraine. The Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists opposes the Jews as a pillar of the Muscovite Bolshevist regime and at the same time is informing the mass of people that Moscow is the main enemy. Such was the ideological preparation for the Nazi invasion and the Holocaust that came in its wake. Simultaneously, the OUN Bandera was adopted by the Nazi spy apparatus, the Abwehr, to aid in the actual invasion both militarily and for intelligence purposes. Battalions of OUN Bandera volunteers under German command were formed both in occupied Poland, the Nachtigall or Nightingale Division, and in Austria, the Roland Division. Though the surviving adherents of the OUN Bandera deny it, historical evidence shows that the Ukrainian nationalists under Bandera reached for an agreement with the Nazis for the future control of the Ukraine. On June 30th, 1941, the Nazi invasion reached Lvov, the capital of the Ukrainian province of Galicia, which was the OUN Bandera stronghold. That same evening, the OUN Bandera leaders who had traveled to Galicia with the Nazis declared a sovereign Ukrainian state, with Yaroslav Stetsko as, quote, premier. The division among the Nazis erupted in reaction to this declaration, and within 10 days, Stetsko was placed under honorary arrest by officers of the SS. Although this arrest is now portrayed as severe repression by the OUN Bandera, in fact the Germans treated Bandera and his followers rather well, especially compared to the Jews and other victims of the final solution in Lvov, which was being carried out by Nazi Einsatzgruppen and Ukrainian, quote, militia, including many OUN Bandera men. Indeed, according to Alexander Dalin's authoritative German rule in Russia, 1941-45, quote, during the following days of chaos, after the entry into Lvov, it became obvious to the Germans that Bandera's followers, including those in the Nachtigall Regiment, were displaying considerable initiative, conducting purges and pogroms.
Okay, now, remember the Nachtigall Regiment, and in particular note the use of the OUN Bandera and its formation in the SS along with other elements of the various the ethnic nationalities that had aspired to carve up the Soviet Union, including, as we looked at, the Pan-Turkists. Now, recall that in Radio Free America numbers 1 and 2, we took a look at the OUN Bandera, the warfare that they carried on in Eastern Europe under SS auspices. We looked at them at considerable length at the tail end of Radio Free America number 1, and again, looked at the OUN Bandera's role in the SS and how later they jumped to the CIA along with the Gehlen organization. Now, the head of the Einsatzgruppe Nachtgau, basically the Einsatzgruppen were the mobile killing units that followed right behind the regular Wehrmacht units in Germany. They simply dispatched the Jews, communists, and other people that the Nazis wanted to get rid of. Now, the Nachtgau regiment composed largely of Ukrainian nationalists and fascists from the OUN Bandera. We'll tell you who was the head of the Einsatzgruppe Nachtgau, referring to Theodor Oberlander and his wartime activities. At that time, Dr. Oberlander was an SS officer and a member of the notorious Abwehr. According to Die Zeit of Hamburg, he was an expert, quote, for the treatment of other races, unquote, and the political officer of the Einsatzgruppe Nachtgau. Okay, so Oberlander is commander of the Einsatzgruppe Nachtgau involving fascist Ukrainians. Oberlander's unit entered Lemberg on June 30th and remained in the city 6 days. According to Reitlinger and other sources, 7,000 people were killed, chiefly between July 2nd and 4th. Oberlander does not deny that he was in Lemberg these days, but says that during his stay, not a single shot was fired. And now after the close of World War II, by the way, let me tell you what I was reading from there. I was reading from a book called The New Germany and the Old Nazis, authored by a man named T.H. Tettens, a German anti-fascist, and it was published in hardcover by Random House, copyright in 1961. That's the section of the book I was just reading from. Let me read you some more, again, from The New Germany and the Old Nazis by T.H. Tettens. After World War II, Dr. Theodor Oberlander went on to become a key cabinet minister under Dr. Adenauer's government. Recall in Radio Free America number 2, we looked at Adenauer's role as a Nazi functionary as the wartime mayor of Cologne. Now, Dr. Theodor Oberlander, SS man, commander of the Einsatzgruppe Nachtgau, composed of Ukrainians, the man who worked with the ethnic Turks, goes on to become the cabinet minister for Expellet. Now, in Radio Free America number 2, we looked at how the Expellet office and that ministry in the West German government had basically become a vehicle for the agitation for Nazi expansion and the restoration of the 1937 borders of the Reich. And the Expellet group espoused an expanded Reich which would involve such cities as Warsaw and Prague, a greatly expanded Germany. Theodor Oberlander becomes the head of this particular ministry. We also looked at this ministry in connection with Radio Free America number 11, and we're going to come back to it in Radio Free America number 15, because this group was very much involved with some of the people involved with the assassination of President Kennedy. Dr. Walter Becker is one of the main names, Gerhard Frey another. We looked at that in Radio Free America number 11, the Expellet ministry and its role in the Kennedy assassination. We're going to come back to that in our next program. But again, Oberlander was head of that group, reading from the New Germany and the Old Nazis. Of all his cabinet ministers, the minister for Expellet, Dr. Theodor Oberlander, caused the chancellor most chagrin. As a high Nazi official and officer of the SS, he was Reichsfuhrer of the German alliance in the East. Dr. Oberlander had used the Nazi press to demand the expulsion and extermination of the Slavic peoples and the rapid colonization of the vast conquered territories by the German master race. For years, German democratic papers had charged Dr. Oberlander with packing the ranks of his ministry with former Nazis. Skipping down, the Ministry for Expellet, once headed by Oberlander, is still known as a haven for former high-ranking Nazis. The personal assistant to the minister is today Dr. Wolfram, a former SS officer. The fanatical race propagandist Werner Wensky, ex-mayor of Lodz, serves as director of a department. Head of the press office, Dr. Schlickler, was a stormtroop leader. So again, Oberlander, head of the Expellet office, that office a key vehicle for not only a refuge for Nazi war criminals, a vehicle for Nazi agitation, connected with the German elements who were coordinating with American fascist elements in the Kennedy assassination. Again, check that with Radio Free America number 11, Radio Free America 2 with more information about the Expellet office, and we're coming back to it in our next show.
Okay, reading from a manuscript by Peter Dale Scott from the English Department of the University of California, Berkeley. Peter Dale Scott, as Dave, I believe, mentioned earlier in the show, a well-known researcher in the field, man who has authored many, many well-known articles articles on such subjects as the Kennedy assassination and other things, has also done a lot of work on the subject matter that we're talking about tonight, namely the World Anti-Communist League, which of course winds up to be intimately connected to the Kennedy assassination.
By the way, the name of this manuscript, it's called Government Documents in the JFK Assassination, like the Dallas Conspiracy, available from Tom Davis Books.
Okay, reading from Peter Dale Scott's manuscript. Nelson Bunker Hunt, meanwhile, and of course those of you know this is Hunt of the famous H.L. Hunt family.
Also Hunt of the Wackel group, and who we've looked at so often.
Nelson Bunker Hunt, meanwhile, had become the Texas representative of a German-based intelligence network, the ICDCC, or International Committee for the Defense of Christian Culture, which paradoxically united many of the CIA's most prominent opponents within the United States, most notably China lobbyist General Charles Willoughby, General MacArthur's former G2 in Japan and Korea, with representatives from CIA-sponsored organizations abroad, such as the Ukrainians cultivated by the Gehlen Organization, parenthetically the folks we've just been talking about. One chairman of the ICDCC, Hermann Punder, was a former Abwehr agent and close ally of Gehlen's sponsors Konrad Adenauer and Hermann Abs of the Deutsche Bank. Konrad Adenauer, of course, became the Chancellor of Germany after World War II. Hermann Abs of the Deutsche Bank, one of the most important financial wheels in Germany before, during, and after World War II. While a later chairman, Theodor Oberlander, was close to the right-wing German emigre group to whose newspaper General Walker spoke by long-distance telephone on November 22, 1963, transmitting the story, accepted by the Warren Report, that Oswald, that's of course Lee Harvey Oswald, had shot at Walker in April of 1963. The ICDCC also appears to have been particularly concerned about the future of Vietnam. Thus, Oberlander represented the ICDCC at the 1966 conference of the Asian People's Anti-Communist League. Again, the APACL we talked about earlier, a pro-GM group, along with several of GM's original backers in the United States, notably Father Raymond de Jager of the Free Pacific Association, and such other luminaries as Tom Charles Houston, then the Secretary General of Marvin Liebman's World Youth Crusade for Freedom, and later, after a 2-year stint in Army intelligence, the author of the White House Houston Plan. And by the way, the Houston Plan, authored in the Nixon White House, was so absolutely repressive and so absolutely flouting of conventional constitutional rights that Nixon had to tear it up. Although, of course, the actual things that were written into the plan went on anyway, and some of them wound up being Watergate.
Okay, now note in that passage that Theodor Oberlander, the Adenauer Minister for Ex-Ballets, is involved with this ICDCC with two of the key names we looked at before in Aryan Nations: Charles Willoughby, the German-born MacArthur intelligence chief, and also Bunker Hunt, Key Bircher, member of the Hunt family, and participant in the JFK assassination, as we looked at in Radio Free America number 11. These guys combining with Theodor Oberlander in the ICDCC. Just to show you how some of these elements are continuous to the present day, following article comes from the Arizona Republic, research credit to Ted Rubenstein. This from the Arizona Republic of January 30th, 1983. It's a story headline, CIA allegedly has data on Pope attacker. So this is by Robert D. Kaplan of the Cox News Service. Dateline Ankara. This country's most respected authority on terrorism said in an interview that the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency had its own agent, an ethnic Turk born in the Soviet Union, working immediately with right-wing Turkish militants close to gunman Mehmet Ali Aja, who was convicted in the 1981 shooting of Pope John Paul II. Ugur Mumchu, an author, journalist, and former law professor, said Ruzi Nazar, R-U-Z-I-N-A-Z-A-R, a Turk who defected from the Soviet army in World War II and was recruited by the CIA after the war, was successful in penetrating Turkish fascist circles in the days when Aja worked as a hired gun for the National Movement Party, a leading right-wing organization. Mumchu said that Nazar, a man now about 60, was born near Tashkent in Soviet Turkestan and is believed to be living in Bonn, West Germany with his West German wife. According to Mumchu, Nazar is retired from active service with the CIA. Although the CIA and the U.S. government are saying nothing for many obvious reasons, the CIA absolutely has to know things about Aja of its own accord which nobody else knows, goes, Mumchu said. Concerning Nazar's ties with Turkish right-wing circles, Mumchu said, quote, in a letter to MHP, National Movement Party leader Alparslan Türkeş, that's the fellow we looked at in the 1944 pro-German demonstrations, a letter that I have seen, a friend of Nazar, Enver Altalay, wrote about Nazar's influence in right-wing Turkish student groups in West Germany. Mumchu said Nazar's CIA links have been verified by a Turkish general who maintained close contact with Nazar. Nazar was in close contact with the MHP leader at the same time that Ajah and Musa Serdar Celebi were, Mumchu said. So, according to the top Turkish expert on terrorism, an ethnic Turk born in the Soviet Union, captured by the Germans, who then fought against the Soviet Union during World War II as one of these Turks who fought with the Wehrmacht, then jumps to CIA after the war, is apparently very close to Alparslan Türkeş, head of the fascist National Action Party, and again, a man, as we saw, who was arrested in 1944 while attempting to persuade Turkey to come into the war on the side of Germany. And to show you just what Ruzi Nazar is doing today, Nip Tuck is going to read you a short section from a new Village Voice.
Just a short section? This one here? Okay,
unless
good.
you want to read the rest of it there.
Well, I think time-wise we can probably get back to that other stuff later, and we've talked about a lot of it. Let me just read you a very short segment from this Village Voice article for the newspaper week of December 31st, 1985. We've mentioned this article before. It's an excellent article on some of the latest developments on the assassination of the Pope and the beginnings of the crumbling of the Bulgarian story and the revealing of the stuff that we've been talking about all along, which is the involvement of numerous right-wing groups in this attempt on the life of the Pope back in 1981. Anyway, just a short segment to let you know one of the things that Ruzi Nazar, who Dave was just reading you about, is up to these days. A friend and colleague of many of Mehmet Ali Ajah, the would-be assassins, friends and colleagues. In the article, again by Kevin Coogan and Martin Lee, I believe if I've got the right article, it says Ruzi Nazar, a friend of NAP Chief Colonel Türkeş, again the same Alparslan Türkeş we were talking about earlier, continues to play a leading role in the ABN. This September, Nazar represented the ABN at the World Anti-Communist League Convention in Dallas. So, Wackle delegate Ruzi Nazar, intimate of the circle surrounding Mehmet Ali Ajah. So, as I mentioned, not only do they kill people all over the rest of the world, Jews in Russia and Eastern Europe, and communists and Democrats in Latin America, and just about everybody in Korea, Japan, and China during World War II, but they also shoot popes. And these are the people whom, as I said, Ronald Reagan said, God bless you, go and do your work.
So a couple of sentences just by way of overall summation. What we've been doing tonight is, again, examining Wackle as sort of an anti-Comintern, as the continuation and or reformation of the same fascist elements we saw with the Axis powers during World War II. What we've been looking at the four major groupings of Wackle: North and South America, Europe, and Eurasia. And that basically concludes the excerpt from Radio Free America 14, once again originally broadcast in January. In that particular broadcast, we took a look at, that is to say, that segment of Radio Free America 14, we took a look at the history of attempts by Western nations to break up the Soviet Union into its constituent republics, and in particular we focused on elements which were to combine in a very effective way with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Note Theodor Oberlander, his work not only with Turkic nationalities, but also with the OUN people, in particular at the Lvov massacre using the Nachtgal group, the Nightingale group, which involved people from the OUN. The elements of historical continuity dating from the pre-World War II period all the way up through the administration of Ronald Reagan. By the way, it should also be noted that Ruzi Nazar, the member of the National Action Party and ABN, was in the SS during the Second World War. We went into that in Radio Free America program number 21. So note the historical continuity of the attempts to break up the Soviet Union into its constituent nationalities, dating from pre-World War II right on up through World War II and Nazi collaboration, on up to the CIA and the ABN. And these are elements, obviously, which figure prominently in the ongoing destabilization of the USSR and things that we have been talking about in the previous installments. We will talk about Eastern Europe and other events next week and wind up this series next week. This, once again, will constitute Radio Free America number 36. It's time now to give a rundown of what it is that we're going to be listening to during the final installment, the fifth installment of the ongoing or the archive show that I've been putting together for now a little over a month. It's called The Destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a Prelude to World War III, and it is going to be included in the archives as Radio Free America program number 33. And this is the fifth installment. We will be talking a little bit tonight about the Soviet Union, but mostly we will be talking about what is going on in Eastern Europe, and there are some very, very disturbing things going on in that part of the world. We're going to begin by once again talking about an organization called the Free Congress Foundation. This is an organization put together by Paul Weyrich, one of the linchpins of the American far right. And we talked about that organization in conjunction with its activities, in particular political organizing inside the Soviet Union. The most notable connections there being some very serious connections between Paul Weyrich and the Free Congress Foundation, which in turn is being utilized by the National Endowment for Democracy, and the organization and political structure behind Boris Yeltsin, notably a Communist Party organ called the IRG, put together by, among others, Andrei Sakharov. There are very strong connections between Yeltsin and the Free Congress Foundation, and the Free Congress Foundation has taken credit for much of the political success enjoyed by Boris Yeltsin so far. We are going to take a look at the Free Congress Foundation, and once again we're going to be taking a look at some information from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, and specifically we're going to be talking about what the Free Congress Foundation is doing in other areas of Eastern Europe. And that will be the first item that we will be talking about. And this by way of bridging some of the activities that we've looked at in the Soviet Union and showing that basically what's going around for the Soviet Union has been coming around for Eastern Europe as well. We will be taking a look at Free Congress Foundation activities in, among other countries, Budapest of Hungary. We will take a look at their organizing in East Germany, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria as well. All of that, again, coming from the article in Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35. I will tell you more about that article and that publication when we get to the main body of the broadcast. Following that, we're going to be taking a look at another very important article in that very same very important issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. This article is called Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism. It's co-authored by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Bellant. Russ Bellant, the co-author of the article about the Free Congress Foundation as well. This talks about the return of a number of fascist elements to Eastern Europe, largely courtesy of activities on the part of the West, notably the United States and Canada in this instance. We will talk about some Canadian connections here to fascist organizations and elements in Eastern Europe. And it's interesting here that many of the organizations that are discussed in this article are also organizations that have had contact with the Free Congress Foundation and some of its forays into Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. We're going to be taking a look at the return of the Romanian Iron Guard, a brutal fascist institution in Romania, which collaborated enthusiastically with the Nazis. It's something that we looked at in Radio Free America program number 2. We touched back on it in a miscellaneous archive show called Nazis and Anti-Semites on George Bush's campaign. We're going to take a look at Iron Guard connections and activities, which are basically ongoing in Romania, notably the National Christian Peasants Party, an organization which is heavily influenced by the Iron Guard, and we will be talking about both in this particular article and also in another article from Newsweek of May of 1990, which talks about the rise of anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe. We will be talking also about fascist activities in Czechoslovakia. We're going to be taking a look at the Slovakian exile movement, something which is reviving today under Václav Havel. And in particular, we're going to take a look at the remnants of the Linka Party, Hlinka. That was the fascist collaborationist party in Czechoslovakia, or actually Slovakia, under Nazi domination during World War II. And we're going to take a look at the Slovak World Congress, an organization which in many ways is carrying on the traditions of the Linka Party and which features many of the Linka Party's key functionaries in prominent positions. That organization, unfortunately, has some very direct ties to the Václav Havel government, which is now experiencing considerable dislocation as a result of the activities of some of these individuals. If Václav Havel goes under, or if Czechoslovakia gets split up by the actions of these fascists, it seems to me that Havel has nobody to blame but himself. When you lie with the dogs, you rise with the fleas, as someone once said, and certainly Václav Havel has been lying with the dogs. We're also going to take a look at great length this evening, for a short period of time in this particular article, the Balkan nationalists peddling fascism, at activities going on in Croatia and Yugoslavia. We're going to be taking a look at some Ustashi elements. That movement was the brutal fascist movement in independent Croatia under the Nazis, under Nazi domination in World War II. That organization even outdid the Romanian Iron Guard in their savagery, and like so many fascist and Nazi elements, they regrouped in the West after the war, largely as a result of sponsorship by the U.S. national security establishment. They are now very active inside Croatia. We'll review some activities of the OUN, which we looked at considerable length last week and talked about also the week before that. By way of touching back on activities in the Soviet Union, we will take a look at OUN activities in the Soviet Union under the auspices of the ABN, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations that we looked at. And we will be taking a look at some connections between the Free Congress Foundation and OUN-related elements operating in the Ukraine. We will also touch on the Hungarian Arrow Cross movement and residual elements which are active today in Hungary. They are mentioned in this particular article, the Balkan nationalists peddling fascism. We will come back to the Arrow Cross and Hungarian fascism and anti-Semitism in the Newsweek article of May 7th of 1990 as well. We're also going to be taking a look at the activities of fascist elements in Latvia, one of the Baltic states, and we took a look at the reintroduction of fascist elements into Lithuania in the very first installment of this program, and I expressed my view at that time that in conjunction with the U.S. Gulf War, the destabilization of the Baltic states and the attempts by the Baltic states to secede from the Soviet Union, in essence, represented a flanking maneuver both against the Soviet southern and northern flanks, and I suspect that if, in fact, the Baltic republics continue to proceed down the path to secession, that will provoke a militant response on the part of the Soviet national security establishment, a response which I believe elements of our own national security establishment would very, very, very much like to see, and which I think they are in fact working to provoke. We will also be taking a look at, as I said, at an article that we looked at part of a couple of weeks ago. It's called The Long Shadow. It's from Newsweek of May 7th of 1990, and there is some very disturbing information that the activities of organizations like the Free Congress Foundation and some of their fascist contacts and collaborators in Eastern Europe are in fact reviving exactly the same kinds of abuses which took place in that part of the world during prior to the Second World War. It should, of course, be borne in mind that the Axis consisted not just of Japan, Germany, and Italy, but also Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania fought on the side of the Axis in the Second World War. We'll be taking a look at activities in those countries, which are sadly reminiscent of what took place during the Second World War in this very disturbing article from Newsweek of May 7th of 1990. We're then going to take a look at a very disturbing series of events currently taking place in Yugoslavia. And what we're going to be looking at in Yugoslavia is the Croatian secessionist movement, the residual Ustashi movement. There are a lot of things going on in Yugoslavia at the moment. Yugoslavia is a relatively recent nation, and there have always been fierce rivalries among the various ethnic nationalities in that country. And certainly the activities of the Ustashi, the Croatian fascists, which survived World War II largely under the auspices of organizations like the CIA, the World Anti-Communist League, and other organizations. Now, the World Anti-Communist League is called the World League for Freedom and Democracy, but it's basically the same old thing, and it smells the same old way, it does the same old things. And we will be taking a look, by way of focusing in on a microcosm of what is going on elsewhere in Eastern Europe, we will be taking a very close look at what's going on in Croatia today. As I said, one should not oversimplify what is going on either in Croatia or in the Soviet Union or elsewhere in Eastern Europe. The bitter ethnic hostilities that exist there predate the Cold War and could not be said by any stretch of the imagination to be due exclusively to the Cold War. They predate it. It should also be noted, though, that one of the major MOs of our intelligence system and the U.S. national security establishment for many years has been to destabilize countries and overthrow them by promoting traditional ethnic hostilities within those nations, within the targeted nation. There are very disturbing indications that some of the Ustashi activities going on in Croatia have been aided and abetted by elements of our own national security establishment, and we will be taking a look at some of those in the last installment of the program, which will be titled Return of the Ustashi. We're going to take a look in particular at the bitterness that exists between Serbs and Croats, two of the dominant nationalities inside Yugoslavia, and the hostility between the Serbs and the Croats, the reflaring up, the resurgence of that hostility is one of the major factors in the destabilization of Yugoslavia today. It is questionable whether Yugoslavia is even going to be able to withstand these tensions and whether it's going to remain one nation or dissolve. We're going to take a look at the resurgence of the Ustashi, the resurgence of the bitterness and fear that they provoked among Serbs, and we're going to take a look back in history at exactly what the Ustashi were, why their resurgence has provoked the enormous fear in the Serbian community in Yugoslavia. We're going to take a look at a fellow named Andrija Artukovic, known as the Himmler of the Balkans. He was the Minister of the Interior under the fascist independent state of Croatia, and we'll take a look at the enthusiastic slaughter that he promoted in Croatia during the Second World War. That will come from a book called Wanted, The Search for Nazis in America by Howard Bloom. Then we're going to take a look at some information from a book called Inside the League about the former World Anti-Communist League, now again the World League for Freedom and Democracy. We're going to take a look at how the Ustashi, the brutal Croatian fascists, survived the Second World War and how they continue to operate around the world today, in particular in the United States. We will take a look at the second generation of Ustashi, because there is a second generation. They have come back, and like all good fascists, they have raised their young at their according to their creed. There was a whole new generation of Ustashi, and we will be taking a look at the second generation of Ustashi, which now infect the world. And we, in particular, we're going to take a look at an element which links events right here at home with what is going on today in Croatia. We will be concluding our look at Inside the League by talking about the April 10th celebration. That is a celebration conducted by the Ustashi, which celebrates the founding of the independent state of Croatia under Nazi domination during World War II. It is viewed with great horror and mourning by other peoples in Yugoslavia, because that was the beginning of the Holocaust that we will take a look at in the information from Wanted, The Search for Nazis in America. The Ustashi celebrate the April 10th holiday, and they have been very successful in getting elements of some of the more reactionary elements of the Republican Party to support them in the celebration of April 10th. And we will then take a look at an ominous note right here at home in the plastic, fantastic Silicon Valley. For those of you who eventually hear this program by tape, I produce and record these programs in the Silicon Valley, as it is known. These programs originate from Los Altos Hills, which is very close to San Jose. And in another station, another non-commercial radio station that I work at, KKUP-FM, there was a fellow who for many years ran a thing called the Croatian Radio Hour, and ultimately his demise as a broadcaster came when he went into a discussion of the April 10th holiday and why it is celebrated, and a brutal misrepresentation of world history, which you will have a chance to hear. In April of 1989, this individual, his name was Ante Jakovčević, went on the air on KKUP and went on at some length about April 10th and talked about how the Germans were being invited. This is the day when we celebrate when the Germans were invited into Yugoslavia. They were not invited into Yugoslavia any more than they were invited into Holland or Belgium or France or the Soviet Union or Norway or Denmark or any of the other places that they wound up socializing in. And it's worth noting that this particular individual was able to hold forth for the better part of 5 years on KKUP, which is a nice liberal radio station, at least in theory, and it's a member of the National Federation of Community Broadcasters. And it's also worth noting that this same individual is now in Croatia and functioning in an official capacity for the Croatian government. I don't know whether he is a political official or whether he's a member of the Croatian militia, which has been formed, but there we will actually have a chance to hear a link between what has transpired in the United States in recent years and what is going on in Croatia, an actual living link between the return of the Ustashi in Croatia and the sponsorship of the Ustashi and other fascist elements by the United States and in the United States. That's what we have on tap for this evening, so pull up a chair, cock an ear, because we have a lot to listen to and a lot to talk about this evening. None of it, unfortunately, very pleasant, but all of it very necessary. And after another musical break, we will launch into the main body of tonight's broadcast, the final installment of Radio Free America 36, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. This is the fifth and final installment of what has evolved now into Radio Free America program number 36, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. It is not my belief that the people involved in what I see as the destabilization of the Soviet Union want a third world war, but it is my fear that it could result in a third world war. There may very well be a miscalculation of some kind. It's also possible there's one more article from this current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin that I'm thinking about including, so I may actually do one more short installment of this next week. This might be the last installment, but we will see. I have to reflect on that a little bit further. We may yet have a little bit more for this particular broadcast. In any event, we are for the most part now going to move from the Soviet Union and what is going on there to Eastern Europe. And by way of bridging what is going on in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, we are going to take a look once again at the organization called the Free Congress Foundation. And I'm going to review sections of a very important article, one of many very important articles in the current issue or the latest issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. This is from Covert Action Information Bulletins number 35 from the fall of 1990. You can obtain Covert Action Information Bulletin from the following address: Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. Once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. That's the address for Covert Action Information Bulletin. And once again, we are going to reread parts of an article called The Free Congress Foundation Goes East. And this is co-authored by Russ Bellant and Louis Wolff. Louis Wolff is one of the co-editors of Covert Action Information Bulletin. And by way of reviewing just what the Free Congress Foundation is, we are going to read the introductory part of the first part of this particular article, and then we are going to move from FCF activities in the Soviet Union, which we have already looked at, to FCF activities in Eastern Europe. Reading now, The Free Congress Foundation Goes East by Russ Bellant and Louis Wolff from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, the fall of 1990. With the rapid pace of political change sweeping Eastern Europe and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, many opportunities have emerged for Western interests to intervene in the politics of that region. In some cases, such a vacuum has been created that virtual strangers to the area several years ago are now able to actively participate in changing those societies from within. These interventions are not only being practiced by mainstream organizations. The involvement of the United States far right brings with it the potential revival of fascist organizations in the East. One U.S. group, the Free Congress Foundation, has been playing a role in Eastern Europe and Soviet politics and has ties to Boris Yeltsin and the Interregional Deputies Group, or IRG, in the USSR. The Free Congress Foundation, or FCF, was founded in 1974 by Paul Weyrich, W-E-Y-R-I-C-H, as the Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress. Weyrich, who had started the Heritage Foundation the year before, was heavily funded by the Coors family for both organizations. Weyrich has kept one foot in the right wing of the Republican Party while dallying with the racist right and the extreme Christian right. In 1976, for instance, he and a handful of other new rightists, William Rusher, Morton Blackwell, and Richard Viguerie, attempted to take over the segregationist American Independent Party, or AIP, formed by George Wallace in 1968. The AIP was an amalgam of Ku Klux Klan and John Birch Society elements. In 1982, Weyrich published an essay in which he stated, quote, "Culturally destructive government policies, racial hiring quotas and busing come to mind as examples, are to the new right more immediately important in the realm of action, since the damage they can do is enormous and practically irremediable. This apparent defense of white culture, quote unquote, is dangerously close to the theories advocated by white supremacists today." FCF's direct involvement in Eastern Europe began about a year ago at the urging of one of its directors, Robert Kriebel, Kriebele, a retired Connecticut businessman. His Kriebel Foundation backed efforts in late 1989 to send Weyrich and 4 associates to Hungary and the Soviet Union, including Estonia, to help train right-wing leaders in ideological and electoral matters. Weyrich stated upon his return that his visit to Moscow was, quote, "the most incredible experience of our lives," unquote. There he worked with the IRG of the Supreme Soviet, a leadership body of the Communist Party. He says that they were unequivocally in favor of private property, a market economy, and the restoration of religion. We've talked about FCF and some of its connections to the OUN and the UPA, and rather than focusing on its activities in the Soviet Union, which we have already covered at considerable length in the 3rd installment of this particular broadcast, we're going to focus now on Free Congress Foundation activities in other parts of the former Soviet bloc, namely Eastern Europe. Skipping down in this particular article, we find the following Free Congress Foundation activities. The list here of various Free Congress Foundation activities covers activities in the year 1989 through 1990. Bellant and Wolf write, in 1989 to 90, the FCF conducted training programs in, and the list then follows, Budapest, Hungary, November of 1989. Free Congress Foundation representatives trained leaders of the Hungarian New Democratic Forum, the Small Holders Party, and the Christian Democratic Party. Free Congress credits itself with enabling the 3 parties to gain 231 out of 386 seats in the Hungarian parliament. And bear in mind the New Democratic Forum, or Democratic Forum as it's also known. We're going to take a look at that forum, and it would appear just like the World Anti-Communist League, which has connecting elements to it. It is anything but democratic. But bear in mind here the Free Congress Foundation activities in Hungary. In particular, rereading this sentence, FCF representatives trained leaders of the Hungarian New Democratic Forum, the Small Holders Party, and the Christian Democratic Party, and they credit, the Free Congress credits itself with enabling the 3 parties to gain 231 of 386 seats in the Hungarian parliament. In particular, as I said, bear in mind the New Democratic Forum, or Democratic Forum, as it's also called. We will be coming back to that later in the program. Skipping down in this section of the article, Leipzig, East Germany, February of 1990. FCF representatives met with 2 conservative groups that were part of an anti-left alliance, the Democratic Awakening Party and the Democratic Social Union. Their discussions focused on, quote, American political techniques, unquote, for application during the March 1990 elections. When FCF's people saw how cheap postage was in East Germany, they decided on the spot to teach their students the techniques of U.S.-style direct mail campaigning. Quote, our contacts in East Germany have since indicated that the advice of the Foundation was, in their opinion, beneficial to the unexpected success they achieved in their elections, unquote. In September, FCF hosted a small group of East German opposition figures in Washington and is planning another meeting in Germany in January. Bucharest, Romania, March of 1990. Some 80 members of more than a dozen opposition groups were given a 4-day seminar on the political skills to win elections, unquote, and, again quoting, free enterprise and the need for entrepreneurship, unquote. Participants were from the National Peasants' Party. Remember that because we're going to come back to that also. Participants were from the National Peasants' Party, Free Students' Union of the Polytechnical University, the Students' League, Human Rights League, National Liberal Party, National Salvation Front, and Christian Social Democratic Party. Only a month prior to this meeting, the FCF opened a, quote, field office in Romania to develop new contacts. And again, when we come back to activities going on in Romania, bear in mind the National Peasants' Party. That's a key organization which has proved to be a conduit or a vehicle for residual elements of the fascist Iron Guard in Romania, one of the organizations also connected with the National Peasants' Party. Continuing here with Wolf and Bellant's chronicle, Zagreb, Yugoslavia, April of 1990. In the Croatian capital of Zagreb, Z-A-G-R-E-B, FCF staffers met with members of the Croatian Democratic Union for discussions in, quote, political techniques, governing, and building relationships between the regional and federal governments. The group strongly requested, quote unquote, that the Free Congress people return to convene a conference on governing to include Croatians, Slovenes, Serbs, Montenegrians, and other ethnic groups. And we will be coming back in a big way to activities going on in Croatia and Yugoslavia later in the program. Prague, Czechoslovakia, April of 1990. From Zagreb, the same FCF team moved to Prague to convene a conference on techniques, strategies, goals, and objectives in elections and on, quote, the establishment of democratic institutions, unquote. Attending the conference were some 50 persons representing dissident groups such as the Civic Forum, Public Against Violence, a parallel organization to the Civic Forum in Slovakia, Christian Democratic Movement, Christian Democratic Union, Social Democrats, Republican Party of Czechoslovakia, Pan-Europe Union, Democratic Initiative, and People for Active European Federation. A follow-up training program in the country was organized in July. And skipping down, Sofia, Bulgaria, August 1990. Paul Weyrich and other FCF staff, together with Robert Kriebel and Detroit businessman Don Fisher, met with approximately one-third of the opposition members in the parliament. The meeting was attended by Dimitar Lujev, chief political advisor to President Zhelu Zhelev. Those two men's last names, Lujev is L-O-U-D-J-E-V, and Zhelev is Z-H-E-L-E-V. Reviewing more now about the Free Congress Foundation, just like the World League for Freedom and Democracy or the National Endowment for Democracy, this organization cloaks itself in democratic camouflage. However, its real goals and antecedents would appear to be much more sinister, and for all of the use of the word democracy and for all of their advocacy of free elections, democracy, and so forth, in fact, it would appear from the underpinnings of the organization that democracy is not something the Free Congress Foundation is overly enamored of, or certainly it's something that they are willing to compromise with. They're willing to compromise to an enormous extent. Reviewing, again, some information about the Free Congress Foundation, courtesy of Bellant and Wolf. Those seeking guidance from the FCF for a, quote, religious and moral rebirth, unquote, would be well advised to consider the company that FCF keeps. The Free Congress Foundation is generally identified with the secular new right rather than the religious new right, but in fact it melds both currents of rightist activity. Although structurally one organization, FCF could be seen as a dozen semi-independent groups housed in one office complex and with one boss. The FCF divides many of its activities into centers. There are centers for government and politics, law and democracy, cultural conservatism, state policy, conservative governance, child and family policy, foreign policy, transportation policy, Catholic policy, and the new freedom and democracy. In the FCF's 1988 annual report, the Center for Catholic Policy states, quote, the public policy influence and activity of the Catholic Church in America often runs counter to the interests of Catholic laity. The Center for Catholic Policy seeks to instruct conservative Catholic laity on how to become influential in shaping public policy stands taken by the Church, unquote. The FCF report says that a, quote, network of some 40 national Catholic organizations, institutions, and publications which share a generally conservative viewpoint, unquote, was formed by FCF in January of 1988 and called the Siena Group, capital S-I-E-N-A. According to the FCF, among the top priorities of the Siena Group in 1988 was mobilizing opposition to a U.S. Catholic Conference statement on AIDS policy, which was favorable to the objectives of the gay and lesbian rights movement. Siena Group participants convinced the bishops to set aside the AIDS document. And finally, we should bear in mind, too, that their Liberation Support Alliance, that is to say, the Free Congress Foundation's Liberation Support Alliance, was headed up in the East by a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, was headed up basically by a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, L-A-S-Z-L-O, P-A-S-Z-T-O-R, who, as we've seen, was a member of the fascist Hungarian Arrow Cross and a key functionary both with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations as well as the FCF. And with people like that and with associations and views like that, Free Congress Foundation is an organization that is, frankly, not to be viewed as something involved with democracy. It appears that from their views and associations that democracy is something they're not real crazy about, and something that, in fact, they appear to be working against, at least to a certain extent. There is another very important article, and again, we've taken a look at Free Congress Foundation inside the Soviet Union. It's worth bearing in mind all of the other places that they have been operating. Bear in mind Romania and the National Peasants' Party, or National Christians Peasants' Party, as we're going to see it has been renamed. Bear in mind also the Democratic Forum, or New Democratic Forum in Hungary that they worked with. And we're going to take a look at how some of these organizations have affected some of the countries and the societies that they are operating in, and we're going to take a look at some of the residual fascist elements operating under their banners as well. Another very important article in this very same issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, namely issue number 35, is entitled, I should say, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism. Once again, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism. It's co-authored by Howard Goldenthal, Goldenthal, and Russ Bellant, Bellant, the co-author of the Free Congress Foundation article that we just reviewed part of. And we're going to take a look now at Western imports of fascism into Eastern Europe, and this is a pattern that we have looked at for many years on this broadcast. The chief organs that we have looked at in this connection are, first of all, of course, the Gehlen Spy Organization. That is the espionage organization put together by Reinhard Gehlen, last name Gehlen. Gehlen, recall, was Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Eastern Front during World War II. He then jumped first to the CIA, then NATO, and ultimately Germany, and kept his organization intact. His organization, the former Nazi Eastern Front Intelligence Organization, and involving thousands of SS and Gestapo veterans, many of them war criminals. That organization became the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, then became the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and ultimately the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the German intelligence service, which it is to this day, with some of the junior members during the World War II period, people in their early 20s, now serving in senior positions, and they're now in the same generation as George Bush. They're in their late 60s and early 70s. The other organization, of course, is the World Anti-Communist League, and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations in particular, an organization which is inextricably linked with the Gehlen organization, and which has for some time maintained as its foreign policy not only the rollback, quote-unquote, of communism from Eastern Europe, which has now happened, but also the breakup of the Soviet Union into its constituent nationalist republics. That is something which may take place, although, as I have said in earlier installments of this series, my feeling is that will simply result in a crackdown by the Soviet national security establishment, a crackdown that I think would be very much welcomed, since it would restart the Cold War. I think our military and our defense industries would very much like to see something like that take place. I think the Germans and Japanese would also like to see that take place, because it would keep the United States from becoming competitive, which it really no longer is, although we had been so dominant in world trade that we have not been completely overtaken by the Japanese and Germans. They are rapidly moving ahead of us in critical areas, and unless we reverse the trends of the last 10 years, or really more than 10 years, of wasting all of our capital resources as well as many of our R&D brains on the military, we are not going to be competitive. But bear in mind, as I said, the Gehlen organization and the ABN, those are two of the main vehicles for people, for the West to import fascist elements into Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union and to utilize those fascist elements. We are going to be taking a look at some of these elements and some of these organizations now in this particular article. And in particular, we'll be taking a look at Romanian and American importing of fascists into Eastern Europe. And obviously some of the organizations involved here intersect with the Free Congress Foundation. And we will see how some of the organizations that the Free Congress Foundation have been working with are in fact anything but democratic. Once again, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Bellant. Goldenthal writes for the Toronto-based weekly news magazine Now, and Bellant works with Political Research Associates in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The first section of the article we're going to look at involves what is going on in Romania. The article begins, "In the hyperbole accompanying the political transformation in Europe, some ugly side effects have been overlooked. Right-wing political activity reminiscent of the early part of the century is finding an audience again." And the first section here is called Iron Guard Redux in Romania. Last March, Moses Rosen, R-O-S-E-N, Romania's chief rabbi, traveled to Washington with an urgent request. In the Romanian city of Târgu Mureș, T-I-R-G-U-M-U-R-E-S, pogroms were being directed against the Hungarian minority. 6 Hungarians had been killed. Rosen asked the State Department to prevent the exit from the U.S. of Romanian exiles who were returning home to foment old hatreds typified by the Iron Guard. To older Romanians and students of European history, the legacy of the Iron Guard is truly grotesque. Its members were responsible for violence so savage that they reputedly offended the Nazis. Repeating that last sentence. Its members were responsible for violence so savage that they reputedly offended the Nazis. 45 years later, young toughs describing themselves as Iron Guardists were taking credit for the murders in Târgu Mureș. According to Casimir Ionescu, Ionescu, then vice president for the Socialist National Salvation Front, an Iron Guard propaganda campaign had been underway since the December overthrow of Ceausescu. At the time of the Târgu Mureș violence, interim President Petre Roman, R-O-M-A-N, expelled 3 Romanian Canadians for promoting fascist ideas. One of those expelled was George Balasu, B-E-L-A-S-U, well known in the Romanian community in the West as editor of the pro-Iron Guard Romanian Voice. The Hamilton, Ontario-based paper supports Valerian Trifa, T-R-I-F-A, head of a faction of the Romanian Orthodox Church dominated by Iron Guardists. Trifa fled the U.S. in 1984 after the Justice Department's Office of Special Investigations found evidence implicating him in a Bucharest pogrom in 1941. Good press is not the only support such groups are receiving from the West. Vatra Romanesca, R-O-M-A-N-E-S-C-A, an extreme right organization including Iron Guardists, recently boasted it had financial backing from, quote, influential political figures at home and several more or less clandestine organizations abroad, particularly French and Canadian ones, unquote. Iron Guardists are also part of the leadership of the National Christian Peasants Party. The NCPP is virulently nativist and anti-Semitic and has been linked to violence against Hungarian farmers. Now, bear in mind, in the article dealing with the Free Congress Foundation, the National Peasants Party, or National Christian Peasants Party, as it has been renamed, is one of the organizations that the Free Congress Foundation was working with in Romania. Some key points to highlight in this particular article. It should be noted that the Romanian Iron Guard was, as indicated here, a brutal fascist organization which collaborated enthusiastically with the Nazis and was the organization which dominated fascist Romania. Romania, recall, was one of the Axis nations, along with the big 3, Germany, Japan, and Italy. There was also Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. And it should be noted again that the Romanian Iron Guard was the dominant fascist party in Romania, and like all good fascists, many of the Romanian Guardists then regrouped in the United States under the auspices of the Gehlen Organization and organizations like the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations. The Iron Guard was covered extensively in the last section of Radio Free America program number 2, The Hidden History of the Cold War, looking back from 1984, The Hidden History of the Cold War, Part 2. That program was done in May of 1984, and in that broadcast we took a look at a couple of people, the aforementioned Valerian Trifa and also a fellow named Nicolae Malaxa. Valerian Trifa, now head of the Romanian American Orthodox, or for many years the head of the Romanian American Orthodox Episcopate, was a fellow who had worked for the Gehlen Organization. He was the fellow who was responsible for the bloody pogrom in Bucharest in 1941 that is alluded to here. We described that pogrom at considerable length in Radio Free America program number 2. It's worth noting that in addition to working for the Gehlen Organization and finding a safe haven in the United States, Valerian Trifa was invited by then Vice President Richard Nixon to give the opening convocation, the opening prayer before the United States Senate in 1955. That appears to have been anything but an accidental or isolated incident on the part of Richard Nixon, because Nixon was heavily involved with the chief financier of the Iron Guard, a fellow named Nicolae Malaxa. Malaxa was the fellow who, a key industrialist in Romania, who put up much of the capital to foment the Iron Guard's ascension to power, and also was heavily involved in defense manufacturing for the Iron Guard during the Second World War. He also found a safe haven in the United States, chiefly as a result of the efforts of, or largely as a result of the efforts of Richard Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon introduced many bills on behalf of a phony company or a front company, I really should say, that Maloxa was involved in. That company was called Western Tube, and what it basically was created for was to put together steel tubing. And during the Korean War, the bills were introduced by Richard Nixon, encouraging that Nikolai Maloxa be allowed to stay in the United States because of the importance to the war effort of Western Tube. In fact, the mailing address for Western Tube was the law office of Richard Nixon's law firm, Bewley, Croup, and Nixon, in Whittier, California at that time. So it is questionable just exactly how much manufacturing Western Tube was able to do. What is not open to question is the fact that Richard Nixon was a very key supporter of Nikolai Maloxa, and as I said, the mailing address for Western Tube was the Whittier law office of Richard Nixon. And again, that information was covered in Radio Free America program number 2, and in fact that comes from the book Wanted: The Search for Nazis in America by Howard Bloom, that we will be going into to a certain extent later on in the broadcast. So bear in mind, the National Christian Peasants Party, one of the organizations that has served as a resting place and a further vehicle for the fascist Romanian Iron Guard, and bear in mind its links to the Free Congress Foundation that we looked at. We will hear about the National Christian Peasants Party and their anti-Semitism and some of their current activities later on in the broadcast. It's worth noting that there has been a return to fascist activity in Czechoslovakia as well. Just as the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations has advocated the breakup of the Soviet Union and has supported Croatian separatists in the Ustashi, so the Slovakian separatists, who had a separate state in what had been Czechoslovakia during its Nazi occupation under a fellow named Reverend Joseph Tiso, well, the Slovakian separatists, inextricably linked with fascism and the history of fascism in Czechoslovakia, are also feeling their oats and have become very active in Czechoslovakia as well. Reading now from the New York Times of March 15th of 1991. This is a Reuters story datelined Bratislava, Czechoslovakia, and it's headlined, Slovak Separatists Shout Abuse at Havel. And it reads in part as follows. Hundreds of angry Slovak nationalists rushed President Václav Havel and screamed abuse at him today during a demonstration for Slovak independence. Mr. Havel paid a brief visit to the Slovak capital to urge the nationalists celebrating the 52nd anniversary of the declaration of a separate state not to secede from Czechoslovakia. Emotions were high as he made an unscheduled walk through the city center to Slovak National Uprising Square, where more than 5,000 flag-waving nationalists were gathered. Hundreds split off from the rally to hurl abuse at Mr. Havel. "Go back to Prague, Judas," they shouted. Mr. Havel, well protected by bodyguards, was untouched in the crush, but several scuffles broke out between nationalists and Mr. Havel's supporters, and a car in the presidential motorcade waiting at the end of his quick walk was kicked and punched by enraged demonstrators who called Mr. Havel's appearance a provocation. Skipping down, the rally today repeated a call to declare the state sovereignty of Slovakia, a move which would break up the Czechoslovak Federation. Mr. Havel condemned the proposed declaration as a means to force independence by unconstitutional means. The demonstrators heard a tape recording of the declaration of an independent Slovak state made by the Reverend Josef Tiso, T-I-S-O, on March 14th, 1939. Slovakia became a separate republic in 1939 after Nazi Germany dismembered Czechoslovakia and took over the Czech parts, Bohemia and Moravia, as a German protectorate. Father Tiso presided over the Slovak state, which was allied to the Nazis until 1945. He was hanged as a war criminal 2 years later. So the ghost of Reverend Tiso is currently haunting political activity in Czechoslovakia. It's worth noting again that the Czechoslovak separatists here, or the Slovak separatists, heard a speech, the independence speech made by Reverend Tiso, the Nazi collaborator, on March 14th of 1939. It's also worth noting that the Slovak separatists received Vatican support just like the Ustashi received. We covered Vatican support for the Ustashi in Radio Free America program number 17, entitled Fascism and the Vatican. And we're now going to go into the ethnic rivalries in Czechoslovakia, and in particular the fascist history of the Slovakian exile movement. And it's worth noting that Václav Havel is now receiving the censure of these individuals if in fact these activities continue. If Czechoslovakia breaks up, it seems to me that Václav Havel has nobody to blame but himself, because he's been playing footsie with these very same elements. Returning now to the article by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Bellant, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism. And this section of the article is entitled Ethnic Separatism Returns to Czechoslovakia. Slovakian exiles in Canada are playing a key role in trying to bring about a separate Slovak republic modeled on the one formed in March of 1939 by the extreme right cleric and Nazi collaborator Josef Tiso. Tiso oversaw the transportation of thousands of Slovak Jews to German death camps. He was executed in 1947 by the non-communist government of Edward Beneš, B-E-N-E-S. Some of Tiso's friends were more fortunate. Assisted by the Vatican and U.S. and British intelligence, many former officials of the collaborationist Linka party were smuggled west and quietly renewed their political activities. Linka is H-L-I-N-K-A. In 1971, uranium magnate Steve Roman, R-O-M-A-N, formed the Slovak World Congress in Toronto with the help of Linka collaborators like Ferdinand Durkansky, D-U-R-C-A-N-S-K-Y, the Nazi foreign minister sentenced to death for treason, and his underling Josef Kirschbaum, K-I-R-S-C-H-B-A-U-M, on the run from a 20-year sentence for his role as Secretary General of the party. The Vatican has maintained its close connections with the Linka front group. In 1984, while on a visit to Canada, Pope John Paul II took time out of his busy schedule to visit Roman's Cathedral, located just outside of Toronto. Roman died in 1988. Last March, Reverend Dusan Toth, D-U-S-A-N-T-O-T-H, Secretary General of the Slovak World Congress, addressed a crowd of nearly 100,000 supporters in Bratislava. Toth, former head of Protestant religious programming for Radio Free Europe, found rightist separatism still a potent force in Slovakia. Elsewhere, Toth's message and activities would be considered a threat to national security, but last February, Toth was appointed a member of a group of foreign advisors to President Václav Havel. That last couple of sentences again. Last March, Reverend Dusan Toth, T-O-T-H, Secretary General of the Slovak World Congress, addressed a crowd of nearly 100,000 supporters in Bratislava. Toth, former head of Protestant religious programming for Radio Free Europe, found rightist separatism still a potent force in Slovakia. Elsewhere, Toth's message and activities would be considered a threat to national security, but last February, Toth was appointed a member of a group of foreign advisors to President Václav Havel. Last May, Alexander Dubček, D-U-B-C-E-K, Havel's vice president, visited Toronto and attended a meeting of the Slovak World Congress. Dubček, a Slovak, is best known as the leader of Czechoslovakia's Prague Spring in 1968. Dubček's liberalization program was smashed when Moscow ordered troops into Prague and the government was overthrown. A number of key points to highlight in this particular article. First and foremost, it's worth noting that the Slovak World Congress basically is a vehicle for the perpetuation of the fascist Slovakian Linka party, which collaborated with the Nazis. Again, the Linka party was the body, just like the Ustashi in Yugoslavia that were in Croatia, that we're going to look at later, that was used by the Nazis to dominate this particular part of their empire. And it's worth noting that Steve Roman founded the Slovak World Congress in Toronto with the help of two key Linka figures. One, again, Ferdinand Durkansky, the Nazi foreign minister sentenced to death for treason, and one of his associates, Josef Kirschbaum, who is also on the run from a 20-year sentence for his role as Secretary General of the Linka Party. The Vatican has maintained good relations with this organization, and it's worth noting, too, that Reverend Dusan Toth, Secretary General of the Slovak World Congress, has basically been appointed a foreign advisor to President Václav Havel. Formerly, he was head of Protestant religious programming for Radio Free Europe, an organization basically founded by Reinhard Gehlen. We went into Gehlen's role in founding Radio Free Europe. Although he worked very closely with Frank Wisner, we covered that in Radio Free America program number 3. And it's worth noting here that Václav Havel has basically been playing footsie with these very individuals who now so enraged at him. And we should not forget also that Alexander Dubček, his vice president, attended a meeting of the Slovak World Congress, basically a front organization for the Linke Party. It's also worth wondering about exactly whether Dubček is the liberal and the Democrat that he is represented as being. He's not a person I know that much about. It was very tragic when the liberalization program he introduced in Czechoslovakia was crushed. It's worth noting, too, that one of Reinhard Gehlen's last acts as the official head of the BND before he retired, although he continued to be very active with BND, one of his last official acts was to predict to the hour the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. One wonders how much he might have had to do with provoking that very same invasion. Again, I don't know very much about Alexander Dubček, but I think his willingness to rub elbows with the Slovak World Congress is something that's worth looking into. One of the questions I have about the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia is whether elements like the Slovak World Congress, well, they would not have been in existence in '68, but whether former Linke elements or people associated with it were infiltrated into Czechoslovakia or were in Czechoslovakia to begin with and were elevated to a position of power in order to provoke just exactly such a crackdown. It is one of my theories that among the major roles intended for the fascists being reintroduced into Lithuania, the OUN, and other fascist elements that are being elevated in the Soviet Union largely as the result of the activities of organizations like the Free Congress Foundation. It's worth noting here that one of the goals, I believe, of infiltrating those people into the Soviet Union and boosting them to prominence is to provoke a crackdown. With the tremendous loss of life and suffering that the USSR experienced during the Second World War, the reascendance of fascists and Nazi collaborators is not something that's going to be viewed lightly, and the sort of heavy-handed crackdown that we saw in Czechoslovakia is something which might be repeated at some point in the not-too-distant future, quite possibly inside the Soviet Union. Certainly, it is inconceivable that they would continue to, not inconceivable, but it would be remarkable if they continue to tolerate the presence of this type of individual and these types of activities. I would bet at some point, I don't know when, but I would be willing to bet at some point there will be a crackdown, and probably a pretty heavy and brutal one under the circumstances. One wonders to what extent that may actually be the goal of the people who are infiltrating and elevating individuals and institutions like this. Returning once again to this particular article, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism, we're now going to take a look at the Croatian Ustashi, the Croatian Nazi collaborators that we will be going into at considerable length at the end of the broadcast, or during the last section of the broadcast, I should say. Continuing with Goldenthal and Bellant's article, another Nazi collaborator and separatist who came back from the West looking for a state was Ivo Omrkanin, and I'm not sure how his last name is pronounced, Omrcanin, an official during the war with the Foreign Ministry of the State of Independent Croatia. After the war, Omrkanin helped other Nazis, including Ustasha President Ante Pavelic, Pavelic, and Klaus Barbie, escape to Latin America. While in the U.S., Omrkanin took part in events sponsored by the Quasi-Nazi Institute for Historical Review. Interrupting, that's an organization which denies that the Holocaust, the Nazi massacre of European Jews, actually happened. Continuing. In an interview with the Yugoslav magazine ST, Omrkanin said he had returned to Croatia to register a new political party. He blamed Jews for massacres against Croatians during the war. He claimed Jasenovac, a concentration camp set up to handle Jews and Serbs, was a Hollywood production. Quote, "You can see how big of an imagination these Jews have when they make cartoons. Those are all made by Jews." Jasenovac, by the way, is Jasenovac. We will take a look at the associates of Omrkanin and the Jasenovacs and just exactly what did go down there. What didn't go down there was a Jewish massacre of Croatians, quite the reverse. We will be taking a look at the terrible activities of the Ustashi at considerable length and in detail later on in the broadcast. Suffice it to say that with the opening up of Eastern Europe, the Ustashi, like these other Eastern European fascists, have taken advantage of the situation to plunge themselves in up to the elbow. Next, we're going to return briefly to a section of the Soviet Union. We have spoken at considerable length in this series, in this archive show, about the OUN Bandera. We looked at it last week, and in the installment before that, we also took a look at OUN Bandera in Radio Free America number 1, Radio Free America shows 14 and 15, and also the miscellaneous archive series, the Nazis and Anti-Semites on George Bush's campaign. Well, the OUN is also, courtesy of, among others, the aforementioned Free Congress Foundation, very active in the Ukraine today, and we're going to take a look at their activities in the Ukraine right now. In a section of the article called Separatist Organizing in the Ukraine, Bellant and Goldenthal write as follows. Right-wing separatists have become active in the Ukraine with help from Ukrainian Americans. As in the 1930s, the separatist banner is carried by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN. During the war, the OUN collaborated with the Nazi occupation politically and militarily and participated in the elimination of Ukrainian Jews. After the war, OUN militants were recruited to carry out a clandestine war against the USSR. Others found their way to the West, where they resumed political activity. Since the war, the OUN has been the backbone of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, a coalition including the Iron Guard and the Linke Party. The OUN and the ABN have been leading public opponents of the Office of Special Investigations. By the way, that's a Justice Department body that has been looking into the importing of Nazi war criminals into the United States. Not as much as they should have, but they have been relatively active, at least in terms of not reversing, but when compared with the open collaboration that our intelligence services and national security establishment have engaged in vis-a-vis these types of individuals, the Office of Special Investigations, at least nominally and to a certain extent, has attempted to reverse, albeit far too late, that kind of activity. Their activities, as I said, came far too late because the United States, as I will be talking about this coming April 13th, has lost the Second World War. Continuing now with this particular section of the article, for the young, OUN has a new organization called the Union of Independent Ukrainian Youth, inspired by the wartime OUN leader, Stepan Bandera, B-A-N-D-E-R-A. We looked at him last week. In addition, right-wing Ukrainian Americans were involved in the March elections. Ashko Luzhinsky, L-O-Z-Y-N-S-K-I-J, General Counsel for the OUN-dominated Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, and other activists were sent by the Washington-based Free Congress Foundation. Well, of course, we looked at Charles Moser and his connections to the Ukrainian Quarterly and the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America in the article dealing with the Free Congress Foundation Goes East. Reviewing again from the Free Congress Foundation Goes East, the FCF is not entirely disconnected from the history of the OUN. The treasurer of the FCF board is George Washington University professor Charles Moser. Moser also serves on the editorial advisory board of the Ukrainian Quarterly, published by the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, a group dominated by the OUN. It is the Ashko Luzhinsky, and I'm not sure how his name is pronounced, is general counsel for the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America and was sent by the Free Congress Foundation. So their continuity with the OUN remains intact and is obviously ongoing. We're now going to review briefly some more information that we have touched on, and this concerns Laszlo Pastor, another individual who has been tapped by the Free Congress Foundation, and he was a member of the Arrow Cross, the Hungarian fascist party, which, like the Linke Party, like the Ustashi, and like the Iron Guard, collaborated with the Nazis and enthusiastically participated in the Nazi atrocities of World War II. They also, obviously, jumped to CIA and other Western intelligence organizations and are also very active with the ABN, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations. In a section that Bellant and Goldenthal call Hungary's Arrow Cross, the FCF was also involved in the March elections in Hungary. In a bitter contest, the Democratic Forum, the party which would eventually win the contest, used anti-Semitic slurs against its rival, the Alliance of Free Democrats. Aid for the Forum has come from far-right Hungarians exiled in the U.S., including Laszlo Pastor, a youth leader of the Arrow Cross during the Second World War. The Arrow Cross was Hungary's Nazi party which came to power in 1944. Pastor served 5 years in a Hungarian prison after the war for his wartime activities at the Hungarian embassy in Berlin. A Nazi past proved no great obstacle to success in the U.S. Pastor was selected by Richard Nixon in 1969 to recruit rightists from other Eastern European communities to work for the Republican Party. Some of those recruited were committed Nazis. One of them, Boleslavs Mikovskis, Boleslavs Mikovkis, a former Latvian police officer, was accused by the Office of Special Investigations of being a war criminal. In 1988, Pastor was one of 6 members of the Bush election committee forced to resign because of their Nazi affiliations. Pastor now directs the Free Congress Foundation's East European activities. He also has advised the National Endowment for Democracy on funding Hungarian political parties. The FCF sent a team to Hungary to teach the Democratic Forum election techniques. So bear in mind this connection between the Democratic Forum, or New Democratic Forum as it's also called, and the Hungarian fascist Arrow Cross, and in particular Arrow Cross veterans from the United States, including and especially the FCF and National Endowment for Democracy sponsored Laszlo Pastor, have been very active in Hungary with the New Democratic Forum. We will be taking a look at the also inappropriately named New Democratic Forum. What they're involved with ain't new, and it sure ain't democratic. We will be taking a look at them presently. The last 2 sections here of the Bellant and Goldenthal article, once again returning to the Soviet Union, in a section of the article titled, Latvian Activities, they write, "Only recently have far-right activists managed to get into the Soviet bloc. In October of 1988, the Soviet Union prevented Latvian exiles from Canada and the U.S. from attending the founding convention of the Latvian People's Front. One of those prevented from boarding the plane was Linards Luks, L-U-K-S-S, chair of the World Federation of Free Latvians." That last sentence again, and I'm not sure about the pronunciation of many of these Eastern European names, so you'll have to bear with me. One of those prevented from boarding the plane was Linards Luks, L-U-K-S-S, chair of the World Federation of Free Latvians. Luks, a Toronto physician, is well known in anti-communist circles. He is the president of the Captive Nations Committee in Canada, an organization closely affiliated with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Luke's cleverest accomplishment to date was to help found the International Black Ribbon Day Committee in 1986, a Toronto-based operation which is officially opposed to both Nazism and communism, but welcomes the support and participation of the Linka-dominated Slovak World Congress, the OUN-dominated World Congress of Free Ukrainians, and the far-right Hungarian Freedom Fighters World Federation. The last section of the article is called Why? And it reads, "Whether the political activities of these organizations and individuals will gain a following in Eastern Europe or the Soviet Union is debatable. What the U.S. seeks by promoting them ought to be subject to open debate. The silence is deafening." One more time. "Whether the political activities of these organizations and individuals will gain a following in Eastern Europe or the Soviet Union is debatable. What the U.S. seeks by promoting them ought to be subject to open debate. The silence is deafening." Well, obviously, I have held forth at considerable length in this series about what I think the United States is doing by supporting organizations and individuals like this in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. And obviously, we've seen a considerable degree of continuity between the organizations used to promote these individuals and organizations, both in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. The Free Congress Foundation, the National Endowment for Democracy, in turn organizations that they have promoted involved with the anti-Bolshevik nations, organizations like the Residual Iron Guard, the Linka Party, the Slovak fascist collaborators from Czechoslovakia, the Arrow Cross of Hungary, the fascist collaborators from Latvia. We will be taking a look at the Ustasha. We've touched on those already. We'll be taking a look at them at considerable length, as well as the OUN and some of the Lithuanian fascists that we looked at in earlier installments of this broadcast. It is my belief that there are more, certainly the U.S. national security establishment is anything but monolithic, and it should be noted that there are undoubtedly elements of our national security establishment that would not like to see institutions and individuals like this come to ascendancy. It should also be noted that there are elements, in my opinion, that although they are willing to play ball with organizations like this, are actually doing this to provoke the Soviets and begin a new Cold War. Because certainly there is going to come a point at which the activities of individuals and organizations like this are simply not going to be tolerated. I don't know when that point is going to come, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came pretty soon. There are many elements of our national security establishment that, although they would not support the fascism and anti-Semitism of organizations like this, are quite willing to use them as basically provocateur. It is my opinion that they would love to see the Soviets crack down on individuals and institutions like this, and they may very well be using them for that reason. They, in a sense, are being used as cannon fodder. Then, of course, there are many prominent elements in this country, but not only of our national security establishment, but many industrialists and financiers as well, who are of fascist and anti-Semitic sympathies and would like to see nothing better than the return to power of people like the Iron Guard, the Arrow Cross, the Linke Party, etc. So it's worth bearing in mind that there are more than one there, in all probability, are more than one motivational factor behind the support of the United States and the other so-called Western democracies for the activities of individuals and organizations like this. We're going to take a musical break now, and then we're going to come back and we're going to take a look at the effects of, the opening up of Eastern Europe politically, and quite possibly the effects of the activities of some of these individuals in that part of the world. We're going to take a look at an article from Newsweek magazine talking about the return or the resurgence of anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe, and that resurgence is very evident, and we're going to be looking at some of the same elements that we've already taken a look at. The New Democratic Forum in Hungary. We're going to take a look at the National Christian Peasants Party in Romania, and some of the same organizations that we have already seen in conjunction with ABN, Free Congress Foundation, etc. Music and then more of tonight's archive show. We're now going to take a look at some of the apparent effects of bringing some of the individuals and institutions into Eastern Europe that we have already looked at. Now, recall, so far on the broadcast, we've basically been taking a look at the same kinds of activities going on in Eastern Europe that we have looked at in the Soviet Union in weeks past. Just as we looked at organizations like the LCRA and LIC importing fascists and fascist ideas and symbols into Lithuania, and just as we've seen the OUN Bandera organization making its reappearance into the Soviet Union, just as we've seen the National Endowment for Democracy and the equally inappropriately named Free Congress Foundation supporting elements like that inside the Soviet Union, we have seen the same sorts of institutions and individuals supporting the same kinds of institutions and individuals in Eastern Europe. We took a look at the fascist Arrow Cross and connections between American veterans, American-based veterans of the Arrow Cross organization, and the also inappropriately named Democratic or New Democratic Forum, which we will be coming back to. We've taken a look at the resurgence of Iron Guard activity in Romania, the Iron Guard also with very strong connections to our national security establishment. We'll be taking a look at them presently. These organizations also connected to the Free Congress Foundation. We've taken a look at the World Slovak Congress, basically a vehicle for the Nazi collaborationist Linke Party, and its activities both in North America and the transporting of some of those individuals to Czechoslovakia, where Václav Havel has apparently been more than willing to play ball with some of these same individuals, although there are indications that they are now about to turn on him. And we've also taken a look, of course, at some of these same elements in conjunction with both the Gehlen Organization and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a key element of the former World Anti-Communist League in past broadcasts. It should come as no great surprise that in Eastern Europe, an area which has traditionally been very anti-Semitic, the return of elements like this would coincide with and perhaps help to fuel the resurgence of anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is on the rise in Eastern Europe as well as the Soviet Union, and we are finding, as we examine that anti-Semitism, the resurgence of it, the same names, the same institutions that we have looked at in not only the Goldenthal and Bellant article, but in the previous installments as well. We will be taking a look at now at organizations like the New Democratic Forum, the National Christian Peasants Party, both organizations associated with the Free Congress Foundation, and we're going to take a look at some of the resurgent fascist and anti-Semitic activities in Eastern Europe right now. It is said that as you sow, so shall ye reap. Well, they've been sowing in Eastern Europe, and it looks like they're about to reap, and in fact are reaping as well. We're going to return to an article part of which we read a few weeks ago in an earlier installment of this archive series. Actually, it's not an archive series. It's been done in installments. It's Radio Free America 36. But we're now going to take a look at an article called The Long Shadow, subheaded, "The Collapse of Communism Has Allowed Old Hatreds to Resurface Throughout Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. 5 decades after the Holocaust began, anti-Semitism is returning on the fringes of political life. The challenge is to keep it on the fringes." This is from Newsweek magazine of May 7th of 1990. And as we move into the article, and we read part of this dealing with the Soviet Union some weeks back, we're going to take a look at now at information dealing with Eastern Europe. The article reads in part, "Across Eastern Europe, anti-Semitism and anti-communism now blend in an explosive mix. Secularized, assimilated Jews have occasionally achieved political prominence in the East Bloc. Zionism had no appeal for them. With the rise of fascism, they were drawn to socialism and communism. To the degree that Jews helped introduce communist rule in Eastern Europe, anti-communists will resent them." But what is actually happening is something quite different. Tailoring Hitler's old idea of a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy to a modern cut, anti-Semites now accuse Jews of running just about everything, even though the power everywhere, even in the Soviet bloc, has always rested with non-Jewish communists. Assimilated Jews did play a significant role in running Hungary after World War II. Some say Stalin planted them in the Politburo because he trusted them more than most Hungarians. Interrupting, bear in mind now, of course, that Hungary fought on the side of the Axis and against the Soviet Union in World War II. Now, returning to the article now, with the disintegration of the Hungarian Communist Party, the word Jewish used as a slur has come to signify a traitor, not a money grubber. Jewish professionals dial their message machines and hear things like, "You dirty, stinking Jew, we'll send you back to Auschwitz," unquote. When the MTK soccer team, founded by Jews 102 years ago but now manned entirely by Gentiles, scores, opposing fans shout, quote, "No goals for the Jews. Dirty Jews, Jews, Jews. To the gas chambers, gas chambers, gas chambers," unquote. Quote, "Such things are to be taken seriously," says Attila Pok, P-O-K, a respected historian who is not Jewish. Again quoting, "Once a political leader is found who can make use of these feelings, he might arouse the masses behind him." Interrupting now with the introduction of Arrow Cross-related elements in Hungary and the new Democratic Forum, or Democratic Forum, it should not be all that surprising if we find a leader who is able to unite some of these individuals and some of these sentiments underneath him and exploit them to exploit them effectively in future Hungarian politics. And bear in mind now that the Free Congress Foundation is closely allied with the New Democratic Forum that we looked at, and that the New Democratic Forum, or Democratic Forum, has received significant help from American-based Arrow Cross veterans, because we're now going to take a look at the New Democratic Forum and some of the things that we have that we should really come to expect at this point from an institution like the Democratic Forum, allied with FCF and the Arrow Cross and the ABN, etc. Returning to Newsweek of May 7th, 1990, The Long Shadow, "The recent Hungarian elections presented a case study of these forces at work. The campaign pitted an anti-communist group called the Democratic Forum," that's the FCF, ABN, Arrow Cross-related group that we took a look at earlier. Returning again, "The campaign pitted an anti-communist group called the Democratic Forum against the Alliance of Free Democrats, some of whom were reform communists drummed out of the party years ago, some of whom were Jews." Over the radio, playwright Istvan Shurka, C-S-U-R-K-A, a spokesman for the forum, said, quote, "Wake up, Hungarians. As long as a dwarfish minority can make a whole society accept that their truth is the only truth, the great popular masses of the Hungarian people cannot have a good time in their own country," unquote. Shurka said later that he was attacking communists, not Jews. He attributed Hungary's residual anti-Semitism to the fact that Stalin had placed 4 Jews on the Politburo, an act he called a deliberate plot, quote, "to destroy the self-esteem of the Hungarian people," unquote. Elsewhere, Jews were attacked for everything from introducing abortion to increasing crime by bringing violence to television and the movies. Not all members of the forum resorted to anti-Semitic tactics. Forum leaders disavowed them. Nor was anti-Semitism the only issue in the campaign. Whatever the case, The Forum, 1. And bear in mind the FCF, Arrow Cross, ABN connections to that we've touched on earlier. Continuing. No one has yet taken full account of anti-Semitism in Hungary during and after World War II. The common belief among non-Jewish Hungarians is that the country has always been good to its Jews, that they were not sent to the death camps until 1944 when the Nazis occupied the country, and that even then Hungarians resisted, saving most of the Jews from the Budapest. That even then the Hungarians resisted, saving most of the Jews from the Budapest ghetto. Polk calls this version nonsense, quote unquote. He points out that Arrow Cross fascists killed Jews throughout the war, that once Adolf Eichmann put the final solution into operation, Hungarians fell quickly into step. It's very hard to grasp the significance of the Holocaust here, he says, and Hungarians have never accepted their share of the blame for it, unquote. And bear in mind again, the Democratic Forum, or New Democratic Forum, its alliance with the Free Congress Foundation, the inappropriately named Free Congress Foundation, and the Arrow Cross and ABN elements that we've looked at earlier. We're now going to take a look at activities going on in Romania today, and once again we're going to take a look at the Iron Guard and a vehicle for resurgent Iron Guard activity in Romania, the National Peasants Party, or now the National Christian Peasants Party, as that has been renamed, and that also was an organization that we looked at in the Bellant and Wolf article as being among the students and the associates of the Free Congress Foundation. Returning to Newsweek of May 7th of 1990. During the Romanian Revolution last year, the Securitate secret police burned down their own headquarters to destroy their records. They didn't quite succeed. Last week, an old communist across town showed a visitor a sheaf of scorched files. He took a charred page from one of them. It was a report charging that Ion Puiu, P-U-I-U, now vice president of the National Peasants Party, the most important opposition group in Romania, was once a member of the Iron Guard. Like all unprocessed police records, this one proved nothing, but the possibilities were interesting. During the Nazi occupation, the Iron Guard hanged the corpses of Jews from the Bucharest ghetto on hooks under a sign that said, kosher meat, quote unquote. That, by the way, was the pogrom that we talked about in Radio Free America 2. That was the one that was started by Valerian Trifa, who we looked at in the Goldenthal and Bellant article from Covert Action Information Bulletin that we read earlier. Continuing. After the war, some of these people drifted into the far right wing of NPP, which has never purged itself. Right now, the party is in the center of an election campaign marred by anti-Semitism. The two main targets under NPP attack are Petre Roman, R-O-M-A-N, the Prime Minister of the interim government, and Silviu Brucan, B-R-U-C-A-N, a theorist for the National Salvation Front. Both had Jewish parents. Neither considers himself a Jew. Graffiti on Bucharest walls read, quote, Roman isn't Roman, unquote. An article in the NPP's paper accused Brucan, along with 6 prominent Jewish communists, of, quote, organizing the genocide of the Romanian people, unquote, during the post-war years. It denies any connection to anti-Semitism. Sometimes it sounds persuasive, sometimes it doesn't. Quote, we never made such radical statements as the Jews brought communism to Romania, says Lup Joan, J-O-A-N, the NPP's Secretary General. Yet the party's newspaper made just such assertions, even accompanying one article with a caricatured Jew as the devil. Just so no one could miss the point, the party has now changed its name to the National Christian Peasants Party. Anti-Semitism isn't covert, it is open now, says Rabbi Moses Rosen, Romania's chief rabbi, who has been criticized for working too closely with the fallen Ceausescu regime in buying freedom for Jews to immigrate to Israel. In his study, he pulls out one book entitled, Is Communism Jewish, unquote, and another one called The Occupation of the World by the Jews, unquote. These can easily be found. There are no definitive Romanian books about Romanian Jews. Until a few months ago, it was a crime to own Western books on the Holocaust. And continuing now from Romania, and bear in mind again that the National Christian Peasants Party, a vehicle for residual Iron Guardists and resurgent Iron Guard activity in Romania, is another of the organizations that was involved with the Free Congress Foundation, as we looked at in CAIB number 35, the Wolf Bellant article. Continuing now, and we're going to take a look at what's going on in Poland as well. The Holy Mary Basilica in Sandomierz, Poland, S-A-N-D-O-M-I-E-R-Z, Poland, was built in the 17th century. Within the church, there is a huge painting entitled Infanticida, Infanticida. It depicts a band of caricatured Jews kidnapping, stabbing, and dismembering Christian babies as part of a religious ritual. A plaque claims that, quote, faithless members of the Jewish community killed 2 Sandomir's babies in 1698 and 1710. A nun walks by. Did Jews really do these things? Certainly, she says. They once did, but no longer. There are no Jews left in Poland. Before the Holocaust, 3.5 million Jews lived in the country. Today, there are perhaps 4,400. Religious fervor and anti-communism have given Poland a fiercely anti-Semitic image. Poles say this is grossly unfair. How could there have been so many Jews in the past if Poland had not welcomed them? Yet today, Poles cannot even agree on how many of what kind of people died at Auschwitz. A sign at the death camp says, here 4 million people suffered and died at the hands of the Nazi murderers. The word Jew does not appear. The best estimate is that up to 1.5 million Jews and 100,000 Poles were gassed and cremated at Auschwitz. This wound began throbbing last year over a small Carmelite convent at the camp. Jews said the convent was inappropriate. Cardinal Joseph Glemp said Jewish intolerance and control of the Western media were the real problem. Fellow cardinals criticized him, Solidarity rebuked him, and he ultimately backed down. Now, a new convent is to be built farther from the camp, and the quick wits of Warsaw have invented a new Polish verb, to glemp. Quote unquote, it means to say something that makes one look unusually stupid. Cross-currents of nationalism, Roman Catholicism, anti-communism, and anti-Semitism make it almost impossible for an outsider to follow the manipulations of Polish politicians who practice anti-Semitism without Jews. At the offices of the National Word, Krzysztof Kawecki, Kawecki, runs a desktop publishing operation and dreams of uniting the country's monarchists, Christian nationalists, and other ultra-rightists. He denies being anti-Semitic, but he and his people are deeply suspicious of Bronislaw Geremek, Geremek, head of Solidarity's Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee, Adam Michnik, Michnik, editor of Gazeta Wyborcza, Wyborcza, Solidarity's daily newspaper, and Jacek Kuron, Kuron, Minister of Labor. And by the way, I will once again apologize. I'm probably butchering many of these pronunciations. The first 2 men are assimilated Jews. Many mistake Kuron as being Jewish. Kawecki says, quote, it is impossible to say the Jewish question in Poland is not an actual problem anymore. The force and meaning of Jews doesn't consist in their numbers, but in their influence, mostly in culture and the mass media, unquote. No one in Poland misunderstands the national word. So there has certainly been a lot of talk about the return of democracy to Eastern Europe. Well, there may be some democratic elements, and I'm certainly not going to pretend that this represents the totality of Eastern Europe. But at the same time, I think it's quite obvious that, as the Covert Action Information Bulletin articles pointed out, and as this article illustrates, that anti-Semitism and fascism have indeed returned to Eastern Europe. Whether or not they will dominate that part of the world remains to be seen. But the activities of the U.S. national security establishment, the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, the LCRIA, the LIC, the Free Congress Foundation, National Endowment for Democracy, etc., all of these elements that are sponsoring the Iron Guard, the Arrow Cross, the Linke Party, and the elements that we've looked at, certainly have to be viewed as bearing a lot of the responsibility for the success of this kind of propagandizing and this kind of anti-Semitic philosophizing, which is taking hold in an area that has traditionally and historically been very anti-Semitic. And once again, bear in mind that we've seen the New Democratic Forum, the National Christian Peasants Party. These are organs which have been actively involved with the Free Congress Foundation, as we looked at in the Covert Action Information Bulletin article from CAIB number 35. We're going to take another musical break, and then we're going to return to the last installment of tonight's program, and we're going to take a look at in considerable detail at the Croatian fascists, the Ustashi, which are resurgent now in Yugoslavia and which are one of the elements helping to stir up long dormant but always present ethnic hostilities in Yugoslavia, arguably the most complex and rent asunder of all of the areas in Eastern Europe. It's questionable whether Yugoslavia, just like the Soviet Union, is going to survive. And we're going to take a look at the Ustashi, what they did, who supported them, their jump to the west at the end of World War II, their continued activities in many places, and we're going to take a look at their resurgence both in Croatia, and also we're going to take a look in the final element of this last installment. We're going to take a look at Ustashi elements active both in the United States and in Croatia. Music, and then the final installment of tonight's archive program. Last installment of tonight's probably last installment of Radio Free America 36. There is one more article that I may go into next week. In fact, as I think about it, probably will go into it to a certain extent, so we will do a little more next week by way of wrap-up. But this is the last major installment. Now, what we've been looking at this evening is Western and American support in particular for resurgent fascist elements in Eastern Europe. We've taken a look at the collaborationist Linke Party, which has evolved to a certain extent into the Slovak World Congress, an organization, unfortunately, with some links to Václav Havel in Czechoslovakia. We've taken a look at the Romanian Iron Guard, elements of which have evolved into the National Christian Peasants Party. We've taken a look at the Arrow Cross, the Hungarian fascist organization. We've taken a look in past installments at Ukrainian fascists, Lithuanian fascists, to a certain extent Latvian fascists this evening. And it should be borne in mind that many of these elements are linked by, as I said, the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, previously the Gehlen spy organization, and in a political activist sense, the Free Congress Foundation and its sponsor, the National Endowment for Democracy, which also, as we looked at in the first installment, had been very active in supporting the LCRA and LIC, vehicles for the reintroduction of fascism into Lithuania and the Sejudist Party in particular. We're now going to take a look at what is going on in Czechoslovakia, in Yugoslavia. And it should be noted that Yugoslavia is also a socialist country, although it broke with the Soviet Union in the immediate aftermath of World War II. It has, though, as a socialist country, been a consistent target for U.S. and Western destabilization, and Yugoslavia in particular is very vulnerable to destabilization because, like the Soviet Union, there are many diverse nationalities in Yugoslavia, although it's much smaller, of course, and like the Soviet Union, these nationalities have a number of fierce and long-standing rivalries and bitternesses. It should be noted again that, as I said earlier in the broadcast, just as is the case with the Soviet Union, these bitternesses, these rivalries, certainly transcend and predate the Second World War and the Cold War. They predate the rise of socialism or Marxism, and one should avoid making the mistake of oversimplifying these ethnic clashes into simply a manifestation of the Cold War. At the same time, it has been a major focus of U.S. intelligence activity in the post-World War II period to destabilize nations, not just in Europe but elsewhere, by promoting traditional hostilities between various ethnic groups within the targeted nation. There is very firm evidence that Western activity is involved with the current problems in Yugoslavia, and I'm not going to even attempt to cover all of the different ethnic problems in Yugoslavia or analyze the problems of Yugoslavia as a whole and the failures of its government. Undoubtedly, there have been many failures by Tito and then his successors, Marshal Tito, the leader of the Yugoslavian Communist Party, who gained control during the Second World War as a result of the heroic struggle of the Yugoslavian partisans in resisting the Nazis. He then came to power, and just as the Soviets have done, undoubtedly made many mistakes and many serious ones. However, it is to be noted, too, that the problems those countries have endured have also been greatly exacerbated not only by the Cold War and the huge defense spending that has necessitated, but also by active destabilization by fascist elements working for Western intelligence. And because the focus of this broadcast is the U.S. national security establishment and its connections with international fascism, that is the element of this that I am focusing on in the program. The the activities of Western-supported elements are obviously very important, although not by any means the only thing that is going on in both the problems of the Soviet Union and elsewhere in Eastern Europe. However, that is the element of it that I am looking at in this broadcast, and it should be noted that just as the role of Western intelligence support for fascism in these countries' problems should not be exaggerated, it should not be underestimated, which tragically it tends to be even by so-called progressive observers. Now, in Yugoslavia at the moment, there is a tremendous amount of hostility between the different republics of Yugoslavia, and in particular there is renewed bitterness between the Serbs and the Croats, two of the major nationalities in Yugoslavia. The two of the major six republics are Serbia and Croatia. And it should be noted that the history of bitterness between the Serbs and the Croats, although it predates the Cold War and World War II, it reached a peak during that period when independent Croatia, the fascist puppet state of Croatia, conducted a brutal campaign against Serbs as well as Jews and communists, and that is something we're going to be looking at in the broadcast this evening. And in particular, we're going to take a look at the Ustashi and the support of Western intelligence and other elements of our national security establishment and the Vatican for the Ustashi and their continued activities to this day. The Ustashi also represent a very important element of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Rereading a short section from the article that we read earlier, Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism by Howard Goldenthal and Russ Bellant, by way of easing into our discussion of Yugoslavia, the destabilization of Yugoslavia, and the fascist Ustashi presence in that destabilization. Another Nazi collaborator and separatist who came back from the West looking for a state was Ivo Omarkanin, and again I'm not sure about the pronunciation, Omarcanin, an official during the war with the foreign ministry of the state of independent Croatia. After the war, Omarkanin helped other Nazis, including Ustasha President Ante Pavelic, Pavelic, and Klaus Barbie, escape to Latin America. While in the U.S., Omarkanin took part in events sponsored by the quasi-Nazi Institute for Historical Review. In an interview with the Yugoslav magazine ST, Omarkanin said he had returned to Croatia to register a new political party. He blamed Jews for massacres against Croatians during the war. He claimed Jasenovac, a concentration camp set up to handle Jews and Serbs, was a Hollywood production. Quote, "You can see how big of an imagination these Jews have when they make cartoons. Those are all made by Jews," unquote. Well, it would appear that Ivo Omarkanin is not alone in his Ustashi and pro-fascist and anti-Semitic views. He has plenty of company in Croatia, and the activities of people like him are one of the factors exacerbating the ethnic bitterness in Yugoslavia today. Reading a short section from the San Jose Mercury News from Sunday, March 17th of 1991. This is an article by Carol J. Williams of the Los Angeles Times. It's headlined, "Serbia and Croatia on the Verge of War." It's datelined Belgrade, Yugoslavia, and it reads in part as follows. Yugoslavia's largest republics moved onto a war footing Saturday, with Serbia and Croatia mobilizing police and reservists in the wake of a federal leadership crisis that has heightened the likelihood of a military coup. Those tensions, at least for the time being, have cooled somewhat, but when you see Serbia and Croatia on a war footing, quote-unquote, it should, for a student of Eastern European history and the Second World War and fascism in particular, bring back a familiar, albeit very terrible and depressing recognition, namely a resurgence and a revival of the conflict between the Serbs and the Croats, which was the central element in the brutal Ustashi regime during the Second World War. Reading now from the New York Times of Monday, March 4th of 1991, this is an article by Stephen Engelberg, Engelberg, dateline Pakrac, Yugoslavia, or Pakrac, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, Pakrac. It's headlined, "Serb-Croat Showdown in One Village Square," and it reads in part as follows. The enmity between Serbs and Croats, who make up the largest of Yugoslavia's 6 republics, has deep roots. About 30 miles from Pakrac, at the Jasenovac concentration camp, tens of thousands of Serbs, Gypsies, and Jews were killed when it was run by the fascist puppet government of Croatia during World War II. For the Serbs, the memory of the wartime atrocity is long. Jovan Miljanic, Miljanic, a 70-year-old retired road worker, stood with a group of Serbian men on the outskirts of Pakras today and declared, quote, "If the Croatian police does not withdraw, there will be victims. The Croatians killed people, stuffed them down wells. People still remember this. They get frightened when they see the same insignia that they saw in the war years," unquote. By the way, it should be noted, too, that the Croatian militia, the Croatian police, have to show a pure Croatian heritage going back several generations, and they prevented a Serbian march to commemorate the slaughter of Serbs at Jasenovac. Rereading this last couple of sentences, quoting this fellow, Jovan Miljanic, Miljanic, Miljanic. "If the Croatian police does not withdraw, there will be victims. The Croatians killed people and stuffed them down wells. People still remember this. They get frightened when they see the same insignia that they saw in the war years." And that insignia, of course, is the Ustashi insignia. And just exactly why that is so terrifying to people from Serbia, well, we're now going to recount some of that history, and I think it'll become only too clear what those people are afraid of and why the memories are long and bitter. We're going to review now, we're going to illuminate the history of the Ustashi, the brutal Croatian fascists who collaborated and even outdid the Nazis in their ferocity during World War II. We're going to take a look at a section of a book called Wanted, The Search for Nazis in America. It's authored by Howard Bloom, B-L-U-M, published in hardcover edition by Quadrangle Books, copyright 1977. And in this book, there's a chapter about Andrija Artukovic, the Ustashi minister of the Interior, who was nicknamed the Himmler of the Balkans and who oversaw the brutal campaign against the Serbs and Jews and Gypsies in fascist Croatia during the Second World War. This man's name, by the way, is Andrija Artukovic, spelled Andrija Artukovic. And of Artukovic, Jasenovac, the brutal concentration camp he set up, and the atrocities committed by the Ustashi, the ones that rightly terrify the people of Serbia, Bloom writes as follows. Andrija Artukovic was a guest of the German government at the Hotel Kaiserhof in Berlin when Enterprise 25 took place. Enterprise 25, the code name for Hitler's order to his high command to destroy Yugoslavia, quote, both militarily and as a state, unquote, began minutes before 7 a.m. on April 6, 1941. On that morning, Luftwaffe planes bombed Belgrade while German troops, along with their Italian, Bulgarian, and Hungarian allies, crossed Yugoslav borders. Within 4 days, German forces occupied Zagreb and were pushing south. A telegram sent by Pavelic in Rome to Hitler, that, by the way, is Ante Pavelic, the Poglavnik, who was the head of state of wartime fascist Croatia. Repeating once again, a telegram sent by Pavelic in Rome to Hitler rejoiced, quote, at the moment of the entry of the glorious and invincible German troops into my homeland, I take the liberty, Führer, of conveying to you my gratitude and devotion. Independent Croatia will tie her future to the new order in Europe, which you, Führer, and the Duce have created, unquote. On April 17, 1941, the Yugoslav army surrendered. The union which one world war had created was now destroyed by another. Interrupting, Yugoslavia was put together at the end of World War I. It previously, and its member republics, had been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's worth noting here that Pavelic, by way of digression, Pavelic, perhaps not actually, talks about the new order in Europe. We're now hearing George Bush, himself allied with many of these same elements, talking about the new world order. That was Hitler's phrase, precisely. It's also worth noting here that the Enterprise 25 was to destroy Yugoslavia both militarily and as a state. It's worth speculating about the extent to which we are now furthering Enterprise 25 on behalf of Hitler. Continuing here with the description of what happened in Yugoslavia in general and wartime Croatia in particular. The Nazis supervised the partitioning of the country. The Italians were given most of the Dalmatian coast. Hungary and Bulgaria grabbed other pieces of the spoils, while the Nazis kept old Serbia with its capital of Zagreb for their own rule. Croatia, though, became an independent state, an Ustashi state designed and ultimately controlled by the Nazis. By the way, Ustashi is U-S-T-A-S-H-I. You'll also hear it called Ustasha. That is the name. It means warrior in Croatian. That is the name of the Croatian fascist organization. 5 days after the proclamation of the independent state of Croatia, Pavlich and Artukovic, accompanied by German and Italian troops, led a contingent of 200 armed and uniformed Ustashi soldiers through the streets of Zagreb. They had returned, finally triumphant, to take control. Immediately, a Nazi-sponsored cabinet was announced. Pavlich as chief of state and as his number 2 man, the interior minister Andrei Artukovic. The decade of exile was finally over. For years, power had been the obsession. Now an independent Croatia realized a new, more terrible obsession would take its place, the complete and permanent institutionalization of this power. The ferocious brutality that powerless exile had masked, Ustashi rule would quickly expose. During the first summer alone, an estimated 180,000 Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies would be slaughtered. The man directing this genocide was Andrei Artukovic. It was Artukovic who on April 30th, 1941, signed the Decrees of Racial Affiliation, unquote, which defined the term Jew. Artukovic's Croatian adaptation of the Nazi racial law was even more stringent than its model. Another series of anti-Jewish laws, all based on the Nazi Nuremberg decrees, quickly followed. The nationalization of Jewish property and business, the prohibition of intermarriage, the prohibition of employing female Aryan servants under 45, the establishment of racial origin for members of the state bureaucracy and the professions, and the racial identity law, which required that, quote, persons of the Jewish race over the age of 14 must wear signs identifying themselves as Jews in the form of a round tin plate when outside their homes. This sign must be worn so that it can be seen on the left side of the breast. Each of these decrees was signed by Interior Minister Andrei Artukovic. But legislation was not a sufficient solution to the Jewish question, quote-unquote. The decisive and healthy grasp, quote-unquote, which Artukovic boasted about to the Sabor, that's the Croatian parliament, came in the form of decree, and it's in Roman numerals. I'm not even going to attempt to cover this. Came in the form of a decree. This law, signed by Artukovic, legalized the establishment of 20 concentration camps. The camps were directly controlled by Artukovic. It was the intelligence service, security service, and Ustashi police units specifically under the command of the Minister of the Interior, which organized the mass arrests and supervised the exterminations. Jasenovac, a former brickyard, was transformed under the personal direction of Artukovic into the largest Croatian extermination camp. Artukovic, working with the assistance of Adolf Eichmann, supervised the conversion of the brick kilns into ovens where thousands of Serbs and Jews were burned alive. Death at these camps, though, was not just by anonymous fire. The Ustashi, even more so than the Gestapo, demanded a more personal involvement in their evil. The Ustashi murderers killed their victims with an atavistic passion. Throat slashings, eye gougings, tongue extractions, axe decapitations, and disembowelments all were common ways of death for enemies of the state. The Ustashi seemed to lust after barbarism, personally challenging each other to respond more wildly to Pavlich's call to blood, quote-unquote. At Jasenovac, contests were conducted to see which Ustashi could execute the fastest with his graviso, Graviso, a long, curved-bladed knife. Petar Brzica, Brzica, was the champion. His graviso cut through 1,300 throats in a single night. For nearly 4 years, the killings continued. Artukovic's executioners hunted in the towns and cities of Croatia for those he had labeled, quote, the poisonous damagers and insatiable parasites, unquote. His men were very effective. Over 300,000 Yugoslavs were victims of the Ustashi, and despite all the killings, Artukovic personally demanded more excess. It was Artukovic, according to Yugoslav documents, who ordered Chief of Police Franjo Truhar, Truhar, to, quote, kill all the Serbs and Jews without exception, unquote. It was Artukovic who warned the mayor of Serin, Cerin, quote, if you can't kill Serbs or Jews, you are an enemy of the state, unquote. It was Artukovic who scolded Simon Buntic, Buntic, for killing only 2 Serbs. Quote, you should not have come to me at all if you have not killed 200 Serbs. So, obviously, the people of Serbia are to be understood when they have long memories about the brutalities of the Ustashi. But eventually, like all good things, the independent state of Croatia, at least for the time being, came to an end, continuing with Blum's account. But as the Reich crumbled, so did the independent state of Croatia. On May 4th, 1945, the German troops pulled out of Croatia, and the Ustashi followed. For Pavlich and Artukovic, the years on the run began once more. They changed into civilian clothes, and under the protection of the retreating Nazis, managed to reach Austria. Well, we're going to take a look now at the post-war career of the Ustashi, although the independent state of Croatia, at least for the time being, remains a goal and not one to be actualized, although Croatia is moving towards independence right now. The fact of the matter is the Ustashi remained very much together and very active under the auspices of organizations like the Gehlen Organization and also the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations in the World Anti-Communist League. That league, again, has been renamed the World League for Freedom and Democracy. If there's anything they're not concerned with, it's freedom and democracy. A very good book about the World Anti-Communist League came out a few years ago. It's called Inside the League, subheaded The Shocking Expose of How Terrorists, Nazis, and Latin American Death Squads Have Infiltrated the World Anti-Communist League. It's co-authored by Scott Anderson and John Lee Anderson, published in hardcover by Dodd, Mead & Company, and copyrighted 1986. The subhead here, the subtitle is a little ridiculous. The shocking expose of how terrorists, Nazis, and Latin American death squads have infiltrated the World Anti-Communist League. That's a little like saying the shocking expose of how terrorists and Nazis have infiltrated the Gestapo. I mean, it's basically what the organization was put together for, and it's remained true to its creed. Now, of the post-war continuation of the Ustashi, John Lee and Scott Anderson write as follows in Inside the League. Perhaps no other European fascist group escaped quite as intact as the Croatian Ustasha. Although thousands of lesser officials and soldiers were captured either by the Soviet Army or Tito's partisans, and almost always summarily executed, virtually the entire leadership escaped. Responsible for the slaughter of 1 million of their countrymen, the Ustashi were able to elude justice through a combination of Allied incompetence, Vatican complicity, the chaos of post-war Europe, the mutual suspicions of the United States and the Soviet Union, the generous assistance of the Argentine and Spanish governments, and the solidarity of Croatian émigrés in every part of the world. Skipping down. Portraying themselves as victims of communist persecution whose only crimes, quote-unquote, were to be Croatian patriots, the Ustashi quickly set up front groups in their exile communities. In 1956, Pavlich founded the Croatian Liberation Movement, or HOP, with its headquarters and its Supreme Council in Buenos Aires. Stepan Hefer, H-E-F-E-R, the loyal henchman, was named to the Supreme Council. In exile, Hefer made no attempt to hide his allegiance to the Ustasha cause or his bitterness at the United States and Great Britain for having failed to accept the Croatians as allies. I would interrupt. That bitterness, at least against the United States, should have faded at this point. Continuing. The great Western powers preferred to fight against the idea of nationalism because of their own selfish reasons. The Western democratic powers also accepted the propaganda of Tito and the Yugoslav communists and proclaimed Croatian nationalism and Croatian revolutionary struggle for freedom under the leadership of the Croatian Ustasha movement as Nazi fascism, unquote. After rival Croatians attempted to assassinate Pavlich the following year, the Poglavnik sought refuge in Spain. That's P-O-G-L-A-V-N-I-K. That's his formal title. He lived quietly and reclusively in Madrid until his death from natural causes in December of 1959. He is buried in a secret cemetery outside Madrid. On Pavlich's death, the leadership of the HOP passed to Stepan Hefer. Other factions appeared, each claiming to be the true inheritor of the Ustasha creed. Some were more than willing to display their adherence to Pavlich's teachings by acts of terror. One, the Croatian Revolutionary Brotherhood, a hit squad formed in Australia in 1961, is composed mainly of second-generation Croatians who have maintained close ties with the old Ustasha network. One more time, because we're going to take a look at a second-generation Croatian Ustasha in a second. One, the Croatian Revolutionary Brotherhood, a hit squad formed in Australia in 1961, is composed mainly of second-generation Croatians who have maintained close ties with the old Ustasha network. Skipping down once again. The Ustashi continue to have a great deal of strength within Croatian émigré communities throughout the world, including in the United States. They now portray themselves as Democrats, quote-unquote, and again quoting, in harmony with the American tradition of freedom and independence, unquote. But such Croatian newspapers as Danica, D-A-N-I-C-A, and Nasa Nada, N-A-S-A-N-A-D-A, the latter the official newspaper of the Croatian Catholic Union of the United States, continue to pay reverence to their fallen Poglavnik and his Ustasha cause. The Ustashi have managed to get their voices and demands heard not only through acts of terrorism, but also through the forum of international organizations like the World Anti-Communist League. After the death of Hefer in 1973, his place as head of the Croatian chapter of the League was taken by Anton Bonifacic, B-O-N-I-F-A-C-I-C, another former Ustasha official living in Chicago. As president of the fallen Pavlic's Croatian Liberation Movement, Bonifacic now represents Croatia at League conferences, giving speeches and passing resolutions on the continuing struggle for the independent state of Croatia, liberally rewriting history in doing so. Whereas the Croatian nation, quoting here, whereas this is from a speech here given by Bonifacic, and bear in mind, of course, the World Anti-Communist League was a major, not only a source of ideological inspiration for the Reagan and Bush administrations, but also a major organ of foreign policy. John Singlaub and the World Anti-Communist League were heavily involved with supporting the Contras in Nicaragua. Returning here to Bonifacic and his misrepresentation of Croatian history, whereas the Croatian nation was subject to the unprecedented genocide in which massacre of about 1 million Croatians were slaughtered by communists or Serbs who were opposed to the Croatian self-determination and national independence. Of course, this is interrupting here. This is a 180-degree reversal of the facts. It was the Croatians, as we've seen, who did the slaughtering of the Serbs and communist Jews and Gypsies. Continuing, or reviewing here, whereas the Croatian nation was subjected to the unprecedented genocide in which massacre of about 1 million Croatians were slaughtered by communists or Serbs who were opposed to the Croatian self-determination and national independence. Therefore, the 11th Conference of the WACL resolves to declare that the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, this artificial creation of Versailles and Yalta, should be substituted by free, independent, and democratic states, unquote. This is a WACL resolution, obviously aiming at breaking up Yugoslavia, which appears to be going on right now. Continuing, interestingly, Taiwan, the chief sponsor of the WACL, is one of only 2 nations in the world to recognize the Croatian liberation movement as a legitimate government in exile. The extent to which the Ustashi have been able to influence world opinion and portray reports of their past crimes as nothing more than communist propaganda is perhaps best illustrated by the machinations over April 10th, 1941. Take note of this because this is very important. The extent to which the Ustashi have been able to influence world opinion and portray reports of their past crimes as nothing more than communist propaganda is perhaps best illustrated by the machinations over April 10th, 1941. April 10th, 1941 was the day the Germans invaded Yugoslavia and established the Ustasha regime. Today, among both the old Ustashi and the new, April 10th is known as Croatian Independence Day. To Yugoslavians, especially Serbs and Jews, it is remembered as the day their Holocaust began. During his tenure as governor of California, Ronald Reagan passed a resolution recognizing the date as Independent Croatia Day as a favor to his Croatian constituents. One more time. During his tenure as governor of California, Ronald Reagan passed a resolution recognizing the date as Independent Croatia Day as a favor to his Croatian constituents. He later rescinded the proclamation and apologized to the Yugoslav government when informed of the true significance of April 10th. A simple, if embarrassing, mistake, but others haven't picked up the cue. In a pamphlet put out by the National Republican Heritage Groups Council, a branch of the Republican Party, entitled 1984 Guide to Nationality Observances, unquote, there is this heading under April 10th, Croatian Independence Day. The independent state of Croatia was declared by unanimous proclamation in 1941, thus ending an enforced union with royalist Yugoslavia in which Croatian independence was subverted and threatened. Lack of Western support and Axis occupation forced the new state into an unfortunate association with the Axis powers. The Ustasha historical returning to the Anderson's text, the Ustasha historical revisionists could not have said it any better. Now, again, April 10th is the date on which Croatia became independent as the fascist puppet state of the Nazis, and it also was the date on which Artukovic and Pavlich began their slaughter, which we have already heard described in Wanted the Search for Nazis in America. It should be noted that not only Ronald Reagan, but the National Republican Heritage Groups Council have basically, at least Reagan for a time, and the National Republican Heritage Groups Council still carried on the mythology of the April 10th holiday. We're now going to take a look at something which falls quite close to home. By way of taking a look at the link between the Croatian fascists and their supporters in the United States and the Croatian fascists and the separatists in Yugoslavia today, the ones who are helping to promote the friction with Serbia, I'm going to play you a section of a broadcast that was featured on sister station KKUP-FM on April 6th of 1989. For many years, KKUP had a program called the Croatian Radio Hour. This was hosted by the person you're going to hear speaking in just a minute. His name is Ante Jakovcevic, spelled Jakovcervic. And on April 6, 1989, he held forth about the April 10th holiday and misrepresented history about as fundamentally as Bonifacic did in the section of Inside the League that we heard, and as the Republican National Heritage Groups Council and for a time Ronald Reagan did as well. This particular individual obviously is of Ustashi sympathies, and it is to be noted that after he left the United States, he was dismissed from KKUP as a result of having made this broadcast, a process I was able to assist KKUP General Manager Al Calamay in doing. It should be noted that he went back to Croatia, and he is now, according to a reliable source, functioning in an official capacity for the new independence-minded government of Croatia. I'm not sure whether he's an official, a civilian official or functionary of some kind, or bureaucrat, or whether he's a member of the Croatian militia who have to prove a Croatian heritage going back several generations. But this fellow, Ante Jakovcevic, who you're about to hear, is now functioning in Croatia on an official capacity for the Croatian government there. Now, again, this program, which you're about to hear, is a section of a broadcast of the Croatian Radio Hour. It was aired on KKUP-FM on April 6th of 1989, and for those people who eventually hear this program by tape and in other areas, KKUP-FM is a licensed, non-commercial, listener-sponsored radio station that is a member of the National Federation of Community Broadcasters, and it is a nice liberal, at least in theory, radio station. Most of the people there are liberals. I myself broadcast on that station. But it's worth noting just how easy it is for fascist elements to infiltrate a progressive organization and to maintain an influence there. Of course, people do not know what the Ustashi are. You talk to most Americans and you ask them what an Ustashi is, they're going to say, well, is that like a Watusi or is it more like a jacuzzi? They've never heard of it. But the fact of the matter is that ignorance permits people like Ante Jakovcevic to operate in the way that he was able to do so successfully for many years. Again, the following broadcast was aired on KKUP-FM on April 6th. Of 1989.
And we got another call from Jan Bakotic, and he asked us what we know about coming event in the Croatian church on the Sunday. He received a flyer, and what is about that? And coming Sunday, it's not a church celebration, it's a celebration by Međudruštveni odbor Sjeverne Kalifornije. And this will be April 10th, which is a day when was established independent state of Croatia. And I will give a little more history later, but to answer question to Mr. Jan, it's going to be mass and will be program after that with the group Knez Branimir and Tamburica Kralj Tomislav, and for dancing we'll play with Dubrovnik. So that's about this group that are organized, are all groups, political groups together that celebrate that political date that was independent state of Croatia. And 1918 was established first Yugoslavia, and then after that, in that period was Kingdom of Slovenia, Croatia, and Serbia. And of course, during that period, people there were not happy with that situation in Yugoslavia. Was not freedom, was not national freedom for anybody who was not Serbian, and because was in general Serbians in power, so. What was people at that call history as control Serbian hegemony. That's what call, if you ask Slovenian and Croatians about that. So when Germany was invited Yugoslavia was capitulating and break in 6-7 days, and that time was formed independent state of Croatia, and also in another Croatia before that was in Austro-Hungary monarchy for many years. And before 1918 was in Austro-Hungary monarchy, and then when Austro-Hungary monarchy was break, then was established that first Yugoslavia and Kingdom of Slovene Croatians and Serbians, but king was a Serbian king, and so of course he was ruling in his way. So then when Germany was invited at that first Yugoslavia, then Yugoslavia break in the part, and was independent state of Croatia was established. And that state was for 4 years. And then during that period was another part of people that got together, and they were fighting against this state. And so Croatian people were split in two. One were defending this state of Croatia, and another were fighting with communists for another Yugoslavia with President Tito. And so that was after 4 years was established second Yugoslavia with President Tito, and so people and political organization who support independent state of Croatia then celebrate this date, and so that's what is Mr. Jan all about. So if anybody has any other questions, even our political, we don't mind. This is free country, we can speak and we can talk about, and if anybody has anything to ask, we will willing to answer whatever we know. So call us at 253-6000, 253-6000. So we will try to answer on this Croatian radio program, 91.5 FM in Cupertino, KKUP station.
Yeah, well, he was there for a while. He's not there anymore, as I say, as a direct result of that broadcast. He was ousted from KKUP, a process I'm proud to say I was able to assist in considerably. Unfortunately, KKUP's gain was Croatia's loss. He is now, as I said, back in Croatia, functioning in an official capacity for the new Croatian separatist-minded government there. And note again the fundamental misrepresentation of history that the Ustashi have been so successful in creating and perpetuating, that they themselves were the victims. Certainly there have been all kinds of hostilities and discriminations back and forth for centuries in the Balkans and Yugoslavia in particular, but they were not the victims of persecution. They were the persecutors and active and brutal collaborators of the Nazis, as we looked at in the horrifying description of the slaughter conducted by the Ustashi. And it's worth noting the fundamental distortions of history that this fellow was talking about, how Germany was invited into Yugoslavia. Well, of course, Germany was not invited into Yugoslavia any more than they were invited into any of the other places they wound up. And it's worth noting, though, that these people are very much with us today. They did not disappear, unfortunately. And as author William Faulkner noted in one of my favorite quotes, Faulkner noted that, quote, "The past is never dead and buried. It isn't even past." And it's worth noting again the continuity between what goes on in America here and what is now going on in Eastern Europe by way of the destabilization. This fellow, Ante Kovčević, is functioning in Eastern Europe. I'm not sure whether he's a bureaucrat or a political official or a member of the Croatian militia, but he's there and he's doing his thing. I guess he was invited into Croatia, just like the Germans were invited into Yugoslavia in 1941. That concludes this archive show. As I say, I think that I'll read one more article by way of conclusion next week to wind up Radio Free America 36. This concludes the prepared portion of tonight's broadcast. I'm now going to give a brief summation of what is going to be included in Radio Free America 36, the sixth and final installment. That title, once again, or the title of Radio Free America 36, is The Destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, a Prelude to World War III? And what I'm going to begin with is a brief synopsis of what we have looked at so far in this series by way of review. I'm going to review the central points of the first 5 installments. Then we're going to delve back into a very, very important issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, specifically Covert Action Information Bulletin issue number 35. And I'm going to read a section of one more article and all of another by way of concluding and summing up and examining one of the main reasons why the current activities of the U.S. intelligence apparatus and the far right in this country, of course those two things are inextricably linked, why exactly these events and goings-on are so very, very dangerous, or one of the reasons why they're so very, very dangerous. We're going to begin by taking a look at a section of an essay by a fellow called Melvin Beck, last name B-E-C-K, and he is an expert or a student of the U.S. intelligence system and counterintelligence in particular. There's an essay in CAIB number 35 called The Loosening of Political Barriers, and he points out quite correctly, in my opinion, that both the Pentagon and the CIA essentially have a stock in maintaining the Cold War, that the huge budgets, the defense budgets that the Pentagon has enjoyed over the years are going to be reduced if, in fact, the Soviet menace, quote-unquote, is no longer perceived as such, that there is an attempt to destabilize the USSR and to provoke a reintroduction of Stalinism, a restarting of the Cold War has been one of the central themes of this program, and Melvin Beck obviously tends to agree with at least some aspects of that. We are also going to look at a long essay called The Balance of Terror. This is authored by a fellow, not too long an essay, but all of an essay by a fellow who calls himself Boris Badinov, B-A-D-I-N-O-F. That's a pseudonym for a journalist and researcher who is watching the developments in Eastern Europe. He has an essay called Balance of Terror, and this Balance of Terror essay is one of the things that I think will represent one of the central points in this conclusion of Radio Free America 36. He basically points out that if there is a significant imbalance in the balance of terror that has existed between the U.S. and the USSR, and beyond that, if one side, in this case the USSR, feels that there is a serious compromising and weakening of its intelligence system, that in and of itself would make a nuclear war more probable, not less probable. I'm in agreement with that, and we will be presenting that this evening for your examination. We will conclude both the prepared portion of tonight's broadcast and this last installment of Radio Free America number 36 with a couple of articles from the press this past week. Both of these, as a matter of fact, from today's San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle. Today, by the way, being Sunday, April 7th, 1991, for those of you who eventually hear this by tape or on tape. We are first going to be taking a look at the proposition currently being weighed in the United States to begin sharing technology with the Soviet Union concerning the remote disabling of nuclear weapons should those weapons fall into the hands of dissident nationalists within the USSR. There has been a proposition floated to share remote disabling technology with the Soviet Union in order to prevent the possibility of nationalist or terrorist groups within the USSR getting their hands on nuclear weapons. Many nuclear weapons have been removed from some of the most unstable republics in the Soviet Union, I wonder whether perhaps this is one of the carrots being floated along with a stick of the continued destabilization of the USSR and the reintroduction of fascist elements into the USSR and Eastern Europe that we've looked at over the past several weeks. We will talk about that, and we're going to take a look at an old and ominous name who has been discussing this, a fellow by the name of Sven Kramer, National Security Council member and the son of Fritz Kramer, the former plans officer for the U.S. Army for over 20 years, and also almost certainly formerly the chief of staff of the 6th SS Panzer Army for Hitler's Germany. We will conclude with a look at some comments by Dirty Dick Nixon. The evil one himself is back, and he has been in the USSR, and he basically discounts the Soviet Union as a world power. He says that basically their economy is so bad that even their military power no longer is relevant, and that their economy is so bad that they will not be able to keep up with military developments here in the United States. That will be by way of taking a look at what has happened in the past and what we can expect in the future. Dick Nixon himself, an individual who has a very sordid past, and unfortunately an individual who has been politically rehabilitated in spite of the fact that his connections range all the way from some of the Gehlen and Third Reich veterans that we've looked at for so many years on this program, all the way up through and including the assassination of President Kennedy. The JFK assassination was one of the things which lay at the heart of Watergate, even though tragically the mainstream press and even most of the so-called alternative press have chosen to ignore those very, very important connections. That is what we have on tap, and after a very short musical break, we will come back with the main body of tonight's final installment of Radio Free America program number 36, the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. It's time now to begin the actual main body of the final installment of Radio Free America program number 36. This is the sixth installment of the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. And I'm going to highlight very briefly the major points that we have looked at so far by way of not only reviewing for the benefit of those of you who have missed programs, but also by way of tying together the many points of information in this broadcast, because this is a program, as I mentioned, that has been carried on over now, including tonight's broadcast, a 6-week period. In the first installment, we began taking a look at one of the major underlying theses of the hypothesis that I'm looking at in this program, namely that the destabilization of the USSR has involved, among other things, what is in essence a flanking maneuver both on the southern and northern flanks of the Soviet Union. It is my opinion that the Gulf War, among other things, and it should be remembered in this regard, that when the U.S. national security establishment decides to move on any given issue, they do so when to move in that direction will scratch a number of different strategic itches at different levels simultaneously. Now, digressing briefly to review vis-a-vis the Gulf War, the Gulf War has accomplished a number of different things that the national security establishment and the American far right have wanted. Domestically, of course, it has dramatically boosted the fortunes of George Bush. Domestically, it has also forestalled massive cuts in the defense budget, which had been forecast as a result of the, quote, end, unquote, of the Cold War. It has also served domestically to boost the profits of oil companies to a considerable extent. Domestically, it has also obscured a lot of very, very troubling economic issues ranging from the gutting of the Bill of Rights, very disturbing legislation and judicial decisions that have been handed down, to the very precarious economic situation that the United States is in at the moment. Internationally, it has accomplished a number of different things. For one thing, a very clear message has been sent to any third world country that might attempt to challenge the military might of the United States. According to a United Nations report, Iraq has been bombed back to the pre-industrial stage, literally bombed back to the Stone Age, as the cliche has it. That undoubtedly has to serve as a blunt warning to any nation that would choose to challenge the United States militarily in the future, particularly a third world country that might attempt to resist the will not only of the United States, but by extension that of the multinational corporations as well. It is my opinion that one of the most important aspects of the Gulf War, and this is the aspect which ties in with the thesis, the hypothesis that I've been developing here over the last 6 weeks, that the Gulf War also represents in essence, a flanking maneuver against the Soviet Union on its southern flank, and consequently, a means of exerting tremendous pressure on the USSR. Now, reviewing very briefly, one of the most basic, or arguably the most basic, military maneuver in military strategic considerations is what is known as a flanking maneuver. A flanking maneuver was used by General Schwarzkopf to defeat the Iraqis. What it involves, basically, is projecting one's forces around the flank of your enemy's line of defense. This permits your forces to do a couple of things. First of all, to attack the enemy from his rear and cut off his lines of supply. That obviously will affect victory relatively quickly. Or if the enemy turns his forces around in order to meet the threat from the rear, that weakens his central line of defense, thus permitting a frontal assault to stand a much greater chance of breakthrough and success than it otherwise would. A flanking maneuver, because of its great effectiveness and the tremendous threat that it presents to a line of defense, is something which any military defense strategist will seek to avoid at any cost. The Gulf War involved the projection of enormous U.S. military power, including a lot of very sophisticated high-tech weaponry, onto the Soviet Union's southern flank. That took place at a very narrow distance from the Soviet Union. Also, Iraq utilized a lot of Soviet weaponry, although much of it was several generations out of date. Some of it was up to date. And beyond that, it should also be noted that the Iraqis also utilized some aspects of Soviet defensive strategy, although their military is not viewed as being up to a par with that of the Soviet Union. All of that notwithstanding, one of the things that we looked at in the first installment of Radio Free America 36 6 weeks ago, was the fact that the relative success, in particular of U.S. air power and some of the U.S. air fleet's high-tech weaponry, has been viewed with considerable alarm by the Soviet High Command, and this has led them to not only reevaluate their own air defenses, but beyond that, it has created considerable anxiety in the Soviet Union and in the Soviet Military High Command about the projected cuts in Soviet military spending. The fear is that this would place them at a disadvantage at some point in the not-too-distant future vis-a-vis the United States. Obviously, the Soviet economy is in very, very bad shape. Continued high levels of military spending will make that very bad, weakened economy even worse, and consequently, that will cause the social unrest currently ravaging the Soviet Union to increase, and that, of course, will have a destabilizing effect on the USSR. We also took a look at the independence and nationalist movement in Lithuania, which is explicitly fascist in character. In a very important article from Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35, which we will be going back into once again this evening, we took a look at the Sąjūdis movement in Lithuania, that is the nationalist movement in Lithuania, and we reviewed some very important though little-known aspects of Lithuanian history. Lithuania, after it became independent from the Soviet Union, Lithuania had been part of the Russian Empire since the 18th century. After the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, it became independent, and in the 1920s, it became the second fascist state in Europe. As an independent country, it was specifically modeled after the corporate state set up by Mussolini in Italy in the early 1920s. And we took a look at the links between President Landsbergis, historical and cultural links between President Landsbergis of Lithuania and Lithuania's fascist past. The fascist militia, which were operant in Lithuania and represented the basic security forces of fascist independent Lithuania, were called the Savandorii or Svandorii. I don't know how it's pronounced. Savandorii. President Landsbergis' father was a member of the Savandorii, and upon assuming the presidency of Lithuania, he not only revived the Savandorii in defiance of Soviet law, but brought back both the flag and national anthem of independent and fascist Lithuania. Beyond that, we took a look at how the Savandorii and independent quote-unquote Lithuania actively collaborated with the Third Reich, including the final solution, the Holocaust, the liquidation of Lithuanian Jewry, when the Third Reich invaded the Soviet Union in 1941. We then took a look at how three intersecting organizations, first of all, the National Endowment for Democracy, and then the two organizations used by that have helped to reproject fascism into Lithuania. Landsbergis has received active assistance in basically restoring fascist elements to Lithuania and attempting to break Lithuania away from the USSR from not only the National Endowment for Democracy, but specifically the two main organs of NED activity inside Lithuania. Those organizations are the Lithuanian Catholic Religious Aid, or LCRA, and the very closely linked LIC, or Lithuanian Information Center. Those organizations were founded by a fellow named Archbishop Burgess, and I think that's how his name is pronounced, Brizygyys, or Brizgys. Let me double-check the spelling on that. I'm operating off the top of my head here. However, since I have the Covert Action Information Bulletin in front of me, I might as well get that and actually verify the spelling. It's Brizgys. Okay, only one Y. Brizgys. I'm going to pronounce that Burgess, but that may be wrong. In any event, Archbishop Burgess had a history of collaboration with the Third Reich during the Nazi occupation of the USSR. He denies that, but there is abundant documentation for that. We went into that in this first installment of Radio Free America Program 36. And through the activities of LCRA and LIC, again, founded by a fellow who actively collaborated with the Third Reich and whose history of involvement with Lithuanian fascism is basically a matter of public record. At least we took a look at that part of the public record which is available in this particular article. It is to be noted that the return of fascist symbols and fascist elements to Lithuania should come as no great surprise, given the fascist antecedents of LCRA-LIC, and given their activities on behalf of the National Endowment for Democracy inside Lithuania. It should come as no surprise whatsoever that those kinds of elements and those kinds of symbols should reemerge in Lithuania. Now, as I mentioned, in one of the central points of the first section of Radio Free America 36 is that the Baltic states, which were ceded to the Soviet Union as a result of the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1941, something the U.S. has never recognized, the Baltic states represent an absolutely critical area strategically for the Soviet Union. They give the Soviet Union their only warm water ports outside of the Kamchatka Peninsula and Vladivostok. Vladivostok is not ice-free all year round. Beyond that, the elimination of the Baltic states as a Soviet defense area would permit NATO naval forces and the United States in particular to operate with relative impunity right off the Soviet Union in the Baltic Sea. This obviously would badly compromise the Soviet Union from the standpoint of military strategy, and consequently it is something that I don't think the Soviet High Command is likely to stand for. I do not think it is at all accidental that we saw a fierce crackdown by the Soviet military in Lithuania and the other Baltic states during the period immediately preceding the Gulf War. The Soviet military and the national security establishment, meaning the KGB and GRU, Soviet military intelligence, have made it very clear that they're not going to tolerate the breakup, the physical dissolution of the Soviet Union into its constituent republics. The proposed Lithuanian and Baltic independence movements are something, therefore, which can be expected to serve as provocation for the Soviet military, and ultimately, I suspect, if the independence programs continue, we may very well see an overt Soviet military coup and military occupation of these areas. Certainly the reintroduction of fascist elements such as the Savandorii, the fascist flag and national anthem, the activities of LCRA-LIC, founded by people like Archbishop Burgess with his history of involvement with fascism. This is something that I don't think the Soviet national security establishment is likely to stand for. I suspect that the United States itself is doing this in order to provoke, at least at one level, to provoke a Soviet response, which in turn would serve to heat up the Cold War. We could then, or our national security establishment could then point to the fact or the contention that we can't trust the Russians, therefore we've got to maintain the high levels of military spending that we have had over the many, many years. Obviously, if the Soviets themselves are forced to match that military spending, that is going to have a further destabilizing effect on the Soviets' economy. Now, another major section, another major element in the first installment is the fact that the Warsaw Pact, in the this first week's downloading of information, the Warsaw Pact is in the process of dissolving. It has formally announced its dissolution. NATO, on the other hand, as a result of the Gulf War and also as a result of the Lithuanian crackdown and fears that may signal a return to the Cold War, has received new vitality, and there is new talk not only of sustaining NATO, but perhaps even of including some of the former Soviet satellite states in an association with NATO. That also figures to greatly provoke the Soviet national security establishment, make them feel even that much more secure, and heighten, in my opinion, the possibilities of a military crackdown in the USSR, with the resultant resurgence or rejuvenation of the Cold War, which I fear may stem from these kinds of activities. Those were the central elements of the first installment of the broadcast. Now, in the second installment, we took a look at how the U.S. military spending, which took place under Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, was not so much to permit the United States to fight a nuclear war successfully, but rather this represented an element of destabilization against the Soviet Union. It was, in the opinion of Mr. Gervasi, Persian Gulf, I believe his name was. Again, I will verify that from the Covert Action Information Bulletin that I have before me. Sean Gervasi, Persian Gulf is another observer, but Sean Gervasi, in an article called A Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union, theorized, and I am in agreement, that the military buildup that what took place in the United States under Ronald Reagan was not intended so much to actually give the United States the ability to successfully fight a nuclear war, as it was intended to destabilize the Soviet Union by forcing continued high levels of Soviet military spending, also denying them key technology, destabilizing them through the use of proxy wars, and this was intended to force changes in the Soviet political system by weakening Soviet society. This was made quite explicit by people like Richard Pipes, a key National Security Council advisor during the Reagan years, and he said in so many words, and Sean Gervasi reports, fortunately, that the real goal was to force political changes in the Soviet Union, to force them away from socialism and into a free market economy by basically placing an insuperable economic burden on the Soviet Union by forcing them to match our extraordinary military expenditures. Two other central elements of the second installment were my contention that the new push for Star Wars, which has taken place as a result of the success of the Patriot missiles against the Scud missiles, even though it's a very different technology, that this is not only something which had been predetermined by the Bush administration, but that this also is intended as an attempt to destabilize the Soviet Union further by forcing further high levels of Soviet military spending. And it is my belief that this had been intended for quite some time, and that also as a result of the Gulf War, the rejuvenation of Star Wars, the obvious destabilizing effect that's likely to have on the Soviet Union by forcing them to match our military buildup, I suspect this also was predetermined. Obviously, we can't say that for sure. It is, as I like to say, food for thought and grounds for further research. I suspect, though, that the rejuvenated Star Wars push, which George Bush introduced during the course of the Gulf War as a result of the success of the Patriot missiles, I suspect that had been predetermined for some time. I also made the point in the second installment that there is very firm evidence that the United States actually provoked Saddam, I'm falling into that trap myself, Saddam Hussein into invading Kuwait. The two main points of information from a very important article in the London Observer from October 21st of 1990 are a study commissioned for Iraq and the other Arab oil-producing states by the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., which strongly advised the Arab nations to push for a $25 a barrel price, saying that the West and the United States consumers in particular would stand for a $25 a barrel price for oil, and recommended that a Gulf state with the military power to do so put pressures on its neighbors to go along with the $25 a barrel price. And beyond that, there were very clear diplomatic signals sent to Saddam Hussein that the U.S. would do nothing if the Iraqis invaded Kuwait, and there were very firm indications all along, or for quite some time, I should say, that they were going to do just that. The most important and most publicized of these diplomatic signals was a conference that a U.S. ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, had with Saddam Hussein, in which she indicated that Arab border disputes were no concern of the United States. As I said, it is my belief and one of the central contentions of the hypothesis that I have been developing over the past several weeks, that though this war had been planned for quite some time, and as I indicated a couple of minutes ago, it satisfied a number of different considerations at different levels, and I suspect the Pentagon had in mind many of the things that it has gained from the Gulf War for quite some time. Certainly the image of the Pentagon and the U.S. military has undergone an enormous boost in prestige as a result of the war. In the third installment, the third week, we took a look at the second kind of pressure to be placed on the Soviet Union as a result of or as a component of the binary destabilization which Sean Gervasi, in his article of Full Court Press, The Destabilization of the Soviet Union, presented in the article we covered in week 2. Now, in that article, Gervasi said that destabilization involves external pressure, and he spoke about the Full Court Press and the military buildup of the Reagan administration as one of the elements putting pressure on the Soviet Union. He also said that, in addition, the destabilizing or attacking power also has to interfere in the domestic politics of the victim nation or the defending nation in order to rearrange its politics according to its own liking. The major vehicle for political intervention in the Soviet Union has been something that we looked at in week 3, an institution called the Free Congress Foundation, or FCF. This is an organization founded by Paul Weyrich, W-E-Y-R-I-C-H, one of the linchpins of the American far right, and an individual who, not incidentally, was very much involved with helping to engineer the political success of Ronald Reagan and the American far right in this country for quite some time. It's worth noting that there are very strong connections between the Free Congress Foundation and Boris Yeltsin, Mikhail Gorbachev's main political opponent in the Soviet Union. It's also worth noting that the Free Congress Foundation has very strong connections to some organizations with fascist past and explicit Nazi involvement. Specifically, we have reviewed connections between Charles Moser, a key FCF official, and the OUN, a Ukrainian fascist and nationalist organization which collaborated first with Nazi Germany, and then jumped to the United States along with the spy organization of Reinhard Gehlen. Recalling briefly, of course, the Gehlen organization is one of the things that we have looked at for many years here on this broadcast. Reinhard Gehlen, last name Gehlen, was Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Eastern Front during World War II. He headed up an organization called FHO, or Fremde Heere Ost. That was the Nazi Eastern Front intelligence organization during the Second World War. After the war, he jumped to the CIA with his entire organization and became, in effect, the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs. It then became, in turn, the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and finally the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the West German intelligence service, now, of course, the German intelligence service, since there is no longer an East and West Germany. It should be noted that in addition to the operational and institutional ties between elements and people associated with FCF, such as Charles Moser, and the OUN, also very closely involved with the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, or ABN, a fascist organization which began in association with Adolf Hitler in 1943, and which also has been a key element not only of the World Anti-Communist League, the former World Anti-Communist League, but also of the Gehlen spy organization. One of the people who was tabbed by FCF to head up FCF political activity in Eastern Europe was a fellow named Laszlo Pastor, last name P-A-S-Z-T-O-R, of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations. Pastor was a former member of the Arrow Cross fascist organization in Hungary. That organization collaborated actively with Hitler, as did Hungary, during the Second World War. And Pastor, very close to ABN also, the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, is a key Free Congress Foundation functionary inside the Soviet Union, and he also has been very active in Hungary as well. Another point that we looked at in the third installment was the attack by Boris Yeltsin, a vicious attack by Yeltsin on Mikhail Gorbachev, the day after Gorbachev proposed his unsuccessful peace initiative for Iraq, thereby, in my opinion and that of several other observers, attempting to forestall what was in essence the U.S. flanking maneuver on the Soviet Union's southern flank. I do not think that the timing of Yeltsin's attack, given his association with people like the Paul Weyrich-founded FCF with its many fascist elements and involvement, the attack by Yeltsin on Gorbachev at that time, I suspect, was no accident. Can't prove it, of course, but it falls into the category of food for thought and grounds for further research, one of the main operating concepts of this broadcast over the years. In the fourth installment, we reviewed from our archives the history of the attempts by the United States and the West in general to destabilize the Soviet Union, and specifically attempts to fragment the Soviet Union and break it up into its constituent nationalities. We took a look at information from Radio Free America, number 1, reviewing the OUN, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, its association with the Third Reich, and its jump to the CIA. The OUN has long advocated an independent Ukraine, and the Ukraine is one of the separatist republics in the Soviet Union at this time. After that, we took a look at information from Radio Free America 14 at the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and its activities attempting to destabilize the Soviet Union over the years. We took a look at an organization which was described in that broadcast as a pre-Wackle, namely the Prometheus Group. The Prometheus Group, which involved, among other things, the Pan-Turkist movement, something which was first founded as an independent well, I shouldn't say independent, but which first flourished not only in Turkey, but also under the sponsorship of the Prometheus organization. It then collaborated with the Third Reich, and like the Gehlen organization with which it is involved, it jumped to the CIA and NATO at the end of World War II. The Prometheus organization collaborated with the Third Reich, and its major goal was not only to remove socialism and Marxism from the Soviet Union, but again to break the Soviet Union up into its constituent nationalist republics. We took a look also at the collaboration between the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and the Pan-Turkists, and also the collaboration between the OUN and the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. And specifically, we took a look at people like Theodor Oberlander, a key Gehlen functionary and SS man during World War II, his connection with the OUN and his connection with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. And again, the review in Section 4 was from Radio Free America shows numbers 1 and 14. In the fifth section, fifth installment of the broadcast, we took a look at the Free Congress Foundation once again, and we jumped from its activities inside the Soviet Union vis-a-vis Boris Yeltsin and the IRG. It's a Communist Party group set up by Yeltsin and Andrei Sakharov. We took a look at FCF activities inside of Eastern Europe, and in particular, we took a look at its connections with organizations that have served as repositories for residual fascist elements in Eastern Europe, and also as vehicles for the apparent resurgence of those very same fascist elements and anti-Semitic elements in Eastern Europe. Specifically, we took a look at the activities of FCF in connection with the Democratic Forum, or New Democratic Forum, in Hungary. That is an organization which has involved the active collaboration of residual members of the Arrow Cross organization, the Hungarian fascist organization with which Laszlo Pastor, the aforementioned Laszlo Pastor, was affiliated. We took a look at FCF activities in Romania and its connections with, among other things, the National Christians, the NCCP, I believe it's, well, I will find the exact title of that organization. I believe it's the National Christians Peasants Party, or NCPP, I guess it is, National Christian Peasants Party. It's not NCCP, National Christians Peasants Party in Romania. That is an organization which had strong connections to FCF and which also has served as a repository for the Iron Guard, the brutal fascist organization which collaborated with the Nazis in World War II and which is showing signs of resurgence inside of Romania. We also reviewed the resurgence of anti-Semitism in that part of the world, and in particular how organizations like the New Democratic Forum and the National Christian Peasants Party have served as vehicles for the resurgence of anti-Semitism in that part of the world. Among the things that we looked at in Week 5, in an article called Balkan Nationalists Peddling Fascism, we took a look at an organization called the Slovak World Congress in Czechoslovakia. Now, during World War II in Czechoslovakia, Slovakia was split up by the Nazis. The Nazis partitioned Czechoslovakia into its various component parts, and Slovakia was set up as an independent puppet fascist state under the Reverend Josef Tiso, last named Tiso. The main fascist collaborationist organization in Czechoslovakia during World War II was the Linka Party, spelled Hlinka, and the Slovak World Congress has served basically as a repository for residual Linka elements in particular as well, just like the New Democratic Forum has served as a vehicle for the Arrow Cross, and as the National Christian Peasants Party has served as a vehicle and repository for the Iron Guardists in Romania. The Slovak World Congress has served as a vehicle for and repository for residual Linka Party elements in Czechoslovakia and around the world. The Linka Party, it should be noted, the Slovak World Congress was founded in and based in Canada, but there are strong connections between that organization and the government of Václav Havel in Czechoslovakia. The three main names to know in connection with Slovak World Congress are a fellow named Josef Kirschbaum and also a guy named Durkansky, and both of them were officials of the Linka Party and war criminals condemned in absentia for their collaboration with the Nazis. The founder of Slovak World Congress, a fellow named Steve Roman, R-O-M-A-N. It's worth noting that a fellow who was formerly director of Protestant broadcasting for Radio Free Europe, itself founded by Reinhard Gehlen, a fellow named Reverend Dusan Toth, T-O-T-H, has been appointed as a special foreign advisor to Václav Havel. It's also worth noting that just as Slovakia had achieved independence, quote-unquote, under the Nazis during World War II, the Slovaks, or many elements of them, are once again agitating under Václav Havel to break off from Czechoslovakia. And so we're seeing, to a certain extent, a recapitulation of the same historical patterns. We then took a look in Section 5 at activities going on inside Yugoslavia, and in particular we focused on the return of the brutal fascists, the Ustashi, or Ustashi-allied elements, in Yugoslavia and Croatia in particular. Yugoslavia has always represented a relatively fragile coalition of nationalities which had been formed at the end of World War I. During World War II, just as Slovakia was set up as an independent collaborationist state in Czechoslovakia by the Nazis, or what had formerly been Czechoslovakia, so Croatia was set up as an independent state inside of what had formerly been Yugoslavia. And we took a look at residual fascist elements, residual Ustashi elements operating under the auspices of not only U.S. intelligence and a fellow named Omar Kanin, O-M-R-C-A-N-I-N. We also took a look at Ustashi elements operating under the auspices of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations as well. We took a look at attempts by Croatia to secede from Yugoslavia and the current possible fragmentation, certainly the enormous friction in Yugoslavia between Serbs and Croats. There is a very complicated ethnic situation inside of Yugoslavia, but we focus primarily on the Serbian and Croatian antagonism, and that is one of the main dynamics inside of Yugoslavia at the moment, which threatens to force the partition of Yugoslavia. It should be noted that we took a look at the statements by a residual Ustashi operating under the auspices of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a fellow named Bonifacic, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, B-O-N-I-F-A-C-I-C, and he stated in an address that he gave before an ABN meeting that it was the goal of the ABN to force the breakup of Yugoslavia. We also took a look in Section 5 at FCF activities and OUN-connected activities inside of the Ukraine and also Latvia as well. One of the major points to understand from Section 5, and one of the major dynamics to take a look at in our examination of the destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, are the fragmentary pressures, or the pressures to fragment some of the states of Eastern Europe into their various ethnic nationalities. There is renewed hostility in Romania between ethnic Hungarians and ethnic Romanians. There is obviously a renewed push for independence by the Slovaks in Czechoslovakia, and Slovakian independence was and the partitioning of Czechoslovakia was actively was done by the Nazis. just as we are seeing attempts by various nationalities inside the Soviet Union to secede from the Soviet Union. Many of the republics are attempting to secede. We are also looking at the attempted breakup or the possible breakup of Yugoslavia into its constituent republics as well. The anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, again a key element of the former World Anti-Communist League and a major vehicle of both political inspiration and covert operation for the Reagan administration and the U.S. national security establishment in general, the goal of the ABN has long been not only the rollback, quote-unquote, of communism from Eastern Europe, but the actual breakup of the Soviet Union into its constituent republics. It should be noted that we are now seeing in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe an actualization of the ABN program to a considerable degree. It's also worth noting again that, as I said earlier, and as we noted in weeks past, as well as in the two-part Radio Free America series about the World Anti-Communist League, that the goal of that the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, I should say, had long been allied not only with the U.S. intelligence, but specifically represented a repository for Third Reich activists, people who had collaborated with the Third Reich or worked directly with the Third Reich, people like Theodor Oberlander, a key SS official. And it should be noted that the ABN was begun in 1943 in cooperation or collaboration with Adolf Hitler. What we are seeing to a considerable extent now in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe is a rejuvenation of and fulfillment of Hitler's agenda, namely the partitioning of the various Eastern European countries, or some of them anyway, into their constituent republics, the perhaps incipient breakup of Yugoslavia. Certainly Yugoslavia is badly weakened. We're seeing renewed pressures to break up Czechoslovakia, with the Slovakian independence movement gaining steam inside of Czechoslovakia. And again, in the Soviet Union, we are seeing renewed pressures by the various constituent republics to secede from the Soviet Union. It should be noted that, again, the Soviet national security establishment has stated in no uncertain terms that it will not stand for the partition of the USSR and for the breakup of the USSR. I don't know, perhaps they will change their mind and stand for that. My guess is they would no more stand for that than Abraham Lincoln stood for the breakup of the United States in the 1860s. It is my guess that if these nationalist and secessionist pressures continue, and it should be noted the active U.S. involvement with some of the most venal and openly fascistic elements involved in those nationalist movements, ultimately we will see a crackdown, perhaps a military coup in the Soviet Union, certainly a military crackdown. This will serve as a pretext for the starting up of the Cold War and a continuation of the high levels of military spending in the United States. That is a brief summary and a brief rundown of what we have looked at in previous installments. After a short musical break, we are now going to finish with the final installment of the destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe and take a look at what has happened as well as what figures to happen in the future. Music and then more information. By way of capping off Radio Free America 36, the destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe. And once again, I would remind listeners that one of the main points to understand as we take a look at what is going on, that the activities currently going on inside the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, both the possible breakup of the Soviet Union, although I doubt that the Soviet military and intelligence services will stand for that. They've already said, at least publicly, that they would not. Also the possible breakup of Yugoslavia, the possible partitioning of Czechoslovakia into Slovakia and the other elements of Czechoslovakia. But these things represent a fulfillment of Hitler's agenda and Hitler's actual policy inside that part of the world. And in a very real sense, the program that I'm doing, Radio Free America 36, could be termed How the USSR Lost the Second World War. And I mean that quite literally. I suspect ultimately that the destabilization of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe will lead to a crackdown by the Soviet military and intelligence services. It's difficult to imagine that they would simply lay back and allow the Soviet Union to break up. And it is also difficult to imagine that they would allow the United States to gain complete military dominance. And so I would expect at some point, although perhaps I'm wrong, perhaps the Soviet Union will simply roll over and cease to exist. I would be surprised if that happened completely. But it figures that at some point there is going to be a return to the Cold War because the Soviet military will crack down, whether they decide to depose Gorbachev or whatever they decide to do. I am not optimistic about the future. And it is my belief that the U.S. national security establishment and the Pentagon in particular would like to see exactly that. One of the things that's important about studying history and studying the real history of the United States is to understand that the military and intelligence services and what President Eisenhower referred to as the military-industrial complex, the very closely related defense industries in this country, that they basically call the shots, and I mean that quite literally. In studying the assassination of President Kennedy, it becomes quite clear that those are the dominant elements in this country, and that bullets, not ballots, make the ultimate decisions concerning American realpolitik. It should be noted that President Kennedy was attempting to end the Cold War. The military didn't like that, the CIA didn't like that, the defense industries didn't like that, and so they eliminated President Kennedy. And the single most important thing that Kennedy was attempting to do was to extricate us from the Vietnam War. Well, obviously that did not happen. Kennedy was removed, and the whole tragic history of our involvement in Vietnam is now a matter of public record. Well, the ending of the Cold War represents something that is deeply threatening to the U.S. national security establishment. Gorbachev said that, quote, "We are going to do something terrible to you," meaning the United States. "We are going to deprive you of an enemy." Well, Gorbachev may have spoken too soon because certainly the Soviet Union is not in very good shape. It would not surprise me, actually, if Gorbachev himself was America's man. There may very well be deep U.S. involvement inside of the Soviet leadership. Unfortunately, the lack of hard information about things like that makes it difficult to make an accurate assessment of just how deep our involvement is. We know that Boris Yeltsin is America's man there. That is now a matter of public record due to the good work done by Russ Bellant and Louis Wolff in their work on the Free Congress Foundation. But it is a safe bet that as triumphant as this country would appear to be, and the Pentagon and intelligence services in particular, that the diminishing of the Soviet threat is viewed with great dismay in certain quarters, and it would not be surprising if the ongoing destabilization of the USSR, the attempts to fragment it, the reintroduction of fascist elements into the USSR and Eastern Europe, was an attempt to provoke the Soviets into restarting the Cold War so that the defense megabucks can continue to roll in. The Cold War has been the raison d'etre for the CIA and the high levels of Pentagon spending ever since the end of the Second World War. The next item that we're going to introduce into Radio Free America 36 is yet another article from this very, very important issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. Specifically, we are now going to look once again at Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 35. This is their issue for the fall of 1990, and those of you who would like to obtain this very important issue can contact Covert Action Information Bulletin. Their address, once again, Covert Action Information Bulletin, can be found at P.O. Box, contacted, I should say, at P.O. Box 34583, Box 34583. That's in Washington, D.C. The zip code is 20043. P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043. And the next article from this issue that we're going to look at is called The Loosening of Political Barriers. It's authored by Melvin Beck, last name B-E-C-K, and his bio summary is as follows. Melvin Beck spent 27 years studying the Soviets in the National Security Agency and in the CIA. He has written the book Secret Contenders, The Myth of Cold War Counterintelligence, published by the Sheridan Square Press in New York, copyrighted 1984. So former CIA and NSA analyst Melvin Beck writes of the apparent ending of the Cold War as follows. I'm only going to read part of the article. At this juncture of the loosening of political barriers between the United States and the Soviet Union, it is both premature and euphoric to proclaim that the Cold War is dead. What has, quote, died, unquote, temporarily is the intensity of the ideological propaganda that has marked the standoff of the rival superpowers since World War II. Let it be said that the mere fact of a political thaw in the Cold War offers not the slightest reason for an intelligence organization to alter its structure or mission or its established methods for conducting espionage, counterintelligence, or covert action. Very important sentence. I'm going to read it. Reread it, I should say. Let it be said that the mere fact of a political thaw in the Cold War offers not the slightest reason for an intelligence organization to alter its structure or mission, or its established methods for conducting espionage, counterintelligence, or covert action. Nor can it be construed that simply because nations continue to be ideological partners, for instance the United States and Israel, they would refrain from spying on one another, i.e., the Jonathan Pollard case. Skipping down in the article. Finally, given the sense of victory that engulfed the upper echelon of U.S. and Western governments as the Soviet government changed its Cold War posture, and given the urge to help satellite countries along the road to, quote, democracy and freedom, unquote. I'm glad he put quotes on that. Continuing, actually I should reread that. Democracy and freedom does not appear to be what's going on in Eastern Europe. Fascism and anti-Semitism, it seems to me, comes a whole lot closer to it, as we looked at last week. But rereading this sentence, finally, given the sense of victory that engulfed the upper echelon of U.S. and Western governments as the Soviet government changed its Cold War posture, and given the urge to help satellite countries along the road to democracy and freedom, it would seem that the Pentagon and the CIA would send warnings of hesitation and disbelief to the U.S. government. These two organizations have the most to lose if the Cold War fades away. Rereading that last sentence because it's very important. These two organizations have the most to lose if the Cold War fades away. The Pentagon realizes that once the communist threat, quote-unquote, diminishes, so too will public support of the Pentagon's costly race for weapons supremacy and military, nuclear, and space superiority. The CIA's analytic and intelligence processing components will continue to function at optimum levels, but its action arm for clandestine espionage, counterintelligence, and covert action will shrivel only to the degree that the rival superpowers come to share similar strategic aims on a world basis. And again, I have maintained that it is my feeling that a return to the Cold War will obviously continue to destabilize the Soviet Union by forcing continued high levels of military spending, with the resultant continued strain on the already overburdened Soviet economy. That, in turn, of course, will heighten the already massive social and political instability inside the Soviet Union. It obviously will serve as a justification for the perpetuation of high levels of military spending in this country, as well as continued CIA and other intelligence agencies' covert action functions. And it should be noted that ultimately it remains to be seen what would stem from such a policy. There are no doubt many elements in this country, and the multinational corporations in particular, that would like to see the Soviet Union converted to a free market economy and basically a laissez-faire capitalist economy along the lines of what the United States has become. It should be noted that Mikhail Gorbachev, although introducing perestroika, has long favored a mixed economy, not a free market economy like that advocated by Yeltsin and others. Bear in mind Yeltsin's connections to Free Congress foundations and their reactionary and fascist antecedents. The Pentagon and the CIA, however, stand the most to gain from a return to the Cold War. That ultimately would serve to destabilize the Soviet Union. My guess is, again, that the dominant economic interests in the West would like to get a hold of Soviet resources and to have a free market economy there. It remains to be seen what would stem from a return to the Cold War, but I wouldn't necessarily bet that a free market economy would be the result of such a thing. A very important article was also published in this very important essay was also published in this same issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, CAIB number 35. This is an article called Balance of Terror. It's authored by a fellow who writes under the pseudonym of Boris Badenov, B-A-D-I-N-O-V, a cartoon character from the 50s and 60s. And that is a pseudonym as described here. Boris Badenov is the pseudonym of a journalist and researcher watching the developments in Eastern Europe. And what this fellow writes about in this essay called The Balance of Terror is the weakening of the Soviet intelligence system as a result of the virtual elimination of communism in Eastern Europe, and also the demoralization and apparent defection of large elements of Soviet intelligence, and how this is not likely to have a beneficial effect on the United States. And this essay is one of the main reasons why I have entitled Radio Free America 36, The Destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, a Prelude to World War III, ? because the destabilization of the Soviet Union might ultimately lead to a nuclear war. Although I have said that there are undoubtedly elements favoring the destabilization of the Soviet Union who envision a free market economy inside the Soviet Union, it is possible that there might be a miscalculation, that what Prussian military theoretician von Clausewitz referred to as friction, i.e. things happening that were not foreseen, could take place. And a destabilizing of the Soviet Union, a compromising of their strategic and intelligence situations, could conceivably lead to a nuclear war, whether one directly planned by probably not the Soviet leadership, but perhaps elements of it. Certainly a destabilized nuclear superpower is not something which figures to add to world stability. And this essay here is one of the most important in this very important issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin. It reads as follows. During the past year, the KGB and other Eastern European intelligence agencies have been hammered by setbacks and defections. Though you'll never hear it from the CIA, the fact is the intelligence crisis in the socialist countries creates complex new dangers for both East and West. I would interject here, bear in mind the information in the Melvin Beck essay that a temporary thawing in relations is not likely to dissuade an intelligence agency from pursuing its normal course of action. There's every indication that the loosening of barriers in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union has simply led to increased destabilization. Certainly it has not benefited the Soviet Union one bit. They may have been badly off before. They're even worse off right now. Continuing. Some measure of the present dissension inside Soviet intelligence can be seen in the controversy triggered by a rebellious, retired KGB Major General Oleg Kalugin, K-A-L-U-G-I-N. Kalugin's public activities demonstrate that the KGB is politically split and that the institution's power over the Soviet press and over its own officers has drastically declined. Kalugin asserted in recent issues of Komsomolskaya Pravda and Mezhdunarodnaya Zhin, that's spelled Mezhdunarodnaya-Zhin, Mezhdunarodnaya Zhin, published by the official Communist Youth Organization and the party's Central Committee respectively, that 20 senior KGB officers have defected to the West since 1980. This has led, he contended, to the transfer and sale to the West of the majority of secrets of Soviet intelligence and the complete collapse of a huge number of spy networks, unquote. Kalugin is in a position to know he was formerly a senior officer and perhaps the director of Soviet foreign counterintelligence. Kalugin went on to contend that the KGB today maintains a pervasive presence in Soviet life, tapping telephones, intimidating legislators, and infiltrating most political organizations. He claimed that other KGB officers secretly share his disdain for the agency, and he called for the Soviet equivalent of a congressional investigation of his old organization. Significantly, Kalugin has not at this writing been arrested or silenced and remains active on the Moscow political scene. The ex-KGB Major General has emerged as a leader of the Democratic Platform, quote-unquote, the Western-oriented reform movement in the USSR. I would interject that we've taken a look at that movement, and it remains to be seen whether it's democratically oriented. Certainly the Free Congress Foundation isn't. I am, to say the least, highly skeptical about the real, quote, reform, unquote, nature of that movement as a result of the institutions and individuals that are involved with it, notably FCF and its related elements. Continuing. Shortly after Kalugin's expose, the KGB's present director, Vladimir Khrushchev, K-R-Y-U-C-H-K-O-V, denounced Kalugin in his Vestia, also published by the Communist Party Central Committee, rejected his criticisms, and stripped him of his pension and medals. In the process, KGB chief Khrushchev laid out his own version of events, stressing a list of KGB counterintelligence successes against Western spies and people he described as domestic political extremists. Khrushchev was appointed by Gorbachev and appears to enjoy Gorbachev's support. The reason that this is of more than passing interest is that the stability of nuclear weapons and other armed forces in the world today is based upon a balance of forces, not the hegemony of any single power or group of powers. To avoid a nuclear war, each of the nuclear powers is driven to ensure that its own weapons are sufficiently secure against attack, that they can be used to retaliate against any enemy and can deter him from attacking in the first place. To achieve this, each country must have confidence that its intelligence system is reasonably sound and that it can use its nuclear weapons if it chooses to do so. These last several sentences, again, they are one of the most important elements in this entire series, Radio Free America 36. To avoid a nuclear war, each of the nuclear powers is driven to ensure that its own weapons are sufficiently secure against attack that they can be used to retaliate against any enemy and can deter him from attacking in the first place. To achieve this, each country must have confidence that its intelligence system is reasonably sound and that it can use its nuclear weapons if it chooses to do so. Even in the present period of improved East-West cooperation, if the nuclear balance of terror, quote-unquote, breaks down too rapidly or becomes massively unstable as old tensions recede, the result could be a nuclear conflict. Disturbingly, the Soviet Union's intelligence system appears to be in serious disarray today and may be getting worse. The Soviet leadership's confidence in their nuclear weapons must almost certainly have eroded, considering that a state of near insurrection exists in parts of the Baltic states, the Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and in other areas where Soviet nuclear and military communications assets are located. There will be serious reason for concern if the USSR's ability to gather and analyze information completely disintegrates, or if the leaders of the USSR lose confidence in the security of their nuclear weapons. These last several sentences again, because they are absolutely pivotal. Even in the present period of improved East-West cooperation, if the nuclear balance of terror breaks down too rapidly or becomes massively unstable as old tensions recede, the result could be a nuclear conflict. Disturbingly, the Soviet Union's intelligence system appears to be in serious disarray today and may be getting worse. The Soviet leadership's confidence in their nuclear weapons must almost certainly have eroded, considering that a state of near insurrection exists in parts of the Baltic states, the Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and in other areas where Soviet nuclear and military communications assets are located. There will be serious reason for concern if the USSR's ability to gather and analyze information completely disintegrates, or if the leaders of the USSR lose confidence in the security of their nuclear weapons. The Kalugin incident must be viewed in terms of the broader crisis that is today severely straining Soviet society, such as the seemingly intractable economic problems and the deeply rooted rivalries among some Soviet nationalities. Add to this picture the demoralizing psychological setback of the failure of the Communist parties in the 1989 Eastern European elections and the KGB's admission of the NKVD's culpability in the Katyn massacre and in other Stalin-era repression. Meanwhile, the intelligence and covert operations networks of at least 5 former socialist states in Eastern Europe have disintegrated in the past year. In the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland, the former intelligence agencies have been effectively disbanded, at least at the federal level. In some instances, many of their records have passed to new, aggressively anti-communist governments. The intelligence services of at least 2 of these countries, Germany and Czechoslovakia, have since the 1940s been tightly intertwined with that of the USSR and are widely believed in the West to have provided facilities for important human and electronic intelligence connection concerning Western military operations. One more time. The intelligence services of at least 2 of these countries, Germany and Czechoslovakia, have since the 1940s been tightly intertwined with that of the USSR and are widely believed in the West to have provided facilities for important human and electronic intelligence connection concerning Western military operations. In Yugoslavia, always a special case in East-West relations, the state and the Služba Bednosti intelligence service are still officially intact. By the way, that's S-L-U-Z-B-A, or Bezbednosti, B-E-Z-B-E-D-N-O-S-T-I. But both institutions, continuing here, have been so deeply split by political, ethnic, and religious rivalries that the central government frequently seems to have broken down, and the country may be headed for a division into 2 or 3 new states. These factors strongly suggest that significant setbacks in Soviet intelligence capabilities have taken place in the last year, perhaps the most serious erosion of such facilities since the Nazi invasion of the USSR in 1941. In Eastern Europe, there is a clear crisis of morale among veterans of the old governments. It is reasonable to suspect that this has to a certain degree filtered into the USSR as well. Historically, setbacks and demoralization of this type have often led to a jump in the number of defections, and that seems to have been the case in 1989 and 1990. Indirect evidence for this can be seen in the fact that for the first time in recent memory, CIA spokesmen are beating the drums for an increase in, quote, human intelligence, unquote, budgets, which are used primarily for maintenance of new agents in place and for the care and feeding of defectors. U.S. national security circles have, for the most part, warmly welcomed the unfolding crisis in Eastern Europe on the theory that any trouble for the Soviets is a boon for the U.S. The fact is, however, that the U.S. has an interest in the stability of the USSR and even of the KGB. If Soviet intelligence capabilities continue to break down, the result will be almost certainly greater. If Soviet intelligence capabilities continue to break down, the result will almost certainly be greater instability in Soviet behavior during the next global crisis, regardless of how that conflict comes to pass, and that means increased danger and still more perilous U.S. behavior as well. And well, that last sentence, in a way, could be said to be the thesis statement of this entire broadcast. That is to say, the last 6 weeks combined into RFA 36. If Soviet intelligence capabilities continue to break down, the result will almost certainly be greater instability in Soviet behavior during the next global crisis, regardless of how that conflict comes to pass, and that means increased danger and still more perilous U.S. behavior as well. And I think it's worth noting here that this journalist operating under that pseudonym notes that the recent events in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe represent the most serious compromising of Soviet intelligence since the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941. One of the main points that I have made in this broadcast and that I stated a short time ago is that basically what we are seeing in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, at least to a certain extent, is an actualization of Hitler's program in that part of the world. Hitler broke up Yugoslavia into its component republics. There was pressure to do that again with obvious interference from old Ustashi and ABN-related elements. He broke up Czechoslovakia. We're seeing the Slovak World Congress and residual Linke elements once again coming to the fore in Czechoslovakia and advocating for the secession of Slovakia from Czechoslovakia. The ABN, formed in alliance with Hitler in 1943, once again is its agenda has been to break up the Soviet Union. Obviously, that agenda may very well if the KGB and Soviet military do not intervene, it probably is going to take place. It remains to be seen exactly what the future holds, but again, I am personally fearful of what the future holds. A nuclear war obviously isn't going to benefit anybody, and one wonders whether there are elements in this country, though, that would like to see a third world war. Certainly there are elements that would like to see a return to the Cold War because it means serious megabucks for them, as well as continued employment for the U.S. intelligence apparatus, which would have to combat the Soviet menace, quote-unquote, once again. I wonder what secret weaponry we have that we have not been told about. There is a huge Pentagon black budget, quote-unquote, as it has been termed. And I wonder what sort of toys we have that the public has not been told about. Perhaps there are weapons in existence that would embolden the United States to perhaps even think it could fight a third world war. It remains to be seen. I think in particular the compromising of Soviet nuclear weapons is something to be on the alert for. It remains to be seen whether some of the dissident nationalists can get their hands on those devices, but that's not a very appetizing prospect if it happens. I'd like to read an article that appeared in the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle. Today is Sunday, April 7th of 1991. It is in today's paper, in today's edition of the San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chron. This is a London Independent story, Dateline Washington. Its headline, U.S. Concerned on Soviet Arms. The United States, fearing a possible breakdown of Kremlin rule, is considering lending the Soviet Union advanced safety devices that would prevent nationalist or terrorist groups from using captured nuclear weapons. Experts say that the Soviet Union has removed almost all nuclear weapons from two areas where central rule is weak, the three Baltic states and the volatile Caucasian republics of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. But others remain in unstable areas. The tricky question is the Ukraine and Kazakhstan, says Sven Kramer, a a U.S. analyst and presidential advisor. There are thought to be thousands of nuclear weapons in these two republics, both of which are internally divided and edging away from Soviet rule. Well, it remains to be seen whether or not these devices are in fact provided to the USSR. I noted here that Sven Kramer is the person who commented on this. Sven Kramer is the son of Fritz Kramer. Sven Kramer is a key National Security Council, or was for many years a key National Security Council member. His father, Fritz Kramer, was for many years the plans officer for the United States Army from 1949 through 1970. He also was a fellow who boosted Henry Kissinger into prominence. Fritz Kramer was a key official with the 970th Counterintelligence Corps during and after World War II. That was one of the units most responsible for recruiting Nazi war criminals into the Gehlen Organization and the CIA, notably Klaus Barbie and Otto Skorzeny, among others. And the late May Brussel has developed very compelling information that, in fact, Fritz Kramer is the same Fritz Kramer who served as chief of staff of the 6th SS Panzer Army in Germany during World War II. Although that Fritz Kramer supposedly died in 1959, May has obtained very compelling photographic evidence that, in fact, Fritz Kramer is the same Fritz Kramer that served Hitler so loyally. And obviously this is an individual who has retained a presence in the United States. Interesting to see Sven Kramer, the person who's commenting on this particular situation. But I think the fact that the United States is even considering providing these devices is indicative of the degree of instability in the Soviet Union. It is to be hoped that elements within our national security establishment would conclude that destabilizing the Soviet Union is likely to prove dangerous, as that article, The Balance of Terror, would indicate. It remains to be seen, however, exactly what comes of this. The final element in this ongoing this series in Radio Free America 36, developed over the last 6 weeks, is also in an article in today's San Francisco Sunday Examiner and Chronicle, and today once again being Sunday, April 7th of 1991, for the benefit of people who hear this by tape. This is an article that is a Reuters story. It's state-lined Washington and headlined, "Nixon Discounts Soviet Union as a Superpower," and it reads as follows. The Soviet Union, once branded an evil empire, quote-unquote, by former President Ronald Reagan, is fast becoming an irrelevant empire, quote-unquote, largely because of its economic weakness, says ex-President Richard Nixon. Nixon, the only president to resign from office, has just ended a 2-week visit to the Soviet Union that included talks with Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev and visits to 3 separatist republics, Lithuania, the Ukraine, and Georgia. Quote, in today's world, an empire that has only military power and is a third-world economic power falling hopelessly behind will eventually become irrelevant, unquote, Nixon said in the April 15th issue of U.S. News and World Report. Nixon said the Soviet economic crisis is so severe it is diminishing the importance of a strategic arms agreement with Moscow. One more time. Nixon said the Soviet economic crisis is so severe it is diminishing the importance of a strategic arms agreement with Moscow. Quote, in view of the enormous economic problems the Soviet Union has, they are not going to be able to afford the expenditures necessary for military modernization. Well, it remains to be seen just how the Soviet military responds to that, but again, perhaps they will simply give up the ghost, roll over, and die, but I wouldn't necessarily bet on that, and the Soviet High Command has already expressed great reservations about falling behind the United States militarily, or further falling behind the United States militarily. The Soviet Union has always, popular Cold War mythology to the contrary notwithstanding, that Cold War mythology largely generated by the Gehlen Organization, the United States has always been well ahead of the Soviet Union in armaments. The Soviet arms effort in the post-World War II period has essentially been to stay within hailing distance of the United States so that they could not contemplate an actual attack. One wonders exactly what the effect of the disparity in U.S. and Soviet military power will be, but it is not, as the Balance of Terror article by, quote, Boris Badenov indicates, a situation which is likely to benefit either country. It's also worth noting, again, the success of the full-court press described in the Sean Gervasi article. In that article, the full-court press, in the Covert Action Information Bulletin number 35. And again, I don't pretend to have all of the answers in this situation. I don't know how it's going to resolve itself, but what I have attempted to do in this program is to lay out what I think is going on, what has gone on, and what may go on. Once again, obviously, A lion's share of the credit goes to the various people at Covert Action Information Bulletin and the people who have contributed to this critical issue of CAIB. I will give the address once again. Covert Action Information Bulletin, P.O. Box 34583, Washington, D.C., 20043, for those of you who would like to actually order Covert Action Information Bulletin 35. There is at least one more article in this particular issue that I will be doing in a future archive series called How the United States Lost the Second World War. And that is one that we will come to in the future. But I have attempted to supplement their work with my own analysis, and in particular the role that the Gulf War has played in this, and I've already indicated that I feel that that is an essential element not only of the full court press, but of the ongoing destabilization of the USSR. Obviously, the people at CAIB were not able to include this, and I've also obviously included information such as the information about the Prometheus League, background of OUN, ABN, etc., that they were not able to get to. And that is the formal conclusion of Radio Free America 36, the six-part installment, done in 6 installments, The Destabilization of the USSR in Eastern Europe, a prelude to World War III. And the Boris Badenoff article, I think, indicates why I have put a question mark at the end of that. I don't know whether or not that's going to happen, but I think there are ominous possibilities on the horizon. And in particular, the fact that there are elements in our country that would like nothing better than to see a return to the Cold War is one of the things that I think bodes very poorly for the future.